In the year 1520 of the Sea Circle calendar, in the Pirate King world of Boya Town, Carl completed 3 million push-ups and activated the Divine Choice system. At this moment, there was a commotion at the port caused by a legless man, who turned out to be the dying Golden Lion, triggering the Divine Choice. Carl killed the Golden Lion and gained his abilities, then wanted to join the Navy and spar with Rear Admiral Squirrel. Can he successfully board the ship? In the year 1520 of the Sea Circle calendar, in the open square of Boya Town in the East Sea, Carl was leading a group of children doing push-ups. The kids surrounded him chattering. "Brother Carl, how are you so amazing? You could do over 1,000 every day. We want to protect Boya Town, just like you." Carl smiled and replied, "If you practice with me every day, you can also fight pirates and be heroes." Suddenly, an electronic voice rang in Carl's mind. Ding. Newbie mission of 3 million push-ups completed. Divine Choice system activated. Carl stopped exercising, and a smile on his face made the girls in the town swoon. He was overjoyed. "After 5 years of crossing over, I finally completed this task." That's right, Carl is a transmigrator. He drifted at sea 5 years ago, and thanks to the people of Boya Town rescuing him, he didn't become the most unfortunate transmigrator. Like other transmigrators, he also had a system, but he had to complete the newbie trial first 3 million push-ups, which took him 5 years to finish. The other two options were even worse. Either be reborn as a girl or randomly lose a body function, leaving him with no choice. However, the past 5 years of training were not in vain. He had helped the town fend off pirates without bounties and became a local celebrity. Over the years, he had figured out that this was the world of One Piece, and without strength, one could not survive. So he trained harder. Carl muttered, "I need to figure out how to use this system quickly. It took so long to activate. It must be super useful." But when he opened the system, there was only a personal attribute panel. He could only check his attributes. Name, Carl, strength, F, agility, F, spirit, G, stamina, E, ability. Military fist G, note. Ordinary adult male is G. Carl's mouth twitched after training for so long. He was just a bit stronger than an ordinary person. Military fist was a self-defense technique he learned in his past life. Suddenly, a self-defense soldier shouted, "Help! There's a legless man causing trouble at the port. Come quickly." All the adult men in the town grabbed farming tools and rushed over. Carl was used to it. There were always small pirates causing trouble, but Boya Town was remote, and pirates with bounties didn't look down on it, so life was relatively peaceful. Carl strolled over and saw a familiar yellow figure. The next second, the system voice exploded. Ding! Dying Golden Lion detected. Divine Choice triggered. 3 options popped up. Option 1. Help the Golden Lion seize the town, earn his appreciation, and become his disciple. Option 2. Ignore him, earn the title Cold and Heartless, and increase all attributes by 200. Option 3. Kill the Golden Lion, accompanied by the sound of 2 famous swords stabbing into the ground. The Golden Lion fell to the ground with an unwilling gaze. Carl was gasping for breath, his heart pounding. Although he would gain the Golden Lion's abilities after making a choice, he still exerted all his strength just in case. Carl didn't dare to get too close to the Golden Lion, fearing that this big shot would retaliate in his dying moments and drag him down. After all, the Golden Lion was a ruthless character on par with Whitebeard and Roger, so he had to be careful even when near death. Fearing the Golden Lion wouldn't die completely, he directly summoned his abilities to bring back the Withered Wood and Sakura Ten, crossing them and slicing at the Golden Lion's neck. He instantly decapitated the Golden Lion. This bloody scene made the adults feel uncomfortable, but the little kids were super excited. The villagers immediately surrounded him, praising, "Thank you so much, Carl. We really had no way without you. Brother Carl is amazing. Lord Carl is so handsome. I want to marry you." The calls of Lord Carl rang out one after another. Although the scene was bloody, Carl stood up to protect the town, and everyone was very moved. They were used to being protected by him and couldn't help but cheer every time. However, Carl didn't pay much attention to it. He only had the body disposed of and put into a special coffin for later claiming the bounty. He also found the best blacksmith in the village and handed over the Withered Wood and Sakura Ten for repairs. These 2 swords had been used by the Golden Lion as legs, and the handles were corroded. If they weren't repaired properly, it would affect the feel, and since it was just a handle repair, the village blacksmith was enough. Amidst the cheers, Carl returned home, muttering, "The system just activated and I encountered the Golden Lion." Looking at him, he must have been washed ashore after being defeated by Luffy. How tragic. He opened the attribute panel, and his eyes lit up instantly. Not only obtained the Golden Lion's abilities, but his attributes also increased. The panel displayed name, Carl, strength, E, agility, E, spirit, F, stamina, D, abilities, military fist G, Float fruit, no side effects. Armament hockey mastered. Observation hockey mastered. Conqueror's hockey half mastered. Dual sword style E. The note said that hockey went from half mastered to perfect level. He acquired the Golden Lion's abilities right before his death, and all abilities had no side effects. Carl stroked his chin and smiled. No wonder hockey levels are low and attributes are average. It turns out this is the reason. However, the fact that the fruit has no side effects is too good. It's safe from seawater and sea prism stone. This secret must never be leaked. He looked at his packed belongings. She originally planned to leave Boyatown after completing the push-up task. Although the town was nice, a man shouldn't be tied down. Now that he had the float fruit, as long as he didn't encounter top-tier powerhouses, he wouldn't be afraid to venture out into the sea. Carl made up his mind. Next, I'm going to join the Navy. Being a pirate is too suffocating. Always living in fear, the Navy is much safer. This was something he had long thought about, venturing alone in the One Piece world. Strength was fundamental, and before having enough strength, becoming a Navy member was the safest. Rear Admiral Squirrel was full of disbelief, couldn't believe that a legendary pirate had actually died at the hands of an unnamed rookie. Even if the Golden Lion was seriously injured, it wasn't something an ordinary person could handle. But Carl's half-smiling eyes, combined with the villagers' chattering testimonies, made him unable to doubt. Rear Admiral Squirrel spoke. In that case, open the coffin, I want to check. Carl smiled and walked to the wooden coffin, knocking on it twice. No problem, but I have a condition. Rear Admiral Squirrel frowned slightly and casually said. The Rear Admiral said directly, if it's true, you won't lose a single penny of the bounty. Carl immediately replied, thanks, but what I want isn't money, it's to join the Navy. This made Rear Admiral Squirrel frown, as he originally wanted him to go through the proper channels to sign up. Carl noticed his hesitation and immediately used his ability to make the coffin lid float. Rear Admiral Squirrel's eyes widened. Is this the ability of the float fruit? As an experienced Rear Admiral, he recognized it at a glance. Carl nodded to indicate he should look at the coffin. Rear Admiral Squirrel saw the body of the Golden Lion and was shocked. Carl asked, are you done looking? The body is yours, can you meet my request? Rear Admiral Squirrel asked, are you really a float fruit user? Carl smiled and answered, just luck. The Rear Admiral didn't delve deeper. Devil fruits would reincarnate on nearby fruits after the user died. This kind of thing had happened before. Carl quickly introduced himself. My name is Carl, from Boyatown. I've always dreamed of becoming a Navy member. I can't miss this chance to meet you. Rear Admiral Squirrel was surprised. You know me? Carl activated his flattery mode. Of course. You are a veteran Rear Admiral of the Navy headquarters and a super swordsman with top-notch strength. You are my goal to strive for. Dobudyevma? Ask them I train every day to become a Navy member. The surrounding villagers immediately echoed. We can prove it. Lord Carl's dream is to become a Navy member. He trains every day, at least 1,000 push-ups. Rear Admiral Squirrel was in a dilemma when he suddenly caught sight of the sword at Carl's waist. Is that the Withered Wood and Sakura 10? Can you use a sword too? Carl waved his hand. Just a small skill. The Flying Squirrel became interested. Let's have a spar. If you can withstand 3 of my moves, they'll make an exception and recommend you to join the Navy. Carl immediately felt relieved. Really? He had no confidence in persuading the Flying Squirrel. But now it seemed like a win-win situation, and he was very confident in his own strength. The Flying Squirrel shouted, all Navy personnel, stand back 1,000 meters to protect the civilians. His subordinates responded in unison, yes, sir. Once everyone retreated far enough, the two prepared to clash. The Flying Squirrel spoke solemnly, Carl, right? Use all your strength to take my 3 moves. Let me see if you're worthy of my exception. As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed a powerful aura, and the port was instantly filled with swirling winds. The Flying Squirrel drew his sword in an instant, delivering a fierce slash. Carl shouted, bring it on. Ha 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 ha. Refreshing, truly refreshing. The little pirates of the East Sea are too weak. I've been in the East Sea for nearly a month, and no one has been able to make me use my full strength. This is exhilarating. Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel laughed heartily, and his Navy cape had turned into shreds on the ground. It was clear that he had also suffered a counterattack from that last strike. On the other side, Carl wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and couldn't help but shake his head. Are you trying to kill me? Carl sheathed his weapon, somewhat speechless. That last strike had caused a slight tremor throughout the entire Boyatown. The port was now in disarray, and some nearby buildings had even collapsed. Fortunately, the Flying Squirrel would compensate the residents. The full-strength strike from Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel was extremely powerful. Pay attention. The strength of Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel is not overstated. He is at the peak of the Vice Admiral level. Carl could only give it his all, otherwise he would really be taken down. If it weren't for the flying squirrel's sudden attack, catching him off guard, Carl wouldn't have been injured if it came down to a real fight. He was confident he could hold his own against the opponent. Carl muttered, "I'm at the level of a rear admiral, just a bit short of vice admiral, but it's enough to hold my ground. I've only just got my powers." Just then, the flying squirrel called out, "New recruit Carl. Bring the spoils on board." Carl was overjoyed and used his powers to float the coffin onto the warship. The surrounding Navy personnel were completely in awe, filled with respect. This world respects strength, and they believed they couldn't withstand 3 moves from the flying squirrel. Even before joining the team, Carl was already admired. Carl bid farewell to the residents and boarded the warship to the Navy headquarters. Only then did he realize that the flying squirrel was there to pick up the pieces from the Golden Lion. He had heard that Luffy had taken down the Golden Lion and had come to the East Sea to try his luck. Carl smiled, feeling incredibly lucky. The Golden Lion just fell to the town of Boya, and it was fortunate that the opponent was on the verge of death. Otherwise, it would have been a tough fight. The flying squirrel asked, "Where did you learn that domineering presence?" Carl pretended to be clueless. Domineering? Learn? I don't understand. He knew he couldn't hide it, but he wasn't afraid of the low-level domineering. Many people on the sea are aware of their domineering presence, and pretending not to understand works just fine. The flying squirrel sighed. "Another monster. I'm so envious of those who are aware of their domineering presence." In his eyes, Carl had the potential to become a monster on par with the 3 admirals. Carl didn't care about this. After finishing the fight, he was extremely hungry and ate enough for 10 people before feeling full, earning the title of Big Eater. "How far is it to the doldrums?" "Report to Rear Admiral Squirrel. We will reach the doldrums tonight." "Great. Tell all the crew that we will enter the doldrums tonight, and have them prepare for any potential encounters with Sea Kings." Understood. As the order was given, the messenger informed everyone on the ship, including Carl. He didn't expect that the warship would reach the doldrums in just 2 days. The Navy's sailing speed was faster than he had imagined. How about it? Isn't it amazing? The ships in your town don't have this kind of speed, right? Rear Admiral Squirrel teased as he noticed Carl's surprise. Carl nodded, indicating he indeed didn't expect it. "If it were my own small boat, it would take at least 5 days to cover such a distance. No, it should be 10 days. After some thought, Carl could only admit that the speed of the Navy's warships was not something ordinary ships could compare to. Ha ha, to be honest with you, the Navy possesses technology that other places completely lack, allowing us to double our sailing speed. Pay attention." Squirrel patted Carl on the shoulder. "Don't be surprised. In the future, when your rank is higher, you can have ships like this too." Carl smiled wryly. "Is that supposed to comfort me?" Squirrel laughed and replied, "You bet it is." Just as he wanted to discuss internal Navy matters, the scout rushed in a panic. "Report. A pirate ship has been spotted 3,000 meters away." Squirrel asked, "Which crew?" The scout replied, "The White Wave Pirates. Bounty of 15 million. After clock, they're the strongest in the East Sea." Squirrel's eyes sharpened instantly, his aura rising. "Full speed ahead. Catch up to them." Turning to Carl, he said with a smile, "Want to earn some merit and get promoted? Go. This is your chance. Capture them, and I'll help you out, and you'll go straight to my ship." Squirrel valued Carl's potential highly and didn't want to let him go. Keeping him around was like having a powerful assistant. Carl immediately responded, "Since the Rear Admiral thinks highly of me, I want this achievement." The 15 million bounty pirates were beneath him and Squirrel. Any random Navy soldier could easily take them down, and it was just an opportunity for Carl to earn merit. Carl stretched, activated the float fruit, and leisurely flew over. On the other side, the White Wave Pirates were still celebrating. The village they just raided was incredibly wealthy. There were over 10 million berries. The village chief's family had hidden so much. This time they struck it rich. "With this money, I'll marry a beautiful wife." One of the crew quickly chimed in. The money and the wife belonged to the captain. The captain of the White Wave Pirates laughed and shouted, "We're rich. Let's go enjoy ourselves in Rogtown." "I heard the White. Rear Admiral, what should we do with this ship?" After Carl brought the ship back, he asked Squirrel what to do. Squirrel frowned. They were about to cross the doldrums, and taking the ship along would be troublesome. "You all move everything inside out. Then notify the nearby Navy bases to come and take over this ship." Understood. The Navy personnel, receiving the orders, quickly acted, and it didn't take long to complete these tasks. Carl, feeling a bit bored, flew up into the air to see if there were any other pirates for him to practice against. The previous battle was basically a one-hit kill. He didn't even use 1/10 of his strength, which was quite unsatisfying. However, there were originally few pirates in the EC, making it very difficult to encounter 2 in a day. "Haha, Carl, you can stop floating in the sky now. There won't be any pirates now. so come down quickly," Rear Admiral Squirrel said with a laugh, while Carl felt somewhat helpless. Just then, his eyes lit up as he spotted a very familiar pirate ship not far away. Is that the Thousand Sunny? Ding! The Thousand Sunny has been detected, and the Divine Choice system has been triggered. Choice 1. Join the Straw Hat Pirates. Upon completion, the host will be rewarded with the position of Vice Captain and gain the Marine 6 styles. Choice 2. Pretend not to see it. Wait for the other party to disappear from sight. The host will be rewarded with recognition from Garp and become his disciple. Choice 3. Capture Straw Hat Luffy alive. Upon completion, the host will receive a 2-level increase in all attributes. Pay attention. Hearing the system's voice, Carl's eyes lit up, and he shouted to Squirrel below, "There's a Straw Hat pirate ship ahead. I'll be right back." He immediately selected option 3. The first 2 were useless. He could fly, and his speed was sufficient. There was no need for the Marine 6 styles, relying on the system to get stronger. He didn't need to be Garp's disciple and worry about his mood. Squirrel urgently shouted, "Carl, come back." Upon seeing the information about the Straw Hat crew, his pupils shrank. They actually encountered Garp's grandson. He immediately ordered, "Full speed ahead. Don't let Luffy die." He was afraid Carl would be too ruthless if Luffy were gone. Garp would go crazy, and he would suffer too. But he didn't know that Carl only planned to capture him alive. On the other side, the Straw Hat crew was having a feast. Usopp reported, "What we smashed was the Golden Lion. The newspaper says he was killed by the Navy." Zoro sneered, stealing credit again, just like when they took down Crocodile. Suddenly looking up, he froze, drawing his sword and shouting, "Someone is flying down from the sky." Everyone was confused. What? Flying down? In Carl's eyes, all pirates were essentially the same. Even someone like Luffy, who claimed to be an adventurer, was just a group of individuals disrupting social order. Although they had done many good deeds, which improved Carl's impression of them, pirates were still pirates. When dealing with ordinary pirates, Carl would choose to kill them directly. However, when it came to someone like Luffy, who had done good deeds, he would still take action against him, but he would show mercy and not kill him directly. Otherwise, his earlier strike wouldn't have merely thrown the ship into the sea, but would have directly dismantled it. There was no doubt that the Float fruit had such capabilities. The Golden Lion was bold and daring because he had the capital for it. Carl had limited stamina, so he naturally had to use his resources wisely. However, the next scene surprised him. The Thousand Sunny somehow managed to turn back around. The entire Straw Hat crew had not sustained serious injuries. Even the ability users were unharmed, only temporarily weakened. Clearly, they had developed a certain countermeasure against the Float fruit's abilities. "Damn it, I have to knock you away." Luffy was somewhat unwilling and jumped up, wanting to fight Carl to the death. But Usopp stopped him. "Don't be impulsive, Luffy. There's a Navy warship approaching us from behind. We can still escape if we run now. Once the Navy arrives, we won't be able to." Hearing Usopp's words, everyone finally realized that there was a Navy warship rapidly approaching nearby. "Damn it, I really want to knock that bastard away." Luffy still felt unwilling, but was restrained by everyone. "Luffy, you must not be impulsive. Otherwise, none of us will be able to escape." "That's right, Frankie. Hurry and activate the coup de vent." "Pay attention." Frankie roared. "No problem. Leave it to me." "Super." Just as the coup de vent was charging, Carl rushed in front of Luffy. Zoro and Sanji tried to block him, but were swatted away with a single slap, having no resistance. Luffy entered gear second and shouted, "Bastard, I'm gonna knock you away." Gum Gum Gatling. Carl glanced disdainfully and easily dodged the attack with observation haki. In an instant, he flashed in front of Luffy and smashed his armed fist into Luffy's head, causing him to see stars. Frankie shouted, "Cannonball," just as he launched. Carl grabbed Luffy by the neck and tossed him away, flying into the sky to see the Thousand Sunny escape. The Straw Hat crew was crushed, and Carl was thrilled. The system notification immediately sounded. Ding. Captured Luffy successfully, all attributes to. Carl picked up the unconscious Luffy and flew back to the warship, throwing him to the Weasel. "Major, did I make a big splash? This is a pirate with a 100 million bounty." Even the Golden Lion said he was the one who beat him up. "Can I get a special promotion?" He lied without a change in his expression. Asking for a promotion. Attribute panel. Name, Carl Strength, D Agility, E Spirit, E Stamina, D Ability. Military Boxing, G. Float Fruit, S. Armament Haki, Mastered. Observation Haki, Mastered. Conqueror's Haki, Semi-Mastered. Dual Wielding, E. Lying in bed, Carl looked at his attribute panel and smiled. This was the latest boost he received after capturing Luffy. At this moment, he felt that his physical qualities were stronger than before. If he wanted to, flying from here to the Navy headquarters was completely possible. From this perspective, his strength had significantly increased, but he didn't plan to show it. He really wondered what expression Karp would have now. He should be very angry. After all, it was his grandson who was captured. He hoped he wouldn't get beaten too badly or forcibly assigned to Karp's ship. Otherwise, it would be terrible. Carl sighed and then closed his eyes to prepare for sleep. Since he had done this, there was no need to regret it. He was just worried about whether Karp would go easy on him. However, with Karp training him, he didn't have to worry about his strength stagnating. But although he captured Luffy, the other members of the Straw Hat Pirates had already escaped. They would definitely find a way to rescue him. But these people posed no threat to Carl. Even if they all came, they would just be seeking their own doom. Carl was not worried at all. Time passed by with clanging sounds. The warship entered a windless zone at night. Due to the battleship's lower deck being made of sea prism stone, Sea Kings had no interest in the warship. They simply regarded this place as an ordinary ocean. However, the sounds of clanging on the warship made it impossible to sleep. Straw Hat Luffy, are you done yet? Do you believe I will kill you right now? Since everyone on the ship knew Luffy's identity, they didn't dare to act against him directly. Look, no one dares to touch Luffy, this kid shouted. Let me go. I want to knock you all out. He didn't see himself as a prisoner at all. The Weasel was troubled. He shouted for violence, but didn't dare to act. If it were a hawkish faction, they would have acted long ago, but he was a rational type who wouldn't act against someone who couldn't resist, leaving him anxious and helpless. Can't anyone let me sleep? Carl yawned and walked over, seeing Luffy banging his head against the wall and the floor, making noise throughout the ship. Luffy was still shouting, "Unlock my handcuffs. I want to knock you all out." Carl found it so noisy. He used an armed fist to knock Luffy unconscious, and the world instantly quieted down. As soon as the Weasel opened his mouth, Carl said, "Don't worry, he won't die. I know he's Karp's grandson, so I know my limits. I'll take care of the guarding task. I'm not afraid of offending Karp again." The Navy all showed their respect, and the Weasel sighed and nodded. Huh, just a major? I thought I could at least get a lieutenant commander rank. How boring. Carl curled his lip disdainfully, clearly dissatisfied with the rank of major. But the Weasel was somewhat displeased. What kind of expression is that? This is the highest rank I can fight for you. And once you have the rank of major, you'll qualify to go to sea with me. Isn't that satisfactory? Yes, I'm very satisfied. Carl waved his hand dismissively, turning his head away, appearing somewhat indifferent. The Weasel sighed. After spending so much time together, he had figured out Carl's personality. In his eyes, Carl was somewhat of a semi-Buddhist character. As long as he didn't encounter something he was interested in, he usually wouldn't bother to join in. Only things like naval ranks, capturing pirates, and fighting could get him engaged. For everything else, Carl was very laid back, hardly caring or asking about anything. The Weasel preferred this kind of personality. We're about to leave the windless zone, and in a few days we'll return to the Navy headquarters. When the time comes, I'll let Karp teach you a good lesson. Hee, I actually look forward to it. Hearing the Weasel's words, Carl seemed unconcerned. He was confident he could exchange a few moves with Karp. Moreover, he wanted to see what kind of strength a man at the top of this world possessed. Only by witnessing the strongest in the world could he have the motivation to move forward. There's a report that the Kuja pirates have blocked our way. What? Upon hearing the messenger's panicked report, the Weasel was also taken aback. Damn it, I didn't expect her to actually come. The 7 warlords of the sea, although nominally under the Navy, are not managed by the Navy. No one can command them except for the elders and Sengoku, and they have legal plundering rights. Lower-ranking Navy officers dislike encountering the 7 warlords. Fighting them means losing credibility, and not fighting means being bullied. Most would take a detour. Only admirals dare to face them directly, as only those strong enough can make the 7 warlords behave. But the Weasel didn't have the strength of an admiral, and wasn't even sure if he could take on Boa Hancock. Look, what is going on? Why is the Empress blocking us? Carl walked out of the room with confusion. He stood next to the Weasel, looking at the approaching ship. The Jolly Roger of the Kuja pirates was flying in the wind, and Empress Hancock stood at the bow, her gaze sharp. With Amazon warriors lined up in an imposing manner, Hancock shouted loudly, "Navy ahead, listen. This is the territory of the Kuja. Without a reason, don't even think about leaving." Her voice was so loud that even Carl could hear it clearly. The next second, he felt a sharp pain in his head, but it was gone in an instant. Turning back, he saw half of the surrounding Navy had fallen. The Weasel looked at Carl with admiration. What a monster. Easily withstood Conqueror's haki. But the Weasel himself was sweating profusely, clearly straining to hold on, and the Navy, who hadn't fainted, felt the same. Carl recalled the feeling from earlier, and suddenly his Conqueror's haki spread out. Even so, protecting my subordinates is my duty. Hancock is extremely dangerous. You can't go alone. The Weasel valued his subordinates and didn't he want Carl to face the Empress alone. But Carl showed no fear and was extremely excited. I've heard that the 7 warlords are ruthless on the seas. Today I'll test how strong you are. Carl's eyes sparkled, his hands raised, and the dry wood and Sakura 10 flew into his hands, his figure instantly disappearing. He charged forward with all his might. Hancock was shocked. Navy, I'm a 7 warlord. Do you dare to strike? She reacted quickly, raising her right leg with armament hockey, easily blocking the strike. Kal, who loved martial arts in his past life but had a disabled body, was unwilling to be ordinary after being reborn with a complete body. When the Navy was not only about good benefits, but also wanted to challenge strong enemies. Pure and simple. Seeing that look in his eyes, Hancock was momentarily stunned, then snorted coldly and suddenly exerted force. Boom! The deck exploded with a huge pit connecting to the ship's cabin. Carl floated in the air, the surrounding air currents going wild, and the sea became turbulent. Hancock finally put away her disdain. You're holding dry wood and Sakura 10? Did you kill the Golden Lion? She remembered the news of the Golden Lion being killed in the East Blue, instantly becoming cautious. She knew the Weasel was a strong middle-ranking officer. Carl's strength was on par with the Weasel, and he had awakened Conqueror's hockey. The more Hancock thought about it, the more anxious she became. Carl tilted his head. Yes, I crushed the Golden Lion. What's the problem? Hancock squinted, not wanting to fight anymore. There's Carl in the sky and Squirrel on the ship. She can't win. Oof. I was just trying to be nice to you all. And you want to make a move. You must compensate for my losses, or I'll expose the Navy's evil deeds. Look closely. Boa Hancock raised the corner of her mouth, pointed at Squirrel, and suddenly leaned back 180 degrees, looking at people through her nostrils. Squirrel fell silent on the spot, looking up at Carl in the sky with surprise. He didn't expect Carl to be so impulsive, and he didn't expect his explosive power to be on par with his own. Just a few days ago, during their skirmish, Carl was clearly weaker than him. Hancock shouted again, Squirrel Admiral, did you hear that? I want compensation. Otherwise, I will immediately expose what happened today. Squirrel replied, Are you robbing me? I can't decide this. I have to inform Admiral Sengoku. Finally, they were almost at the Sabaody archipelago. If it weren't for Hancock causing trouble, we could have been even faster. Squirrel complained. 3 days in the windless zone. Arriving at Sabaody tonight, returning to headquarters tomorrow morning. We could have arrived tonight, but all of it was slowed down by Hancock. The relationship between the 7 warlords and the Navy was already bad. Conflicts were common, but Hancock attacking directly was something he had never seen before. Carl didn't care. The speed didn't affect him. He just wanted to consolidate his strength. After facing Hancock's move, he knew he had just reached the threshold of Rear Admiral. Still a bit behind Hancock, his full-strength strike was easily blocked, and he definitely couldn't win. In the training room, the other Navy personnel had rested, but Carl was still training. His comrades joked, Carl, we're almost at Sabaody, and you're still training? You're too dedicated. I heard from the townspeople that you do 500 to 2,000 push-ups every day. Turns out it wasn't exaggerated. With talent and diligence, no wonder you could kill the Golden Lion. Carl smiled and replied, Stop teasing me. Killing the Golden Lion was just luck. I'm not as strong as Admiral Squirrel, but handling you guys is no problem. After saying that, he stopped training and prepared to eat, and his comrades all laughed. The atmosphere was very joyful. After repelling Hancock, many Navy personnel came to spar with Carl, but they were all defeated in an instant. No one on the ship could take even one of his moves unless they surrounded him with more than 10 people. Squirrel watched with delight and decided to keep Carl by his side until Carl had his own warship. Squirrel shouted, Carl, don't eat on the ship tonight. When we get to Sabaody, I'll treat you to a big meal. Carl's eyes lit up, and he touched his pocket with a wry smile. The bounty hasn't been given to me yet. I don't have a penny right now. Squirrel laughed heartily. Don't worry. Would I lack this little meal expense? I'll cover this meal. Carl immediately responded. It's a deal. Both of them laughed happily, but soon after, Squirrel couldn't laugh anymore. As night fell, look closely. In the largest bar in Sabaody, all the Navy personnel were drinking heavily, while Carl was eating fiercely by himself. He single-handedly consumed 20 servings of the signature dish without stopping, and then continued to show off. After Carl's strength increased, his appetite also skyrocketed, and he couldn't explain why. He only knew that the more he ate, the stronger he felt, so he couldn't stop. What did you just say? Shaki heard Carl's question, her eyes widening in disbelief. Their voices were not loud, but they drew the attention of those around them. A pirate arrogantly shouted, What are you poor folks still doing here? Hurry up and roll out. This is my territory. Our boss has a bounty of 130 million. If you're sensible, bow your head and admit your mistake, or you'll be dead. A group of people stood up to chase Carl away, but it annoyed Shocky. Carl glanced at Shocky and chuckled. It seems Mr. Rayleigh isn't here. Otherwise, they would have been chased away already. How about this? I'll help you chase them away. And you treat me to the best wine? Shocky nodded, and Carl lightly raised his hand to point. His withered wood, Sakura, 10, instantly flew out and was placed against the necks of the group. Choose one. Roll out to live, take one step forward to die. As soon as the words fell, the withered would directly pierce the leg of a nearby man, causing him to scream in pain. The man's face turned ugly, and he coldly snorted, "You're ruthless. A devil fruit user." He turned to leave, but was blocked by Carl with his knife. The man angrily shouted, "What do you want to do?" Carl pointed at the ground. "I said roll out." The man couldn't hold back and rushed up to fight. But Carl controlled Sakura 10 to pierce through his heart from behind, taking him out in an instant. Other pirates were scared and wanted to flee, but Carl didn't give them a chance. Shocky narrowed her eyes and reminded, "Killing here and attracting the Navy wouldn't be good." Carl, unconcerned, retracted his knife. "Do you recognize these two knives?" Shocky was about to say she didn't recognize them when her expression suddenly froze. Shocked, "You're the one who crushed the Golden Lion and captured Luffy, the Navy?" Carl grinned. "Not yet, but soon. Dealing with pirates here is no problem." Shocky instinctively took a step back in fear, and Carl sat down, tapping the table. "Where's the wine we agreed on?" "Coming right up." Shocky, having seen many storms, quickly regained her composure. Carl spoke, as expected of someone from the Rocks Pirates. "Your composure is quite extraordinary." Shocky was shocked inside. "Who exactly are you? What else do you know?" The name Rocks was known only to those from the previous era. Carl was only in his early 20s, so it was impossible for him to have heard of it. Carl laughed. "I know more than you think. If I say I'm a relative of Rocks, would you believe it?" Seeing Shocky's expressionless face, Carl laughed heartily, downing the wine in one go. "Just kidding. I heard about Rocks from the mouth of the dying Golden Lion. I'm very curious. What kind of background does the Rocks Pirates have that makes a big pirate like the Golden Lion think so highly of them?" "Look closely." The system suddenly chimed. Ding. Encountered Fire Fist Ace. God level choice triggered. 3 options appear before Carl, and without thinking, he selected option 1. Notify Squirrel to team up and capture Ace. Reward. Advance 1 level in hockey. The other 2 options were immediately passed. Who wants to be a coward? Who wants to join a pirate crew? Carl Fire Fist Ace. I announce your arrest in the name of the Navy. This shout attracted everyone's attention, and the civilians quickly ran home, with some even calling the Navy to report. Carl took out a signal flare and shot it into the sky. Ace's eyes widened. "You have reinforcements?" Carl looked at him like he was an idiot. Of course. Which Navy would come out alone? Except for the 3 admirals. Those 3 are monsters. Hearing Carl's complaint about the 3 admirals, Ace's mouth twitched, and taking a deep breath, he transformed into flames and tried to escape. "I'm not feeling well today. I'll come back another day to save my brother." He wasn't stupid. He knew that if there were reinforcements, it would be foolish to stubbornly fight here. Saving Luffy was important, but he couldn't afford to crash here. Carl shook his head and quickly chased after him. "Ace, I didn't say you could run." "Lion's might. Earth roll." As the words fell, the ground suddenly shook. Ace felt his feet leave the ground, and his whole body was lifted into the air. Carl manipulated his devil fruit powers to lift the ground, creating a storm. Ace, trapped inside, tried to elementally escape, but Carl used all his abilities, and he couldn't break free. You see, Carl's float fruit could not only control physical objects, but also the air, which was quite challenging. He deliberately mixed the soil and air together, creating a super strong whirlwind to trap Ace. Ace's fire would be extinguished as soon as it encountered such a whirlwind. And that was Carl's plan. Ace shouted angrily, "Bastard! I won't sit here and wait to die." Flames surged around him, illuminating a large part of Sabaody like a small sun, visible even from the harbor. "Flame Emperor, Great Flame Ring." Ace gasped, knowing that he had to use his big move to escape. Seeing his move being countered, Carl didn't waste time. He crossed his 2 knives, and the air currents surged wildly around them. "You want to unleash your big move? Then let's see who can make a bigger explosion." Lion's Might, Thousand Cut Valley. In an instant, 2 slashes wrapped in a storm were unleashed. While their power wasn't as strong as the Golden Lion at his peak, they were still incredibly fierce. Carl, expressionless, allowed a soft shout. With the addition of armament hockey and the rapid strike of his devil fruit ability, it directly hit Ace's chest, leaving a huge cross/mark. "You actually ambushed me?" Ace's face was filled with disbelief. Look closely. Carl smiled and walked up to the defenseless Ace. So what if it was an ambush? Winning is all that matters. He grabbed Ace's head and shouted to Squirrel, Admiral, do you have Seastone handcuffs? The flying squirrel gave him a glance. What nonsense. I brought them early. Saying that, he handcuffed Ace, leaving him completely helpless, and the two of them successfully escorted him back. The system notification immediately rang. Ding. Mission completed. 3-color hockey leveled up. After returning to the ship, Carl devoured food frantically. He was badly injured from the fight with Ace. To prevent Ace from escaping, he had to face Ace's ultimate move head-on. It looked like both sides were equally hurt, but Ace is a Logia-type user. Since he wasn't harmed by hockey, he was fine, just exhausted. Carl, however, had suffered serious injuries. After eating his fill, he collapsed and fell asleep. He fought the hardest and most seriously in this battle, giving it his all, but still couldn't take down Ace. He realized that his strength was still insufficient. When facing a true strong opponent, he still had to kneel. While eating, Carl was still pondering how to improve his strength aside for relying on the system. After thinking for a long time with no clues, he could only set it aside for now, but he gained confidence in his newly created moves. The move that severely injured Ace just now was his new creation. Although it wasn't perfect, its power was explosive and could also attach hockey, with great potential. Lost in thought, Carl fell asleep. On the other side, in the flying squirrel's dormitory, Ace and Luffy were locked in different corners, but could see each other. After contacting Sengoku, the flying squirrel realized that Ace was Luffy's brother. Completely bewildered, he went out to sea and caught both of Carp's grandsons, feeling utterly hopeless. What was even more infuriating was that these two had no sense of being prisoners at all. With Carl absent, Luffy became lively again, chatting with Ace as if no one was around. Ace, being carefree, didn't care where he was either. The flying squirrel was extremely frustrated but dared not do anything, as these two were Carp's grandsons and he couldn't provoke them. On the islands of Sabaody, Blackbeard grinned sinisterly. This new navy is really explosive. Even Ace has fallen. He thought to himself, how does his ability look so familiar? Is it the float fruit? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. If it's the float fruit, my target will be him. This ability is no worse than the quake fruit. Blackbeard laughed wildly, feeling elated. But in the office of the Marine headquarters, Carp's mood completely collapsed. His two grandsons were captured by the same person. Who could have imagined that? On a sunny day, the fleet of Flying Squirrel finally returned to the Marine headquarters after a journey of a little over 10 days from the EC. The people responsible for escorting Ace and Luffy first went to find the impelled-down personnel to hand over their prisoners. The rest lined up, returned to the military camp, and then dispersed, waiting for the next mission. As for Carl, you bring the corpse of the Golden Lion and follow me. After returning to the Marine headquarters, the Flying Squirrel became serious. He was no longer as easygoing as he had been on the ship. After all, as a vice admiral, he needed to maintain a certain level of authority. While on the ship with his soldiers, there was no need to be overly serious. However, at the Marine headquarters, he had to uphold his dignity. If a Marine vice admiral had no prestige, no one would listen to him, even the soldiers following him. Pay attention. Carl followed closely behind the Flying Squirrel, curiously observing the Marine headquarters. He had only seen it in anime during the Marineford War in his previous life, but seeing it in person was far more spectacular. Walking from the port to the headquarters building, passing by the armory, training grounds, and barracks, he was extremely curious. But he had things to do and couldn't wander around. Suddenly, an uncle approached with a smile, smoking a cigar, dressed in a dark brown suit and a naval coat. So this is Carl? Really sturdy. The float fruit is so convenient. This uncle was very kind and unpretentious, with a prominent chin and beard, making a great first impression on Carl. The Flying Squirrel introduced. This is Vice Admiral Fire Mountain, a tough guy among the old vice admirals, stronger than me. Carl's eyes lit up, blinking. How about we have a duel? Fire Mountain laughed heartily. You're a funny kid, but someone has already reserved me. You give me the corpse of the Golden Lion, and I'll handle the paperwork while you go up to receive your commendation. Carl nodded, releasing his ability and placing the coffin on the ground. Fire Mountain single-handedly lifted it and walked away. The Flying Squirrel's face instantly darkened. What is coming cannot be avoided. Carl scratched his head, not hearing clearly. The Flying Squirrel only said, just follow me. Upon entering the headquarters building, Carl immediately felt a wave of intense gazes. Some were envious, some were jealous. But mostly it was curiosity. Everyone wanted to see who this lucky guy was who defeated the Golden Lion and obtained the float fruit. The matter of the float fruit was no longer a secret. It was too strong to be hidden, and some even fantasized about what it would be like to have this ability. Carl, with his observation hockey at a proficient level, could sense these gazes, but he had long since gotten used to it. Ever since he was rescued 5 years ago, he had often been the center of attention. He flashed a big smile, greeting the people around him, indifferent to their emotions. Carp walked up to Carl with a big smile, patting him on the shoulder with such force that Carl nearly lost his balance. Among the three admirals, aside from Sakazuki, the other two couldn't help but laugh. Everyone in the Navy knew about Carl capturing Carp's two grandsons, and the three admirals were no exception. Such a fierce navy was truly rare. Carp grinned, staring at Carl, shouting, "Sengoku, do it as I say. Let me fight him. I want to test this kid's strength to see if it's enough for you to treat him as an exception." Before Sengoku and Carl could speak, the flying squirrel stepped forward. "Sengoku, this might not be appropriate. Carl is still a rookie and hasn't formally joined yet." Carp's smile grew brighter. "Are you trying to say I'm seeking personal revenge? Congratulations, you're correct." The flying squirrel was left speechless, only able to seek help from Sengoku. But Sengoku didn't help him. He walked up to Carl and quietly said, "Treasure this opportunity. Carp isn't someone who just gives pointers to anyone." "Understood. I will cherish this opportunity." Carl also smiled, showing no signs of fear. "Pay attention." The flying squirrel saw that Carl agreed to fight Carp and exclaimed in shock, "Carl, are you crazy?" Carl shook his head in response. "Don't worry, Vice Admiral. I know Carp is strong, but I want to die. I just want to see how explosive the top man of the Navy really is." Saying that, he put on a passionate demeanor, his eyes carrying a hint of madness. Though it was partly an act, he genuinely wanted to test the gap between himself and the top. Carp laughed heartily. "Your gaze is acceptable. Follow me. The training ground is waiting for you." Moments later, on the training ground, Carl and Carp faced off, surrounded by Navy personnel, with Sengoku and the three admirals present. Some were discussing, "How many moves do you think he can last against Carp? I bet he'll be defeated in one move." "Don't be ridiculous. He defeated the Golden Lion and captured Luffy and Ace. That was just a lucky break." Ace was caught together with a flying squirrel. Suddenly someone shouted, "I'm a messenger from the flying squirrel. He even repelled the Empress." Everyone was shocked. The Empress was repelled by him? Impossible. All these words floated into Sengoku and the three admirals' ears. Only they knew about Carl repelling the Empress and hadn't intended to publicize it, but now it raised expectations. Sengoku suddenly asked the three admirals, "What do you think? How long can Carl last against Carp?" Kazan lazily replied, "Oh, there's no suspense here. There's nothing to compare. Kid, do you know what you're doing?" Carp squinted at Carl, but Carl didn't care at all, focusing on controlling his abilities. The air currents swirled violently, clouds gathered, and the storm's embryonic form appeared directly. Carp stepped lightly to descend, but suddenly two weapons attacked, forcing him back. Carp didn't expect this move. The Navy cloak was torn open, and he was instantly displeased. He hadn't gone all out, not even activating his observation hockey. And didn't notice where the weapons came from. Carp snorted coldly. "Kid, do you think two weapons can hold me back?" "Too naive." Carl chuckled lightly. "You're mistaken. Vice Admiral Carp, what is holding you back is not me, but yourself. You underestimated me. Otherwise, I would have been defeated long ago." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire scene was stunned. The next second, the training ground directly shattered into pieces. Carp sensed something was off and wanted to return to the ground, but found his body uncontrollable. Surrounding air currents surged, and the powerful airflow turned back, pulling him into the sky. At this moment, the clouds were extremely thick, and thunder could still be heard. Carp shouted, "This is a hurricane combined with a thunderstorm? You kid can actually control the weather." Although caught in the storm, Carp didn't panic. His physical condition was at its peak, and his whole body was wrapped in armament hockey. This level of storm couldn't harm him at all. Pay attention. Although Carp is enduring the greatest pressure at the center of the storm, he can't break free for the moment and can only be swept into the thunderstorm by the storm. Call shouts, "Senior Carp, don't joke around. I've already observed the weather and am just waiting for you to throw yourself into the net." Upon hearing this, Sengoku and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. They thought Carl would be brutally defeated by Carp, but turns out Carl had a plan all along, directly making Carp suffer a setback. Even Akaina didn't anticipate this twist. Sengoku feels extremely pleased. This kid is a battle maniac with brains. The Navy hasn't had such a good seedling in a long time. It doesn't matter if Carp loses face. He has thick skin. But Carl, as potential exploded in public, and everyone's evaluation of him skyrocketed. Even the weasel who had been with Call is left speechless in shock. Boom! Thunder roars as Carp is swept into the thunderstorm area by the air currents. Call, however, is drenched in sweat, clearly having pushed his abilities to the limit. This is already his ceiling. Sengoku shouts, "It's a draw." Call, stop. Call immediately cancels his ability, and the massive air current instantly dissipates, blowing the weaker Navy troops around. He gasps for breath and asks, "Marshal Sengoku, am I qualified now?" Sengoku smiles, very satisfied. "I discussed it with Vice Admiral Tsu, and you are officially joining the Navy with the rank of Colonel. It's a special admission, but for now, you need to report. New recruit Call. Rank of Colonel. This is the assignment order. Please verify, sir." Rear Admiral Pisa, stationed at Sabaody, enthusiastically pulls Call into the office. "Haha, you're Colonel Call. That's great." Then he starts rambling. "My name is Pisa, not the food pizza, but sounds similar, and I love eating pizza." Call, SI twitches. Feeling this person in charge is unreliable. Talking about pizza the whole time, even explaining how to make it delicious. Call is directly speechless. Call interrupts. "Admiral Pisa, is there anything else?" Pisa scratches his bald head and laughs. "Sorry. Once I start talking about pizza, I can't stop. It's just my habit. I love to eat. Now, let us get serious. I'm Rear Admiral Pisa, the person in charge of Sabaody. You'll need to familiarize yourself with the situation here. With your talent, you won't be staying here long, so don't run around. Among the people here, there are some we can't afford to offend." Call asks, "Is it the Celestial Dragons?" He really can't understand how such scum can. Pisa immediately covers his mouth, looks around the door to confirm no one is there, and then relaxes. "Kid, you have a bright future ahead. Don't ruin it because of the Celestial Dragons. Marshal Sengoku put you here to protect you from the Celestial Dragons. Half of my subordinates are dogs of the Celestial Dragons. If this is overheard, it'll definitely be reported, so you must be cautious. I understand, but I still have one question. Ask away, I'll answer anything. Pay attention." Call squints and quietly asks, "For what the Admiral means, you also don't like the Celestial Dragons, so why are you staying here?" Pisa laughs, turns around, and takes out a stack of berries from the drawer. "Because of the money. These beasts don't have anything else, but they have plenty of berries. If they give me money, I'll act like a dog. If not, what are they to me?" Bah. Call immediately understands. Pisa's purpose here is very simple. It's all about the Celestial Dragon's berries. He quickly realizes that this person is probably sent by Sengoku to monitor the Celestial Dragons. Don't be fooled by the Celestial Dragons calling themselves gods. The Navy is not on their side at all, except for a few willing to be dogs. The other Navy personnel hate the Celestial Dragons, but dare not speak out. The location of Sabaody is special, with many pirates, and the Celestial Dragons treat it like their backyard. So Sengoku must send capable people to keep an eye on them. Pisa hands over the berries. "That's all. Take this stack of berries. It's not much, just a gift for meeting you." Call smiles and accepts. "Then I want to be polite." On the other side, Pisa returns to the stunned colonel and pats him on the shoulder. "Don't just stand there. Wake up the other Navy and prepare for a party tonight." The colonel breathes a sigh of relief. He didn't expect Call to be so averse to bad talk, and today he has seen a glimpse of his iceberg-like strength. Quite frightening. Pisa is even more shocked. Just from a look from Call, he steps back. This aura is something he doesn't possess. No wonder he is called a monster genius by headquarters. "Don't cause any trouble here. Otherwise, I'll be in trouble." He is distressed, knowing that his subordinates are stronger than himself and hard to manage, and it's easy for them to cause trouble. He needs to quickly find a way to arrange a position for Call to keep him settled. After all, everyone in the Navy knows Call's reputation as a battle maniac. "Xiachi, I'm back again. Same as before. Bring out the signature." Call comes out not only to relax, but also to look for Rayleigh. Heading straight to Xiachi's bar. But after scanning around, he finds no one but himself and Xiachi, and Rayleigh is not there, leaving Call a bit disappointed. Xiachi coldly hands him a glass of cold water, and Call is displeased. Is this looking down on people? Look at my military uniform. I have money now. Saying this, he slams a stack of berries on the table. Is this enough for a good bottle of wine and some snacks? Xiachi counts. 300,000 berries. That's enough. She is a bit surprised. Call just became a Navy and already has so much money. Call urges. If it's enough, then go get busy. I'll wait here, and by the way, wait for Rayleigh. Xiachi says, the wine and snacks will be here soon, but Rayleigh is not in. Call suppresses a laugh. No, he'll be back soon. I heard he's at the slave market trying to sell himself. To be honest, He can't understand Rayleigh's strange habit of selling himself. Although he does it for money, it seems strange no matter how you look at it. It's really quite funny. Pay attention. Xiaqi holds her forehead, utterly speechless. She knows Rayleigh loves to gamble and sell himself. But she didn't expect this quirk to be known by outsiders. It's simply humiliating, and she doesn't want to respond. After a while, Xiaqi brings out the wine and snacks, but the amount is pitiful. There's only a small bottle of wine. And Call directly retorts, "This is definitely a black shop. If it weren't for Rayleigh backing you, you would have been torn down long ago." Xiaqi replies, "That is none of your business. I don't rely on this to make a living." Call presses, "Yes, yes, yes, I know you sell information. Do you have any latest news about the four emperors?" Xiaqi sneers, staring at him. "You already know the latest news, don't you? After all, you personally captured Ace from Whitebeard's pirate crew." Whitebeard is furious and wishes he could tear you apart. But after staring for a long time, she doesn't see Call show even a hint of fear, making her feel bored. Suddenly, someone bursts into laughter. "Haha, coming to drink, and can still hear. Such interesting news. You know a lot about Rox and Roger's crew, huh? Navy brat." A large, dirty man walks over, swaggering and sitting between Call and Rayleigh. "I'm Blackbeard Teach, the future pirate king. Ha ha ha." He shouts for Xiaqi to get him some drinks. And Xiaqi squints her eyes and complies. Blackbeard, who betrayed his companions and defected from Whitebeard's crew, has already made a name for himself across the seas. And Whitebeard has vowed to send him to hell. Rayleigh's also curious. "Teach, what are you doing here? There are so many people in Sabaody. Aren't you afraid of Whitebeard coming after you?" Teach laughs maniacally. "What is there to be afraid of that old man? I'll be a warlord soon. Why should I fear him?" This arrogance displeases Rayleigh. What a loathsome, ambitious man. Teach stops laughing, his gaze intensely fixed on Call like a beast stalking its prey, filled with killing intent. But he doesn't make a move. He knows this is Rayleigh's territory and doesn't want to offend both the Navy and Rayleigh at the same time, especially since he'll soon become a warlord. Teach tries to ease the atmosphere. "Don't just sit there. You guys keep chatting, I'll just listen." But Rayleigh stands up. "Ace's identity and the matter of Rock's crew have nothing to do with me." Saying this, he walks away, clearly afraid of losing control and wanting to save someone. Seeing Rayleigh leave, Teach grins, revealing his missing teeth. "Ha, now that Rayleigh is gone, shall we have a chat?" Call retorts, "Haha, I have nothing to say to a pirate like you. Even if you become a warlord, it won't matter. Sooner or later, this system will be abolished, and you'll still be a wanted criminal." He doesn't want to deal with Teach. This guy is extremely troublesome, and moreover, he has already achieved his goal. The news about Ace being Roger's son has already let Teach know. With Teach's nature, it won't be long before the Navy and the world will know, and he will take the credit for himself. Ha ha ha, what an interesting brat. It seems he deliberately leaked this information to me for me to spread. However, this is better. The plan that he couldn't implement before can now be carried out. It's like the heavens are helping me. Ha ha ha. Look, Teach walked out of the bar, laughing wildly, attracting the attention of those around him. Van Oka raised his gun and aimed at Carl, licking his lips and asking, "Captain, should we make a move?" Teach shook his head, pushing his gun down. "What's the rush? We're about to become the 7 warlords. No need to clash with the Navy. I have even more explosive news now. Once it spreads, the world government and the Navy will definitely be unable to sit still. Let's go." Next stop, the Navy headquarters. A week later, the sea was in an uproar. News that Ace is the son of Roger spread like wildfire. And even the fact that he is Carp's grandson was uncovered. What's even more outrageous is that Ace is still the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, which means he is also the son of Whitebeard. This way, Carp directly became the father of both Roger and Whitebeard. This explosive news, no matter how much the Navy tries to suppress it, spread throughout the sea in just a week. After all, gossip spreads fast. Once 10 people know, 1,000 will know the next day. In 7 days to spread, it is considered slow. However, what's funny is that everyone is mocking Carp for taking advantage of 2 big shots, and instead, the core fact that Ace is Roger's son got diluted. But the high-ranking officials of the Navy, the world government, Whitebeard, and the remnants of Roger's crew haven't forgotten this matter. And the one spreading the news is none other than the Blackbeard Pirates. Teach, wanting to boost his notoriety, directly gave the news to Morgans and even spent money to make it widely known. Morgans didn't disappoint, not only spreading it, but also specifically labeling it as an exclusive provided by the warlord Blackbeard Teach. For an ambitious person like Teach, the bigger the fame, the more benefits he can reap, directly claiming the news he heard from Carl as his own. Carl was extremely satisfied with this. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Now, apart from Rayleigh, Shaki, and Teach, no one knows it was him who released the news. Teach's reputation is booming right now, and even if someone clarifies it, no one would believe it. Carl sat in Shaki's bar, leisurely drinking, not worried at all. He had become a regular. Just come and have a drink and sit for an afternoon. With no trouble in sobriety, he didn't need to take action. And Pizza was happy for him to stay here. Since the bar was remote, the Celestial Dragons wouldn't come, making it very safe. Shaki couldn't help but ask, "What exactly do you want to do? What benefits do you get from spreading this news?" The Navy headquarters is in chaos, and the pirates are in an uproar. Whitebeard is even about to declare war on the Navy to seize Ace. Is this the situation you want to see? Carl took a sip of his drink and smiled. Shaki, don't you see? This direction is exactly what I want. Shaki frowned. You're really insane. Carl raised his glass and clinked it in the air. Thanks for the compliment. That's right, I want to replicate the Marineford War. Only in this way can I trigger the selection system, and then I can crush Whitebeard and obtain his powers. Execution day? Pay attention. Carl was shocked. 3 months later? Isn't that too long? Isn't the Navy and the world government afraid of unexpected events? Although I'm happy for the decisive battle, 3 months has too many variables. And Whitebeard has plenty of time to rescue people. Rayleigh snorted coldly. Kid, don't underestimate the Navy and Whitebeard. The Navy will definitely take strict precautions, even relocating Ace. You've been in the Navy for less than a month. You don't understand as much as I do as a pirate. And as for Whitebeard, he took a sip of his drink and continued. He is the strongest in the world. How could he possibly raid a prison? Carl questioned. How do you know this information that I don't know so early? Rayleigh pulled out a crumpled newspaper from under his, but the Navy has been promoting it all morning. You've been hanging out here at Shaki's every day, and without a snail phone, who would specifically come to notify you? Carl wasn't angered by the mockery. After reading the newspaper and finding it matched what Rayleigh said, he asked, Aren't you old folks planning to rescue Ace? P.S. Roger's son. Rayleigh sneered. Discussing a prison break in front of the Navy? Do you take me for a fool? Only then did Carl realize, if Rayleigh wanted to rescue him, he wouldn't say it in front of him. Carl stood up. The drink is finished. I should be going. If Rayleigh wants to take action, he should do it soon. Who knows when I might be reassigned. And then you won't have the chance. See you tomorrow. He left the bar with a wild laugh. As the laughter faded away, Rayleigh's expression shifted from calm to furious. His eyes filled with killing intent. Shaki advised, I understand you, but you have to endure. Offending the Navy doesn't bring any benefits. Rayleigh nodded. I haven't contacted my old buddies yet. The prison break plan has to be shelved. The Navy will definitely relocate Ace. The plan needs to be redone. And perhaps the war, 3 months from now, will be the opportunity. His eyes sparkled with brilliance as he downed his drink. Shaki stroked his chin. Luffy and Ace are both Carp's grandsons. Maybe Luffy can provide a clue. Should we tell Carp the truth? Rayleigh countered. What for? To have him kill Carl? Don't forget, only Ace is being executed. They have no blood relation, unless... The two exchanged glances and simultaneously shouted, unless both Luffy and Ace are executed together. Rayleigh laughed heartily. Exactly. Only when both grandsons are to be executed would that old man Carp take action. Next up, the auction's grand finale, the mermaid from Fishman Island. The auctioneer shouted as the curtain rose. A mermaid was trapped in a glass box, tearful and pitiful, making one want to rescue her. The gentleman present immediately went wild. I bid 1 billion berries. I bid 13 billion. I bid 15 billion. 20 billion berries. Pay attention. The auction went completely crazy. In a moment, the bidding soared to over 20 billion and was still rising. A man in the corner shook his head. A bunch of greedy fools. The fishmen are too miserable. Every time they come, they get auctioned off, but human slaves don't get captured. Is it that hard to catch humans? This man is Carl, dressed in plain clothes, wearing a mask, and wrapped in a black scarf. No one recognized him. The auction requires a deposit to enter, and Pizza couldn't stop him. He just brought a regular iron knife. Who could connect him to a Navy colonel? Carl came here only to encounter a devil fruit. He wanted to see if he could eat another one to increase his strength. But after 5 days, he had saved 4 fishmen and hadn't even seen a shadow of a fruit. He sighed. I've saved 4 times already, what's one more? He leaned back and waited for the end of the rescue, hating the slave traders. Saving one is better than none. Suddenly, a disgusting voice came from the entrance. 1 billion. This fishwoman belongs to me. It was a celestial dragon. Carl understood. No wonder Pizza was patrolling. It turns out a celestial dragon had come. The venue instantly fell silent. The celestial dragons have absolute power. Resisting means death. No one dared to raise their bids. The person in charge announced the result tremblingly, sending the fishwoman over. The celestial dragon was excited. She's even prettier than the offerings from the commoners. He turned to leave. The person in charge asked for the money, but the celestial dragon ignored him. A man in black directly fired a gun, blood splattering on the auctioneer's forehead. The man in black sneered, "You lowly scum, this is your payment." Then they followed the celestial dragon out. After they all left, Thank you for saving me. Masked hero. On the deserted beach, the rescued mermaid timidly expressed her gratitude to Carl. However, her title surprised Carl a bit. Masked hero? What is this? Carl looked bewildered, completely unaware of when he gained this title. The mermaid shyly explained, her face slightly red. Masked hero. Your recent deeds of rescuing my kin have spread throughout Fishman Island. I just wanted to come here to see you, but unexpectedly got caught by the slave traders. At this point, the mermaid's face turned even redder, clearly indicating that it was her own fault. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been captured. Carl didn't say anything, just gently ruffled her hair and then smiled. It's okay, as long as you're safe now. But I advise you not to come here. If I hadn't been here today, you would have truly become a slave. I understand, masked hero. I will stay at home obediently and will never come out again. Pay attention. The mermaid suddenly asked, Can I ask, are you a human or a fishman? Why do you save us? Carl chuckled, stroking her hair. Of course, I am human, but I do not discriminate against any race. In my eyes, everyone can live in peace, except for the celestial dragons. As soon as he mentioned the celestial dragons, his tone immediately turned somber. The mermaid shrank back, nodded, and said, I understand. I wanted to chat with you a bit longer, but I have to go back. My family must be worried. Thank you. After saying that, she leaped into the sea, and the mermaid moved incredibly fast in the water, disappearing from Carl's observation hockey in an instant. Carl glanced at the nearby area. Many Navy soldiers were searching for the killer of the celestial dragons. He didn't linger and turned to leave. After returning to his room, Carl used his powers to destroy all the tools used for the crime. His clothes and iron sword turned to dust. Even if someone suspected him, they wouldn't find any evidence. Just as he finished putting on his clothes, he heard Pizarro calling him. Carl responded, and when he stepped outside, he saw Pizarro looking very serious. Carl asked, What's wrong, Major General? Why so serious? What happened? Pizarro said urgently, Big news. A celestial dragon was killed at the auction house entrance. You've been in your room all afternoon, haven't you? Carl shrugged, feigning innocence. What do you mean by that? Where would I go if I stayed in my room? I have no grievances with the celestial dragons. I would specifically look for trouble with him, would I? Seeing Carl deny it, Pizarro sighed in relief and patted his shoulder. That's good. This incident is my negligence. I'm being demoted by the higher-ups and will have to return to headquarters for punishment. Your transfer order hasn't arrived yet, so please don't wander around before the new commander comes. The person replacing me isn't as easy to talk to as I am. Carl suddenly felt a sense of respect. He didn't expect that killing a celestial dragon would lead to Pizarro being demoted. This was completely beyond his expectations. After sending Pizarro away, Carl finally breathed a sigh of relief and understood why the masked hero's reputation had risen so quickly. It was all thanks to the slave traders. After being thwarted by Carl twice, the slave traders went crazy promoting him as the mummy who robbed slave traders, causing their peers to take detours. The slaves, however, regarded him as a hero, and with the killing of the celestial dragon today, the legend of the masked hero would spread throughout Sabaody. Carl scoffed, Unbelievable. The slave traders are even helping me promote. Unfortunately, this identity can't be used after killing a celestial dragon. I have to lay low. In truth, he wasn't a hero at all. He did this just to make things difficult for the slave traders and couldn't save all the slaves. He could only apologize in his heart to the slaves who hoped to be rescued. Meanwhile, inside the Navy base, a man in a pink coat descended from the air in front of Pizarro. Who are you? This is a Navy base. What are you doing here? Look closely. Don Quixote Doflamingo laughed ominously. I am the warlord Don Quixote Doflamingo. I'm here to take the body of the celestial dragon. If you know what's good for you, step aside. Otherwise, bear the consequences. Pizarro stood firm. No way. I'm still the commander. Without Sengoku's orders, no one can take it. All Navy soldiers, take aim and prepare to fire. If you want to die, don't blame me. Doflamingo crossed his arms, and in an instant, blood surged wildly throughout the venue. The Navy soldiers all suffered deep wounds, while Pizarro barely managed to withstand it with his hockey, but he still received several shallow cuts. Pizarro shouted angrily, Bastard! Even if you're that strong, don't think you can run wild on the Navy's territory. Doflamingo, D. Though he was heavily injured, he charged forward. His hockey-infused fist aimed directly at Doflamingo's face. Doflamingo sneered. Hee. You talk too much trash. He raised his hand and shot out invisible threads. Pizarro, sensing the warning from his observation hockey, tried to dodge, but his body couldn't move at all and could only close his eyes and accept his fate. Suddenly, a loud metallic crash sounded, and he felt his body fly. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in a room. Carl had saved him. It turned out that Carl wanted to catch up on sleep, but rushed over when he heard the sounds of fighting outside. Next comes the high-energy part. The air was filled with the sounds of clashing. Carl wielded a Deadwood sword and Sakura tin, both blades enveloped in hockey, and engaged in a fierce battle with Doflamingo. He activated the Float fruit, reducing the air resistance on his blades to near zero, maximizing the speed of each strike, and making the blades even sharper. He could also use the fruit to create blade waves. Although he didn't have hockey, he could still perform a two-layer attack if the opponent blocked the first layer. The second would come immediately. The opponent would have to expend more energy to defend. If it weren't for Carp or an Emperor-level opponent, they would definitely be taught a lesson. Doflamingo was also strong. Most mid-ranking generals wouldn't be able to defeat him, and he handled Carl's attacks with ease. His smile unchanged. Doflamingo mocked. Is this all the new Navy Star has? You must be faking your kill of the Golden Lion. Carl retorted. The rumors are true. I got lucky and killed the Golden Lion, but taking care of you, this bottom-tier warlord, is more than enough. Doflamingo's expression slightly changed, but he quickly suppressed his anger. He was extremely calm and wouldn't be provoked. To win, he still needed hard power. If your strength is just like this, then die. Superstring whip. Look closely. Doflamingo's figure flickered, instantly closing the distance to Carl. A thick white line wrapped in multiple threads lashed toward Carl. Carl remained unfazed, raising his dual swords, and a powerful storm suddenly erupted around him. Underestimating me will come at a price. Lioness Might, Thousand Cuts Valley. The storm-wrapped slash collided with Doflamingo's attack, and with a boom, the entire venue was blown apart. The Navy base's courtyard was directly flattened. The Navy present couldn't intervene at all. Even Pizarro had to hide in a safe area, fearing being caught in the crossfire. Moments later, when the wind and sand settled, Carl and Doflamingo were suspended in the air. Neither injured. The earlier clash had resulted in a tie. Doflamingo laughed ominously. A swordsman's swordsmanship combined with the Float fruit has such power. It reminds me of the Golden Lion's rampage in Marineford. To prevent you from becoming the next Golden Lion, I have to crush you first. Doflamingo believed in the survival of the fittest and wouldn't leave a potential troublemaker. Carl's potential was evident, and the Float fruit had once been used by the Golden Lion to unleash world-destroying power. He couldn't afford to be careless. Once Doflamingo's breath completely faded, Carl finally relaxed and sheathed his sword. He glanced around. The Navy Square was a scene of devastation, buildings completely destroyed. In just a few minutes of fighting, the destruction was immense. Soon, a colonel who had a good relationship with Carl rushed out. Colonel Carl, thank you. Without you, we would all be finished. Other Navy soldiers also expressed their gratitude, even if they were injured. Pizarro, wrapped in bandages, looked a bit better. Colonel Carl, you're amazing. Without you, we wouldn't survive, and the Celestial Dragon's body would have been taken. Although the Celestial Dragon is trash, this concerns the Navy's face. The Knight Yasha is too arrogant. Your actions directly slap them in the face, and I'll definitely brag about you to the Marshal when I return to headquarters. Carl scratched his head in confusion. Why does Doflamingo want to steal the body? Is the Celestial Dragon's body that important? Is he going to do human research? Pizarro laughed heartily. Your thought process. The Knight Yasha just wants to blackmail the Five Elders. It's not the first time he has done this. When the warlords first debuted, he robbed before, and the Five Elders were extorted for a large sum of berries back then. Carl snorted. So he is a habitual offender. What a disgrace. Pizarro patted his shoulder. This time it's all thanks to you. Who would have thought Doflamingo would be doing business in Sabaody during this time? He just happened to steal the body again, and we can only say we're too unlucky. Just as he finished speaking, a lewd voice emerged from behind. Oh dear, so you're saying you're really unlucky? Many Navy soldiers were startled on the spot. Look closely. Carl and Pizarro both became alert, turning to look at the source of the voice. They hadn't even noticed someone approaching. Carl had just finished fighting and had relaxed, not even activating his observation hockey, and was shocked when he heard the noise. But when he saw that the newcomer was Admiral Borsellino, he breathed a sigh of relief. He silently vowed, in the future, I can't relax after a fight. Otherwise, I want to even know if someone sneaks up on me. It's too dangerous. Then he saluted Borsellino. Welcome, Admiral Borsellino. What brings you here? Borsellino teased. Oh, weren't you the ones who called me for support? I'm here. Where's the enemy? Did they run away or get crushed? On the other side, Sengoku was speaking to the Den Mushi, Colonel Carl. Thank you for your hard work at the Sabaody base for these 5 days. However, your colonel rank can't hold this position. The appointment order has been sent out, and the new commander will arrive soon. Prepare for the handover and do well under her command. You're still a bit short of the rank of Brigadier General. Keep it up. Kong quickly replied. Thank you, Marshal Sengoku, for your kindness. I will definitely not disappoint your expectations and will work hard to accumulate enough achievements to be promoted to Rear Admiral. Sengoku was extremely excited and hung up the phone. Turning to Pagliusolino and Pika, observe Carl for 5 days. He is incredibly responsible. He personally leads soldiers to repair the base, expand the patrol area, and has captured a bunch of slave traders and pirates. What achievements are those for a colonel? This kid has the potential to be a leader. He is truly a talent that I value. It turns out that Sengoku had not been idle during these 5 days, using his highest authority to observe Carl and assess his command level. However, the Chambord Archipelago must have a rear admiral or higher in charge. So a new commander had to be dispatched today. Pagliusolino also said, I thought at first glance that he had explosive potential. The second time I saw him, he repelled the Night Demon. This kid is only 20 years old, and he's so powerful. Pika agreed. That's right. Not only does he have potential, but he's also young. Sengoku looked at Pika. You are old now and have seen many monsters rise. You have been in confinement for 5 days. How do you choose now? If you want to return to Chambord, your rank will be lowered to Rear Admiral to assist Peach Rabbit. If you don't want a demotion, go to Zifa to train new recruits. These 2 choices are the best. The new world is too dangerous, and your body can't take it. Pika sighed. I'll go train new recruits. Sengoku nodded, wrote the transfer order for him, and reminded, notify Peach Rabbit before you leave, so she can hurry and not be late. She's becoming lazier and more unruly with Crane. Pika smiled helplessly and turned to leave the marshal's office. After Pika left, Sengoku turned his attention to Pagliusolino. So, has Ace been transferred to the secret prison? Kazan is on his way and will arrive soon. However, I haven't gathered any information from Whitebeard's side about their plans to rescue him. Instead, there seems to be another pirate crew, seemingly incited by someone, declaring their intention to overthrow Impel Down. At this point, Pagliusolino's expression became a bit strange. What pirate crew? So bold? Pay attention. Sengoku was stunned. This was the first time he had seen a pirate crew that dared to be so reckless. Pagliusolino sighed. It's the remnants of the Straw Hat Pirates. Meanwhile, on the warship, someone shouted, Peach Rabbit, we're almost at Chambord. Please prepare. The woman known as Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit replied, I know, don't rush me. This isn't my first time being the base commander. She was over 2 meters tall, with attention-grabbing long legs, took off her sunglasses, got up from the lounge chair, walked to the bow of the ship with binoculars, and spotted the welcoming party at the port, with Carl at the front, curious. Is this to welcome me? Peach Rabbit muttered. This is the first time I've been welcomed like this when entering a naval base. In the past, when I went to other places, the commanders all hoped I would leave quickly, fearing I would seize power. I don't care about the small places, but this attitude is different. You have to know, Peach Rabbit is a candidate for Admiral. Beautiful as a flower, her strength rivals that of veteran Rear Admirals, and she is not yet 30. Give her another 5 to 10 years, and she will definitely be able to become an Admiral and carry the Navy's flag. She was once a top star among the Navy's new recruits, but in terms of potential, she is still slightly weaker than Carl. After all, she is a few years older than him. Nearby, the Navy spoke of Carl, their eyebrows dancing with excitement. Peach Rabbit, you don't know. He's a new colonel who has been in the Navy for less than a month, with achievements too numerous to count. As the warship was about to dock, he recounted all of Carl's deeds, clearly a die-hard fan of Carl, not missing any details. Peach Rabbit raised an eyebrow. I see. No wonder Sengoku asked me to take good care of him. But is he really that impressive? I couldn't win against Doflamingo. Even Hancock couldn't guarantee a win. Yet he managed to repel 2 warlords of the sea by himself. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? The Navy quickly replied, though Hancock had the weasel backing her. The actual battle was with Carl. That time with Doflamingo, thousands witnessed it in Chambord. You also know the combat power here. Besides Carl, no one can withstand a move under the Night Demon. However, compared to you, he is still a bit lacking. This praise made Peach Rabbit extremely happy. She ordered, stop the ship. Everyone disembark with me. When Carl saw Peach Rabbit arrive, he squinted and shouted, "Salute! Welcome Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit." Instantly, cheers erupted wave after wave, and the ceremony was grand. If it were during the day, the scene would have been even more spectacular. There was even a hint of Conqueror's Hockey, which was truly unexpected. Peach Rabbit's expression turned a bit ugly. She had not heard of Carl possessing Conqueror's Hockey, as others did not intentionally spread such news. Pay attention. Although Sengoku and the higher-ups knew Carl had Conqueror's Hockey, they wouldn't deliberately spread it. While having Conqueror's Hockey is good, it is not necessary for everyone to know. Most strong figures who dominate the New World possess it, making it not particularly rare. And the Navy didn't take it seriously. Peach Rabbit, who generally did not like to inquire, never asked about it, so naturally, no one told her, resulting in her being caught off guard upon meeting Carl for the first time. Though her aura was strong, most people couldn't withstand it, but Conqueror's Hockey directly overwhelmed her, which was an innate advantage that Peach Rabbit had no way to counter. Peach Rabbit snorted. "This time, I'll consider it your win. Here, my appointment order. Is it now in accordance with the procedure?" Seeing that she couldn't overpower him, she simply took a step back. Carl glanced at the appointment order and returned it, making way and shouting, "Welcome Commander Peach Rabbit of the Chambord Navy Branch." Instantly, cheers erupted again, only stopping once Peach Rabbit entered the base. This treatment made Peach Rabbit immensely enjoy herself. It was the first time she was welcomed like this. Regardless of whether it was sincere or not, she was happy for now. Someone asked Peach Rabbit, "Ma'am, do you have any instruction for tonight?" Peach Rabbit sat at the table. "Forget it for tonight. It's too late. Let them disperse and rest. Tomorrow morning, we'll follow formal standards. No one can be late." Her subordinates received the order and conveyed it. Not long after, a handsome man entered without knocking. Peach Rabbit angrily shouted, "Who is it? You enter my office without knocking?" But upon seeing it was Carl, she froze for a second, then deflated, not getting angry anymore. Carl directly handed over documents. "I'm here to report on the matters of these 5 days. Here are the organized documents, information on the captured traffickers, places needing repairs." He rattled off everything he had done over the 5 days. He had accomplished so much, and many achievements hadn't been reported, effectively giving them all to Peach Rabbit. To Carl, these achievements were nothing. Given his current strength, he could capture 2 pirates in a day and earn back that much. He wasn't a temporary commander anymore, nor did he need to guard the base and stare blankly every day. After Carl finished speaking, Peach Rabbit yawned and casually asked, "Did you do all this in 5 days? Isn't it a bit too much?" Carl replied, "Is this too much? I didn't even do my utmost. If it weren't for repairing the Navy complex wasting time, these pirates and traffickers." "Carl, you bastard. I said yesterday that all Navy personnel should assemble, yet you dared to ignore my orders and even went drinking. Do you even see me as your superior?" Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit had learned through other Navy personnel that the bar Carl often visited was Shaki's bar. She gave up on training those Navy personnel and specifically ran over to catch him. Yesterday, Carl had left an impression on her as a hard-working, responsible naval rising star. But after arriving here this morning and seeing Carl drinking, her impression of him plummeted. She couldn't imagine how a workaholic could abandon work and drink here. Peach Rabbit completely couldn't understand why Carl would do this. "Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit, please don't be angry. Major Pika didn't assign me a position before. So even if I gathered everyone, there wasn't a place for me. Pay attention." Carl swirled his wine glass and replied, "I'm not here to slack off. Otherwise, how do you think I captured so many pirates and traffickers? I gather intelligence by going out every day. I'm not slacking." He completely disregarded Peach Rabbit's accusations and continued drinking. Peach Rabbit became even more frustrated. "Could it be that I've misunderstood you? You really have your own plans?" "Of course." Carl nodded, lying without batting an eye. Peach Rabbit slammed the table. "Umph. Don't lie to me. You're just being lazy. Was your previous performance just for Sengoku to see? Have I caught your true colors now that I'm here?" She placed her hands on her hips, showcasing her good figure, with a face that said she was bound to win. "I knew it. You are not a workaholic at all, just pretending to show off to the marshal. Now that you've been exposed, you have nothing to say, right?" Carl sighed and pointed behind her. Tao Rabbit turned around to see a few unconscious pirates lying in the corner of the bar, still handcuffed. Carl said, "I told you drinking is just a side thing. The main goal is to catch people. These 2 are human traffickers. Just take them back with you since you're here. Saves me a trip." Tao Rabbit twitched her mouth. She thought she had caught something on him, but he really came to work. This operation was the first time she had seen. However, as her superior, she absolutely refused to give in. "Even so, you can't leave the team without permission. Come back with me to train the Navy. You know this place. I need your help." Saying this, She reached out to pull Carl, already lowering her stance and not wanting to argue. After all, Carl caught human traffickers, which was enough to offset any violations, and the rules in Sabaody are not as strict as in headquarters, so she wasn't harsh. Carl shook his head. You go back first. I'm fine here. Tao Rabbit got angry. If you don't go back, I want to go back either. We'll just wait it out. She tossed her cloak. No, don't say such things, me, in her match. How is that possible? Although Tao Rabbit is a candidate admiral and in her 20s, she has lived in the Navy's camp for a long time and has not experienced the harshness of society. So when she heard this from Xia Qi, her first reaction was shyness. Then, when she saw Carl sneering, a surge of inexplicable anger rose in her. Hurry up. Buy me a bottle of wine. Use your money, or I'll remember this as a violation today. All right, I got it, Boss Xia Qi. Please bring this beautiful Navy a bottle of the best wine. Coming right up. Xia Qi nodded and went to prepare the wine. Although she hated the Navy and hated Carl even more. Because of Ace's incident, both Xia Qi and Rayleigh wanted to deal with the customers swiftly. But for some reason, they couldn't take action now, so they had to let Carl act arrogantly here. Fortunately, he came here to drink and eat and paid, which provided a stable income for the bar that was already struggling. Today, seeing such a cute Navy like Tao Rabbit made her mood much better. In her opinion, at least not all the Navy are as annoying as Carl. By the way, why do you come here every day? Is the wine here that good? Tao Rabbit blinked and asked curiously. Pay attention. Tao Rabbit's blinking is super cute, but Carl didn't care at all. Took a sip of wine and shook his head. This wine is terrible. I'm not here to drink. I'm here to annoy people. Tao Rabbit was confused. Annoy people? Xia Qi, who brought the wine, twitched her mouth and put down the bottle, turning to leave, not even wanting to stay at the bar. Carl explained with a smile. Yes, just to annoy people. That old guy gets angry every time he sees me. It's too entertaining. If I don't see him for a day, I feel like life is less fun. Tao Rabbit still didn't understand, but didn't ask further. Suddenly, a hoarse yet strong voice came from the back door. You little brat. Besides annoying me, what else can you do? If you dare, come and challenge this old man. It turned out that Xia Qi had called Rayleigh out, fearing that Carl would say something even more outrageous. Carl raised his glass to Rayleigh. Oh, didn't you say you didn't want to see me this morning? Why are you out now? Saying that, he downed his drink in one go. Tao Rabbit looked at Rayleigh and felt he looked familiar. Rayleigh spoke first. General Tao Rabbit, I have long admired your name. I didn't expect you to come to my little shop. Xia Qi chimed in. It's my bar. Rayleigh lightly coughed, pretending he didn't hear. Tao Rabbit was bursting with justice. Carl, is this the person you said you wanted to annoy? If you really annoy the old man to death, won't you feel guilty? This statement almost made Rayleigh choke. Annoying him to death would make Carl the happiest. Just as Carl wanted to refute, he saw Tao Rabbit resting her chin in her hand, unconsciously showing her beauty, her sparkling eyes staring at Rayleigh as if examining a rare animal. Rayleigh's eyes lit up, truly a beauty, not worse than Hancock. Xia Qi, seeing his expression, immediately punched Rayleigh on the head. Old man, be serious. Tao Rabbit was extremely nervous. She never expected that the first mate of the Pirate King, the legendary pirate Rayleigh, would be here. Such a legendary pirate could stir up trouble anywhere, and she was afraid Rayleigh would take action. Rayleigh shook his head with a smile. What a lovely girl. I haven't seen such a cute Navy in a long time. If only all the Navy were like this. After saying that, he fixed his gaze on Carl. Carl was completely unflustered, stood up, and pushed the tense Tao Rabbit back into her seat. General Tao Rabbit, don't be nervous. Rayleigh is here. Marshal Sengoku already knows. As soon as I spotted him, I reported it, but the Marshal doesn't care. As long as he doesn't cause trouble, he can stay here. Do you think those signatures came here by accident? The Marshal knew he was here before us. Tao Rabbit was stunned. Really like that? She completely didn't expect to run into Rayleigh, nor did she anticipate that the Marshal already knew. Her mind was racing. Carl sat down and slowly explained. To put it simply, Rayleigh's strength is terrifying. To catch him, at least 2 admirals and a dozen vice admirals would be needed. Creating such a big fuss would be unworthy and could even attract his allies, making it even harder to handle. The key point is that to prevent the Roger Pirates from reuniting, the Marshal let him go. Otherwise, why do you think Rayleigh can be here? Moreover, there is someone even more legendary than Rayleigh here. More legendary? Could be this boss? Pay attention. After hearing Carl's words, Tao Rabbit immediately became curious. Her gaze locking onto Xia Qi. Xia Qi quickly said, Don't look at me like that. Although I was a pirate before, I was just a nobody. In terms of fame, I definitely can't compare to Rayleigh. Carl laughed. Your fame may not be as great as his. But your former pirate crew is considered a terrifying existence in the eyes of the old generation. Carl laughed, Xiaoqi laughed, Rayleigh awkwardly laughed beside them. But his gaze became sharper. Tao Rabbit watched in confusion, feeling like her IQ was not enough. Tao Rabbit waved her hand. Enough, enough. Hurry up and drink. And after drinking, come back with me. She didn't want to get tangled in this anymore. Rayleigh's matter and other matters were beyond her qualification to manage. It was more important to take care of the tasks at hand. Carl nodded and walked in front of Rayleigh, raising his glass. Senior Rayleigh, you're not a pirate now, so why not drink a glass with me as an ordinary person? By the way, let us talk about the Straw Hat Pirates. I heard they declared war on the world government and want to overthrow Impel Down. Rayleigh shrugged. The Straw Hat Pirates? That's Luffy, Carp's grandson, right? What does their prison break have to do with me? Am I supposed to help them? If there's a prison break, I'd only save Ace. Who is Luffy? Why should I help him? Carl smiled and pointed to his military cap. His straw hat was Roger's. Bruce, he is someone Shanks has high hopes for. Shanks was your former crewmate, so it wouldn't be strange for you to help him, right? By the way, I heard Shanks came to Sabaody recently, but unfortunately, I didn't get to see this Emperor. Otherwise, I would definitely want to have a fight with him. After a busy morning, Tao Rabbit finally brought Carl back to the Navy base. The other Navy personnel had a half-day off and were extremely excited, but in the afternoon, they still couldn't escape being scolded. But Carl still didn't assemble, staying in his room by himself. Tao Rabbit was also at a loss. Carl's strength was explosive. His achievements were numerous, and with Sengoku backing him up, he could completely ignore her orders. There are many Navy personnel who are arrogant and strong, and Tao Rabbit has seen plenty. As long as Carl doesn't mess up at a critical moment, she won't interfere. Tao Rabbit ordered. That's it for today. Dismissed. Everyone return to your posts. The Navy personnel responded in unison. After the dismissal, Tao Rabbit finally breathed a sigh of relief. Every Navy leader, upon arriving in a new place, would abolish old rules and establish new ones, which is one of the reasons for gathering everyone for a meeting, mainly to let the commander show up to prevent any Navy personnel from not recognizing them, which would be awkward. Famous commanders can skip this step, while those without fame can use it to build relationships. Although Tao Rabbit is beautiful, she didn't want to miss the opportunity to establish rules. Returning to the command room, Tao Rabbit let out another sigh of relief, but upon seeing the documents on the desk, her head instantly ached. Fortunately, I watched most of it last night. Now I just need to categorize and report it. It won't take long. But Tao Rabbit doesn't want to do it right now. She's not a workaholic. She'll take it easy when there's no rush. I really didn't expect that Carl didn't give me any trouble at all. It seems his goal is not just to be a mere base commander. Keep an eye on him, Tao Rabbit thought to herself. This guy definitely has bigger ambitions. I just don't know what he wants to do. But seeing how relaxed he was chatting with Rayleigh today, this kid is definitely going to make a name for himself in the future. He might even become a general before I do. No wonder he is favored by the marshal. She sighed after observing today. She realized she couldn't keep up with Carl's pace in any aspect, especially in his conversation with Rayleigh. She didn't understand a single word and started to doubt her own intelligence. But she quickly discarded that thought and prepared to take a nap. Planning to work after she wakes up, just as she lay down, chaos suddenly erupted outside. Tao Rabbit frowned. What is going on again? She got up and wanted to go outside to check. At the same time, a stunningly beautiful woman burst into the naval base, specifically requesting to see Carl. The surrounding Navy were completely stunned. Some even wanted to cling to her, but the beauty kicked one away without hesitation. His body partially petrified, but fortunately he didn't die. She wasn't here to kill. Otherwise, everyone present would have been gone. When Tao Rabbit came out and saw her, she was shocked. Empress Boa Hancock, what are you doing here? This is a naval stronghold, not a place pirates can just walk into. Just as Tao Rabbit was panicking, a young yet very reliable voice came from behind. Hancock, don't lay a hand on Shi-Wan. She is Vice Admiral Tao Rabbit. If you harm her, Senior Crane will definitely have a talk with you about life. When Tao Rabbit regained her senses, she realized she was actually in Carl's arms. She was completely stunned. Her mind had gone blank just a moment ago, and by the time she came to, Carl had already hugged her, feeling Carl's warm and reliable arms. Tao Rabbit wanted to close her eyes and take a nap right there. Hancock snorted coldly. Even if Crane came, I wouldn't be afraid. But if I can avoid trouble, that's best. I'm not here to pick a fight with the Navy. I'm specifically here to see you. She wasn't afraid of Crane. She just wanted to avoid trouble. After all, Crane is the Chief of Staff of the Navy, and even Doflamingo had to run from her. Hancock didn't want to provoke this veteran powerhouse. Seeing that she was perceptive, Carl didn't waste any words. If you're looking for me, let us talk outside. It's not convenient to speak here at the naval base. After saying that, he set Tao Rabbit down and turned to leave. Tao Rabbit felt a bit lost without the warmth. Watching Carl's back, she suddenly had a brainwave and whispered, "Be careful. The Empress is very strong." Carl paused for a moment, turned around and smiled. "Don't worry, she is not my opponent." Hancock snorted, "You're still so confident." She followed Carl outside. Tao Rabbit reacted, her face instantly turning red. What did I just say? So embarrassing. But she was also worried. Carl should be fine, right? He has defeated Doflamingo before. This isn't the first time he fought the Empress. No, I need to go out and see. If he is in danger, I can help. Taking a deep breath, she adjusted her mood and followed him out. At the same time, the other Navy personnel noticed Tao Rabbit's unusual behavior and displayed expressions of surprise. I really didn't expect that Colonel Carl's charm would be this great. Keep an eye on this. The Navy went wild. No way. The Empress came personally and even got Vice Admiral Tao Rabbit. Carl isn't a seasoned veteran in romance. I'm going to do a handstand on the spot. So envious. Two gorgeous women surrounding him. Who knows how many more he had before. On the other side, Carl had a cold expression as he faced Hancock. Speak. What do you want from me? He had no idea what the Navy was saying. He just wanted Hancock to leave quickly. Her presence was too disruptive to the other Navy personnel. It was driving him crazy. To Carl, the Empress, who possessed the world's most beautiful face, was merely an annoying pirate. If Hancock knew this evaluation, she would probably fight him to the end. Hancock spoke. I have two things to discuss. The first is to thank you for capturing so many human traffickers. I hate human traffickers the most. This made me see you in a different light, so I came to see you. But before she could finish, Carl cut her off. Boa Hancock, you've provoked the Navy repeatedly. I have no reason to be polite to you. Now, in the name of the Navy, I officially arrest you. Hancock wouldn't back down. Bring it on, you little brat. Next, things got intense. The two of them clashed with their conqueror's hockey, and the sky instantly lit up with flashes of lightning, resembling the end of the world. Dark red lightning struck down continuously, directly shattering all the clouds. Carl, expressionless, gripped his sword with both hands, his eyes filled with fervor, like a lion ready to pounce on its prey, staring intently at Hancock, ready to tear her apart in the next second. Hancock was sweating coldly. She never expected that Carl had improved so much. It had only been a little over a month since they last met. Last time, Carl only had the embryonic form of Conqueror's hockey and hadn't truly awakened it. Now, not only had he awakened it, but he had also trained it to a level comparable to hers. It took Hancock a long time to reach this level of Conqueror's hockey. For Carl to catch up in just a month was simply absurd. Previously, Hancock could easily defeat him, but now Carl could not only hold his ground, but had also beaten Doflamingo. This potential was off the charts. But the more this was the case, the more Hancock wanted to crush him. With her fragrant feet, Hancock took the initiative, instantly appearing in front of Carl, her armed foot directly kicking at his face. Most people wouldn't even have time to react. Even a vice admiral could only rush to defend. But Carl focused entirely on her leg, his observation hockey and mental concentration at their peak, directly raising his twin swords to block. Before Hancock could launch another attack, Carl countered, Lion's Might, Earth Roll. With a roar, the earth shook. The surrounding ground lifted into two massive whirlwinds, instantly surrounding Hancock. Hancock was stunned. Is this the ability of the Golden Lion? Without hesitation, she charged in with two kicks. Her strength was not weak. Combined with her Devil Fruit ability, anything solid would be petrified. Even a whirlwind was no exception. Without the coating of hockey, it couldn't escape. Carl frowned slightly. He didn't expect that Hancock's petrification ability could even affect the whirlwinds. Keep an eye on this. Carl frowned. Could this be an ability that comes with the awakening of her Devil Fruit? Hancock didn't answer directly, but instead smiled seductively and asked, Oh, you actually know about Devil Fruit Awakening? Carl didn't respond, instantly dropping from the air. Cross slash. This move was extremely simple. It was just his twin swords covered in hockey, rushing in at the fastest speed. But the simpler the move, sometimes the deadlier it was. The surrounding Navy personnel were completely dumbfounded, going wild. The rumors are true. Colonel Carl is too explosive. He just defeated Doflamingo 10 minutes ago. And now he has been fighting the Empress for over half an hour. This strength is something even most vice admirals can't match. Someone quickly added, Don't say that. Vice Admiral Tao Rabbit is here. She can definitely do it, right? Vice Admiral Tao Rabbit is beautiful and kind-hearted, and her strength is strong. Taking down the Empress is no problem. But Colonel Carl is truly fierce. Only the veteran vice admirals can keep him in check, right? But he definitely can't match the admirals. When the 3 admirals arrive, which of the 7 warlords would dare to be arrogant? Of course, the 3 admirals are the ceiling of the Navy. Even the 4 emperors wouldn't dare to act recklessly. So when will Colonel Carl become an admiral? To become an admiral, one must have strength and military merit. It's not possible without a decade or so. But he is advancing quickly. You bet Vienna's bed. He'll be promoted to rear admiral within a year. I bet 2 bellies. He'll be promoted in half a year. I bet he'll be promoted to vice admiral in 3 months. In the eyes of the Navy, Carl's strength was on par with veteran vice admirals, and his potential was even more exaggerated than Tau Rabbit's. When he would become an admiral became the hottest topic. Tau Rabbit watched the two fight, listening to the Navy's comments, biting her lip with her heart racing. She knew very well that her strength was about the same as Carl's. But facing Hancock's allure, even as a fellow woman, she almost fell for it. Although she had a strong will and could resist, Tau Rabbit didn't have that ability. At most, she could remain half awake, and her strength would drop significantly, making it impossible for her to defeat Hancock. She admired Carl even more now. Had it not been for Carl saving her back then, she would have been petrified long ago. Just thinking about it made her feel scared. Tau Rabbit prayed in her heart, "Colonel Carl, please don't lose." She didn't want the Navy to lose face. And she certainly didn't want to face severe punishment. Just then, the battle was nearing its conclusion. The two fighters are both extremely bold. Carl relies on his fruit abilities, making a commotion that's outrageous. Although Hancock is a woman, her fighting stance is incredibly majestic, causing the audience to exclaim in delight. After a long battle, Hancock gasps and says, Carl, I acknowledge your strength. Come with me. Colonel Carl, you're quite impressive today. You actually managed to physically repel one of the 7 warlords, the Empress. Look closely. The Navy soldiers are going wild. Wow. If news gets out that Colonel Carl defeated the Empress, it's even more thrilling than scaring away Doflamingo. Carl is so explosive. No wonder he's valued by the fleet admiral. I like this man. Get lost. Why are all you guys crowding around? If Carl is to like someone, it should be Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit, not you rough men. Suddenly, Peach Rabbit, blushing, shouts, "Everyone calm down. Excited or not? What are you all looking at me for? Do you want to be punished? Hurry back to your posts. If you keep talking nonsense, you'll have to run a lap around Sabaody." The Navy soldiers instantly shut up. Sabaody is so big. Running a lap would take a whole day and night, and no one dares to provoke Peach Rabbit. After sending the Navy away, Peach Rabbit, still blushing, mutters, "These guys are always causing trouble. I have nothing to do with Carl." But then she thinks, but Carl has explosive potential, is handsome, well-built, and even taller than me. He really is a quality template for a husband. Just as she finishes this thought, she slaps her face. Guillaume, this is not the time to think about this. Calm down. She then returns to her room to handle official business, reporting everything that happened today to the fleet admiral. Carl has already returned to his own room, completely unaware of the rumors outside, or that he had made Peach Rabbit develop feelings for him after repelling Hancock. Right now, he just wants to eat, rest, and then go to the training room to master his new powers. If he can't perfectly control his strength increase, it will become a burden. So Carl trains for a few hours every day, which is also why the Navy admires him. He's down to earth, inspirational, has no background, and relies solely on his strength to rise up, definitely a grassroots ceiling. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, Fleet Admiral Sengoku hangs up the phone bug, laughing uncontrollably. This kid Carl, he has gotten stronger again in less than a month. Last time he scared off Doflamingo with words, and this time he physically repelled Hancock. His strength is more formidable than many vice admirals. Even if Peach Rabbit is a candidate for admiral, she might not be able to defeat him now. The more Sengoku thinks about it, the more excited he gets. Haha, I didn't expect this little weasel to recruit such a good talent for me. What a great deal. You know, after Sakazuki's generation became the mainstay, the following ones were lacking, with only Smoker, Peach. A week later, at the Sabaody Navy base, Carl casually returns from drinking outside, grabbing a few pirates and tossing them into a corner to be dealt with by other Navy soldiers. He then prepares to head back to his room to rest. However, today when he steps into the Navy base, he clearly feels that the atmosphere is a bit off. The emotions of the people around him seem somewhat abnormal. What's worse, some even start crying. With teary eyes and choked voices, it looks very strange. What are you all looking at me for? Hurry back to your posts. Do you want to be sent off by Vice Admiral Peach Rabbit? Carl frowns, unsure why they're gathered here. Look, Peach Rabbit elegantly steps out of her room, complaining, "Why didn't you bring the phone bug? If you were any later, I would have come to find you myself." Carl is stunned. These past few weeks, they've become more familiar, and Peach Rabbit often goes to the bar to drink with him and keep an eye on Rayleigh. Carl has even seen her adorable drunken state. Carl directly asks, "What's the urgent matter?" With their close relationship, there's no need for formalities, relying solely on Carl's explosive strength and high prestige. Ordinary Navy soldiers couldn't possibly have an equal conversation with Peach Rabbit. Peach Rabbit teases, "There's good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first?" Carl, impatient, replies, "Stop stalling. If you don't say it, I'm going back to my room." Peach Rabbit pouts, "So boring. The bad news is you're going to leave this beautiful lady. Aren't you sad?" With eager eyes, but Carl just responds with an "Oh." Peach Rabbit stomps her foot in anger and throws a paper at Carl. "Transfer order. Sengoku wants you back at headquarters in 3 days. You've gilded enough in Sabaody. The Admiral definitely wants you to train in the new world." After saying this, she angrily heads back to her room. "You jerk, not even flattering me. No wonder you're single." In fact, Peach Rabbit has a full-blown crush on Carl. She now likes him a bit, and if Carl confessed, she would definitely agree. Carl's dullness makes her both angry and happy. At least he wouldn't be easily taken away by someone else. Carl is super happy with the transfer order, not understanding Peach Rabbit's feelings, only noticing that she has been sticking to him lately. Although he has thought about the possibility that she might like him, he hasn't taken it seriously, believing that while he is handsome and has a bright future, he might not necessarily move Peach Rabbit's heart. The next morning, the banquet that lasted all night has come to an end. Carl quickly packs his things, slings his bag over his shoulder, says goodbye to everyone, and leaves Sabaody. His abilities are very convenient. He doesn't need to take a Navy warship at all and can fly directly to the Navy headquarters. In fact, at his flying speed, even the fastest Navy warship couldn't catch up. Traveling from Sabaody to the Navy headquarters would take at least 3 hours by ship. Even with favorable winds, it would still take 2 hours. However, with his flying ability, he can reach the Navy headquarters in less than an hour. Although his speed is still several times slower compared to Borsalino, who can reach Sabaody from the Navy headquarters in just 10 minutes, Carl has much more room for growth. As long as he is given time, he will definitely be able to reach Borsalino's level. An hour later, look, Carl flies directly over the Navy headquarters. Looking at the Navy soldiers training below, he feels a bit nostalgic. After a simple registration, he heads to the Fleet Admiral's office to see Sengoku. Carl smiles and salutes. Navy Colonel Carl, reporting to Fleet Admiral. In the office, it's just the two of them. Sengoku waves his hand, signaling him to relax. And Carl doesn't hold back. Sengoku first asks, "How was it in Sabaody? It must have felt good guarding the base for the first time, right?" Carl speaks honestly. "Every day I drank with Rayleigh, caught pirates and human traffickers. It was quite leisurely. Only he would dare to say such a thing. Any other Navy soldier, even Peach Rabbit, wouldn't dare to say that life in Sabaody was leisurely." In fact, Carl wasn't idle during that month. His military achievements were already enough for a brigadier general. The later transfer back was to help Peach Rabbit get familiar with the situation, and now that she has adapted, he was called back to headquarters. Next comes the exciting part. Sengoku directly announces, "Carl, I know everything about your time in Sabaody, and I'm extremely satisfied. I am officially promoting you to Navy Brigadier General. You will have your own warship and 50 soldiers willing to follow you. Your next mission, patrol the New World." Carl's eyes light up, super excited. "So I'm going to the New World already? That's much faster than I expected." He initially thought he would be guarding a base, but unexpectedly, it's a patrol, which significantly increases his operating space. Sengoku reminds him, "It would be a waste of your talent to guard a base. Patrols will help you grow, but you must be careful. The New World is extremely dangerous, and don't step into the territory of the 4 Emperors. Even though your strength is explosive now, you're still far from being able to compare with the 4 Emperors." Carl scratches his head. "I understand. I like challenging strong opponents, but I'll wait a bit longer for the level of the 4 Emperors. I really can't take them on now. I have self-awareness." He knows very well that he is only slightly stronger than the 7 warlords and vice admirals in the headquarters, and he is still far from the 4 emperors and admirals. In the end, he still has to lead troops, which is quite frustrating. Fortunately, he can recruit people from other places. Isn't that a special privilege? Carl returns to the Navy headquarters dormitory, starting to ponder the upcoming matters. Sengoku allows him to take fewer people to sea, but he is afraid of encountering dangers and not being able to protect his subordinates. So he needs to choose those with lower ranks but strong abilities. He needs at least 7 people to gather roles like ship doctor, cook, navigator, and shipwright. This configuration is unprecedented in the Navy, and he has no experience at all. However, in the end, Carl argued convincingly, and Sengoku let him go out to recruit people, not limited to the headquarters. He even set the recruitment time to be indefinite, whenever Carl gathered enough people. He could set sail. If Carl slacked off and didn't recruit anyone, he would have to stay at the headquarters for the rest of his life. This tactic worked on Aokiji and Borsellino, as they both preferred to stay still. But Sengoku knew Carl too well. He understood that Carl was not someone who could stay in one place. Pay attention. Sengoku deliberately made this request to Carl to force him to quickly find suitable soldiers to increase his strength and broaden his horizons in the new world. Carl muttered, "Forget it. After lunch, I'll go take a look at the Navy training camp. What if I find some good candidates? I'll also pick a ship. Most Navy warships are the same except for special models, as long as it looks good. The key is still to pick people, which is really difficult." He shook his head, lay on the bed, closed his eyes, and planned to take a nap first. Then go choose a ship and people after lunch. Time flew by, and by the afternoon, Carl first went to the dock to select a ship he liked, informed the staff of his modification plans, finalized the blueprints, and headed straight for the rookie camp and training camp. But the rookie camp was full of real rookies. Most had the strength of a lieutenant colonel, and the few with high talent were only colonels who couldn't even use hockey. They wouldn't survive in the new world at all. After browsing for half an hour, Carl left and rushed to the elite training camp. The elite training camp had people with strength at the colonel level. Even if they couldn't use hockey, they were qualified to learn it, and they were all potential stocks that had been promoted from the rookie camp. If he hadn't been recommended by the mole, Carl would also be here. Here, one could systematically learn the Navy's 6 forms, various combat styles, and even the theoretical knowledge of observation hockey and armament hockey. But Carl knew in his heart, if he studied here without the system as support, his strength would definitely not increase as quickly as it does now. Wasting time here would be pointless. Before long, Carl arrived at the elite training camp. But as soon as he got there, he saw an old acquaintance. Carl looked at the data and exclaimed, "This Melinda Nilu is amazing, trained by the giant race and inherited some of their powers. I don't need to say how powerful giant strength is, right? Even if she only inherited 1/10 of it, she'd be 10 times stronger than an ordinary person. The data says she inherited almost half of an adult giant's power. At just 22 years old, she is 2 years older than me. Her potential is incredible. The key is that she is a girl, and she almost crushed you. It's unbelievable." He completely ignored the feelings of Pisa beside him. Pisa stared at Carl, his mouth twitching, thinking that Carl was the real monster. But he couldn't say it out loud, and could only sigh while continuing to look at the data with Carl. Amidst Carl's exclamations, he turned to the second page and saw a super strong swordsman. This person was named Enzo, a samurai from Wano who escaped. Unable to endure the rule of Kaido and Orochi, he sacrificed his friends to escape, and not wanting to become a pirate. He could only hunt pirates to earn bounties. By chance, he later joined the Navy and entered the elite training camp half a month later than Melinda. Both of them joined midway, but could crush others, especially Enzo, who was already on the threshold of becoming a sword master, as long as he had an opportunity. His strength would undergo a qualitative change. Carl was very optimistic about him. Enzo's strength was already at the rear admiral threshold. As long as he didn't provoke the 4 emperors, he'd have no problem protecting himself in the new world. Then Carl turned his attention to the last name on the list. Pay attention. The last name was also a girl, not very old. But Carl's expression suddenly changed when he saw it. This person was actually one of Zephyr's most beloved disciples, Ein, who later defected with Zephyr. Ein had reached the rear admiral threshold, similar to Enzo, and had trained under Zephyr for about 7 or 8 years. It was normal for her to have this strength. If it weren't for Melinda and Enzo, she would definitely be the top candidate this time. The key was that she was already a user of the backward fruit. Carl said, "It's settled. I'll observe Enzo and Melinda a bit longer, and you help me ask if they're willing to come. If they're not, I want to force them." Pisa grinned. "Ein's strength is also pretty good. Aren't you considering her?" Carl unhesitatingly patted him on the back, not using much strength, but still making Pisa feel a bit of pain. Pisa winced. "Ouch. What are you doing? Do you understand respecting your elders?" Carl looked at him disdainfully. "Who told you to try to set me up? Do you think I don't know Ein is Zephyr as precious student? You want me to compete with Zephyr for people? I don't want to be on his bad side. That look clearly said, don't try to scheme against me." Pisa helplessly said, I didn't expect you to be so well-informed. To avoid misunderstandings, the data didn't mention her teacher is Zephyr, but this. Pisa, is this the ship doctor you found for me? She looks all right. How about her skills? The data was average. Nothing particularly stood out. 4 days had passed, and Carl was still struggling with finding a ship doctor. The Navy headquarters had quite a few good ship doctors, but most were already taken. So Carl could only look for those with solid medical skills from the rookie camp. But most of Pisa's recommendations were rejected by him. The ship doctor was the core of the ship, controlling the life and death of the crew. Carl's requirements were extremely high, even stricter than for combat personnel. This was also why, after 4 days, everyone had found almost everything except for the ship doctor. The ship doctor that Pisa strongly recommended was only 17 years old. All the other crew members were older than Carl. Even that quirky sniper was 30. Carl couldn't help but doubt her skills. If it weren't for Pisa's strong recommendation, he wouldn't even bother to look. Pisa said, just follow me, and you'll know. Her skills are absolutely reliable. She is also a Zoan fruit user, with life-saving abilities. You know how exaggerated the physical abilities of Zoan users are. Her skills aren't top-notch, but she is the best among her peers, even stronger than many doctors in their 20s. It's just that her identity is sensitive, and no one dares to take her, but I think you definitely won't mind. Carl laughed. What sensitive identity would make people afraid to take her? Is she a descendant of the celestial dragons or a former slave? Pisa couldn't laugh and nodded seriously. Exactly. She is one of the slaves rescued back then. You know about Tiger's incident. She was lucky enough to be rescued before being branded with the celestial dragoness mark. She ate a devil fruit as a child and flew to the Navy base with all her strength. Sengoku and Tsuru took her in out of pity and let her learn medicine to become a doctor. The Gorosei and the Navy know her identity. The Gorosei can't be bothered since she doesn't have a brand, but the Celestial Dragons have always wanted to capture her back. If it weren't for Admiral Sengoku's intervention, she probably wouldn't have survived. Pay attention. Pisa sighed. This is why no one dares to take her to sea. It's easy to be targeted by those brain-dead Celestial Dragons. When Pisa spoke about this girl's identity, he was filled with sympathy. It was Carl's first time hearing this story, and he lost a smile. He had been in the Navy for barely 2 months and didn't understand these internal matters. Actually, there were many people with stories in the Navy. Carl said directly, then take me to see her. The Celestial Dragons are nothing to me. If her skills are up to par, I'll take her to sea. He didn't care about the Celestial Dragons at all, especially since they were heading to the New World, let alone the Celestial Dragons. Even the Navy had to be careful. The Celestial Dragons going to the New World was akin to courting death. The 4 emperors weren't afraid of them and would love to seize this fat sheep. As long as they entered the New World, the Celestial Dragons wouldn't even have the chance to cause trouble. On the 5th day, Carl recruited 6 people at the Navy headquarters, all of whom agreed, and their positions were assigned. But Carl didn't tell the truth. They didn't know when they would set sail, or that there were only so few of them. Generally, a rear admiral would take about 50 people to sea. Carl was afraid they would regret it upon learning the truth, so he deliberately didn't say anything, waiting until they were on the ship. Then they wouldn't be able to escape, which was his little selfishness. However, he was still missing the last core member. Once he found this person, the ship would be fully equipped, and they could make a name for themselves in the New World. Is this Sky Island? It looks amazing. Following his memory from the original work and the Navy map, Carl first found Skypiea, then followed the White Sea to find Sky Island. Sengoku had given him permission to recruit elsewhere and hadn't said he could only recruit from the Navy, so for the last slot, Carl had already reserved it for Enel. According to the timeline, Enel was defeated by Luffy less than 2 months ago and definitely hadn't flown to the moon. So now was just the right time to recruit him. Enel was defeated by Luffy, losing his arrogance, and he realized that there were many strong fighters beneath Skypiea. If it weren't for his obsession with the Endless Land, he would have gone to the Grand Line much earlier. Carl understood his personality well before coming here. As for Sengoku's thoughts, Carl didn't care at all. Enel's current strength was at the level of a rear admiral, below a vice admiral, and he was under 30 years old. With incredible talent, still a user of the Rumble Rumble fruit. Even if he was just Carl's private soldier, it would be a significant boost for the Navy. By then, fooling Sengoku would be easier, and the 5 elders would be even simpler, so long as he was loyal to the Navy and the world government. The 5 elders wouldn't care and might even support him. Carl just had to use his identity to get the 5 elders to back him up. On the outskirts of God's Island, Carl swaggered in, instantly attracting Enel's attention. Enel's voice suddenly echoed from the sky. Who dares to trespass in the territory of the gods? You mere mortals, if you don't want to die, get out now, or face the consequences. While flying to find God's Island, Carl suddenly heard this. Enel's observation haki was exaggeratedly strong, covering the entire island. Combined with the rumble fruit, he seemed like a true god, controlling everyone on Skypiea. This long-distance communication was something he practiced specifically to pose as a god. If an ordinary person heard this deep voice, they would instinctively treat it as divine. But look closely. Enel's warning was childish in Carl's eyes. He completely ignored it and flew straight towards God's Island. Enel, sitting in his temple, was furious when he saw Carl daring to ignore him. You want to die? Then don't blame me. Ever since being smashed by Luffy, Enel had tempered his temper a bit. Otherwise, he would have acted directly. But seeing Carl not only not retreating, but also accelerating toward him, he couldn't hold back anymore. He unleashed a divine punishment with full power. Enel saw the disdain in Carl's eyes and exploded with rage. You mere mortal, dare to look at me like that? Seeking death. Without hesitation, he summoned a storm of thunder to strike Carl, but the attack completely missed, making Enel increasingly anxious. Damn mortal, you've thoroughly angered this god. 1 billion volts. The thunder god descends. With a roar, a massive thunder giant appeared before Carl, the oppressive aura reaching its peak, making even Carl feel it was somewhat challenging. Carl thought, a giant this big, taking it down instantly seems unlikely, but that's okay. I didn't want to kill him anyway. After saying that, he flew forward, charging through the storm of thunder towards Enel. Enel roared, you dare to come at me? Truly seeking death. The thunder giant punched down, the enormous thunder power instantly sweeping across the front half of God's Island, destroying clouds and vegetation, as if it were the end of the world. Facing this attack, Carl merely smiled disdainfully and crossed his dual blades in front of him. Lion's Might. Thousand Cuts Valley. 2 slashes capable of splitting mountains surged into the sky, directly shattering the mist above. Enel's attack came crashing down, looking magnificent. But when the Thunder Giant's fist met Carl's slash, it shattered on impact, utterly defenseless. Enel was taken aback and quickly gathered thunder to defend. But it was useless. The cross slash came down, and the Thunder Giant instantly vanished, as if it had never existed. Enel's body was also cleaved, but he didn't die. He transformed into lightning and reformed, gasping for breath, filled with dread. He never expected this mortal to be so powerful. His attack not only failed, but was also reflected back with devastating force. This reminded him of the nightmare of being dominated by Luffy. However, after checking his body and finding no injuries, Enel regained his arrogance. Haha, mortal, you have some skill, but you still can't hurt this god. Enel the Thunder God. I'm invincible. As long as you don't have the rubbery body of that Straw Hat Kid, you can't win against me. Mentioning Luffy, he gritted his teeth. He had clearly held the advantage back then, but insisted on fighting in close combat, and ended up being brutally beaten. Thinking back on it still made him furious. Carl could feel Enel's rage and smiled as he spoke. Your fruit ability is quite impressive, but unfortunately, it's not used in the right way. Pay attention. If you didn't blindly pursue a grand display and concentrated the power of the rumble fruit at a single point, your strength could reach another level. What a pity. After saying that, he crossed his dual blades again. Enel's lightning network was terrifying, with dozens of bolts striking every second. Even an ordinary Navy Vice Admiral would have to be on high alert. The thunder's power was too fierce, and just a glancing blow could cause paralysis, making it a deadly flaw in battle. If Carl didn't have the float fruit to negate the scattered lightning, he wouldn't dare to confront Enel. Enel cackled. Yaha, mortal, die for me. The storm of lightning surged towards Carl, resembling the end of the world. But Carl just chuckled softly, unleashing his conqueror's haki. The overwhelming aura caused the surrounding lightning to pause for a second or two. Even Enel was stunned, unable to believe it. Seizing the opportunity, Carl enveloped his dual blades in armament haki and flashed in front of Enel. Cross slash. This seemingly ordinary slash directly hit Enel's solid form, and a massive X-shaped wound appeared on his chest, blood gushing forth, causing him to faint from the pain. Carl sheathed his blades, looking at the vanishing lightning and the falling Enel, shaking his head and muttering. His physical quality is too poor. I didn't even use much strength, and he couldn't withstand it. But this is also good. It shows he still has room for growth. Let's bandage him up quickly so he doesn't die here. He caught Enel with one hand, flew him to the temple, used his observation haki to find medical supplies, and after a simple treatment, tossed him there, heading towards the Golden Country. In no time, Carl arrived at the Golden Bell, Gazing at the piles of gold, the giant golden bell, and the historical text below, he fell into contemplation. As expected, this isn't the current script. I can't understand it at all. I don't want to touch the historical text. I'm not looking for Raftel. Nor do I want to be the Pirate King. I'm here just to get some gold as startup capital, and I have to keep it from Sengoku, or my little treasury will be gone. Luckily, there are many boxes here. I'll just fill them with gold and ship them back. With my identity, as long as Sengoku doesn't come a check, no one will care about what I bring. After spending over an hour packing 6 large boxes of gold, Carl returned to the temple satisfied. This amount of gold was nothing compared to the Golden Country. In the future, if he needed money, this place would serve as his treasury. He had already thought about his escape route. Back in the temple, Enel had not yet awakened. Carl suddenly remembered, right? Defeating Enel grants a reward for observation hockey. He then wasted no time. That night, Carl flew away from Skypiea with Enel at high speed, returning to the Navy headquarters in just a few hours. By this time, it was deep into the night, and apart from those on duty, the Navy was asleep. Carl took the opportunity to toss the 6 boxes of gold into his warship's warehouse before taking Enel to the medical room for treatment. Sir Carl, he isn't one of us in the Navy, is he? How could his injuries be so severe? Don't worry about that. Just know that starting tomorrow, he will be one of us. Upon hearing Carl's words, Blackfeather didn't ask further, but nodded and began to treat Enel. Look closely. At first glance, Blackfeather determined that Enel was not a Navy member. She had been working in the medical room for nearly 10 years. Although she hadn't seen every Navy member, she had seen quite a few, and her memory was excellent. She could recognize people she had seen every 3 or 4 years. The wound looked deep, but for Blackfeather, it was a piece of cake. She transformed her hands into wings, manipulating the abundant black feathers to stitch up Enel's wound. Carl curiously asked, "What's your limit on controlling feathers?" Blackfeather replied, 13,000. They can grow back if lost. It took me 10 years to reach this point. Isn't that impressive? Though Blackfeather appeared aloof, she was actually only 17 years old and wanted compliments. Carl immediately praised her, causing her to blush and feel delighted. He then asked, if he isn't in the Navy, how can he join the team? Enel was anesthetized and fast asleep. Carl replied, his name is Enel. We'll discuss his abilities tomorrow. But among those I've chosen, his strength is second only to mine. Blackfeather was shocked. So powerful. But how did he get such serious injuries? Carl briefly explained the recruitment process, and Blackfeather asked again, aren't you afraid of damaging his confidence? Carl laughed. Enel's confidence isn't that fragile. To become strong, one must stand up after being beaten thousands of times. Otherwise, no matter how strong, they won't deserve it. As he spoke, he remembered the Golden Lion, once a ruthless man at sea, but after escaping prison by severing his legs, he was done for. Almost the entire morning, Carl exerted a lot of effort and finally persuaded Sengoku with his silver tongue. In the end, Sengoku had no choice but to agree to Carl's request, which wasn't too excessive. Carl's reasoning was also sound. Rather than letting Enel become a potential enemy of the Navy, it was better to recruit him directly. This way, not only could the Navy's strength increase, but it could also lighten Carl's pressure. Why not? And regarding Enel's identity, it would be easy to assign him the role of a trainee shipwright. This wouldn't raise suspicions and wouldn't hinder Carl's going to sea, which was very easy for Sengoku. Everything Carl prepared was flawless, except for the vague background of Enel. There were no loopholes, so Sengoku had no choice but to agree to let Enel join his crew. However, Sengoku stated that he would look into Enel's background, while Carl was indifferent. After all, no matter how much Sengoku investigated, he wouldn't be able to find out that Enel was the god of Skypiea for a while. Even if he did find out, by then it would be too late for Sengoku to deny Enel's identity as a Navy member. Just watch. Carl blocked all the exits, and Sengoku was directly frustrated. The 5 elders questioning him was his problem. Carl didn't care. He wasn't qualified to talk, and Sengoku, as the middleman, was the most unfortunate. After lunch, they gathered at the meeting point, and Carl intentionally arrived last to see the reactions. As soon as 6 uniformed individuals arrived, they all stared at the non-uniformed Enel. Blackfeather furrowed her brows. Where's your uniform? Enel, too much trouble. This is comfortable, no disrespect. Saying that, he put on the injured Navy cloak. Melinda was displeased. Are you even in the Navy? This is so disrespectful to the uniform. Enel laughed wildly. Yeah, haha. Don't exaggerate. I'll crush all the strong Navy members. You're not qualified. Wait for that bastard Carl to come. He emphasized the word bastard, making even Blackfeather unhappy. At this moment, the silent man with stubble spoke. He is not in the Navy. Blackfeather was shocked. How do you know? The man pointed to his eyes. I have a photographic memory. I've seen all the Navy personnel at headquarters, and he is not one of them. Melinda was furious. If you're not in the Navy, why did you sneak in? What do you want to do? She was already unhappy, and now she was even angrier, her aura fully unleashed as she walked forward. Meanwhile, Carl leisurely flew towards the gathering point from outside. Through his observation hockey, he had already observed everyone's reactions. Helmsman Erland remained the calmest, saying nothing and quietly waiting for Carl's arrival. Enel was still as arrogant as before, but he had toned it down quite a bit compared to when he was on Skypiea. After Carl's education, Enel had come to deeply realize that there were many strong individuals in this world. Carl had also told him that there were at least hundreds of individuals at headquarters who were of the same strength level as him, and dozens who were stronger. This made Enel more hesitant to act recklessly, fearing that he would die here. After all, he was still an illegal resident, and there was no such person at Navy headquarters. If he really died, Carl could only mourn for him and then find a good grave to bury him. There was nothing else he could do. Next was Melinda Nilu. Just like what Pizza said, she had a very explosive temper, embodying the stance of the sky is the elder, the earth is the second, and I'm the third. However, this also resembled the personalities of most giants. After all, she was a human raised by the giant race and had inherited half of their strength due to her unique physique. This led her to have the capital to be arrogant. Following her was Enzo. His personality was good, his looks were decent, and he was very rational. The only thing Carl found fault with was that his naturally dead fish eyes brought down his attractiveness quite a bit. Black Feather also spoke little, maintaining her aloof demeanor. However, her eyes were full of anticipation. Carl believed that once everyone got familiar with each other, Black Feather's aloofness would gradually disappear. Then there was the chef, the cat demon. Yes, that cute little girl with cat ears and a cat tail was the chef Carl personally sought out. Her cooking was average, but she had her own unique insights regarding desserts. Pay attention. The food on the ship can be average, but the dessert after the meal must be top-notch. The chef cat demon understood desserts very well and was also an animal-type user of a leopard cat fruit, with self-defense abilities. She loved to only partially use her abilities, keeping her cat ears and tail, looking soft and cute, but also somewhat different, making it hard to fit in with her peers, which is why only old gentlemen liked her. Lastly, there was the sniper Jess. He had observation hockey, with a small coverage area, but an extremely long range, which is the sniper's ace. He was also an excellent navigator. If it weren't for his reclusive personality offending others, Carl wouldn't have been able to recruit him. Carl shook his head and smiled bitterly. This group of people is all problem children upon closer inspection. Only Erland could be considered a normal person. He didn't expect that most of the recruits would be like this, but their explosive potential and strength made it worth it, even if they were problem children. It didn't matter. By standards, Carl himself was also a problem child. After a while, Carl arrived at the meeting place, and everyone instantly became serious. Even Enel didn't dare to chatter aimlessly, remembering how he had been beaten up the day before. Carl smiled and asked, "Sorry for being late. Do you mind?" He did this on purpose to see who would object. Someone spoke up. "Lord Carl, our gathering time was half an hour ago. How are you so strong?" Nilu couldn't believe it. She had only joined the Navy half a month earlier. How could he be so much stronger? Now, she could hold her own against a Navy major, but Carl was only a brigadier general. She couldn't accept this disparity in strength. Enel was the first to mock. "Yahaha. Carl is a monster. You're too green." Nilu turned around and glared angrily. Her looks and figure were above average, with stylish short orange hair, but her figure was flat, and she had been raised by giants, making her not see herself as a girl. Enel sneered. "Not convinced?" He instantly teleported next to Nilu, saying, "If you can touch me, I'll consider you the winner. How about that?" Nilu was shocked. "How are you so fast?" But she didn't back down and threw a punch. As a result, Enel stood still, and Nilu's punch went right through him. He even dared to yawn. Nilu angrily returned to the team, her confidence being ground into the dirt, yet she didn't admit defeat, staring at Carl and asking, "When can I learn hockey? I must crush this Logia bastard." Everyone in the Navy understood devil fruits. Nilu immediately recognized Enel as a Logia user, but couldn't guess what his ability was. After all, Enel hadn't made a move. The others were also surprised to see Enel's ability. Pay attention. Everyone was stunned. Carl actually recruited a Logia devil fruit user. It's known that all 3 admirals are Logia users, and everyone understands how powerful that is. Although Enel currently couldn't compare to the 3 admirals, his future was directly promising. Carl told Nilu, "Just wait. If your strength is enough, but your mindset isn't, you need to calm down for a while. After boarding the ship, I'll personally teach you all hockey. How much you can learn depends on yourselves." He wasn't going to keep anything hidden. These people were his own crew, and the faster their strength grew, the more beneficial it was for him. After a little interlude, Carl spoke again, repeatedly emphasizing, the New World and the Grand Line are completely not on the same level. Your strength here is only above average in the Grand Line. Enel is the only one who could be considered a ceiling in the first half. In the New World, a Navy warship was sailing alone. The clouds above were extremely dense, and it looked like it was about to rain heavily, but the people on the ship were completely unbothered. Although the weather in the New World is harsh and changeable, to them, it's just a small scene. Carl used the float fruit to make the ship fly, dodging the bad weather as if it were playtime. So everyone was in the training room, waiting for Carl's instructions. Carl opened his mouth. Today is the first day at sea. No matter how well you all have rested, you will listen to my orders now. 1,000 push-ups every day to build your stamina. Black Feather and Cat Demon can do 500. You are not combat personnel, just girls who have never been in battle. No one else can slack off. Good physical fitness is the key to survival. Don't think about catching pirates in the New World. Right now, it's hard enough for you to stay alive. He was deliberately striking at this group of proud individuals, especially Nilou and Enelu. If he didn't knock them down a peg, they would be sending themselves to their deaths in the New World. Although Nilou didn't understand why they had to train like this. She had no objections as long as it could strengthen her power. Enelu's expression was extremely grim. He had developed his rumble fruit fiercely, but had never trained his body. 1,000 push-ups were too hard for him. The others didn't understand but still followed suit and began to train. Black Feather spoke up. Lord Carl, you don't need to take care of us. Cat Demon and I have discussed it. If they can do it, we can too. Don't forget we are Zoan type. Our stamina is no worse than theirs. Cat Demon echoed. That's right, meow. We're not inferior. Carl was a bit surprised. He didn't expect the two of them to be so proactive. He had indeed underestimated them. Just relying on their Zoan type fruits, their stamina wouldn't lose to others. Even if they didn't fight much, having extra survival skills wouldn't hurt. So Carl agreed to their request. From then on, doing 1,000 push-ups every day became a mandatory course for everyone, and Carl himself did over 2,000 every day and went in good shape. He could push it to 3,000. Thus, a week passed quietly, and Carl arrived at Punk Hazard. Originally, he was supposed to go to Dressrosa according to the route, but then Sengoku notified him that there was unidentified poisonous gas on Punk Hazard and instructed him to investigate. Carl accepted the order and turned around halfway to come here. Everyone rested in place. In 1 hour, we will arrive at Punk Hazard. Pay attention, Carl ordered. Nilou and Enelu, come with me. The others will guard the ship. If you encounter enemies, call me immediately using the snail. Understood. Everyone stopped their training and began to perform their duties. Aelin checked the sea charts for a concealed docking point, and Jess was responsible for vigilant defense against pirates. Caesar grinned. Ho-ha. Monet, can you handle those Navy men outside? The leader is only a rear admiral. Can you deal with him? He didn't take Carl seriously at all. Only a vice admiral could make him wary. But a rear admiral in the New World was nothing to worry about. Monet nodded and walked outside, while Caesar stared at the screen, seeing Carl and the others approaching the castle gate, revealing a sinister smile. Ha-ha, Navy men, welcome to Death Island. Enjoy yourselves. As soon as he finished speaking, the castle gate opened and the poisonous gas spraying device activated. On the other side, Carl initially wanted to use magic to open the door, but the castle opened on its own, leaving the three of them stunned for a moment. Enelu smirked. It seems the master is quite confident. Sending just one person to open the door, he really underestimates me. He swaggered inside, keeping his observation hockey active, and already heard Caesar muttering in the basement. Carl also heard it, but didn't rush to act. He wanted to see what kind of trick Caesar was up to, walking into the castle with Nilou and Enelu. After a while, both Carl and Enelu sensed something was off with the air. Carl smiled. This must be the poisonous gas Sengoku mentioned, right? Except for Logia types. Everyone else will be in trouble here. In a sealed environment with the ventilation shut off, even if a vice admiral came, they would still suffer. He immediately used magic to envelop the three of them in clean air. Logia types can ignore poisonous gas, and the float fruit can also isolate it. So they had nothing to fear. As they passed through the poisonous gas area, Caesar was completely panicked. He never expected that Carl and the others were completely unbothered by the poisonous mist. He hurriedly shouted for his subordinates to stop them. They must not let them enter the core area. As a result, just as his subordinates poked their heads out before they could act, Enelu snapped his fingers, and several bolts of lightning directly obliterated them. Enelu coldly snorted, truly overestimating themselves. He had already seen through these people's movements, and there was no need to wait for them to act. Karl and the others smoothly made their way to the first underground floor of the castle, which was the entrance to the secret base. Karl asked, Nilou, this door is pretty thick. Are you okay? Nilou clenched her fist and took a deep breath. Don't worry. Leave it to me. She punched out, and the huge door was instantly marked with deep fist imprints. With numerous cracks covering the entire door, is what you said true? Rear Admiral Karl, I order you to break through Punk Hazard, and I will let the G5 branch send people over to support you right now. After Karl briefly explained the situation here, it caught Sengoku's high attention. Pay attention. Although Sengoku had previously suspected Punk Hazard, he didn't have solid evidence, which was why he sent Karl to check on the poisonous gas and see if there were any abnormalities. As a result, he really found a problem, and Sengoku's expression immediately turned grim. This was once a Navy experimental base. If it weren't for the frequent gas leaks, it wouldn't have been abandoned and would not have become a secret place that no one wanted to go to. Karl said, Marshal, I have a tip-off. The G5 branch might have pirate spies. Although I'm not sure who it is, for safety's sake, don't let the Navy from the New World come. It's best to send an admiral over. With an admiral present, the spies won't be able to cause trouble. Sengoku frowned. Are you sure? Having spies within the Navy is not a small matter. Karl replied, I'm not sure, but it's better to be cautious. Admiral Kuzan is in the New World. He can come faster than anyone from G5. This statement sounded reasonable and would also allow Kazan to return, and the G5 people wouldn't dare to complain. But Sengoku disagreed with suspecting colleagues based on rumors. All right, after resolving Punk Hazard, wait a couple of days. I'll have Kazan come to take over. As for G5, bring me evidence before you speak. Karl responded, understood. Enemies are coming. I'll hang up now. After hanging up the snail, he snapped his fingers and instantly eliminated the ambushing enemies. Karl thought to himself, Sengoku still believes the Navy is like an ironclad. If I hadn't crossed over, I wouldn't believe that Virgo is a person of Don Quixote Doflamingo. He hides too well, only helping Doflamingo with underground transactions, not touching confidential matters, making it too difficult to gather evidence. But Karl didn't care. Virgo and Doflamingo had long been placed on his kill list. He just didn't have enough strength and status now, so he could only create trouble for them to force them to reveal their true colors, unable to deal with them directly. Meanwhile, Enelu and Monet were fighting fiercely, but in reality, neither could do anything to the other. Monet could control temperatures and create low temperatures, and even snow was falling on Karl. Blizzard. Monet knew that no rear admiral in the Navy was easy to deal with, so she directly unleashed her big move, wanting to eliminate Karl in one blow. In an instant, the blizzard turned the entire room into a land of ice and snow, and Monet transformed into a snow demon, charging over with a fierce expression. Facing this fierce attack, Karl simply shook his head and casually picked up a piece of dry wood, one sword style without any flashy moves. He wrapped the armament hockey around the dry wood and stepped forward. The next second, Karl's figure disappeared from Monet's sight. By the time she reacted, Karl was already behind her, slowly sheathing his sword. Iato. As the words fell, Monet felt a sharp pain in her neck, and her vision suddenly became strange. Pay attention. In the final second of Monet's consciousness, she saw her body falling from the air. Only then did she realize that she had been decapitated. Karl had instantly killed Monet, feeling no ripple in his heart. Killing pirates was just part of his daily routine. Although Monet was cute, Karl would never take her in. Her loyalty to Doflamingo was unwavering, and forcibly bringing her into the crew wouldn't guarantee her loyalty. In the original story, she was willing to die for Doflamingo and wouldn't expose their plans. This loyalty was admirable, and death was the best outcome for her. Enela laughed wildly. Yeah, just as expected of you. One sword and she's gone. He looked at Karl's light and effortless sword strike, recalling the scene when he was obliterated by Karl in 2 moves back then. If Karl hadn't had the intention of recruiting him, he would have been dead long ago. Karl patted Enelu's shoulder. You should learn hockey. Although the Logia type is powerful, without hockey, you can't unleash your true strength. There are many strong experts in the New World, and your current strength is not enough. Enelu nodded. Full of confidence, he finally understood that he had been a frog at the bottom of the well. Even the small fry in the New World had Logia types, and hockey was too important. On the other side, Caesar saw Monet being killed through the monitor and panicked, quickly calling his boss. Joke. Hurry and send someone to save me. Monet is dead. and the test subjects have been rescued. I'm in big trouble. If you don't save me, the plan will be exposed. No matter how confident he was, he knew that with just Carl and himself, he couldn't hold out for long. Any brigadier who could take out Monet definitely had strength above that of a major general. Ding. Encountering Caesar. The selection system has been triggered. Choice 1. Recruit Caesar as a crew member. Reward: Caesar's loyalty. Choice 2. Kill Caesar, destroy the artificial devil fruit. Reward: a random devil fruit. Choice 3. Let Caesar go. Reward: Doflamingo Kaido, favorability, random attribute increase by 1 level. Carl stroked his chin. Why are the rewards so low this time? But then he thought about it. It made sense. Caesar posed no threat to him, and destroying the artificial fruit base would have little impact on the story. At most, it would make Kaido and Doflamingo hate him, but they were already enemies, so he didn't care at all. Then Carl didn't hesitate. Slicing down Caesar, who was begging for mercy. He would never let this scum go. Caesar had committed numerous atrocities, even capturing children for human experiments. He was truly a demon. Although Vegapunk also conducted experiments, he only used volunteers and retained some humanity, but Caesar would harm anyone. Such a scum had no reason to be allowed to continue wreaking havoc on the world. Pay attention. Carl searched the secret base thoroughly with Enel. During the search, they encountered an extremely ugly little dragon, and without hesitation, Carl killed it, only to find out it was Momonosuke. Killing the wrong one didn't matter. Who told this guy to sneak attack without speaking and look so scary? He deserved to die. After organizing the base's information and rescuing the children, Carl ordered Enel to destroy the place. Enel transformed into a giant thunder god over 1,000 meters tall, gathering thunderbolts from the sky, and the world-destroying thunder instantly struck down, blowing the massive castle to smithereens. Enel grinned as he reverted to his normal form. Feeling extremely proud, his training over the past few days had not been in vain. His control over the fruit had gotten even stronger. Nilou looked at Enel, clenching her fists in frustration. She couldn't beat him now, but she firmly believed that once she learned Haki, she would definitely not be weaker than Enel. Carl also conveniently completed Choice 2, obtaining the Snow fruit, and didn't take it out immediately for fear of being suspected. He planned to go outside, make up a backstory, and was still pondering who among Nilou and Enzo would be suitable to eat it. Carl spoke. Next, we will set up camp and wait for Kazan. The safety of the children is up to you. I will go around the surrounding sea. If you encounter enemies, let me know quickly, and I'll rush back. After saying that, he left Punk Hazard without any psychological burden. This island looked quite nice before it turned into an island of ice and fire. It was almost time to return. Carl mainly came out to find an excuse for the Snow fruit, so he didn't need to stay long, and was preparing to head back as evening approached. Just then, a shabby little boat came into view below, and the pirate flag on it was extremely eye-catching. It was actually Blackbeard, Teach's pirate crew. Teach also spotted Carl and waved, showing a grin that looked like he was constipated. Carl sneered. Since we've greeted each other, it would be cowardly not to go over. He flew directly over. He wasn't worried about Teach making a move. Teach still had to hold back, and only during the Marineford War would his ambitions be exposed. No one was more ruthless than him when it came to patience. Although Carl wanted to crush this ambitious man, Teach was not weak and still held the title of Warlord of the Sea, so he couldn't act without the right opportunity. On the other side, Teach initially wanted to mock Carl, but to his surprise, Carl not only wasn't bothered, but also boldly flew over. Teach was stunned, feeling extremely anxious. What should I do? This guy actually came over just like that? It wouldn't be good for me to fight him now. Otherwise, my plan would go down the drain. It's best to endure for now. Pay attention. Teach thought to himself. This little brat shouldn't dare to fight me, right? Even if he does, it's the Navy's fault, right? After analyzing the pros and cons, he concluded that as long as he didn't strike first, even if a fight broke out, it would be Carl's fault. After coming to this realization, he instantly relaxed, his signature smile reappearing on his face as he personally stood at the bow of the ship to welcome Carl. Teach laughed maniacally. Haha, Lord Carl has graced my ship. Do you have any advice? Carl hadn't even arrived yet, but his voice exploded. Humph. I wouldn't dare to give advice to a warlord of the sea. Killing all of you counts as advice, right? As the words fell, a powerful conqueror's haki erupted. Teach's subordinates hadn't even reacted yet, and half of them were already knocked out. The rest, aside from Teach, were also feeling the pressure and had to exert most of their strength to withstand it. You must know that Conqueror's haki grows stronger with one's strength. It not only clears out small fry, but can also weaken enemies. Teach was now sweating profusely, having to focus to counteract the effects of haki. Teach glanced at Carl's military uniform. No wonder you're a Marine rookie. I should be calling you Major Carl now, right? Pirates like them were very clear about Marine ranks. Just as Carl was teasing Blackbeard, an unexpected event occurred on Punk Hazard. One of the three calamities of the Beast Pirates, Drought Jack, suddenly attacked. If it weren't for Enel's observation hockey, everyone wouldn't have noticed at all. Thanks to Enel, Black Feather and Cat Demon were able to lead the children to a safe area and prepare more. Enzo spoke up. It's actually Calamity Jack. We need to delay time and wait for Carl to come back. His strength isn't the strongest, but he's the most reliable. As someone who escaped from Wano, he understands how fierce the calamities are. When a group of people fled back then, he was the only one who survived. Relying on his brothers to pave the way and luck, not even having the qualifications to confront the calamities, nor meeting the Flying Six. But Enel and Nilou were both eager to try. During this time, besides training, Carl had forced them to study the information about the Four Emperors. Although they didn't remember much, they remembered the characteristics of the Four Emperors and the strong combat power of their subordinates. Jack's characteristics were too obvious. Enel recognized him just by looking at the bounty. Enel laughed maniacally. Yahaha, no matter how strong he is, I won't lose. I am a thunder god Enel. Laughing aside, his eyes were extremely cautious, underestimating tactics, but valuing strategy. He knew that the strength of the calamities lay between the first and second tiers. Jack could almost walk sideways in the New World, aside from admirals and emperors, so he didn't dare to underestimate him. Nilou shared the same thoughts as Enel. She knew Jack's strength, but she also wanted to test it. She wanted to see who was stronger between her and Jack. Pay attention. Nilou heard that the Four Emperors all had the strength of supergiants, and even their famous subordinates were not weaker than the giant race. Jack, as a tank, had explosive strength. Nilou just wanted to find out how much stronger she was compared to such a fierce character. But while Enel and Nilou were excited, the others were almost worried to death, especially Cat Demon, who couldn't fight at all and had the weakest strength among them, only equivalent to a Marine lieutenant. If it weren't for her devil fruit ability, even if Carl valued her dessert-making skills, he wouldn't have let her board the ship. But despite her fear, she moved the children quickly and efficiently, coordinating with Black Feather to transfer all the children away. Black Feather had combat power, but her hands were not meant for fighting. If something happened to her and others suffered fatal injuries, no one would be there to heal them. So everyone unanimously decided to let her and Cat Demon hide with the children and quickly contact Carl. Yahaha, my gift is not bad, right? Jack of the Kaido Pirates. Enel floated in the air, hands on his hips, laughing wildly. His lightning strike didn't hurt Jack, but it directly rendered Jack's ship immobile, completely extinguishing any thoughts of sinking the warship. Jack, the big fool, got angry. Who the hell are you looking for death? He lifted a cannon and fired at the sky, but the cannonballs all passed through Enel's body. After firing several shots, he finally confirmed that Enel was a Logia user, but Jack's knowledge was lacking. He hadn't seen the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, and aside from a few famous ones, he didn't know about other fruit abilities. After a moment of confusion, he shouted, "What Devil Fruit user are you?" Enel laughed. Yahaha, why should I tell you? Although his IQ is not high, he has been taught by Carl and will never reveal his abilities proactively, no matter how obvious they are. Not revealing his trump card allows him to maximize its usefulness. But he didn't expect Jack to be truly foolish. After trying several attacks, he still couldn't see such an obvious ability. His mind was probably filled with muscles. Jack roared as he squatted down, his powerful strength combined with his monstrous weight bending his ship. In the next second, he shot up into the air, charging directly at Enel, moving so fast that he was instantly in front of him. Jack's fist, wrapped in hockey, smashed forward. Though he was foolish, he knew that to hit a Logia user, he must use hockey, or he wouldn't be able to hurt them at all. But in Enel's eyes, this attack had too many flaws. He transformed into lightning to dodge, and another bolt of lightning struck down. Jack was hit head-on, crashing into the ground and creating a large pit. Enel laughed maniacally. Yaha! 1 billion volts, God of Thunder, has arrived. He held nothing back, directly unleashing one of his strongest moves. A massive thunder giant appeared in midair, raining down punches onto the ground where Jack was. Pay attention. Every punch Enel threw caused the ground to shake violently, and the sea churned. Even the clouds in the sky were condensed into dense storm clouds, creating a spectacular scene. Jack's subordinates, seeing their boss being pressed down, were both shocked and angry, wanting to help. But in the next second, a fierce slash sent the first few pirates running straight into the sea. Enzo stood atop a rocky ruin, his gaze sharp, and his silver knife gleamed with a frightening light. He knew he couldn't beat Jack, so he simply dealt with the small fry. It should be known that Jack was terrible at leading troops and loved to vent his anger on his subordinates. Anyone with a bit of strength was unwilling to follow him, fearing a death without understanding why. Enel, be careful. Nilou, who had been knocked back, adjusted her position with all her might to avoid a disastrous fall, and she didn't forget to remind Enel. At this moment, Jack had transformed into his Beastman form. His height surged, and his explosive power and speed were much greater than before. Though Enel reacted, his elemental transformation was still a moment too slow. The massive Thunder Giant was directly scattered by Jack's body. Just in the nick of time, Enel transformed to avoid a fatal blow, but his abdomen was still grazed, leaving a large cut. Although this injury wasn't as severe as the one Karl had inflicted before and didn't knock him out, Enel rarely got hurt and had poor resilience, resulting in a significant drop in his combat capability. Even his lightning control wasn't as smooth as before. Jack laughed wildly. Haha, die, you arrogant little brat. Seeing Enel injured, he didn't know how he managed to do it, but he forcibly turned around and charged at him. Enel had no choice but to summon a lightning net to intercept. But the lightning that had previously been able to strike Jack down now was like a water gun against him, having no effect at all. Damn it. Enel transformed into lightning and barely avoided the attack, but Jack suddenly threw two massive curved blades wrapped in light hockey. Though the concentration wasn't high, it was enough to injure a Logia user, coupled with Jack's explosive strength, capable of matching an adult giant. If these blades hit, Enel would be directly cut in half. Enel wanted to transform again, but the intense pain from his wound made him pause. The blades were right in front of him, and he had no time to dodge. In a critical moment, Enzo and Nilou suddenly rushed over and barely blocked the two blades. But the cost was that both were sent flying and sustained injuries. Enzo was protected by his weapon, so his injury wasn't severe, while Nilou, relying solely on her physical body without hockey, had a deep cut on her shoulder that exposed the bone. Enel was completely enraged, although he didn't get along with Nilou. They had spent a week together, and there was some bond. Seeing his companion injured, he angrily transformed into a massive Thunder Giant to counterattack. But just then, Jack's figure suddenly charged in. Jack appeared in front of Enel with a sinister grin, grabbing the giant face of the Thunder Giant. Pay attention, Jack roared, instantly crushing the Thunder Giant and then delivering a punch straight to Enel's face. This was his full power blow fueled by rage. Enel knew clearly in his heart that being hit by this punch would definitely mean the end. He wanted to transform and escape, but the injuries on his body held him back. Nilou was stunned, but Enzo nodded thoughtfully. Black Feather waved her hand. It's Lord Karl. He asked back and will take me to treat your injuries. She transformed one hand into a wing and quickly bandaged the wounds of the three, supporting them toward the warship. Enzo sighed. Lord Karl's strength is incredible. I only heard rumors before. Now I'm truly amazed. He didn't expect Karl to be able to control such a fierce hurricane. Although it didn't look as intimidating as Enel's lightning, the quality of the hurricane was far superior. No doubt about it. Others nodded in agreement. Only Nilou and Enel had fought with Karl, with Nilou testing a few moves and Enel being directly defeated in 2 moves. Not even getting a warm-up. Today, they would finally witness the confrontation between Karl and Jack. On the other side, Karl didn't show up directly, hiding in the clouds to control the hurricane. He knew Jack's strength and hockey were fierce. But his observation hockey was a shortcoming, and he was easily provoked. Observation hockey needed to be used calmly, and Karl aimed to make him lose his cool for a better chance of victory. Oh, can't be contained anymore? Jack is indeed difficult to deal with. Karl saw Jack transform into a mammoth and smash down onto the ground. Once the ancient mammoth form was activated, Jack's defense and weight doubled, and the dozens of tons of weight couldn't be budged, creating a large pit upon impact. Karl instantly danced with dual knives, launching 2 slashes that were several times fiercer than Enzo's at the mammoth. Jack sensed the attack and roared as he swung his long, hockey-wrapped trunk violently. With a puff, his trunk sustained 2 deep injuries. Another hit would break it. But after transforming into a mammoth, he was insensitive to pain and only felt that this enemy was far more troublesome than the previous little brat. Jack roared, "Who ambushed me? Get out here!" Then he transformed back into Beastman form. Though the mammoth was fierce, it was not agile. Against a swordsman, it was like a live target. In human form, he could use his fruit perfectly, but his defense and strength were slightly lacking. Karl's figure slowly emerged from the air, and his conqueror's hockey instantly enveloped Jack. Jack broke out in a sweat and instinctively took a step back. Without the resistance of Conqueror's hockey, Anyone hit by it would be affected, and he was no exception, just being affected. Pay attention, Carl complained. You really are tough and thick-skinned. My full power strike couldn't even injure a bone, just broke a bit of skin. So frustrating. He didn't expect Jack's defense to be even stronger than he had anticipated, with muscles, fruit, and hockey stacked up, making it impossible for his attacks to be lethal. Although every hit could make Jack howl in pain, not being able to kill him was a big problem. Carl couldn't take him down in short time. But Carl's speed was maxed out, while Jack's speed and observation hockey were shortcomings, making him completely restrained, no matter how strong he was. He could only be toyed with by Carl. Carl knew that Jack was definitely not his opponent. It was just that this guy could take hits too well, making it somewhat time-consuming. But Jack was unconvinced. He had never been beaten so badly by such an unknown person. Even facing a vice admiral of the Navy in a new world, he had never been this embarrassed. Jack roared and charged again, still heedlessly repeating past mistakes. Reckless as ever, Carl instantly appeared behind him, drawing his sword technique again, and Jack bore several more wounds, yet still refused to back down, unless a vital point was hit. He wouldn't fall. Carl was troubled. Jack's recovery and defense were too fierce. But he was very clear that Jack's strength was not among the top in the sea. Suddenly, Carl's gaze sharpened. Since this is so troublesome, let's see if the ocean can crush you. He remembered that in the original story, Jack was repeatedly beaten into the sea. Although he could breathe, the deep sea was not pleasant, and he planned to throw him into the turbulent waters near an underwater volcano. Carl dodged the attack, waved his hand to summon a massive whirlwind to try to lift Jack. But Jack instantly transformed into a mammoth, forcibly landing with his weight. Carl sneered, "You can defend against the wind, but can you defend against the ground rising?" Then he shouted, "Rise." The surrounding land of Punk Hazard was directly uprooted by his ability. The seawater surged out from the void, but Carl didn't care, taking the land and Jack up into the sky. Seeing this, Jack transformed back into human form and panicked. "Navy brat, what are you doing?" Although he is knowledgeable and experienced, even he was taken aback by this situation. The people on the warship exchanged glances, and after the shock, only two words remained to describe Carl: monster. Even if they didn't want to admit it, there was no way around it. Carl was a true monster. The most crucial point was that he was only 20 years old. To think that the three admirals of the Navy had this level of power when they were nearly 30, at which point they were still newcomers and far from being called monsters. But Carl had this strength at his age. His future was simply unimaginable. Yaha. Although I felt before that following Carl would broaden my horizons and enhance my own strength. Look closely. Inara laughed madly. I always thought that being with Carl would provide insights and increase my strength, but I've never felt as exhilarated and confident as I do today. I have a premonition that as long as I keep up with Carl, my strength will absolutely skyrocket. Although this statement was illogical, no one could keep up with Carl's pace. It still gained the agreement of most people. The proud Nilu's face turned red, and she was extremely excited. With such a powerful commander, their motivation to become stronger was fully charged. It's important to know that there are many ruthless characters like Jack at sea, relying solely on Carl. They would eventually become a burden. Nilu clenched her injured fist. I agree. From today on, I will double my training intensity. Inara laughed in response, and the others laughed along, though Enzo laughed too hard and pulled at his wound, causing him to grimace in pain. The usually quiet Erlen pointed at the panicking remnants of the pirates not far away. What about these people? Should we take care of them? Black Feather and Cat Demon immediately showed cunning smiles. Leave it to us. Cat Demon instantly transformed into a mini leopard pattern cat, her aura changing. She became even cuter. Although the leopard cat fruit could enhance physical strength, its combat power was average, and with her taking charge of the transformation, her cuteness was maximized. Black Feather didn't change much, just transformed her hands into pitch black wings and her feet into claws, grabbing Cat Demon by the back and flying over. Jess shook his head and raised his gun for cover. He knew those two could handle the pirates without any problems, but it was best to be prepared just in case. Moments later, Black Feather and Cat Demon flew back a bit disheveled, but were extremely happy. This was their first battle, and they had completed it perfectly, feeling super excited. Those rabble were simply not worth fighting. At this moment, Carl, who had thrown Jack into the underwater volcano, also flew back. In fact, he had arrived early. He was just watching Black Feather and Cat Demon perform and didn't want to interrupt, so he waited in the sky for a while. Inaru had already sensed him with his observation hockey, but kept quiet. When everyone saw Carl return, they immediately shouted excitedly. Lord Carl. Brigadier General Cod. Carl waved his hand. What are you all gathering around me for? Go do what you need to do. Settle the kids down. Admiral Kazan will. Time passed little by little, and 3 days later, Carl finally received a call from Kazan. Due to the weather, Kazan would arrive at Punk Hazard a bit late. But he would definitely be there by early morning today. Carl didn't mind, and just told him to pay attention to safety before hanging up the snail phone. Here. While training, Carl also played with the kids, which was one of the rare joys. Although these children were pitiful, having many companions made them less lonely. If they all became reclusive, Carl would really be at a loss. Aside from Cat Demon and Black Feather, the other crew members were also training. But aside from Jess and Nilu, the others hadn't seen much improvement in their strength over the past few days. After eating the snow fruit, Jess's observation hockey had directly improved, and he had developed a new move, creating compressed snowballs with a hardness comparable to steel. When shot out with a speed comparable to bullets, the destructive power was explosive. This move had yet to be named, but it perfectly matched his sniper style, allowing him to easily shatter enemies from a distance. Look closely. Jess had just obtained the snow fruit, and his new move was still under development. It took a significant amount of time to condense a snowball with super bullet power, and he could only create one at a time. This limitation made him extremely frustrated, feeling that he wasn't playing sniper as smoothly, but if used well, he could easily hit targets 1,000 miles away. To be precise, as long as the target was within the range of his observation hockey. This move was guaranteed to hit. Its power was many times stronger than a bullet. Moreover, this move had room for improvement. As his strength increased, he could achieve instant firing or even multiple shots at once. Additionally, since it was a Logia-type fruit, most snipers had poor physical skills. But this fruit provided Jess with a lot of leeway, making it difficult for him to be taken out in close combat. Next, let's look at Nilu. She had been training hard these past few days, doubling her training goals. Although Carl admired her determination, he still advised her not to push herself too hard. Fortunately, Nilu's physique was not that of an ordinary person, and she managed to keep it up. Although Carl was speechless, he was also looking forward to what potential her special physique could unleash. But no matter how hard Nilu worked, she hadn't awakened her armament hockey. Carl personally taught her. But unfortunately, the time was too short. She had only grasped a bit of the hockey's essence, and she was still a layer away from mastering it, which, if broken through, would come naturally. As for observation hockey, Nilu had little talent and could only take it naturally for now. When her strength improved, she could learn it more efficiently. Inaru and Enzo hadn't made any progress these past 3 days, although they had not slacked off in training and had even practiced extra. They didn't have Nilu's physique. After extra training, they were completely drained and had no energy to learn hockey, so they could only focus on improving their physical condition first. Cat Demon and Black Feather hadn't trained these past few days. Taking care of the kids relied entirely on them, and adding training would be too much of a burden. As for Erlen, he was surprisingly low-key. If no one approached him, he was like an invisible person, completely easy to overlook. Those who didn't know might think, Lord Carl, look quickly. That's a news bird. Meow. Cat Demon suddenly shouted, attracting everyone's attention. But when everyone saw it was a news bird, they lost interest, who hadn't seen one before. But Cat Demon was extremely curious about the news bird and reached out to poke it, wanting to catch it. As a result, the news bird misunderstood, thinking she wanted to buy a newspaper, and flew unsuspectingly into Cat Demon's hands. In the next second, Cat Demon directly bear-hugged it. Got you. Meow. Completely ignoring the news bird's miserable cries, a lot of newspapers fell to the ground. That was all money. The news bird had tears in its eyes, not knowing if it was because it couldn't make money from the lost newspapers or if it was too excited from being caught. Inaru coldly scoffed. What are you so excited about? It's just a news bird. Although he had never seen one, he had no interest at all. Cat Demon was super excited. Meow. This is a news bird. I've never seen a live one in my life. I've only seen newspapers at the Navy base. Never a bird. I wanted to hug one for so long. It's so cute. Meow. Black Feather next to her twitched the corner of her mouth and patted her head. Let go. You're about to choke it to death. Cat Demon was startled. Sorry. I didn't mean to meow. Look closely. As soon as Black Feather reminded her, Cat Demon panicked and immediately released the nearly choked news bird. After the bird broke free, it ignored the fallen newspapers on the ground and flew straight into the sky with a scream, clearly terrified that Cat Demon would strike again. Cat Demon watched the news bird fly away, feeling super disappointed. It flew away, meow, clearly not having had enough fun. Black Feather casually picked up a newspaper from the ground and glanced at it, suddenly surprised. Lord Carl, there's news about you here. Carl, who was practicing his sword, paused his movements and walked over, casually picking up the newspaper. Good heavens. The biggest headline was about him smashing Jack. Although the photo was blurry, it clearly captured him using his powers to bring down Land and Jack. The angle was too clever, perfectly capturing his military insignia on his uniform, his profile, and Jack's panicked expression. What was even more amazing was that from this angle, Carl's silhouette looked like a giant, and Jack appeared as a tiny figure, with a piece of land resembling a large island. Carl instantly recognized this. He had encountered this situation before when his news was being reported. He complained, "That big news Morgan really has no boundaries. It's so annoying." If you ask me, the most mysterious thing in the world of One Piece is not the Gorosei, the Pirate King, or even him, but these reporters. They can capture anything, anywhere. And Carl had to admit, these reporters are the real strong ones. He shook his head, pulling his thoughts back, and continued reading the report. "Oh dear, there's nothing we can do. The weather in the New World is so unpredictable. I didn't expect to encounter a storm." Kazan waved his hand, looking indifferent, saying it was just a one-day delay and won't delay anything. Carl looked around, activated his observation haki, but didn't see any other Navy warships. A puzzled look on his face. Kazan seemed to see through his thoughts and sat cross-legged on the ground. "The storm damaged some ships. They'll come after repairs. I came early. They should arrive by tonight at the earliest." Carl sighed in relief. "That's good. These kids are too pitiful, and they've been injected with unknown substances. The intel is on my ship, mostly experimental data I can't understand, but I'll bring it to you." Kazan helplessly replied, "That's a hassle. I won't understand it either. But bring it anyway. Leave this side to me. Sengoku asked me to tell you to keep patrolling. Don't stop." Carl laughed. "Don't stop? You want me to circle the New World?" He waved his hand, and a metal box filled with data flew over. The float fruit is so convenient. As long as it's a non-living object he has touched and within the range of his observation haki, he can retrieve it directly. Kazan patted the metal box, enviously saying, "This ability is really convenient. High combat power, and it's useful in daily life too." Then his gaze fell on a large water puddle not far away. It was created during the fight between Carl and Jack. At that time, Carl used whatever was convenient, not expecting that taking away a small piece of land would result in such a big pit. "By the way, what do you think about today's news?" Kazan glanced at the news on the ground and casually asked. "Take a look." Carl shrugged. "What's there to see?" "Big news Morgan loves to stir up trouble. If Kaido really targets me, I can't run away if I can't fight back." His tone was absurdly relaxed. Kazan nodded and said no more. Putting on his eye patch and lying down on the ground. "You've completed your mission. You can leave now. Just leave the kids to me." Carl twitched his mouth at that. "Handing the kids over to you. They'll probably starve by night." So he didn't listen at all. And when the naval fleet arrived at night, he handed the kids over to Kazan. Kazan patted Carl's shoulder. "Kid, don't die in the New World. You offended Garp for justice, no problem. But the rules in the New World are harsher than you think. The Navy ISNT you're backing. The only ones you can trust are your crew and your own strength. This is my experience. Have a pleasant journey." After saying that, he left Punk Hazard. Carl looked at his back with a complex expression. He didn't expect Kazan to say so much. When he first met the three admirals, Kazan was the least concerned about him, while the one most focused on him, Akainu, he hadn't seen since. "Young master, what should we do? Stick to the original plan to mess with the Navy, or cooperate to crush the pirates?" Treble, with a runny nose, said loudly, "Messing with the Navy has no benefits, but cooperating could loot pirate treasures. The Navy wouldn't know Punk Hazard is related to us. They'd just think the previous fight was a small grudge. He was Doflamingo's strategist and housekeeper, managing things in Doflamingo's absence. His intelligence has helped Doflamingo this far." Doflamingo grinned. Do I need you to say this? I didn't expect this arrogant Navy would choose cooperation. It's too surprising. I always feel he has something he's not saying. My instincts aren't good." Trouble was about to persuade him again when Baby 5, dressed in a maid outfit, suddenly burst in. "Young master, it's bad. There's a riot at the port. The troublemakers say they're from Big Mom's pirate crew." Doflamingo's expression darkened instantly. "What are Big Mom's people doing here?" Baby 5, find out. Are they the 4 sweet commanders or other ministers? He didn't expect someone to come stir trouble at this time. Baby 5 replied. The other side said they just joined. Their bounty is only 300 million berries, neither a sweet commander nor a dessert minister. Doflamingo laughed wildly. He, just a small fry? Looks like I've been hiding for too long, and now even cats and dogs dare to step on my toes. Baby 5, go notify Pika. He suddenly stopped halfway through, revealing a sinister smile. You go down. Don't worry about the port riot. We need to spread the word that they are Big Mom's people. Let everyone know Big Mom is invading Dressrosa. As you command, young master. I'll go right away. If you have any other orders, just say. Baby 5 saluted and hurriedly ran out. Take a look. Baby 5, despite her slightly flawed personality, has explosive action capabilities. Whenever Doflamingo assigns her a task, she can always get it done at lightning speed, provided it's within her ability. Trouble was anxious. Young master. What do you mean by this? Letting the riot go. We're going to lose a lot of money. Dressrosa is being invaded. He thought first about family assets, not the lives of civilians. In their eyes, civilian lives are worthless and not worth considering at all. Doflamingo sneered. Treble, you don't understand. Money can be regained with a simple transaction, but opportunities to mess with that brat Carl are few and far between. I've already thought of a plan that can allow for both cooperation and tricking him. Thanks to those small fries, I want to see how you, who offend 2 or 3 emperors at once, will get out of this. After speaking, he picked up the Din Mushy and dialed Carl. Ha ha ha. Flying the ship is just too exhilarating. It feels amazing. Carl laughed joyfully as he felt the air currents. He activated all of his fruit abilities and pushed the speed to the maximum, although controlling the ship to fly ISNT as fast as flying himself. Going at full speed ISNT much slower. They had set sail from Punk Hazard for a day and were not far from Dressrosa. After flying for a while, Carl saw the shadow of Dressrosa. After comparing it with the sea chart and the record pointer, he found it boring and slowed down, lowering the altitude. Just then, a news bird flew by, which was directly surpassed by the flying ship. The bird had marks around its neck and had lost quite a few feathers. Seeing the ship zoom past left it stunned, even forgetting to flap its wings. Thankfully, it reacted quickly and flew up just before falling into the sea. Carl stood at the bow and looked at it, feeling disappointed. What a pity. I wanted to see the news bird turn into a drowned bird. He sighed and adjusted the speed to the slowest, just a bit faster than normal sailing. Anna laughed wildly. Yeah, exciting, right? My speed isn't slow either. But being flown by someone else is completely different from flying myself. After being smashed by Carl before, he was forcibly taken to the Navy headquarters. At that time, he was already weak, and Carl loved to make sharp turns while flying, almost killing him. But thankfully, he often played aerial acrobatics. Jess sighed. Luckily, I ate the snow fruit, or I'd be as miserable as Erlen now. He looked sympathetically at Erlen, who was continuously vomiting, not mocking him, but feeling sorry for him. Black Feather also recovered. She could fly, understood the feeling of being in the air, and, along with her Zoan-type quick recovery, hurried over to treat Erlen, so he wouldn't vomit up all his stomach acid. The cat demon turned into a dead cat, lying on the ship without moving, like a salted fish that had lost its dreams. Niru, however, was completely different. Her whole body radiated an abnormal flush. Her face was extremely red. At first, she rejected this kind of flight. The feeling of weightlessness made her uncomfortable, but slowly adapting. She surprisingly fell in love with this sensation. Take a look. Just as Niru was about to enjoy the thrill of flying, they were nearing their destination, and Carl directly stopped the ship. This left her unsatisfied, unable to help but ask, Lord Carl, will we have another chance? I want more. Everyone present was stunned. No one expected Niru would say such a thing. Carl had a strange expression, staring at the not-so-normal Niru, feeling that she had awakened some strange attribute. He quickly changed the subject. Ahem. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. You go wake up Enzo first. That guy is probably bumping around in the training room and has a head full of bumps by now. We're almost there. I'll go down and clean up some pirates, and you all can follow me over later. While speaking, Carl thought Doflamingo was speaking so urgently because it was one of the sweet commanders or other ministers from the Charlotte family. But seeing only Small Fry with Big Mom's label on site, he instantly lost interest. However, as a Navy officer, he couldn't neglect his duties. Even in Dressrosa, he had to ensure the safety of the civilians here. As for Doflamingo's property, he couldn't care less. Carl flew into the air and shouted loudly, All pirates, stop immediately. I am Rear Admiral Carl, and you are all under arrest. His voice was incredibly loud, instantly capturing everyone's attention. The pirates looked up at him, initially curious and worried. But upon hearing him announce his rank, they burst into arrogant laughter. Ha ha ha, a mere Rear Admiral of the Navy thinks he can catch us? What a joke. Kid, go back to your mother and drink some milk. This is not a place for you. We are under the 4 Emperor Big Mom. You dare to say you will arrest us? That's hilarious. Even if a Navy vice admiral came, we wouldn't be afraid. Go to hell. This group of pirates mocked him wildly, completely disregarding Carl. After all, Carl was only 20 years old and held the rank of rear admiral, which they didn't take seriously at all. Moreover, pirates pay little attention to the news, mostly focusing on their own bounties and the major actions of the four emperors. Even if they saw news about Carl, they thought they were no worse than this young Navy officer. Every pirate capable of entering the New World was proud and arrogant. Then, without hesitation, they launched an attack on Carl. Sword energy, firearms, and even thrown cannonballs. Everything was used. In response to these attacks, Carl simply snapped his fingers, and a hurricane appeared, directly knocking away all the attacks. The sky erupted with a sound, and Carl's figure reappeared, leaving all the pirates stunned. This rear admiral actually blocked our attacks. A flash of red light flickered in Carl's eyes. As expected, reasoning is useless. In that case, all of you shall die. The Haki of Conqueror erupted instantly, and with a powerful aura, Carl moved in a flash, instantly taking out dozens of pirates. The leading pirate captain was dumbfounded. How is this possible? Before he could react, Carl was already upon him. He hurriedly shouted, "Everyone attack! Kill this Navy officer who is seeking death." The pirate underlings shouted and charged forward, purely sending themselves to their doom. What a death wish! Carl sneered and raised his hand, instantly taking out dozens more pirates. However, the attack of hundreds of pirates continued, but a group assault posed no threat to Carl. After finishing off the pirates, Carl was surrounded by civilians who expressed their gratitude, some offering gifts, and a girl even brought flowers wanting to date him. Carl knew he was handsome, but politely declined. He felt he was still young and shouldn't get married. Carl glanced at the royal palace on the high ground and walked towards the port. Using his observation haki, he had already sensed that Doflamingo was pretending not to be in the palace. He chose not to expose him and went to dock the ship. After waiting for less than 10 minutes, the Navy warship arrived at the port, and the staff immediately assisted without charge. Although Carl was not used to it, he accepted their kindness. When Nilu disembarked and saw the ruins everywhere, she complained, "Dressrosa isn't all that great." Enel laughed loudly when he got off, his delusions of grandeur kicking in again. Enzo, wrapped in bandages, walked out and asked, "Were the pirates? Were they captured?" Carl coldly replied, "They've all been crushed by me. The pirates I captured, except for those who didn't commit serious crimes, all deserve to die." No one disagreed. They were not saints. Allowing evil pirates to live was a threat, and those who deserved to die should be killed. Someone expressed concern. Is Admiral Carl injured? The people of Big Mom have bounties over 100 million. Are they tough? Carl waved his hand dismissively. Just 300 million small fries. Enel can easily handle them, and Nilu and Enzo can manage with some effort. That guy hasn't even fully trained his haki. Nilu complained. So weak? Enzo asked. Is Doflamingo pretending to be dead and not coming out? Carl laughed and pointed into the distance. He's coming. Doflamingo deliberately circled back, pretending to have just returned from outside while his family members had genuinely gone out. He. We meet again, Rear Admiral Carl. Doflamingo spoke the last time I saw you. You were still a colonel. No. Sorry, young master. I wasn't paying attention. Baby, 5 bumped into Doflamingo in a panic while apologizing. Doflamingo, already irritable, had no mood to scold her and said directly, "Quickly tell me what's the matter. If there's nothing, go back to your work. They still need you over there." Note this. Doflamingo indeed had patience for his family members. These people grew up with him. They were irreplaceable family members and some of his few relatives. He was extremely patient with his family. Even when angry, he would not resort to violence or severe punishment, unless they were traitors. Baby 5, flustered, said, "Young master." Kaido called on the Den Mushi and said he would come to find you personally. She spoke with great fear, not knowing whether she was scared of Doflamingo or Kaido. Doflamingo waved his hand. "All right, I know. You can go back to work." After sending Baby 5 away, his expression instantly turned dark. Carl took pleasure in his misfortune. "Doflamingo, do you want me to notify Sengoku to send troops for support? I can help you out here." As he spoke, he took out a Den Mushi, pretending to dial. However, Doflamingo did not hesitate to release his strings, directly shredding the Den Mushi. "My matters are none of your Navy's business. Kaido won't be able to come for a while. He's still in Wano, and it will take him several days to arrive." He pretended not to be afraid, which made Carl want to laugh. Carl pressed on. "Since you don't need help, then clarify for me, why is Kaido looking for you? Is it really like I said? Do you have some unspeakable deal?" Doflamingo's eyes flashed with a fierce light. But with his glasses, Carl couldn't see it. He quickly smiled and shook his head, fabricating. How could that be? He just came for revenge. I previously smashed one of his ships. The four emperors are protective of their own, so it's normal for that madman Kaido to come personally. However, Doflamingo felt a sigh of relief in his heart. He caught the meaning in Carl's words. Carl had no solid proof of his dealings with Kaido. At most, he had only heard some rumors. This was precisely the message Carl wanted to convey. He didn't want to fall out with Doflamingo now. Waiting for the secret of Dressrosa to be exposed would be the best timing. Carl changed the subject. Since you say so, I won't bother. I came here to collaborate with you to clear out the gladiator pirates. The spoils will go as you say. I won't take any. But I have one condition. The final prize, that 72 fine swords, must belong to me. Opening his mouth to demand a famous sword, Doflamingo's face stiffened. After a moment, he sneered. How interesting, you actually directly asked for that sword. After friendly exchanges with Doflamingo and Dressrosa, Carl returned to the room prepared by Doflamingo to rest. The other crew members dared not go out without his orders until the next day when Carl gave them a day off, allowing everyone to relax. But Carl specifically reminded all crew members, be wary of a little girl named Sugar. Absolutely do not have any physical contact with her. He then took out a photo of Sugar and explained her abilities. The crew members initially scoffed, but after hearing about her abilities, they instantly felt uncomfortable. Turning people into dolls sounded incredibly perverse. Note this. The most ridiculous thing was that Sugar could freely control the life and death of the dolls. This was even more perverse. The cat demon was the most good-tempered among the crew and couldn't help but complain. Looking at such a cute little girl. She turns out to be so disgusting. The Toy Fruit ability is really incredible. Meow. It was easy to imagine how complex the crew's feelings were after hearing about this ability. Carl scanned the expressions of everyone, seeing their looks of disgust, and nodded in satisfaction. This was the effect he wanted. He said seriously, you all know about Sugar's abilities, so keep her distance. Without armament hockey, her ability counters everything. If you see her figure, even if it's just like her, stay away. If you can't avoid her, don't let her touch you. I don't want any casualties on the ship. All right, today is a day off. Just have fun, as long as you stay away from this girl. Everyone nodded earnestly, then left the palace to prepare to explore. Only Aelin remained in the room, completely uninterested in going out. Even the reclusive Jess wanted one of the weaponry store to find good weapons, but he just wanted to stay put. Carl advised, you're still like this? If you have worries, just say them. We are all on the same ship now. If something's bothering you, tell us. We might not be able to help you succeed, but we will definitely try our best. He is clear that there must be a reason for Aerlin. But no one knows. Not even the fire-burning mountain general who rescued him. Only that he escaped from a destroyed country. The Warring States investigation only found out that he was from that country, and everything else was destroyed by war. At that time, Aerlin was only 10 years old, and the Warring States took him in, but he still ended up like this. Aerlin was unwilling to speak, and Carl couldn't ask. So he could only let him be reclusive. Carl scratched his head and went out, speechlessly complaining, what is this? Everyone is a problem child. After Carl left, Aerlin finally raised his head to look at the door, a fleeting loneliness and sadness flashing in his eyes. He quickly regained his composure, tidied his clothes, and began doing push-up training. Violet, who was under a lot of pressure, almost spat out when she heard Carl's words. But seeing Carl's serious expression, she could only hold back her laughter and shake her head. Carl suddenly said, don't be shy. I'm so handsome. It's normal for you to like me. Just say it if you like me, and I'll find some lame excuse to refuse. But don't stare at me with that kind of naked gaze. Your fruit ability is good, but I don't like being stared at, not even by beauties. As he spoke, he suddenly unleashed his conqueror's haki, directly scaring Violet to the ground. In just an instant, the overwhelming aura made Violet feel immense pressure, almost causing her to faint. Carl continued, I'm not joking. If you like me, just say it, and I'll refuse. If I catch you staring at me again, regardless of your identity, I won't hesitate to kill. Hearing Carl's seemingly joking but full of threats words, Violet was instantly frightened. She knew Carl was decisive and had a quirky personality, but didn't he expect him to have such a wicked sense of humor? First making her relax, then suddenly scaring her. Violet felt like she was about to break down. Tears. Watch closely. Carl waved his hand. All right, get up. As the daughter of King Riku, being so timid, how will you manage big affairs in the future? After saying that, he turned around and walked away. Violet was stunned. She didn't expect Carl to know her true identity. You should know Violet's identity. Besides being a native of Dressrosa and part of the Doflamingo family, is unknown to outsiders, and even among the Navy, very few know. She instantly ignited hope. If the Navy knows, perhaps they can bring down Doflamingo. Just as Violet was getting up to chase after Carl, a crisp child-esque voice came from behind. What are you guys doing here? On a date? Sugar walked in from another door, hugging a doll, moving lightly as if she had stumbled upon them by accident. Seeing Sugar, Violet's pupils constricted, and she immediately hid her thoughts. She was still part of the Doflamingo family and could not expose her ideas. Otherwise, she, King Riku, and Rebecca would all be dead. She put on a caring facade. Sugar, why are you here? Aren't you down below with the young master? It's cold and windy. Be careful not to get sick. Saying that, she tried to pick up Sugar, but Sugar broke free and ran to Carl, acting cute. Big brother, you're so handsome. Can I hug you? Carl smiled. Hug me? Sure. He unguardedly picked up Sugar. Sugar also smiled with her eyes crescent-shaped. Carl squeezed her, so light. You're called Sugar? Also part of the Doflamingo family? Sugar waved her small hand in his arms, looking proud. Yes. I'm super amazing. But this appearance is just too. After this little episode, Carl wandered around the streets of Dressrosa, bought some snacks, confirmed that no one was following, and Violet didn't use her ability to watch him anymore. This way, he could smoothly implement the plan to find the little people in the toy factory. Carl's observation hockey easily covered all of Dressrosa. Soon he found the location of the little people, shaking his head in amazement. This place is too hidden. Without my extensive observation hockey, it would be really hard to find. Saying that, he walked in boldly. As soon as he entered the garden, unidentified creatures suddenly flew out. Ordinary people would definitely think they were larger hornets. The little people were only a few punches bigger than hornets and could fly, looking no different, but they were stronger than adults. Training little people warriors were stronger than ordinary people. Elite warriors were no worse than trained humans. And even ordinary Navy soldiers might not be able to defeat them. However, their talent was limited. The little people were not good at combat, but excelled at planting. Back in the day when King Riku was around, he got along well with the little people, and Dressrosa was extremely prosperous, with food never lacking. All thanks to the little people. If it were just King Riku, he definitely couldn't team manage it so well, so the little people still had some skills. But Carl came here not to let the little people assist him. He planned to have the little people go to the toy factory, take the opportunity to release the imprisoned people, and create chaos. Watch closely. The little people were extremely stealthy. Without observation hockey, it was basically very difficult to detect them. Letting them do sneaky things was super convenient. Carl entered the forest, and the little people circled around. They thought Carl hadn't noticed, but he actually knew all along. Just too lazy to speak. This was basic operation for a player with cheats. After a moment, Carl burst into the little people's palace, which was extremely small. The Grand Palace had long been abandoned to avoid Doflamingo, and they could only wait here to overthrow him. Carl shouted, Little People King, come out. I am Navy Rear Admiral Carl, and I have serious business to discuss. There was no response, but more and more little people gathered around, treating him as an enemy. A human suddenly intruding was too suspicious, and they didn't dare to let their guard down. Carl was annoyed. Are you guys annoying? Call the king out. I don't have time to waste. The buzzing of thousands of little people's wings made it hard to ignore. If it were anyone else, they would have been stunned, but Carl remained calm as an old dog. The little people were shocked. You found us early? Were you playing with us just now? Immediately took a fighting stance. But in Carl's eyes, this was nothing to worry about. Khaled. Next comes the high energy. King Dongtada was stunned. You can actually deal with Sugar? How is that possible? Although Sugar is small, she can turn those who get close into toys. And with Doflamingo protecting her, who would dare to touch her? Dream on. Carl shrugged. No need to be surprised. I have many methods, and Doflamingo is not on good terms with me. The first Navy he wants to crush in his heart must be me. He was fully aware of the psychological game. The king was uncertain. You're just a rear admiral. Even a vice admiral might not be able to defeat Doflamingo. How can you deal with him? Carl interrupted, his aura fully unleashed. No need to kill him. Create a riot to expose his crimes and seek support from the Navy. I am a Navy, and he is a pirate. Once his crimes are exposed, the Navy has plenty of reasons to take him down, focusing on a lower dimensional strike. He wanted Doflamingo to roll out of the 7 warlords. Doflamingo's effortier would all go down the drain, which would be more painful than killing him. The king nodded. I believe you, but you have to help me with one thing. Saying this, he led the way to bow, and the other little people also bent down. Carl was puzzled. Just say what you need help with. What is this? I want you to help rescue my daughter, Sherry. She gained healing abilities because she ate the healing fruit. Watch closely. Mancherry not only can perfectly heal herself, but her tears can heal all injuries and illnesses. Those who are severely injured and on the brink of death can be immediately healed by her tears. That old man Doflamingo is truly despicable. He directly captured Mancherry and forced her to heal his subordinates. The king, with red eyes, pleaded with Carl. "Navy sir, please save my daughter. Don't let her suffer inhuman torment any longer. I beg you." The king bowed his head again, and the other little people followed suit, making the scene heart-wrenching. Carl scratched his head and sighed. He had completely forgotten about Mancherry's plot and had no idea where she was. But we have observation hockey, so finding someone isn't hard at all. Moreover, Violet is in the palace. Having her help find her is fine too. Next comes the high energy. After the king revealed the truth, even Sengoku was shocked. What? The prosperity of Dressrosa is fake? It was fabricated by Doflamingo? Who would have thought that King Riku was framed? Those who know the truth either become toys to do hard labor or are thrown into the sea. The king has not seen Liku Wang until now, and he suspects that he is most likely dead. Carl directly confronts Sengoku. "Marshal, I can't tolerate this mess with Mingu anymore. I will personally expose his crimes and make him pay tomorrow. You can handle the support. If you don't, I'll die for justice without hesitation." As soon as he shouted this, the little human race was ignited with passion, and Carl's momentum soared. But this is a provocation tactic. Without complete evidence, it's difficult to compel the general to act. How else can he force Sengoku's hand? "Marshal, that's all I have to say. I'm going to gather evidence." Without waiting for Sengoku's response, Carl hung up the phone. He didn't want to hear him ramble and think twice. And he couldn't let the king hear anything that would dampen morale. "Mr. King, the plan will be executed on time tomorrow. I have something to attend to, so I'm leaving." Carl exchanged a glance with the king and turned to leave. The king was inspired by his momentum and immediately summoned the soldiers to prepare for a big move. Meanwhile, in the Navy headquarters, Sengoku tugged at his beard helplessly, while Carp laughed wildly. "Haha, still sacrificing for justice. This kid just wants to go all out against Mingu. But he does have the capital to be arrogant. He crushed Jack in the New World, and his strength is undeniable, as long as he doesn't run into those four monsters. There aren't many in the New World who could defeat him. Although Carl captured Ace and Luffy, Carp knows that Ace's execution is not Carl's fault. He has some bias against Carl, but would never harm him. On the contrary, Carp greatly appreciates Carl's character because it reminds him of his younger self. In his youth, Carp was just as spirited and arrogant. When faced with injustice, he believed in using his fists to enforce justice. Chapter 76. Rebecca on a remote hill in Dressrosa. There's a beautiful garden and a seemingly unremarkable little wooden house. However, inside this little wooden house lives a girl with long pink hair and stunning looks. She is Rebecca, the key figure Carl has been searching for. At the same time, Carl encounters Cyrus, who has been turned into a toy soldier. He stands silently to the side, watching Carl and King Riku beside him. Due to the effects of the toy fruit, King Riku has forgotten about Cyrus and has no idea who he is. However, he knows that Rebecca is the daughter of the strongest warrior in his kingdom and also his granddaughter. Although King Riku has forgotten about Cyrus, that does not mean he has forgotten about Rebecca. He is fully aware that the culprit behind all of this is Don Quixote Doflamingo. Therefore, when he sees Rebecca, he says nothing and simply embraces his granddaughter gently. Rebecca also breaks down in tears, tightly hugging King Riku. The two remain silent, embracing each other for nearly 10 minutes. The emotions they wish to express are all conveyed in this period of silence. Even the toy soldier, standing to the side, cannot help but shed tears. However, having lost his identity, he has no right to join the embrace of the three. He can only silently watch his daughter and King Riku weep together, moved by the scene. Meanwhile, Carl does not interrupt their reunion but stands to the side, drinking tea and feeling conflicted about his choices. Indeed, the moment Carl arrived here, he triggered the choice system. However, this time, every task reward is very appealing. Choice 1. Kill Don Quixote Doflamingo. Reward. Host gains the ability of the string fruit and the training method for awakening the fruit. Choice 2. Defeat the Don Quixote family. Reward. Training method for awakening the fruit. Random 3 ability enhancements. Choice 3. Abandon this mission. Reward. Title of Master of Endurance. Title attributes. All attribute levels increase by 3. According to the plan, the third choice can be completely discarded, as there is no way he would give up this mission. Defeating Doflamingo is imperative. It is something he must do. Carl is conflicted about how to choose between the first 2 options. Both the random ability enhancements and the string fruit are very good, especially the string fruit, which has become almost perfect under Doflamingo's development. However, without assistance, it is very difficult to kill Doflamingo one-on-one. Although defeating him is simple, Doflamingo possesses incredibly strong vitality. Unless he can take him down in one blow, Doflamingo will always find a way to escape. Thinking of this, Carl decides to play it safe and chooses the second option. Defeating the Don Quixote family is Carl's goal this time. As long as he isolates Doflamingo, the Don Quixote family will cease to exist. This approach would be more likely to break him than killing him. After making his choice, Carl lifts his head and focuses on the grandfather and granddaughter not far away. Feeling the warmth of the scene, Carl involuntarily glances at Cyrus beside him. Cyrus, seeing the scene, how do you feel? It feels like going back to the past. Wait, how do you know my name? Cyrus instinctively responds, but suddenly realizes that he has never revealed his name. Moreover, under the effects of the Toy fruit, the name Cyrus no longer exists. He is taken aback when Carl suddenly calls out his name and jumps onto the table in shock. Chapter 77. Playing into the trap. At the same time, while Carl and Rebecca were discussing their plans, Violet used her fruit ability to start searching for Carl's crew members one by one with sugar. The first person found was, of course, Erlen, who was training inside the palace. However, no matter how cute Sugar tried to be, Erlen remained indifferent to her. When Erlen grew tired of her antics, he even said that Sugar was disgusting. This made Sugar burst into tears. "Well, I'm so cute, and he actually called me disgusting. Violet, you have to teach this guy a lesson." "All right, Sugar, stop throwing a tantrum. Since he doesn't want to play with you, let's go find someone else." No. You have to teach him a lesson, or I won't go out." Sugar threw a fit, and with no other choice, Violet had to forcibly carry her outside. Erlen saw the two of them making a scene, but showed no emotional reaction. For someone as withdrawn as him, dealing with someone who was throwing a tantrum was like facing a natural enemy. After they left, Erlen took out a snail phone and dialed Carl's number. "Lord Carl, Sugar has started making her move against us. You actually took the initiative to call me?" In Rebecca's home, Carl stared at the snail phone in disbelief. Although he had reminded everyone to inform him promptly if Sugar made a move against them, he didn't expect Erlen to be the first to call and do so quickly. He originally thought Erlen would remain silent and say nothing. But Carl was wrong. Although Erlen was withdrawn, he still cared about his teammates. However, while Carl was complaining, there was still no sound on the other end of the snail phone. Only Erlen's breathing confirmed he was still there. After staring at the snail phone for a while, Carl awkwardly said, "All right, I got it. Just take care of yourself. I'll notify the others right away." After hanging up the snail phone, Carl turned his gaze to Rebecca and the other two. The specific plan is just that. Pay attention to the details. As for the speech, you can handle it yourselves. I trust that as members of the royal family, you can easily manage the speech. Hee. Carl flashed a bright smile, showing his pearly white teeth. After waving goodbye to the three, he flew up into the sky, activating his observation haki to locate Sugar and Violet. Since they chose to act against his people, even if they had not succeeded yet, Carl would not let them off the hook. Moreover, this time, the opponent had revealed a flaw, so Carl certainly wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. Meanwhile, while searching for Carl's other subordinates, Violet, through her fruit ability, caught sight of Carl flying towards them at high speed, causing her expression to change drastically. "Don't go out. Hurry and come back to the palace with me." Without any explanation, Violet directly picked up Sugar and ran towards the palace. Sugar was confused, completely unaware of what Violet was doing. Just then, a howling wind echoed in the sky. The two of them were instantly blown to the ground by a gust of wind. Sugar and Violet rolled several times on the ground before stabilizing themselves. "Navy, don't go too far." Seeing Carl appear in front of her, Violet was frightened but still tried to maintain a certain level of composure. If Sugar were to die here, Dressrosa would fall into chaos. Violet understood very well how tragic her fate would be if that happened. Therefore, she could not allow Sugar to die here. "Why is he here?" Sugar then realized that the person who had come was Carl. She didn't expect him to return so quickly, which caught her off guard. "Sugar, hurry and run back to notify the young master. I'll hold her off here." Violet, Chapter 78. Ongoing Doflamingo. Is it really necessary for you to be so agitated? I didn't actually kill her, so is all this fuss really needed? Carl easily blocked Doflamingo's strike, and with a swift motion, he sliced the overstrike whip in half. The powerful sword energy made Doflamingo's pupils constrict, forcing him to dodge to the side to evade Carl's sword strike. Although his move did not utilize armament haki, Doflamingo clearly understood how strong and solid his own move was. Karl's strike directly severed the massive white whip in two. The sword energy continued to rush towards him with unyielding force. From this point, it was clear that Karl's swordsmanship had absolutely reached the level of a great swordsman. However, there are different levels of great swordsmen. Even those who have just entered the ranks are considered great swordsmen. But someone like Dracul Mihawk, the world's strongest swordsman, is also a great swordsman. Doflamingo couldn't gauge the extent of Karl's current strength, so he chose not to attack. Instead, he quietly walked over to Violet and picked her up. I'll admit defeat this time, but just you wait. Sooner or later, you'll fall into my hands. You little brat. Doflamingo snorted coldly and leaped towards the palace, not intending to stay with Karl any longer. He was afraid he wouldn't be able to resist attacking here. If that happened, everything he had prepared for tomorrow would be in vain, and he might even find himself in a dangerous situation. It seems you still have some sense. Karl scoffed as he walked towards the palace exit. He still had some trivial matters to attend to and wouldn't be returning to the palace for now. Moments later, in a hidden chamber within the palace, Violet felt warmth in her chest and heard Doflamingo's angry voice, slowly opening her eyes in a daze. You're awake? Doflamingo noted Violet's awakening and then tossed aside a female dwarf nearby. Since she's awake, you're of no use here. Go back. The dwarf could only lower her head in anger and prepare to leave. But Violet suddenly thought of something and grabbed the dwarf. Young master, I still feel a bit unwell. How about letting her stay with me? Do as you wish. But remember, starting today, don't remove anyone related to Karl. I don't want any member of my family to be in danger, even if you're just a half-hearted member. Doflamingo was quite concerned about his family members. As long as someone joined the Don Quixote family, even someone like Violet, who joined midway, he would still be the first to step in and resolve any danger they faced and seek revenge. However, Violet was not well regarded within the Don Quixote family. Even though Doflamingo always wanted her to be his queen, it was merely to stabilize the regime in Dressrosa. In reality, Doflamingo had no feelings for her. Violet remained silent, holding the dwarf, and quietly watched Doflamingo leave. After waiting for about 10 minutes, she finally dared to use her fruit ability to scan her surroundings. When she confirmed that no one was watching her, she breathed a sigh of relief. However, the dwarf still looked listless. After being captured by the Don Quixote family, she had become powerless. The tragic treatment had made her gradually accustomed to her current identity. Manchery, don't speak or ask me questions. Just prepare to escape with me tomorrow. Chapter 79. The gladiatorial combat begins. The long-awaited gladiatorial combat has finally started. This time, our ultimate reward has changed from 1 sword to 3. Although these 3 swords may not be as famous as the 72 excellent blades, they're also crafted by renowned masters. Compared to those excellent blades, they are not significantly weaker. In fact, some of them are even sharper than certain excellent blades. Now that we've talked about the prizes, let's introduce our participants. The first contestant comes from the Don Quixote family, a 2-time champion of the bullfighting arena and the strongest gladiator. He is Diamante, a user of the Flare fruit. Please cheer, everyone. Accompanied by the introduction, Diamante enters calmly. He thoroughly enjoys the cheers. Although he participates in the combat due to a mission, he also loves such occasions. The next contestant has quite the background. She is the granddaughter of King Riku, Rebecca. Please cheer for her. The Riku royal family doesn't deserve to be here. Get out of here. That's right, hurry up and get out. Rebecca's appearance has provoked strong resistance from the audience. Some even shouted for her to leave. However, Rebecca is already accustomed to such insults. Dressed in cool battle armor and holding a sharp blade, she stands there unfazed. Diamante, noticing Rebecca's demeanor, becomes a bit interested. It's not easy for a little girl to endure such insults. Haha, how about I help you and make these annoying worms shut up? I will not accept any charity from the Don Quixote family. Rebecca scoffs, ignoring Diamante. Diamante, seeing this, spits in disdain. TCH, what an ungrateful wretch. Rebecca quietly observes this scene, closing her eyes. She knows very well why these people insult the Riku family. It's all due to past slanders that have damaged the Riku royal family's reputation. As long as those turned into toys do not recover, these people will never awaken. Only by regaining those memories will they see clearly what kind of disaster the Don Quixote family truly is. Alright, let the cheers continue. Coming up next is a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 300 million, a user of the rock fruit. The introduction continues. The host is quite skilled. No matter how chaotic the audience gets, he can effectively control the situation. It can be said that he truly deserves to be the dedicated host of the gladiatorial arena. However, Carl, sitting in the VIP section, finds it hard to bear this style. It's really too slow, with all the prize explanations and introductions of participants. Nearly half an hour has passed. I've seen the list of contestants. There are over 1,000 people. How long is he going to introduce them? Haha, Lord Carl, you don't understand this, do you? Generally, in such competitive arenas, only 10 to 20 heavyweight contestants are introduced. As for the others, they are usually only introduced individually when they perform remarkably during the fights. You see, haven't they already introduced most of them and are ready to start the combat? Enzo, familiar with such rules and environments, explains to Carl. Seeing this, Carl doesn't say anything, and after Enzo finishes, he lightly asks, "Are you done?" Yes, I'm done. Since you're done, go prepare. Although you won't be participating this time, we must ensure the safety of our target. Rebecca, Soldier Cyrus, and King Riku must not come to harm. Also, we need to speed up the actions on the side of the little people. Chapter 80, Taking Action Early. Time slowly passed. The battles in the arena had reached a fever pitch. The rules of this arena were almost unchanged from the original work. It was divided into 4 major zones. Each zone had several signature strong fighters, with only one person remaining to advance. However, the situation with Rebecca was unknown. Her strength was not particularly strong. She barely reached the level of a Navy headquarters major. Yet with such strength, she somehow became the last victor standing in Zone D. This scene left all the spectators bewildered, because the king of Liku, who participated in the same arena but was assigned to another zone, had been knocked out. Even Carl did not anticipate this situation. As for the victors from the other 3 zones, they included Diamante and a notorious pirate with a bounty of 300 million. The identity of the last person was unknown, and no one knew his background. However, he was a swordsman, dressed in a style reminiscent of Wano, wearing a heavy mask, and had flowing hair. His long black hair, tall stature, and flamboyant fighting style elicited cheers from the audience. Yet, no one knew his true identity. He dressed this way to conceal his identity. Moreover, this person had not spoken a word throughout, and even Carl's observation hockey could not discern who he was. The only thing Carl could be sure of was that the opponent was cross-dressing. That's right. This slender figure with long black hair that appeared to be a woman was actually a man. Carl felt that this configuration seemed somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall who it was. However, the strength he displayed was completely overwhelming. Even Diamante and that pirate were likely no match for this cross-dressing figure. Such a person was certainly not a nobody on the sea. Otherwise, he wouldn't be hiding his face or fighting with just one hand holding the sword. I really don't know if Rebecca is lucky or unfortunate. According to the original plan, she and King Liku would be eliminated in the first round and would not make it to the second round. But now, she advanced to the second round and faced 2 strong opponents and a mysterious cross-dresser. This cross-dresser definitely concealed his strength. His swordsmanship was mediocre, barely reaching the level of a swordsman. However, his fighting style and habits indicated that he was absolutely not a genuine swordsman. He hid his true combat techniques. It seems that Rebecca is in trouble this time. If I don't act, she might even die here. Carl shook his head and picked up the Den Den Mushi. Although it was a bit early, he decided to initiate the plan for Rebecca's safety. Everyone, listen up. The plan is starting early, and you all wait for my signal. Understood. A response came from the Den Den Mushi. Carl hung up and then looked at Black Feather and the others. Follow the plan. Understood. The 3 of them saluted and quickly left the box. Carl stood up, draping a navy coat over himself. The words justice appeared on Carl's back, moving without wind. Carl gently tapped the glass in front of him, then punched it and shattered it. Without hesitation, he flew out from the treasure chest and arrived at the center of the arena. Who is that? Why is there a navy here? What does the navy want? Hey, what are you doing? What does this navy want to do? The surrounding audience felt some anger at the sudden appearance of Carl. The final battle was about to begin, and then suddenly a navy appeared. Wasn't this a mood killer? Even the experienced host didn't know what to say at that moment. Everyone, listen to me. Kaz shouted loudly, but no one paid attention to him. The audience was filled with curses. Chapter 81. The Cross-Dressing Master Aizu. A girl cross-dressing? Lord Carl, are you saying he is a man? How is that possible? Rebecca's focus was somewhat strange. She should be paying attention to the atmosphere at this moment, not the gender of this guy. However, Rebecca's naivety also indicated that she hadn't completely lost her girlhood nature, which is a small blessing. You needn't doubt. Your observation hockey has just awakened, while I have mastered it for a long time. I can clearly see that this person, although very beautiful, is undoubtedly a male. Carl raised his right hand, pointing his sword, Sakuraju, at the other party. Tell me, who are you and what is your purpose here? If you're a reinforcement sent by Doflamingo, then you're dead for sure. Anyone colluding with Doflamingo is definitely no good. And I want to let you pass off easily. Carl was sure the other party's true identity. He said this to make his position clear, letting the other party know that he was only targeting Doflamingo. If the other party wasn't one of Doflamingo's people and still had their wits about them, they naturally wouldn't want to get involved in this turmoil. Colonel Carl, you are truly better seen than heard. I originally thought you were just an arrogant Navy man. But it seems now that besides being arrogant, you also have a sense of justice. If you intend to save the Riku family, then I really can't bring myself to attack you. The cross-dressing master shook his head, threw the long knife in his hand to the ground, and then removed his mask, revealing his exquisite face. Upon seeing this face, Carl's pupils suddenly constricted. Aizu from the Whitebeard Pirates. I didn't expect this Navy newcomer to recognize me. It seems my fame is not small. Aizu smiled. His voice was very soft and didn't sound like a man at all. Coupled with his perfect figure, if one didn't know his true gender, no one would treat him as a man. It must be said that Aizu, the cross-dressing master, was very successful in some aspects. Why are you here? The Navy is about to go to war with the Whitebeard Pirates, and you still have the leisure to come to Dressrosa. It seems you are very confident about the war 2 months from now. Carl narrowed his eyes, signaling Rebecca to leave quickly. Rebecca understood Carl's meaning and directly circled out from another direction. She had things to do and couldn't waste time here. Aizu glanced at the direction Rebecca left, but had no intention of pursuing her. It was clear that he came here only for Carl and had nothing to do with the Riku family. I was just passing through Dressrosa and wanted to win a few knives. Although Doflamingo wouldn't agree, I believe that with my identity, he wouldn't say anything. I just didn't expect to meet you here, and I had a little chat with the little people, discovering some incredible things. Aizu's eyes were charming as he smiled lightly, full of allure. If Carl didn't know his true gender, he might have really been fooled. What happens here has nothing to do with your Whitebeard Pirates. I don't want to get involved with you. If you insist on not leaving, don't blame me for attacking you. Carl instantly unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, crashing towards Aizu. Feeling this Conqueror's Haki, Aizu remained unmoved. But the cold sweat on his forehead indicated that he was not at ease. What a nice power. No wonder you could capture Ace. He is still too young. What? Are you planning to take revenge for Ace? Don't get me wrong. Although I intend to teach you a lesson, the situation is obviously not suitable now. Look over there. There's someone who wants to kill you more than I do. Just as Aizu's voice fell, a whistling sound cut through the air. A massive white whip instantly pierced through the entire arena stage. This sudden strike came without any warning. Fortunately, Carl's observation Haki had been kept activated. This, Chapter 82 Battle. Damn it, what have you done? Doflamingo had no idea that the palace was already in chaos, and the toy factory would soon be breached. Carl had brought him here with the intention of keeping him occupied, leaving him no time to focus elsewhere. Doflamingo, forget about other places. Let's fight to the death right now. Haven't you always wanted to kill me? Now I'm giving you a chance. Let's see if you can seize it. Ha ha! Carl laughed loudly, striking out with both swords. The powerful strikes completely destroyed the arena below. Doflamingo narrowly dodged the attack, and then launched a counterattack. The strangle whip, a small strangle whip hit Carl head-on. However, Carl crossed his swords to block the attack, though he was still sent flying, since the arena limits your abilities. Let us take this outside. Carl glanced at the unconscious civilians and then dashed outside. Doflamingo realized that Carl was trying to lure him out, but he was solely focused on whether something would happen inside the palace. So he flew in the opposite direction, having no intention to fight Carl. Just then, a gunshot rang out. Doflamingo felt a sudden crisis and hurriedly covered his hands with Haki to block the bullet. A bullet infused with Haki. Are you Aizu from the Whitebeard Pirates? Upon seeing the sudden attacker, Doflamingo recognized Aizu. I've been here for a while, and you've only just recognized me? Aizu posed with a resentful expression, raising his twin guns aimed at Doflamingo. Although I don't know what grievances you two have. Since he has invited you to a duel, isn't it a bit disrespectful if you don't show up, Doflamingo? I don't want to interfere in your battle, but the current situation is becoming increasingly interesting. Bastard. Doflamingo looked at Aizu with disgust. Although he knew there was another person here, he didn't recognize him at first. It turned out to be Aizu from the Whitebeard Pirates. Aizu was the captain of the 16th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. He undoubtedly had the strength of a vice admiral. Aside from Marco, the other captains of the Whitebeard Pirates were not that far apart in strength. mostly hovering between the ranks of captain and elite vice admiral. Although Doflamingo was confident that Izo was not his opponent, he also had Carl watching closely from the side. If he attacked Izo now, Carl would definitely take advantage of it. This was the last thing Doflamingo wanted to see. So, with no other choice, he turned and charged at Carl, hoping to deal with this annoying Marine as quickly as possible. At the same time, Carl also saw Izo helping him by blocking Doflamingo. Although he didn't know why Izo was doing this, at least it showed where he stood. Carl smiled at him and then unleashed a whirlwind, crashing towards Doflamingo. Lion's Might, Earth Roll, Super Strangle Whip. The two attacks collided in an instant, causing the entire ground to tremble. Fortunately, the area surrounding the arena was an uninhabited zone. Only the arena's guards were present, so there was no need to worry about civilians. Therefore, Carl could fully unleash his strength and have a great battle with Doflamingo. Ha! This is the kind of fight I enjoy. Carl laughed heartily, the fervor in his eyes unmistakable. Although his outward persona was that of a battle maniac, deep down, Carl was also. Chapter 83. Raid Grandpa. Soldier, how are you? Rebecca rushed through the underground of the Colosseum alone, searching for the figures of King Riku and the soldier. However, there were too many people around, and she couldn't see anything, even getting knocked around by the massive crowd. Feeling completely lost. Fortunately, these people had no intention of paying her any mind. They were all gladiators who had lost. And after being persuaded by King Riku and Carl's subordinates, whether pirates or other adventurers, they had united to break through to the outside. They wanted revenge against Don Quixote Doflamingo and the Don Quixote family. These people had come to participate in the gladiatorial games merely to win prizes. Losing didn't matter to them. However, they had no idea that this was just one of Doflamingo's schemes. Once Doflamingo took control of Dressrosa, the gladiatorial arena became a place for him to harvest the losers. All participants who failed in the competition would become toys, working for Doflamingo to produce artificial devil fruits. As for their property, it would all be seized by Doflamingo. This was one of the reasons Doflamingo could rise so quickly. Thus, these people were extremely angry. They wished to smash the place and destroy the royal palace of Dressrosa. This situation made it impossible for Rebecca to get inside. She was stuck at the entrance. Fortunately, it wasn't long before most of these people started to come out. Kairos and King Riku were among the last to exit and immediately rushed over upon seeing a somewhat disheveled Rebecca. Rebecca, are you all right? I'm fine, Grandpa. How about you? Rebecca shook her head and anxiously inquired about their situation. At that moment, the cat demon walked out with a cheerful smile. Don't worry, aside from a few unruly troublemakers. Everything else is taken care of. Meow. Blackfeather nodded and rushed over to help Rebecca with her wounds. Don't move around. You have so many injuries. And if you don't get them treated quickly, they'll heal up. Hearing Blackfeather's words, Rebecca felt something was off. The cat demon smiled and explained. Blackfeather has a bit of a compulsive disorder. Whenever someone gets hurt, even if it's just a small scratch, she can't help but bandage them up. Stop saying that. My compulsive disorder isn't that severe. I just care about Rebecca. Blackfeather shot a glare at the cat demon and then quickly bandaged Rebecca's wounds before walking out. The cat demon followed behind with a smile. Although Rebecca felt a bit confused, she still followed them out. Shall we proceed according to plan? Rebecca blinked and asked. King Riku looked towards the palace covered in thunder not far away and nodded. Let's go to the palace. Although the timeline of the plan has moved forward quite a bit, our objective remains unchanged. Rebecca nodded and took a step forward, but suddenly, tears began to flow uncontrollably. Rebecca's tears flowed without stopping. Familiar yet strange memories gradually surfaced in her mind. Even King Riku couldn't help but shed tears. Kairos, father. Accompanied by their shouts, the toy soldier slowly regained his human form, transforming back into Kairos. Without hesitation, Rebecca rushed to embrace him, while King Riku wiped his tears and smiled. Welcome back, Kairos. King Riku. Rebecca, I'm back. Kairos gently patted Rebecca's back, and her tears flowed freely. She held on to Kairos tightly, as if afraid he would leave her again. Meow? So soon? It seems Sugar has fainted, and her devil fruit ability has been. Next, it's time to execute the third phase of the plan. Chapter 84. Nilou's awakening at the same time. While Enel was arrogantly shouting, the situation inside the palace was not very optimistic. Although Enel alone held off 4 officers, preventing them from intervening, Nilou encountered a dilemma. An old man blocked Nilou's path. Loud G stood in the way of Nilou and her companion's breakthrough. Along the way, Nilu had successfully dealt with two members of the Don Quixote family, including the fisherman, Dringe, and the art fruit user, Jorah. Jorah's strength was quite average, and Nilu knocked her down with a single punch. Dringe had some strength and managed to hold Nilu back for a little while. However, when he confidently exchanged punches with Nilu, the bones on the right side of his body were instantly shattered by her overwhelming power. Inheriting half the strength of the giants was no joke. However, neither of them could use haki, making it easy for Nilu to deal with them. But the Lao Ji in front of her seemed a bit too unorthodox. After exchanging a punch with him, Nilu realized that this person was very strong. His martial arts were average, but his haki was not weak. This put Nilu, who could not use haki, at a natural disadvantage. Violet, you take Mancherry and leave first. I'll handle this eccentric old man. Be careful. Even though I knocked Sugar out, she could wake up at any moment. If she finds you, it will be hard for us to save you, Violet reminded, then quickly took Mancherry and left. She needed to regain control of the palace. Only then could she announce what she wanted to say to everyone in Dressrosa. Thus, her goal aligned completely with Carl's plan, both targeting Doflamingo's office. Violet, you traitor. I didn't expect the young master to value you so much, yet you still betrayed him. A traitor like you shouldn't be sheltered by the young master. Go die. G. Lao Ji directly bypassed Nilu and charged towards Violet. But at that moment, Nilu threw a punch, colliding hard with Lao Ji. The tremendous force created a strong gust of wind, shattering the surrounding walls. Nilu, Violet, hurry and leave. I'll be distracted if you're here. Nilu shouted angrily, raising her left fist to strike Lao Ji. Facing Nilu's punch, Lao Ji did not underestimate it. He swiftly sidestepped and then punched Nilu in the stomach. The strength that did not belong to his age, combined with his armament haki, sent Nilu staggering back. However, her physical condition was quite unique. Her body density was 10 times that of an average person, nearly approaching that of the giants. It was precisely for this reason that she possessed the strength of a giant. At the same time, her defensive capabilities far exceeded those of ordinary people. Nilu glanced back and saw that Violet had already vanished from sight. She felt completely at ease at that moment, then suddenly swung out a punch. This strike was even more powerful than the previous one. Lao Ji's pupils suddenly contracted as he quickly retreated, but Nilu followed closely, not giving Lao Ji a chance to react, and threw another punch. Lao Ji barely dodged it, but found that Nilu's punch had shattered the entire load-bearing wall of that floor. Such power shocked Lao Ji. However, Nilu's attack did not stop. Although her strength was her forte, her speed was not slow. When one has great strength, speed does not necessarily decrease. The strong in this world are all like this. If one aspect is strong while another is weak, it indicates that their training is not yet complete and they cannot be considered truly strong. Only when all aspects become more balanced can one be called a real powerhouse. Nilu was developing in this direction. However, this path was dozens of times more difficult than specializing in one aspect. But it was precisely because of this that Nilu's speed and strength were very balanced. Chapter 85, The Riot. After awakening the armament haki and successfully mastering the technique of soft force, Nilu took a deep breath, bypassed Lao Ji, and charged towards Violet. She was well aware that there was another cadre from the Don Quixote family in Doflamingo's office. This person was the very disgusting individual who had guided Doflamingo to where he was now. His strength wasn't very strong, but Violet alone definitely couldn't deal with him. So Nilu had to endure her pain and push towards the higher levels. If only I could have understood Lord Carl's words sooner. Only by having a calm heart and being one with all things can one grasp a higher power. It is only now that I understand this. How foolish I have been. If I had mastered soft force and armament haki a day earlier, I wouldn't be in such a predicament. Nilu shook her head and ran quickly. Although she was mocking herself, she clearly understood that without experiencing this evenly matched battle, the time she needed to comprehend would likely extend for several more months. However, it was precisely because of this that Nilu realized her comprehension wasn't as high as she had imagined. This made her pride unconsciously diminish a bit. Meanwhile, the battle outside the palace was also nearing its end. Enel, covered in wounds, was standing on top of Pika. All 4 cadres of the Don Quixote family had been taken down by him alone. These 4 individuals were all very strong, with Pika and Gladius being among the top 5 in the Don Quixote family. Yet even so, they were still defeated by Enel. Relying on the natural advantage of the Rumble fruit and top-notch observation haki, Enel finally welcomed his first battle in the New World. What an exhilarating fight. I didn't expect this battle to be so arduous. However, this also proves that my strength is indeed lacking. Mastering armament hockey must be prioritized. Otherwise, when facing some strong martial artists, I might suffer a crushing defeat. After muttering to himself, Enel recalled how he was defeated in just 2 moves by Jack, which sent a chill down his spine. Draw Jack, huh? Just you wait. One day, I will seek revenge on you. Enel, what are you talking to yourself about? Meow. Just as Enel was talking to himself, Cat Demon and the others had already arrived at the palace. They then saw Enel's achievements. Thousands of Don Quixote family soldiers, as well as 4 high-ranking cadres, had all been taken down by him alone. Such strength made Rebecca, King Riku, and Cyrus gasp in surprise. They never expected that this strangely behaving person, who liked to call himself the Thunder God, would be so strong. Well done. You've improved since your battle with Jack. But don't get too cocky. Lord Karl said that if you become proud over this, he will personally destroy your pride. Meow. Cat Demon grinned, showing a cute expression. However, her dark side was evident, which made Enel's heart skip a beat. Enough talk, Enel. I'll bandage you up, and then we need to go to Doflamingo's office to announce the truth to the entire Dressrosa. Black Feather said, taking out a Din Din Mushi. This Din Din Mushi was given to me by Lord Karl, specifically to record evidence for Admiral Sengoku to see. Once he sees the evidence, he will understand that Lord Karl's words are all true. Without further ado, you all prepare here. I'll take Grandpa and Father over first, Rebecca said, leading the charge. King Riku and Cyrus followed suit. Cat Demon wasn't in a hurry. She was waiting for Black Feather. Black Feather was busy bandaging Enel, which wouldn't take long. Meanwhile, the ghost-like Erlen had a strange glint in his eyes and then chased after them. I'll go protect them. You all keep up the speed. After saying this, Erlen rushed forward. Chapter 86, Kaido's Arrival. At the same time that chaos erupted in Dressrosa, the battle between Karl and Don Quixote Doflamingo had also reached a boiling point. Doflamingo, utilizing the awakened powers of his devil fruit, forcefully suppressed Karl's abilities. However, Karl's strength should not be underestimated. Although his float fruit powers were completely suppressed by Doflamingo, his swordsmanship, combined with the abilities of the float fruit, still made things very difficult for Doflamingo. Moreover, with the riot in Dressrosa already in full swing, Doflamingo was increasingly agitated and furious, completely unable to remain calm. His observation haki informed him that all the civilians in Dressrosa had taken up arms and were fighting alongside the Don Quixote family soldiers. Additionally, the large screen was continuously playing images of the former King Riku. It was evident that the palace high ground had been breached. The guards of the Don Quixote family had all been defeated. Most importantly, Doflamingo had also regained some memories regarding the toys. Although he viewed these toys as trivial, it made him realize that Sugar's powers had lost their effect. Damn Marines, I didn't expect you to have such plans. Truly despicable. Doflamingo could no longer smile. The secrets of Dressrosa had been completely exposed, and he had no way to conceal them. Not to mention, there was a member of the Whitebeard Pirates right beside him. If he wanted to hide anything, he would have to wash away the entire Dressrosa in blood. But it was clear that he couldn't do such a thing. Doflamingo, how do you feel now that everything you've worked for has been destroyed? Are you feeling angry and hopeless? Karl looked at the furious Doflamingo, with a smug smile growing on his face. Doflamingo couldn't manage a smile. He could only repeat his attacks over and over, trying to kill Karl. After such a long battle, Karl had become somewhat familiar with Doflamingo's techniques. At this moment, he was basically evenly matched with Doflamingo, even holding the upper hand. Although Doflamingo's devil fruit powers could suppress Karl's abilities, in terms of overall capability, Karl still had the edge. Doflamingo was well aware that he had no chance of winning against Karl anymore. All he could do now was to leave immediately. Only then could he save his life. However, what puzzled Karl was that Doflamingo not only did not attempt to escape, but even slowed down his attack rhythm. This situation made Karl feel that something was off. Doflamingo, are you stalling for time? What are you waiting for? Do you think anyone will come to save you even if you stall for time? Doflamingo did not respond. He simply manipulated the countless threads once more, launching them at Karl. In the face of the overwhelming threads, Karl used his devil fruit powers to create a massive tornado, instantly destroying all those threads. But at that moment, a gigantic figure descended from the sky. When this enormous figure landed between Karl and Doflamingo, Karl's pupils suddenly contracted. Doflamingo stood atop the wave of threads and laughed. Kaido the 100 Beasts, you finally arrived. Kaido came so quickly. The moment Karl saw Kaido's appearance, he understood that Doflamingo must have summoned him. Although Kaido came to cause trouble for Doflamingo, the only one who could save him now was this monster, Kaido. When his only reinforcements appeared, Doflamingo laughed wildly. Birdcage. Without any hesitation, Doflamingo directly took out his. Chapter 87. The Humiliation of Doflamingo. Is that Kaido? The Navy station in the palace was taken aback when they saw the figure not far away. With the riot already underway, Carl's strategic plan had been perfectly executed. All the crew members had gathered inside the palace, ready to relay evidence to Sengoku. All members of the Don Quixote family, except for Doflamingo himself, had been arrested. Just as they were preparing to report to Sengoku, Kaido's sudden appearance caught them off guard. They exchanged glances, unsure whether to go help or stay and protect King Riku. No, they had to quickly report to Admiral Sengoku and request reinforcements. With just their words, they couldn't possibly stand against Kaido. Enzo was the one among them who understood Kaido the best. After all, Wano was now under Kaido's control, and Enzo knew just how exaggerated Kaido's strength was. So he didn't hesitate to dial the Den Den Mushi, starting to contact Admiral Sengoku. On the other side, Jess also activated his Den Den Mushi, intending to show Sengoku the impact of this evidence. Only in this way could Sengoku confirm that there was evidence here and then send troops for support. Sengoku was meticulous in his work and quite protective of his own, but he could also be very rigid in certain aspects. Especially regarding matters that could affect the political landscape, he was extremely inflexible. As long as he hadn't seen evidence, even if the matter was true, he wouldn't send troops for reinforcement. Fortunately, after connecting with Sengoku's Den Den Mushi, Sengoku agreed to send reinforcements without much thought. This made Enzo and the others very happy. They hadn't expected Sengoku to be so agreeable this time. However, they were unaware that Sengoku had already had such intentions, and the only thing missing was evidence. He had long been prepared with troops and personnel. What Sengoku hadn't anticipated was that Kaido would appear in Dressrosa to assist Doflamingo. This way, even without clear evidence, Sengoku could unilaterally announce that Doflamingo was indeed collaborating with Kaido, and the person Sengoku sent was Admiral Kazuru. As for the Navy's ships, they wouldn't arrive anytime soon. So for now, there would only be Kizaru as reinforcement. However, with an admiral coming, they felt much more at ease. But at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared by the window, making them all alert. Doflamingo, what are you doing here? Seeing Doflamingo suddenly appear, Enzo and the others were startled, quickly shielding King Riku and the others behind them. You guys are Carl's subordinates? What a bunch of kids. But I'm too lazy to bother with you right now. Get out of my way. Doflamingo unleashed his strings, intending to kill the people in front of him. However, Enzo, Eneru, and Niru immediately rushed forward and knocked down Doflamingo's attack. Eneru even used the full power of the Rumble Rumble fruit, directly sending Doflamingo flying out of the window frame. Rumble Rumble fruit. Doflamingo's pupils suddenly constricted. He hadn't expected that Carl's subordinates would have a user of the Rumble Rumble fruit, since he hadn't previously understood the abilities of Enzo and the others, and had been fighting Carl all along. He naturally hadn't paid attention to the situation in the palace. Therefore, he had no idea that Eneru was a Rumble Rumble fruit user. This is interesting, but still not enough. Doflamingo charged again, but this time he was surrounded by a blizzard. This familiar power made Doflamingo's pupils constrict again, seeing the familiar snowflakes. Doflamingo instinctively thought of Monet, but he quickly remembered that Monet was already dead. Chapter 88. Fierce battle with Kaido at this moment. While King Riku and others were organizing manpower to prepare for blocking the shrinking birdcage, the fierce battle between Carl and Kaido was still ongoing. At this point, Carl had no idea that Doflamingo had suffered setbacks from Enel and others, allowing him to escape from Dressrosa. His mind was solely focused on Kaido. There was no way around it. Kaido's strength was indeed formidable. Carl had to admit that he was not a match for him at the moment. Facing Kaido's fierce attacks, Carl could only utilize the advantages of the float fruit to dodge his strikes. Surigian remarked that each time was a narrow escape to fend off Kaido's attacks. However, Carl made perfect use of his flying advantage, making it impossible for Kaido to hit him. You little brat, if you have the guts, come down here. Let us fight to the death. I'm not coming down. If you have what it takes, fly up here to find me. You trash Kaido. Losing face is not an option. Even though he couldn't defeat his opponent, Carl believed he couldn't lose the verbal battle. This was his creed. If he couldn't even win in a war of words, he might as well give up. If you have the guts, get down here. Kaido was extremely furious. Although he could transform into a dragon, facing a mere Navy brat who could transform meant he acknowledged this person's strength. Kaido looked down on Carl, thinking he was just a garbage who had just become a Navy soldier and that he didn't need to transform into a dragon at all. However, the current situation was making Kaido somewhat enraged. Carl was floating in midair, skillfully avoiding Kaido's attacks with the advantages of the float fruit. Although Kaido was stronger and faster, his humanoid form couldn't fly, which meant his attacks were always a beat slow and couldn't hit Carl. However, similarly, no matter what counterattacks Carl launched, he couldn't inflict damage on Kaido. There was a reason Kaido was called the strongest creature. His skin was tough, and even if he sustained injuries, he would heal instantly. Carl's attacks were completely ineffective. What a massive meat shield. How can one even fight against that? Even if I can hold him off. The one who will ultimately lose is definitely me. Not to mention that Kaido can transform into a dragon. If this drags on, it will probably become more and more unfavorable for me. I wonder if Enzo and the others have reported the situation here to Sengoku. I hope he sends someone for support soon. Otherwise, I might really die here. While dodging Kaido's Kanabo, Carl muttered to himself. He managed to find openings in Kaido's attacks to create several tornadoes to strike at Kaido. However, those tornadoes were directly shattered by Kaido's Kanabo. At his level of power, unless faced with a world-ending calamity, the level of disaster Carl could create had no effect on him at all. Although the tornadoes Carl created were enough to make Jack and Doflamingo wary, and could even destroy a country against a monster like Kaido, his moves were akin to a child's toy, not taken seriously at all. If only I could create disasters like Whitebeard or generate hurricanes capable of destroying Marineford like the Golden Lion. Otherwise, no matter what move I use, it won't have a significant effect on Kaido. As a time traveler, Carl knew very well about Kaido's tough skin and heavy weight. He was even heavier than Jack in his mammoth form. The full power of the abilities he was currently unleashing from his fruit couldn't even lift Kaido. Even if he used the float fruit's power to levitate the area around Kaido, it would be different from Jack. Jack was purely brainless, and Carl had the strength to suppress him, which was why he successfully threw him into the underwater volcano. If he tried to lift Kaido into the air, it would just be seeking death. Doing so would only give Kaido the chance to kill him, and wouldn't benefit Carl at all. Chapter 89. Support arrives. A flash of black light passed by. The flame breath that was wrapped up by Carl, using his fruit ability, was now all returned to Kaido. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, Kaido's massive figure fell from the sky and crashed heavily onto the ground, causing a huge commotion. Everyone who witnessed this scene was shocked by Carl's strength. They never expected that Carl could even bring down the legendary Yonko Kaido. This situation excited everyone. Inaru and the others were especially surprised. They had never imagined that Carl would possess such power. However, Inaru and the others were different from the others. They could clearly feel that Carl's strike was the strongest ever. Although it looked magnificent and even knocked down Kaido, Kaido's vitality remained vigorous. Carl, on the other hand, appeared somewhat exhausted. If Admiral Borsalino did not arrive soon, Lord Carl would likely be in grave danger. Enzo shook his head, drew his weapon, and prepared to step in to help. The others did the same, but King Riku was somewhat confused. What? Wasn't Kaido already defeated? TCH defeated? Kaido, that monster, was merely caught off guard by Carl's attack. And this strike was already Carl's strongest. Kaido was only injured, but not seriously. In such a situation, you dare say Kaido was defeated? That's just laughable. Inaru said coldly, lightning constantly crackling around him. His observation haki made him the strongest in the area. Therefore, he could clearly sense that Kaido's state was still at its peak. However, Carl was already at his limit. If the fight continued, Carl would undoubtedly die. No, I must help. If Lord Carl dies here, each of us will be responsible, Nilu said, preparing to rush out. But just as she was about to go, Inaru instantly blocked her. Inaru, what are you doing? Our reinforcements have arrived. Won't you be sending yourself to death by going out now? Inaru glanced at Nilu. This little girl was good in every way, but she was too impatient. Although Inaru also knew that his personality was not much different from hers. He couldn't help but show her a scornful expression. Perhaps this was what it meant to love and hate at the same time. Upon hearing Inaru's words, Nilu revealed a joyful expression. Admiral Borsalino is here. Yes, he has arrived. Inaru nodded. Hearing this, the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Since Borsalino was here, it was no longer their concern. They could just continue watching the show. However, at the back, Aizo's expression turned somewhat grim after hearing that Borsalino had arrived. He quietly stepped back and left shortly after. It was clear that he did not want to get involved with the Marine Admiral. Inaru and the others noticed Aizo's departure, but did not stop him. They did not know Aizo's identity and merely thought he was a pirate who had come to challenge King Riku. It was normal for pirates to flee when encountering a marine admiral. They did not pay it much mind. Meanwhile, Carl in the sky was panting heavily. On the ground, Kaido had taken to the air again. However, the hair on his head had been burned away due to Carl reversing his flame breath. His dragon head looked somewhat comical, completely bald. Moreover, there was a huge X-shaped wound on Kaido's forehead. Although this wound had healed, it still left a scar that was neither deep nor shallow. This was the result of Carl's strongest technique, which combined armament haki, conqueror's haki, and his fruit ability, achieving. Chapter 90. Repelling Kaido, an army of artificial devil fruit users? This is big news. How terrifying. Borsalino was unaware of his main mission for being here. To minimize risks, it was best that fewer people knew about this information. Thus, Sengoku only informed Borsalino that Doflamingo had allied with Kaido to target Carl, which was why he was sent for support. However, upon hearing the real reason, even Borsalino, with his laid-back personality, felt a sense of dread. If this matter had gone unnoticed, giving Kaido 3 to 5 more years to develop, he would have an army entirely composed of devil fruit users. In that case, he would become the largest pirate force on the seas, potentially surpassing the other emperors. Therefore, even if Carl's actions stemmed from a personal desire to eliminate Doflamingo, Sengoku and Borsalino would still find no grounds for criticism, because what Doflamingo was doing this time was indeed excessive. Kaido's ambitions were also laid bare before the Navy. It can be said that after this incident, Carl's military merits would definitely be enough for him to be promoted to Rear Admiral. Borsalino, if you want to chat. There's plenty of time later. Right now, let's think of a way to deal with this monster first. My strength is limited, and I can't break through Kaido's defenses at all. Even my full-powered strike would only leave a small scar on his forehead. So, I'll leave the upcoming battle to you, and I'll assist you. Without hesitation, Carl passed the burden to Borsalino and took a step back. Although Borsalino was laid back, clocking in for work every day, his strength was no joke. Otherwise, Kaido wouldn't be wary of him. You're quite self-aware, Carl kid. But since you said that, as your senior, I can't embarrass myself. As he spoke, Borsalino clasped his hands together, and a golden light shone from his body. The powerful strength of the Pika Pika no Mi erupted in an instant. Yada no Kagami, a rain of light fell upon Kaido. Although each ray wasn't very strong, this technique excelled in density and speed. In just a moment, several blood holes appeared on Kaido's body. This made Kaido immensely furious. He roared again, releasing a powerful energy breath. But Carl suddenly charged in and landed a critical hit on Kaido's eye. Damn it! Kaido instantly shut his eyes and covered them with armament haki to prevent Carl from piercing his eyeball, then directly slammed Carl down. However, this also interrupted his breath attack. This left Kaido feeling both furious and somewhat frustrated. Borsalino's attacks continued. He changed his method of attack, opting for close combat. Borsalino was faster and stronger than Carl, especially with the Ama no Murakumo no Tsurugi he created, which was sharper than Carl's dry wood and cherry blossom. Kaido, transformed into his dragon form, found it hard to manage every part of his body. Unable to endure, he transformed back into human form, picked up the Kanabo from the ground, and swung it at Borsalino. Raime Bagua. Kaido's furious swing whizzed past Borsalino's scalp. Although it missed, it caused Borsalino to halt his assault. Oh no, that was really dangerous. I almost got disfigured. Borsalino said this, but his face still bore a lewd expression, showing no signs of danger. This won't do, Borsalino senpai. Why don't you help me lure him to the seaside? You know I'm a Pika Pika no Mi user. I can control the sea. As long as you can knock him into the water, I have a way to send him away. Oh, that is a good idea. Upon hearing Carl's suggestion, Borsalino's eyes. Chapter 91. Speculations on ability awakening. Early the next morning, the Navy warship arrived at Dressrosa. King Riku and Rebecca, along with the civilians of Dressrosa, decorated the area and warmly welcomed the Navy's arrival. If it weren't for Carl's intervention, King Riku would never have been able to drive away Don Quixote Doflamingo, and the residents of Dressrosa would not have been able to return to their normal lives. Originally, King Riku wanted to thank Carl, but Carl was not interested in that. He said that all the credit belonged to the Navy, so King Riku should thank the entire Navy instead. Borsalino was a bit surprised by Carl's awareness, but did not say anything. So, King Riku decided to welcome the Navy and prepared a grand welcome ceremony as a simple thank you. As for a more formal gratitude, King Riku planned to personally deliver it to Sengoku after Dressrosa stabilized. Carl had no objections, and Borsalino remained silent. So King Riku took their agreement for granted. After the welcome ceremony was completed, it was already afternoon. Carl walked alone on the dilapidated streets of Dressrosa. Looking at the busy yet happy faces of the civilians around him, he felt that what he was doing was absolutely right. Although Carl did not consider himself a saint or a great hero destined to save the world, he was clear about one thing. If he could not uphold even this small amount of justice, he was not worthy of being a part of the Navy. This was also Carl's creed. He wondered where Doflamingo had run off to, but no matter where he went, he could no longer return to his identity as a warlord of the sea. Carl was a bit curious about what expression Doflamingo would have when they met again. He looked up at the distant white threads. Although Doflamingo had escaped, the battle he had with Carl still left some traces behind. These few threads were proof of Doflamingo's awakened fruit abilities. Oh right, the choice from yesterday had been completed. He almost forgot. Suddenly, Carl remembered yesterday's choice. He had been so exhausted that he relaxed and fell asleep after the battle, leading him to sleep all the way until this morning. Thus, he had not checked his current attribute panel until now. Attribute panel. Name: Carl Strength, C Agility, D Spirit, D Stamina, C Abilities, Military Boxing, E, Float Fruit, Armament Hockey, Mastery. Observation Hockey, Perfect, Conqueror's Hockey, Mastery, Dual Sword Style, B. After yesterday's battle that pushed him to his limits, along with his continuous training, his physical attributes had grown once again. Although the increase was minimal, overall, his strength had seen a slight improvement. However, when he compared his current strength with Kaido's, he realized that although he now had a sea-level strength, it was still far from Kaido's level. In fact, this strength was even slightly weaker than Jack's. While he could defeat Jack, Carl understood that in a pure strength contest, he was not Jack's match. Even now, Nilou, who had learned hockey, was quickly approaching his level in terms of strength. If calculated this way, Jack's strength was at least a B, possibly B. The strength of an adult giant race should be at least B-, meaning Nilou still had a lot of room for improvement. However, Kaido's strength was stronger than that of an average giant race. Based on his estimates from yesterday, Kaido's strength was at least over double that of Jack's. This meant Kaido's strength was at least an A, if not higher. His speed, however, was quite average, if Carl did not use the Float Fruit. Kaido's speed was only slightly faster than his, probably around sea level. Thinking of this, a smile appeared at the corner of Carl's mouth. Chapter 92. The Experience of Borsalino. Wow, not bad. You truly deserve to be the little monster valued by the Warring States Marshal. You've already touched the threshold of Observation Hockey and Devil Fruit awakening at this age. Back in my day, I had no talent like yours at your age. It's really true that people can be infuriatingly different, Borsalino said enviously, wearing a lewd expression and a slightly teasing tone. If it were someone else, they might think Borsalino was mocking them. But Carl knew that this was just how Borsalino was. Unless the situation was important enough to make him feel nervous, he would always have this annoying demeanor in front of anyone. Borsalino Senpai, tell me if I guessed right. After reaching this level, is it true that you use your abilities to their limits every time? And then it naturally leads to the completion of Devil Fruit Awakening and the advancement of Hockey? Since the manga didn't provide any training methods for Devil Fruit Awakening and Hockey advancement, Carl could only rely on system prompts to speculate on what to do. Borsalino looked at Carl's eager eyes, nodded, and then shook his head. This action left Carl confused, not knowing what he meant. Borsalino Senpai, just say what you want to say. It's not that I don't want to say it, but I haven't reached that level myself, so how can I tell you? Borsalino said something that struck a nerve, leaving Carl speechless. To be honest with you, kid, Logia-type devil fruits are completely different from Paramecia. In simple terms, eating a Logia-type fruit is essentially like awakening. The awakening of Zoan-type fruits is even simpler. You just need to master your body. However, the more perfectly one masters their body, the stronger the awakening ability will be. This is the gap between users of Zoan-type devil fruits. Just like Kaido and Jack, although both have awakened their fruits, the difference is like heaven and earth. However, Paramecia is the most complex, and each person's awakening method is completely different. What you mentioned about surpassing limits is not impossible, but I can't guarantee it's entirely correct. As for observation hockey, at this point, Borsalino sighed. My observation hockey is good, but it hasn't reached the level of awakening other abilities. However, I feel like I'm close. When I break through, I'll let you know, Carl. Borsalino had simply given Carl a hint, sharing some unknown secrets. This was the first time Carl had heard about Borsalino's theory on Devil Fruit Awakening. He had no idea that Logia-type devil fruits could be awakened directly upon consumption. No wonder every Logia-type devil fruit can have such a vast impact. Enel, right after eating the devil fruit, could use observation haki to cover the entire Sky Island. Even Jess, right after consuming his fruit, could control an area of about 3 to 4 kilometers, creating ice and snow. As he mastered the abilities of the fruit, the area he could control would grow larger. As for Zoan-type devil fruits, they seemed very simple. But reaching Kaido's level was nearly impossible. Moreover, Logia-type devil fruits are not invincible. It mainly depends on talent. For someone like Monet, who lacks talent, consuming a Logia-type devil fruit is a complete waste of such a good fruit. As for observation haki, Borsalino couldn't say much, and Carl couldn't push for answers. So he let it go. Subsequently, Carl borrowed the palace training grounds and began training with his crew. Other Navy personnel, witnessing this scene, felt a bit emotional. Comments like Carl is really working hard, Brigadier General Carl is serious, and Brigadier General Carl is not complacent fill the atmosphere. Chapter 93. Competing with each other, finally able to set sail. The cat demon sat by the edge of the boat, swinging her little legs, looking very relaxed and comfortable. The ball was really too annoying, Meow. I can't dance at all, yet someone invited me, Meow. This person really isn't afraid of pain. I stepped on him more than 10 times, and he didn't even shout, even saying it was nothing, Meow. Is he really what the Brigadier General calls a lick dog? Meow. The cat demon recalled some pleasant events that occurred in Dressrosa that morning. Ainalu and Nilu both laughed openly, clearly finding the cat demon's words somewhat amusing. Hey you, on the other hand, covered her mouth and snickered. She had been maintaining her icy beauty image for the past 2 days, making people hesitate to approach her. Although someone invited her to dance today, Heiyu politely declined. Although everyone participated in the ball, most just watched others dance, and very few actually joined in. To be honest, if it weren't for Rebecca needing to inherit her family's business, I really would want to pull her onto our ship and trick her into joining the Navy. Rebecca's talent is quite good. Staying in Dressrosa to inherit the family business is truly a waste of her abilities. Carl sighed, feeling regret for Rebecca. Although there are many talents like Rebecca in this sea, many gifted individuals are wasted. So Carl only felt a bit emotional and didn't think too much about it. Isn't inheriting a family business less appealing than joining the Navy? Hee ha ha. You all keep chatting, I'm going to train. I feel that it won't be long before I awaken my armament haki too. Nilu, just you wait. I will not let you surpass me. Ainalu snorted and returned to the cabin to start training. During this time, Nilu had awakened her armament haki and mastered the soft power that Carl had taught her. Her strength underwent a qualitative change. Originally, she wasn't Ainalu's opponent. However, yesterday they sparred 3 times. Except for the first time when Nilu was defeated, she won the next 2 times. This greatly impacted Ainalu. He never expected Nilu to surpass him. Fortunately, the gap between them hadn't widened too much. Ainalu knew very well that he was at a disadvantage in terms of armament haki, so he was eager to train and strive to awaken it as soon as possible. Nilu, on the other hand, was very clear that although she had awakened her armament haki, her strength wasn't too strong. She understood that her current strength wasn't even comparable to an elite vice admiral of the Navy. Nilu was very aware that she was in a sort of limbo in terms of strength. It looked good, but in reality, once she encountered a true powerhouse, it would be like a raw egg, easily broken with a touch. Armament haki must be strengthened, while the intensity of physical training could be slightly reduced. Observation haki must be prioritized. I have already grasped the method of staying calm, and if I train this way, I will eventually awaken observation haki. After resting enough, Nilu also returned to the training room to prepare to train her observation haki. Both of them, not wanting to lose to each other, were putting in a lot of effort. Seeing their state, others couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Their training intensity was about half that of these two. Originally, the training intensity that Carl had set for them was already very strong, but these two doubled it privately. This led them to push their bodies to the limit every day, trying to unleash their potential and become stronger as soon as possible. Competition leads to progress. I should have thought of this sooner. Why not start now and keep it up until the end of next month before returning to the Navy headquarters? Strength Improvement. Chapter 94. The Stirring of All Parties. Oh man, I'm back. I'm sorry for acting on my own this time and disrupting your plans. But you can rest assured that I will never make such a low-level mistake again. After spending a few days, Izang finally returned to the Moby Dick of Whitebeard. Back in the embrace of Whitebeard, he lowered his posture significantly, kneeling before Whitebeard to admit his mistake as soon as he arrived. The other captains initially wanted to welcome Izang back, but they were instantly frightened when they saw him kneeling. Izang, what are you doing? No one will blame you. Yeah, Izang, even though what you did wasn't quite right, none of us blame you, and neither does the old man. Did you lose anything? We didn't face any danger because of you. You really don't need to apologize. That's right, Izang. Doing this makes it seem like you don't regard the old man as the old man. If you don't get up, we're going to look down on you. The people around him chimed in, trying to get Izang to stand up. However, Izang was a bit worried. He looked up at Whitebeard and found that not only was Whitebeard not angry, but he was even smiling. Koahaha. Izang, you little brat, always so serious. Hurry up and get up. Kneeling isn't good, and I have questions for you. Saying this, the old man took out a newspaper, and Izang sat on the ground, casually snatching a cup of wine from a nearby person and drinking heartily. Nothing beats our own wine. Ha ha ha. Izang laughed loudly, but the person next to him cursed and went to get another cup. Koahaha. Izang, what do you think of that new Navy star, Carl? What do I think? Izang took a sip of wine, poured himself another cup, pondered for a moment, and then began to answer. Very strong, very decisive, very talented, and has a strong sense of justice, completely different from most of the Navy we've seen. To put it bluntly, he is more like a combination of Garp and Sengoku. Because in addition to relying on his fists, he can also expose everything that Doflamingo has done, causing turmoil throughout Dressrosa. And he understands how to draw the tiger away from its mountain. His plan won't truly unfold until Doflamingo appears. If such a person grows up, he will be a significant threat to us. Izang's expression was serious as he spoke the truth. The others were surprised to hear Izang's words, but they did not refute him. After all, Carl's performance during this time had been truly astonishing. His strength was impeccable, reaching the pinnacle level of his 7 warlords. He even managed to stall Kaido for quite a while. Aside from Marco, no one else present had the confidence to achieve such results. Koahaha. He may be a danger to pirates, but for ordinary people, a person like him represents justice. Once Whitebeard said this, everyone present suddenly realized, because what Whitebeard said was not wrong. Carl stood on the Navy's side and was indeed their enemy, but they were pirates. For ordinary people, pirates were the enemies who plundered them, while the Navy was the side that upheld justice. Therefore, the emergence of someone like Carl in the Navy was beneficial and harmless to the image of the Navy and the world. But the threat to them pirates was enormous. Old man, should we continue to target him? I heard he is near our territorial waters. Marco tentatively asked, and Whitebeard opened the newspaper and handed it to Marco. If you're confident that you won't lose to him, then you can go and test him. Chapter 95, Giran Tesalo. 5 days later, Carl commanded the ship, entering a lavish area. The port was covered by a vast expanse of gold. The entire port was made of pure gold, with no impurities at all. Under the golden reflection, even the seawater turned a golden color, looking very striking. Is this the city of gold? It looks so magnificent. Meow. The cat demon looked around at the luxurious environment, feeling dazzled and at a loss for words to describe it. The others, except for Carl and Enel, were equally stunned upon seeing this place. Even the usually quiet Jess and the somewhat reclusive Ireland couldn't help but gawk at the pure gold port before them. This spectacular scene was something they had never heard of or seen before. TCH, what's so special about this? The city of gold on my sky island is even more extravagant than this, and there's even a giant golden bell. It's just a pity that the city of gold there has fallen into ruin, with nothing left but a somewhat intact golden bell. If someone could restore the city of gold on the sky island, it would definitely be 10 times more spectacular than this. Enel, having witnessed grand spectacles, looked down upon their excitement over such trivial matters. Moreover, he had no interest in gold at all. He felt no excitement upon seeing this place. Carl felt the same way. He had long seen the gold from the sky island and knew what the city of gold was like. Although he was somewhat surprised to see the true form of the city of gold, he didn't feel much emotional upheaval. The warships slowly advanced, and they soon arrived at the Navy's designated area. Just at that moment, a nearby golden fountain suddenly erupted. Brilliant gold sprayed like a fountain from the massive fountain, spreading outwards. The nearby pirates, upon seeing this gold, immediately began to rush forward to seize it. Some even planned to snatch gold from others' hands. If it weren't for Tesalo's great reputation, these pirates might have already made a move here. Little did these pirates know, their actions were playing right into Tesalo's hands. These gold fragments were part of Tesalo's scheme. Seeing this, Carl couldn't help but shake his head, then used his ability to blow away all the gold fragments around him. Everyone, take note, Tesalo's ability is the gold fruit, and these gold fragments are produced by his power. As long as there are residual gold fragments on your body, he can manipulate the gold and imprison you. Enel and Jess don't have to worry. After all, you two are Logia-type devil fruit users. But the rest of you must be very careful. If you come into contact with any gold here, you must inform me immediately. Understood. Upon hearing Carl's words, everyone present responded in unison. Who would have thought that this gold emperor had such means? It seems he is not an ordinary person. Enzo shook his head, feeling somewhat emotional. The others were also surprised. They hadn't expected Tesalo to use such a method to control others. They then looked at those who had tightly clutched the gold fragments and couldn't help but feel sympathy for them. These people were completely doomed. Tesalo's rise to this point relied not only on his fruit ability, but also on his business acumen and methods of control. This guy, like Don Quixote Doflamingo, is a formidable figure and a master of manipulating people's hearts. However, the only difference between him and Doflamingo is that this guy primarily targets pirates and only exploits the Celestial Dragon's money. For the Navy, he can also be a good source for purchasing intelligence. Generally, he wouldn't make a move against the Navy. Chapter 96. The Defeated Tetsolo Golden City. In Tetsolo's office, the atmosphere is heavy. Tetsolo sits in his seat, while Carl lounges on the large sofa next to him, sipping tea with his legs crossed. There is no one else around. Tetsolo has sent his subordinates away, and Carl's crew has also been arranged to play elsewhere. Today is essentially a day off for them, but Carl has given them a task to observe Golden City closely. If they notice anything unusual, they are to report it promptly. Additionally, Carl specifically reminded Enel and Niru to avoid causing trouble here, and then had no further instructions. Now, in this office, only Carl and Tetsolo are present, making the atmosphere awkward. They have been sitting in silence for about 10 minutes. Although the atmosphere is oppressive, Carl does not feel anything amiss. He came here just to enjoy some food and drink, with no intention of confronting Tetsolo, who naturally has no way to deal with him. The only one feeling the pressure is Tetsolo. By the way, Brigadier General Carl, what brings you here? Or rather, what is your mission? Tetsolo asks. I'm just doing some small business here. Nothing compared to what Doflamingo is doing in Dressrosa. If you intend to investigate me, feel free to do so. Aside from some slave traders conducting private transactions here, I have nothing illegal going on. After all, the Celestial Dragons frequently trade with me, and I wouldn't want to ruin my reputation. Tetsolo could no longer hold back and opened up first. He understands that he may not be Carl's match, especially given Carl's identity as a young and ambitious Navy officer. While Tetsolo is not afraid of the Navy, he does fear reckless individuals like Carl. Once a conflict arises, Tetsolo stands to lose no matter what he does. He will endure as long as Carl doesn't go too far. Mr. Tetsolo, you really don't need to be so nervous. I'm not here to target you specifically. In fact, I'm looking to cooperate with you and wanted to ask why you're recruiting these pirates. As far as I know, while you have recruited pirates before, you never directly published information about it in the newspapers. Your actions are quite suspicious. Carl squints and states his purpose for being there. Tetsolo breathes a sigh of relief upon hearing Carl's words. He just needs to confirm Carl's attitude. As long as Carl is not here to target him, Tetsolo doesn't need to be as cautious as he is now. Oh, so that's what it's about. I recruit pirates mainly to have them work for me and, conveniently, to send them to their deaths. These pirates are all too eager for money, completely disregarding their own lives. With just a little manipulation, I can make them obedient. Why wouldn't I make good use of such labor? Tetsolo smirks, revealing a charmingly sinister expression. It is clear that he often does this, but as Carl mentioned, he has never recruited pirates so openly before. I feel like you're hiding something from me, but never mind. I'll be here for a few days to pass the time. Admiral Sengoku told me to stay in the New World for a while longer before returning to the Navy headquarters. But he also doesn't want me stirring up trouble, which is really annoying. Originally, my next destination was the nation's Big Mom Pirates, but due to Sengoku's orders, I had to change my plans and come here instead. I can't help but feel like I'm at a loss, but who knows, maybe I'll still have some unexpected joy here with you. Carl shows a helpless expression, realizing that coming to Golden City has led to. Chapter 97. Triggering choices. Carl wandered alone in Golden City. He looked at various entertainment venues, but found nothing of interest. However, a few bars caught his attention. This was not because of the quality of the drinks or the performances inside. Through his observation hockey, he sensed that there were some human trafficking transactions happening here. Just as Tesalo had said, the traffickers in this place do not engage in human trafficking openly. Perhaps Tesalo turned a blind eye to it. But this place is fundamentally different from the Sabati Archipelago. The Sabati Archipelago is protected by the Celestial Dragons, who buy slaves openly, and even if the Navy intervenes, as long as they don't encounter someone like Carl, who has a strong sense of justice, they only risk losing some money and don't have to worry about their lives at all. But Golden City is different. Tesla himself was born a slave. Although he wouldn't save other slaves or demand everyone who came here to stop trafficking, he absolutely would not allow anyone to do such things in his presence. While Tesla wouldn't investigate who was doing this, if he found out, he would definitely not let these traffickers go. Having once been a slave, he naturally detests slave traders. And this is beyond doubt. Therefore, there are few slave traders in Golden City. Carl searched for a long time before finding these people engaging in clandestine transactions. However, when he followed the path to the trading location, he found something was off. The person trading with the trafficker was wearing a white mask and a white trench coat. This person was hard to see clearly, but he was very tall, even taller than Carl by 2 heads. The attire of the individual looked more and more like that of CP0. Although he couldn't confirm it, the outfit was very similar to CP0's. As for the slave being traded, Carl did not recognize her, but she was a young woman, looking no older than 18 or 19. She had long, water blue hair, delicate features, and at first glance, her figure was very well proportioned, a standard beauty. However, the environment was very dim, and the little girl being sold was dirty and draped in a gray cloak, making it difficult for Carl to see what she really looked like. Once the transaction was completed, he followed the trafficker. However, his observation hotkey remained activated. He did not want to lose track of this suspected CP0 individual. For now, he needed to deal with this human trafficker first and find out who the other party was. After a moment, Carl followed the trafficker to a hidden corner. Here, besides himself, there were 7 or 8 accomplices with him. When he returned with a sack of money, everyone cheered. "Haha, we hit the jackpot this time." "Yeah, I never expected that a mere star from Music Island could sell for 30 million berries. That's incredible. She's not just a star. She's the daughter of the island's master, known as the Sea Witch Princess. It's said that she has the power of the voice fruit, and her voice is exceptionally enchanting. Anyone who hears her sing supposedly feels incredibly relaxed and uplifted, as if their spirits have been elevated. Not only that, I also heard that her singing has the ability to control sea kings. It's such a pity that pirates have taken over there, killed the original island master, and even want to kill her. If we hadn't rescued her, she would have had nowhere to hide and would have been killed by the pirates long ago." Chapter 98, Saving People. Next, it was time to find CP0 and rescue the person from him. Fortunately, I had been using observation hotkey all along, so he wouldn't get lost. However, this guy's destination turned out to be the Golden Building. It seems that his presence here is not only related to trading with human traffickers, but also has something to do with Tesla. Carl squinted and instantly took off into the air. He had previously chosen option 3. There was really no hesitation about this choice. Option 3 was what Carl wanted to do the most at the moment. Although the rewards for the first 2 choices were also very good, the second option could even grant him the abilities and favor of Sengoku. However, compared to these, Carl preferred to do what he liked. Even if the other options had better rewards or might offend the Celestial Dragons, he didn't care. With that, Carl rushed towards CP0 as fast as he could. He needed to prevent the other party from contacting Tesla. Otherwise, it wouldn't end well. With CP0 alone, Carl could easily kill him to silence him, without any pressure at all. Since the human trafficker was already dead, it was just about eliminating a CP agent who came to trade. If everything went smoothly, he might even cover up what he had done. After all, the Celestial Dragons didn't know what this Sea Demon Princess looked like, as she had been imprisoned for a long time and was only recently stolen by the human traffickers. "Found you." Moments later, Carl saw CP0 walking in a dark alley. This CP0 had taken a small path and encountered some robbers. These thugs had lost all their possessions in Golden City and could only stay here to work off their debts to Tesla. Otherwise, it would be worse than death. Even if someone managed to escape, they would end up as robbers, stealing money just for the chance to get rich quick. So, there were many such people in Golden City. However, most of them were not very strong. CP0 carried the Sea Demon Princess on his right shoulder and easily waved his left hand a few times, instantly piercing the necks of those people. Carl watched closely from the sky. He could tell that this CP0 was using very advanced fingergun techniques. Although Carl couldn't use them himself, he at least understood what he was seeing. "Hey, friend up there, you've been following me all this way. Why don't we come down and chat?" CP0 suddenly spoke, still facing away from Carl, which made him realize that the other party also possessed observation hotkey. Although he had been discovered, Carl was not flustered, as he originally intended to intercept him in this way. "Navy, what are you doing here?" When Carl approached CP0, the latter also recognized Carl's identity as a Navy Rear Admiral. After carefully examining Carl, he realized that this Rear Admiral was the Carl who had recently dominated the headlines. It was truly surprising that the famous Rear Admiral Carl would appear here. CP0 wore a mask, so his expression was unclear, but from his tone, Carl could tell that he was definitely looking at him with mockery, clearly not taking him seriously. Is it CP0? Can you tell me what is going on with the girl on your shoulder? Human trafficking is a serious crime, even if you are CP. What a joke. Human trafficking? This is clearly the property of the Celestial Dragons. Forget it. There's nothing to say to a fool like you. Just know that I'm escorting the Celestial Dragon supplies. You worthless trash aren't even qualified to speak in front of me. Get out of my way. Since the alley was narrow, Carl blocked the path, and CP0 couldn't get past him at all. Carl stood firm, not intending to give way, his gaze fixed intensely on CP0. Do you think I would believe your nonsense? A mere dog of the Celestial Dragons has the right to bark at me? Bastard, you're seeking death. Carl's words broke CP0's composure. Without any hesitation, he directly attempted to stab. However, Carl remained motionless, using observation hockey to foresee the opponent's attack, and then covered his forehead area with a layer of armament hockey. CP0 also covered his fingers with a layer of armament hockey. Chapter 99. All LSP's a sudden voice, along with a lovely figure in a gray robe that couldn't be hidden by its dirty appearance, appeared before everyone, except for Enel, who had already fainted and was carried away, and Erland, who was so withdrawn that he showed no interest in anything. The others all widened their mouths, revealing starry eyes. However, they quickly turned their gaze to Carl. Their eyes were sharp, as if asking, "How did you manage to bring back such a cute girl?" Ahem, don't misunderstand. She is a little girl I rescued from slave trader named, what is your name? Carl scratched his head, realizing he didn't know her name, only that she was nicknamed the Sea Witch Princess by the traffickers. At this moment, the Sea Witch Princess timidly shrank back and replied in a melodious voice, I am called Endur. All right. This classmate Endur is someone I rescued from the traffickers, and I will be taking her on board with me. After all, it's very unsafe to leave her here. It's best to entrust her to our Navy for protection. Carl stepped forward and gently ruffled Endur's sea blue long hair. Endur shrank her head in fear and then quietly asked, "Am I not sold as a slave? And who are you people?" "Don't worry, Endur. You are now free and not a slave. I am a Navy Brigadier General, and everyone present here is from the Navy. You can follow us with complete peace of mind. There will definitely be no problem." Upon hearing Carl's words, Endur nodded, but suddenly her body went limp, and she was about to fall to the ground. Seeing this, Carl hurriedly stepped forward to support her. Hey, you also ran over with concern to check on Endur's condition. What is wrong with her? After a simple check, Hey, you shook her head and then asked, "Endur, when was the last time you ate?" "Recently?" Endur lowered her head in thought, and after a moment replied, "It seems like it was the morning of the day before yesterday." "What?" Upon hearing Endur's words, Nilu was instantly shocked. She didn't expect that Endur hadn't eaten for almost 3 days. Damn slave traders, if I find them, I will definitely tear them apart. All right, you should say less and not scare the child. As for those slave traders, I have already dealt with them. You should take care of Enel. This guy hasn't had a drop of alcohol, yet you took him to drink. If he doesn't die on the battlefield, but dies in a drinking contest, that will be your responsibility, Nilu. Hearing Carl's reprimand, Nilu awkwardly nodded and then started to prepare things to sober up and induce vomiting to help Enel regain consciousness. The cat demon glanced at Nilu and then at Endur, restoring her cute smile. "Meow meow. I'll go prepare some food, but I haven't used the kitchenware here, so it might take a little longer." "Okay. Meow. Go ahead, but don't make it too complicated. Just something simple to fill our stomachs will do." "As you command." Meow. The cat demon skipped off to the kitchen. Jesse and Enzo were lying on the sofa, both looking at Endur with an inexplicable smile on their faces. Seeing their expressions, Carl rolled his eyes at them. The two of them were clearly LSPs. Enzo could be excused. That was just his nature. But Carl didn't expect Jesse to be the shy type as well. He didn't like the cat demon's cuteness or her aloofness. Instead, he preferred someone like Endur. However, Carl noticed Endur's figure, which, compared to the cat demon's flatness and Heiyu's still developing body, was indeed curvy and had a very princess-like quality. Chapter 100. The late reward. Early the next morning, Carl was invited by Mr. Tanaka to Taizolo's office. As for the others, they were still sound asleep. Carl didn't wake them up. He just asked the earliest riser, Indil, to help pass the message. "Indil, please tell them that today is still a day off. As for whether they want to continue playing or training, it's up to them." "Okay, big brother. I'll tell them exactly." Indil nodded, her aqua blue hair shaking slightly, and her body swaying in the same rhythm, combined with her innocent smile, made her especially cute. Like a true sea nymph, she was captivating. Although this was just the charm Indil unintentionally exuded, it had already left Mr. Tanaka dumbfounded. Even Carl couldn't help but marvel. After yesterday's body cleansing, Indil had completely transformed. The current her looked like a completely different person from last night. If Carl hadn't seen Indil personally, rejuvenated just by taking a shower and changing clothes, he would never believe that the graceful beauty before him was the same Indil he had picked up yesterday. All right, Mr. Tanaka, stop staring at the beauty and take me over there quickly. Carl patted Tanaka on the head. Tanaka rubbed his nose awkwardly and then led the way. The Golden Villa was not far from the Golden Building. Soon, the two arrived at Taizolo's office. However, Taizolo's expression was grim. Next to him stood a man in a black suit. In addition, Carl also saw several familiar corpses in front of him. However, all these corpses belonged to human traffickers. There was no CP0 body among them. What is going on with Taizolo? Are you planning to have me examine the bodies? I'm good at fighting, but examining corpses is not my specialty, Carl said without any emotional fluctuation, then casually sat down on a nearby sofa. Tanaka, bring me a bottle of wine. The same one as yesterday. Tanaka didn't dare to move and instead looked at Taizolo. Taizolo nodded slightly, and only then did Tanaka dare to pour wine for Carl. Commodore Carl, you really surprised me right from the start. Although I also despise slave traders. Isn't what you're doing a bit unethical? If you want to deal with these slave traders, you should at least give me a heads up. After all, this is my territory. Moreover, more importantly, the one trading with these scum was a CP0 member, and that CP0 has mysteriously disappeared. Mr. Tanaka informed me through the surveillance nail that the one who killed these scum was you, and when you returned to the villa, you had an extra person in your arms. Now, you might as well explain who this extra person is and why the CP0 member has vanished. Taizolo's gaze was sharp, and his tone was somewhat lofty. Opportunities to question the Navy were rare, and he was enjoying the feeling of turning the tables, as most of the time, it was he who was being questioned by the Navy and CP0. However, Carl did not give him any face. He remained silent for 2 seconds, took a sip of wine, then half leaned on the sofa, crossing his legs, with both hands resting on the back of the sofa. He used this posture to express his disdain for Taizolo. Taizolo, you are just a pirate. What qualifications do you have to ask me these questions? I killed these people, and that person was someone I saved by chance. What's the problem? As for CP0, sorry, I don't know and haven't seen any CP0. If you want to know, why not go find out for yourselves? Why ask me? Carl rolled his eyes and did not give Taizolo any more attention. Chapter 101. Excited Taizolo, ha? I didn't expect the high and mighty CP to actually be challenged by someone. This is really refreshing. You truly are a newcomer in the Navy, daring to offend even the CP. You've done what we, who have lived our entire lives in fear, would never dare to do. Ha ha ha. Although Taizolo doesn't like Carl, he is very excited about Carl's previous defiance against the CP and the fact that he shattered one of their arms. He almost voiced his intention to recruit Carl. However, he quickly realized that Carl is part of the Navy, and even if he wanted to recruit him, he wouldn't agree. CP0 is just a mere dog of the Celestial Dragons. Even if they were real Celestial Dragons, I wouldn't bow down to them. The Navy upholds the justice of ordinary people, not these maggots. Why should I submit to them? How ridiculous. Carl rolled his eyes at Taizolo, clearly not taking his words to heart. Taizolo laughed heartily at Carl's response, clearly admiring his attitude. Since we get along so well, I'll quickly find you information about Doflamingo. Do you need any other intel? Today I'm in a good mood, so I can give you one for free. The CP0 agent was specifically assigned to manage Taizolo. His strength wasn't impressive. He only knew Haki and the 6 forms of the Navy, which Taizolo could easily deal with himself. However, despite his lack of strength, his status was very noble, making it impossible for Taizolo to act against him. So he had to obey CP0's orders. Now that Carl has driven him away, at least for a while, Taizolo will be free from surveillance. This means that before a new watcher arrives, Taizolo can do things he previously didn't dare to do. For example, he could engage in private trades or secretly swallow some heavenly gold that should have been handed over to the Celestial Dragons. More importantly, without a watcher, Taizolo can finally enjoy some freedom for a while. This is also why Taizolo would be grateful to Carl. Intel? Carl thought for a moment and realized he didn't need much information. Because he was a transmigrator and the timeline here didn't deviate much from the original story. He didn't have many details to learn. Actually, I don't have much I want to know. If you're willing to give me intel, it would be better to help me with a small favor, just a simple one. Help you with what? Solo was in a good mood today. So as long as Carl's request wasn't excessive, he could agree. However, what Carl said next left him stunned. How about you help me investigate information about ancient weapons? Are you crazy? Upon hearing Carl's words, Solo stood up immediately, sweat instantly covering his forehead. Ancient weapons are taboo weapons, forbidden by the Gorosei from being investigated. You want me to help you investigate this? Absolutely not. All right, if that's the case, I'll change my request. You just need to tell me what is going on with the pirates occupying the Endur family's homeland. Seeing that Solo wasn't cooperating, Carl didn't insist but changed his request instead and then took a sip of his drink. However, his cup was already empty, and Carl raised it to signal Tanaka, who then filled it for him. So it's you. But since you've done this, you must not be afraid of them. I can tell you that the pirate crew occupying Mermaid Island is indeed a subordinate of the Beast Pirates. However, these guys are just a ragtag group, led by a small-time pirate with a bounty of only 500 million berries. That's enough, but I still want to ask you a question. Are you involved in this slave trade? Carl downed his drink in one go. Chapter 104. The frustrated Solo, it's truly the Navy. Calling for help when one person can't win a fight. Don't you even have the courage for a one-on-one duel? I never expected the Navy, which always prides itself on justice, would be so unethical, even afraid to face me in a duel. Marco stood up and mocked. He was somewhat wary of the strength of Carl's subordinates. Although those people combined wouldn't be a match for Marco, he couldn't ignore Carl. As long as Carl was here, Marco had to focus all his attention on dealing with him. If others tried to sneak attack, Marco's reaction would be slow like before. Dealing with Carl required complete concentration. Otherwise, Marco couldn't guarantee defeating him. After their previous brief clash, Marco still looked down on Carl, but he had to admit that Carl was quite strong. That's why he mocked him, hoping to provoke Carl into a one-on-one fight. Hearing Marco's taunt, Enel, with his bad temper, stepped forward to retort, but was stopped by Carl's hand. A one-on-one duel is meaningless. The Navy is supposed to uphold justice, and fighting pirates in groups is our justice. Do you think when the Navy would talk ethics with you pirates who burn, kill, and loot without remorse? You're joking, Marco. Is this some kind of game from Whitebeard that makes you think you're really righteous? Pirates are not good people to begin with, and you still consider yourselves ethical, claiming that I lack ethics for not dueling you. It's simply ridiculous. Carl's words made Marco extremely angry. He never expected Carl to say such things, which was unbearable for Marco, who was already a pirate. You Navy folks are always like this, just putting justice on your lips, but what have you done? You don't need to care about what the Navy has done. You just need to know that pirates shouldn't exist. If it weren't for you pirates, this world would have been peaceful long ago. Unfortunately, this world still has the celestial dragons, those scum, which is probably its only flaw. Carl's shocking words left even Marco stunned. Behind him, except for Enel, who didn't know what celestial dragons were, the other three had their mouths agape, showing expressions of disbelief. Jess and Enzo exchanged glances. From Carl's words, they understood his stance. Their eyes were filled with admiration, along with shock. Because Carl spoke the words they all dared not say. Nilu's expression was somewhat conflicted. Lord Carl, after all, the celestial dragons are the rulers of the world. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to insult them like this? I'm worried they might. There's nothing inappropriate about it. Here, apart from Marco, everyone else is on our side. Do you think I'm afraid of you reporting me? Carl was not worried. As long as he didn't say anything about resisting the celestial dragons, it was just a matter of witty words. The Gorosei wouldn't do anything to him. Even if the celestial dragons were angry, they couldn't bypass the Gorosei to act against him. Unless the Gorosei were willing to see a Navy rookie betray the Navy. If it really came to that, Carl also had ways to escape from Navy headquarters. After all, he was a user of the float fruit. He could go wherever he wanted. You really are a reckless young man. Saying such things in private is one thing. But I didn't expect you to insult the celestial dragons in public like this. Are you planning to drag me down with you? So we both get taken out by the celestial dragons? That would be too much of a loss for me. Just as Marco and Carl were facing off. Chapter 105. Another warlord. After a brief interlude, the Golden Emperor used his abilities to restore the surrounding damage. His fruit ability had awakened, and the entire surface of a ship was made of gold created by his powers, which is why it looked so luxurious. After seeing Tezolo's abilities, Carl suddenly remembered that Tezolo could also awaken his fruit, so he tentatively asked how the fruit awakens. Tezolo didn't keep it a secret, as there was no need to. However, he couldn't provide a specific answer. He could only say that it happens when the emotions are in place. According to Tezolo, he awakened his fruit ability suddenly one day after having it for a long time, just like water flowing smoothly. The timing varies from person to person. Tizolo took about 10 years to complete his fruit awakening, so he didn't know how to explain it further. Carl nodded to show he understood and didn't pursue the matter any further. He realized that to awaken a devil fruit, one still needs to rely on oneself, as everyone is a different individual and the methods used may not be the same. Their experiences have little reference value. After learning this, Carl felt relieved. He planned to take his time, believing that one day he would also complete the awakening of his devil fruit. Subsequently, Carl left with Nilou and the others. On their way back, Carl even saw one of the warlords, Kuma, being led by Tanaka. After exchanging glances, they passed by each other without much interaction. It was surprising to see Kuma in such a place, considering he was a warlord. Carl found Kuma's back somewhat strange. Enel and the others didn't recognize Kuma, but they could feel the immense pressure emanating from him. Compared to Doflamingo, they felt Kuma was even more formidable. In fact, that's true. If asked who the strongest among the warlords is, Kuma would definitely rank in the top 3, with the other 2 being the world's strongest swordsman, Mihawk, and the pirate Jinbei. After all, Jinbei's strength could stand up to Big Mom and even knock her away, although he couldn't inflict effective damage. His achievements are significantly better than Doflamingo's. Lord Carl, are we going to stay here for a few more days? Enzo asked. He didn't like the extravagant atmosphere of Golden City, which he had mentioned to Carl before, so he wanted to leave. However, Carl shook his head, saying they would wait for 2 more days until Tizolo gathered information about Doflamingo. If you can't adapt to the atmosphere here, you can go back to the ship and continue training. Hearing Carl's words, Enzo and the others nodded and followed Carl away from there. Time flew by, and 3 days later, Carl finally received news about Doflamingo. This guy was hard to find because he could fly. Tizolo had put in a lot of effort to help Carl locate Doflamingo's whereabouts. According to the information he received, Doflamingo was visiting Wano, seemingly negotiating something with Big Mom. However, Tizolo also got another piece of news that Kaido was also in Wano. This surprised Carl. He didn't expect Kaido to really be in Wano. The fact that these 2 emperors hadn't fought or caused any major incidents was truly puzzling. Although Carl knew that both of them had once been members of the Rocks Pirates and were considered partners, their relationship had always been poor. The lack of a fight likely meant that neither wanted to escalate the situation. Chapter 106, Mihawk. After leaving Gold City, Carl and the Bear's ships sailed in different directions. Carl and the Bear exchanged a few simple words without causing any conflict. Although the Bear knew that Carl was aware of his identity, Carl also showed his goodwill towards the Revolutionary Army. Moreover, since Carl had just crossed over to the world of One Piece for about 2 years, he coincidentally met Dragon, who was replenishing supplies in Boa Town. At that time, Dragon had already made a name for himself and had become one of the world's most notorious criminals. However, his attitude towards ordinary people was still very approachable, and he was guiding them towards revolution. Many young men and women in Boa Town were attracted by the aura of the Revolutionary Army and joined them. Although Carl initially wanted to join as well, he reconsidered and decided against it, as awakening the sign-in system was his top priority. However, at that time, Carl had accumulated a bit of reputation in Boa Town by defeating some minor pirates. Additionally, Dragon saw Carl's potential and wanted to invite him to join, but he was turned down. Their relationship was still decent, and Carl used his knowledge of the socialist system from his previous life to help Dragon fill in some gaps in his understanding. He also told him how to win the hearts of the people. What he shared with Dragon were merely some truths that modern people understood. Yet it was like a revelation for Dragon, and he suddenly comprehended many things. However, Dragon was in a hurry to go elsewhere, so he didn't stay long in Boa Town. Time passed quickly, and now, Carl had become a Navy officer standing opposite Dragon. However, technically speaking, they were not enemies, as Dragon was only rebelling against the Celestial Dragons, which had little to do with the Navy. That's why Carl wanted to meet him, to discuss matters concerning the Celestial Dragons, and also to mention Luffy. Although Carl had already captured Luffy and sent him to Impel Down, Dragon had never revealed that Luffy was his son. Although Carl was aware, he could easily pretend not to know, which would alleviate Dragon's concerns and make him think it was just a misunderstanding. Carl would also disclose some intelligence about Impel Down, allowing Dragon to take advantage of the chaos during Ace's execution to rescue people. In this way, he could establish a connection with the Revolutionary Army, and when he left the Navy, he wouldn't be alone. After all, he couldn't guarantee whether his current crew would follow him. There was no need to mention Enel. He would definitely follow him, but as for the others, Carl couldn't be sure. They had only known each other for a little over 20 days, and these people might not necessarily be willing to follow him for the sake of his mouth. What would happen in the future was uncertain. And all Carl could do was lay a solid foundation now and improve his strength. Only by doing so could he secure a place for himself in such chaotic times. Sir Carl, a small boat has been spotted ahead. It looks a bit like a coffin. Wait, that seems to be Dracul Mihawk's ship. Why is Mihawk here? That's another warlord of the sea. Enzo used a telescope to see Mihawk sitting on his small ship not far away. Mihawk's small boat had black sails without any insignia, drifting aimlessly with the wind. Wherever the wind blew, he would go, completely adrift without purpose. However, even Carl did not expect to encounter the world's #1 swordsman here. What incredible luck. Just parted ways with one warlord of the sea and happened to run into another, but he didn't know Mihawk. Chapter 107. The world's greatest swordsman. I didn't expect you to seek me out for a spar. Given your status as the world's greatest swordsman, isn't it a bit unfair for you to spar with someone like me, a mere rear admiral? Carl shrugged and joked. However, the serious Mihawk fixed his gaze on Carl and asked, "Are you afraid?" "Of course not. How could I be afraid?" Carl immediately bristled at Mihawk's words. He was just making a light-hearted joke about their respective statuses, but Mihawk was being so serious. But then Carl thought about it. This guy only acted so serious in front of strangers. Those who have read the manga know that he doesn't always maintain such an air of gravitas in private. With that thought, Carl felt a bit more balanced. Moreover, he wanted to spar with Mihawk to see just how much of a gap there was between their swordsmanship. The sparring would not be about hockey or devil fruit abilities, but purely about swordsmanship and the essence of the sword. Sparring is not combat. It is a way for swordsmen to communicate. Although Carl only knew some basics, he understood the general concept. Simply put, both parties would fight relying solely on swordsmanship and the instincts of swordsmen, without using hockey or devil fruit abilities. Such sparring is very dangerous. A moment of carelessness could lead to serious injury or worse. Every swordsman must give their all. This is the greatest respect to the opponent. But before Carl could make a move, Enzo stepped forward and pointed his sword at Mihawk. Even though you are the world's greatest swordsman, if you want to spar with Rear Admiral Carl, you must first get past me. I am Enzo, a warrior from Wano, and also a soldier under Lord Carl. My sword is named Ranch, one of the 50 finest blades. I have come to challenge you, the world's greatest swordsman. After saying this, he took a deep breath, and an undeniable aura began to emanate from him. This was the aura of a swordsman. Seeing the aura emanating from Enzo, Mihawk's eyes lit up, and he drew the massive black sword from behind him, which was nearly as tall as a person. I am Mihawk, and my weapon is the black sword, Yuru. I accept your challenge. Clearly, Mihawk was very interested in the aura that Enzo displayed. Otherwise, he would not have taken a combat stance or drawn his black sword. In the original story, Mihawk only used a small knife when facing Zoro at first. It was only at the end, when Zoro's aura and will impress Mihawk, that he used the black sword to deliver the finishing blow. Now, the aura that Enzo exhibited was definitely stronger than Zoro's in the original. Although his strength ranked only 4th among Carl's subordinates, and since he did not know hockey yet, Jess, after gaining his devil fruit powers, was a bit stronger than Enzo. However, through the aura that Enzo radiated, Carl could sense that he was on the verge of awakening hockey. This was exactly like Nilu before. He just needed the right opportunity. Perhaps this battle with Mihawk would be the chance for him to awaken hockey. So, Carl said nothing and simply sat down, intending to watch the battle between the two. I'm coming. With Enzo's fierce shout, he charged forward with Ranch in hand. His sword-drawing speed was incredibly fast. This was the swordsmanship that Enzo had always employed. Enzo practiced the quick-draw style, focusing on thrusts and similar attacks, while slashing was comparatively rare. However, once he found an opportunity, Enzo's slashing power was not to be underestimated. In fact, his strongest attack was Chapter 108. Mihawk. On the way, the collision between Carl and Mihawk caused a violent disturbance in the surrounding air. Even though they were on a ship at that moment, it stirred up considerable waves in the nearby sea. Both of them possessed significant power, and their simple clash generated a tidal wave in the ocean. They both understood that the person in front of them was likely more formidable than they had anticipated. However, this was precisely in line with Mihawk's purpose for seeking out Carl. He wanted to see the strength of this man, who had been glorified by newspapers, and who could even withstand Kaido, leaving a scar on his forehead. Similarly, Carl wanted to gauge Mihawk's true strength. In an instant, Carl and Mihawk's figures crossed each other. The surrounding sea seemed to explode, resulting in another massive explosion. Can you please go easy, Mihawk? Every time, I have to strain to redirect your slashes into the sea. Otherwise, my ship will be wrecked. If the warship gets destroyed, we will have to pay for it ourselves. Carl sighed and teased Mihawk, but his movements did not stop. His attacks were incredibly swift. With his dual-wielding technique, each strike caught Mihawk by surprise. Carl's slashes were very crafty, requiring Mihawk to be fully focused to avoid injury. Thus, he couldn't afford to hold back. Mihawk seized the opportunity during Carl's attack and slashed out again. His attack was powerful and heavy, completely unlike a normal person's swordsmanship. His strikes were perfectly complemented by the Black Blade, Yuru. Each slash forced Carl to exert all his strength just to withstand it. Although Carl could dodge, he couldn't do so, because if he did, his ship would blow up. I told you to go easy. Warships are expensive, you know, Carl said somewhat irritatedly, instinctively activating his Devil Fruit ability to enhance his speed. Mihawk clearly felt that Carl's speed was now faster than before, and his strength had increased significantly. However, even facing such attacks, he was still able to defend, but he couldn't counterattack, as Carl's relentless strikes forced him back several steps. Just as he was about to fall into the sea, he halted his retreat and retaliated with a soaring slash. This strike gathered all of Mihawk's power and momentum, soaring into the sky and splitting the gloomy clouds in half, revealing the sunlight. Carl barely dodged this blow. However, due to his long bangs, he still grazed the edge of the slash, getting a forced haircut. TSK, you really are something, Mihawk. Inapure swordsmanship duel. I am completely no match for you. This time, you won the spar. If I hadn't used my Devil Fruit ability, I wouldn't even have had a chance to counterattack. Although it was just a simple spar, Carl had seen a glimpse of Mihawk's true strength. The opponent's swordsmanship was undoubtedly among the top in the world. His power was also quite impressive, though slightly weaker compared to Kaido. Yet, he was definitely stronger than Marco and Jack the Drought. The speed at which he drew his sword was the fastest Carl had ever seen. Even though he wielded a very heavy black blade, Yuru, it couldn't hide his rapid draw speed. However, Mihawk's own speed wasn't that remarkable, which was one of his few flaws. As for Mihawk's Haki ability, since it was just a spar, neither of them used Haki. Carl also had no idea what stage Mihawk's Haki was at. Done fighting? Mihawk asked, puzzled, seeing Carl sheathing his sword. I'm done. In a pure swordsmanship duel, I'm no match for you, and I've clearly seen the gap in our swordsmanship. If we continue fighting, I'm afraid I won't be able to suppress my desire to battle and will go all out. Then it wouldn't end well. It's better to leave it like this. Chapter 109. Corpses littering the ground. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The island of sea monsters is not particularly far from Golden City, so it took only 3 days to arrive at the island of sea monsters. Upon arriving here, Carl and the others' first impression was one of utter devastation. The island's port was completely unmanaged, and Carl could even see some floating corpses on the surface of the sea. In addition, there were also some severed limbs scattered around the waters surrounding the island of sea monsters. Many piranhas from the New World had come here, simply because there were corpses to feast on. Furthermore, Carl even discovered traces of Sea King's existence. However, there were currently no Sea Kings present. But this also meant that the Sea Kings had been attracted here by the human corpses. Sea Kings are carnivorous. Although they have their own thoughts and know that some humans prey on them, they also often prey on ordinary people. This can be seen as a form of karma. Regardless, in a new world, a place where the weak are devoured by the strong, being weak and powerless is a sin. That said, the situation on the island of sea monsters is indeed heartbreaking. Even in the territory of the Four Emperors, there shouldn't be so many corpses. These bastards really spare no one. Carl activated his observation Haki, and he could see that there were almost no living people left on the entire island of sea monsters. Aside from some unidentified individuals having a feast in a residence, there were no other people present. These people had either fled or been killed. Even Enel felt anger upon seeing this situation. Damn bastards. Enel gritted his teeth. Although he wasn't a good person and had once been indifferent to the passage of life, he had undergone a subtle change due to Carl's teachings and his interactions with the crew. This change was so subtle that even he himself didn't notice it. For instance, now, when Enel saw so many civilians slaughtered and the entire island of sea monsters with hardly any living people left, he didn't perceive anything unusual about his anger. However, if it had been the old him, he probably wouldn't have felt any emotional fluctuation at all. Nilou, Enel, Enzo, Jess, you four go. If they're the culprits, then take action. How to deal with them is up to you. Whether to kill them or capture them, it's your choice. I won't interfere. Yahahaha, leave it to us. Enel's expression twisted as he transformed into lightning and shot out. Nilou and Enzo were not slow either. When Jess transformed into a snowstorm and flew out, he even covered the entire deck of the ship with a layer of snowflakes. Nilou simply ran in a very straightforward manner. However, her speed was also not slow, and she kept pace with the other two without any issues. Enzo, on the other hand, walked leisurely behind, at a pace that was just right to not fall behind. Although Enzo was skilled with the sword, his speed was not as fast as Mihawk's. This might be a common issue among swordsmen. They pour all their skills and strength into their swordsmanship, resulting in their physical abilities not being as strong as one might imagine. However, even so, great swordsmen like Mihawk definitely surpass elite vice admirals in physical quality. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to wield such strong swordsmanship. It can only be said that compared to their swordsmanship, these great swordsmen's physical abilities are not as strong. It's like a swimming champion trying to race against an athletics elite. That is, just asking for trouble. Lord Carl, do you know what happened here? When I was taken away before, it wasn't like this. Endur walked out from the cabin and saw the situation here. However, upon seeing those corpses, Chapter 110. Excited Erlen, a shout of get lost, spread out with the might of Conqueror's Haki, causing the Sea Kings to be instantly terrified and flee to the depths of the ocean. The piranhas also scattered, fearing that if they hesitated for even a second, they would die here. At the moment Carl unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, several piranhas lost their lives as a result. The remaining piranhas that were not killed by the Haki were quite lucky, as they had not yet surfaced. Otherwise, they too would have met a grim fate. Mihawk sensed the aura emanating from Carl and nodded, praising him. Not bad for Conqueror's Haki. Hee. After giving Mihawk a sidelong glance, the two fell into silence for several minutes, until Carl finally broke the awkward atmosphere. Do you think pirates should exist? Are you asking me? Of course. Hearing Mihawk's retort, Carl rolled his eyes at him. For example, right now, Mihawk said, looking deeply at Carl, I am in the identity of a pirate. Are you sure you still want to ask me? Mihawk had a tendency to act serious, making it difficult for others to communicate with him. This was one such occasion. If one didn't muster the courage to speak to him, he might not say a word for ages. Moreover, the main issue was that this guy was a conversational genius. No matter what the topic, he could turn it into a dead conversation. Carl rolled his eyes at him again and decided not to speak. Talking to him, aside from discussing swordsmanship, was almost like talking to Jess. Jess was someone who didn't like to talk either, and could easily kill a conversation with just a few words. Fortunately, Jess's personality had gradually changed. Now, what Carl needed to address was the autistic boy Erlen. By the way, where's Erlen? Suddenly, Carl realized that Erlen was missing. When he activated his observation Haki, he discovered that Erlen had somehow made it to the shore. This guy was like he had eaten a transparency fruit, completely devoid of presence. Carl hadn't even noticed him go ashore. What was this guy up to? Carl was puzzled and then flew over. Erlen, did you find something? Or do you have a purpose for coming ashore? Erlen didn't speak, but turned to look at Carl. Can you at least say something? If you don't say a word, how am I supposed to know your thoughts? Hearing Carl's words, Erlen pointed towards the misty battlefield and said, I want to kill. Kill pirates. Kill pirates. Seeing Erlen's determined gaze, Carl could sense that he was very angry. However, Erlen's strength was not strong. If he went over now, he might become a burden to Enel and the others. So, Carl decided to take him personally. Wait a moment, I'll give Blackfeather a quick word, and then I'll take you over. Carl flew back to the warship, quickly instructed Blackfeather, and then took Erlen to the center of the battlefield. Initially, Carl hadn't intended to come. According to Teselo's intelligence, the people occupying Mermaid Island were not very strong. They were just a bunch of rookies who had entered the new world less than a year ago. That's why Carl felt at ease leaving it to Enel and the others. However, since he was already here, Carl decided to see how Enel and the others dealt with these people. But when he brought Erlen to the scene, the battle was already nearing its end. Carl did not recognize the flag of this pirate crew. These pirates did not appear in the original work. Clearly, they were just a group of minor characters. They were easily cleaned up by Enel and the others. Among these pirates, except for their captain, everyone else was killed. This captain had some strength, as he was an animal. Chapter 111. Passing by the four emperors after hearing the news relayed by Blackfeather, Carl and the others quickly returned to the warship. They then saw a red-haired man with 3 scars on his face and missing an arm. This man was none other than one of the legendary 4 emperors of today, Red-Hair Shanks. Besides Shanks, his pirate ship was not far away, and Ben Beckman and the others were currently on the ship, watching Carl from a distance. Facing their gaze, Carl felt a bit flustered, but he still maintained his calm demeanor on the surface. My luck is truly absurd. I actually encountered one of the 4 Emperor Shanks here. Carl returned to the ship and coldly stared at Shanks. At this moment, Shanks was engaged in conversation with Mihawk. The two had known each other for a long time and were friends, though Mihawk was not very talkative. However, Shanks was quite the talker. As long as Shanks was speaking, Mihawk would just listen and occasionally respond, which was enough. But this was Carl's warship, not a place for them to chat. In the face of Shanks, Carl had to be fully alert because he was well aware of the power of the four emperors. Moreover, considering the relationship between Mihawk and Shanks, he couldn't guarantee that Mihawk would help him deal with Shanks. Even if the 7 warlords and the Navy were currently on the same side, it wouldn't matter. So, this is the new Navy star, Major Carl? You really are quite a remarkable figure. Ha ha ha. Shanks laughed as he approached Carl upon seeing him. However, Carl instantly stepped back, uncertain of the other's intentions. If the other party wanted to attack him, at such a close distance, Carl couldn't guarantee he could evade the attack. Do you really need to be so cautious? I just want to say hello. After all, you captured my recognized Straw Hat Luffy and my old Captain Sun Ace. Shanks' eyes shot out sharp glints, and his Conqueror's haki flashed momentarily, instantly stirring up the surrounding clouds in the sky. The powerful Conqueror's haki, although it only appeared for a moment, turned the originally clear weather much darker. Carl could also change the weather, but he needed to rely on his Devil Fruit abilities. However, Shanks could achieve this just by using his Conqueror's haki, even causing slight cracks to appear on the warship. Under such circumstances, Carl was very cautious. If Shanks continued to unleash his Conqueror's haki, Carl felt that his warship would likely be destroyed within a minute by his haki. As described in the original work, Shanks' Conqueror's haki could cause damage to physical entities, and the effect was very significant. Currently, he was the only one with such haki. However, based on the conversation between Whitebeard and Shanks, it was highly likely that Roger also possessed such haki. Carl glanced at the other people on his ship. Besides Until, no one else had fainted. However, Until was not in good spirits today, so it was inevitable that she would be affected by the Conqueror's haki. The fact that the others did not faint in the face of Shanks' haki was something Carl did not expect. This also indirectly indicated that these people's potential was indeed impressive. Shanks, if you're here to pick a fight, then let us go to war. Although I can't represent the Navy, I can represent myself. If you're just passing through, please leave. Pirates and the Navy are fundamentally on opposing sides. If you swagger onto my ship, what will Admiral Sengoku think of me? Carl Drew, Chapter 112. The thoughts of the 5 elders. Am I going back now? But isn't it still early? And Doflamingo hasn't been caught yet. All right, kid, stop worrying about that scum. It's better for you to come back now, so I can protect you properly. If you stay out there, I'm afraid the Celestial Dragons will really send troops after you. It won't end well then. They already plan to privately label your clone as a traitor to the Navy. But neither I nor the 5 elders have agreed to that. What is the attitude of the 5 elders? Carl asked tentatively, while Sengoku paused for a second, then sighed again. The 5 elders originally kept this matter under wraps for you. Even I didn't know you had caused such trouble in the New World. But the Celestial Dragons are relentless and even bypass the 5 elders to come directly to me. If it weren't for that brain-dead Celestial Dragon, I wouldn't even have known you stole one of their slaves. Fortunately, I went to the 5 elders to verify and learned that what you did isn't that serious. It's just that the scummy Celestial Dragon likes to play with women. Moreover, the CP0 member you injured is the father-in-law of a high-ranking Celestial Dragon, which is why they won't let this go. You originally drew their attention by going to sea with the Black Feather, and now you've stolen a slave and injured an important connection. It's no surprise they're coming after you. Hurry back and hide for a while. Wait a few months until the Celestial Dragons cool down, and it will be fine. Sengoku sighed, clearly worried about Carl, the troublemaker. Carl nodded, understanding Sengoku's good intentions. Sengoku's words made him realize why he had been in trouble with the Celestial Dragons for so many days, and only today did he receive a call from Sengoku. It turned out the 5 elders had suppressed this news for him. However, not all high-ranking Celestial Dragons are brain-dead. They know how to pressure the Navy. That's why Sengoku called, urging Carl to come back quickly, or else he wouldn't be able to control the situation. Understood, Admiral. I'll return right away. But before that, I have something to report. What is it? I encountered Shanks. Although we didn't talk much, I have a feeling he might be planning a prison break. Do you have evidence? Hearing Carl's words, Sengoku's brow furrowed. Then he looked at Carp, who was eating sunbae carelessly beside him. I have no evidence. I'm just speculating. Since it's just speculation, don't report it to me. I've told you before, conjectures without evidence are meaningless. Understood, Admiral. I'll return to the Navy headquarters right away. Safe travels. After saying this, Sengoku hung up first, then sat angrily in his seat, snatching the sunbae from Carp and starting to eat heartily. None of you let me rest easy. Meanwhile, Carl put away the din-din mushi, his expression somewhat complex. The 5 elders chose to protect him, but the Celestial Dragons directly bypassed them, putting pressure on Admiral Sengoku without caring at all. Were these 5 old geezers planning to see how I resolve the conflict between myself and the celestial dragons? If I choose to submit, they might be pleased. If I resist, they could find reasons to suppress me. This move is truly clever. However, given the intelligence of the celestial dragons, it's hard to believe they could directly find Admiral Sengoku without the 5 elders' guidance. But Admiral Sengoku isn't pushover as long as I return. Chapter 113. Stories and Songs. The story of Aelin is very short, so short that it can be told in an hour. He was originally a prince from a small northern sea kingdom. Due to the old king of this country having a child in his old age, Aelin's education was very strict. Aelin had no friends since childhood and was confined in the palace every day, learning various political knowledge and the family's ancestral self-defense techniques. This led to him having a reclusive nature at a young age, causing his peers to completely avoid him. Until one day, the appearance of Leggio opened Aelin's heart. Tired of palace life, Aelin wanted to escape with Leggio. At that time, Leggio was only in her teens, but had already grown into a qualified warrior. However, she had come here only to gather intelligence and did not expect to be entangled with Aelin. The young and naive Aelin was deceived by Leggio and told her all the intelligence about the kingdom. All he wanted was to escape the palace. Leggio promised him that as long as he told her all the intelligence, she would take him away. Aelin was very excited at the time, thinking he could leave this prison, but he had no idea that his foolishness would lead to the destruction of the entire kingdom. The next morning, Aelin, who had been too excited to sleep all night, heard chaotic sounds outside. He was then informed by a servant that Gielma 66 was storming the palace, destroying all their defenses. Moreover, these people were very familiar with their defenses and directly bypassed the main forces. At this point, even Aelin, no matter how naive, understood that the person he had seen yesterday was from Gielma 66. However, just as Aelin was about to run away, Leggio appeared. She killed the servant, took Aelin's hand, and no matter how much Aelin resisted, she did not let go. Even when her hand was already scratched by Aelin, she still held on. Then Leggio said to Aelin, "I'm sorry," and threw him into a small boat that had been prepared in advance, allowing him to leave. With guilt, Leggio saved Aelin, fulfilling their agreement. However, Aelin was filled with hatred towards Leggio because he clearly remembered that it was Leggio who had deceived him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have naively believed that Leggio could take him away. So Aelin blamed all of this on himself and drifted at sea for days and nights without food. If he hadn't been rescued by the Navy, he would have already sunk to the bottom of the sea. This was also the reason why Aelin became so withdrawn. This story is very short, with almost no twists. It is just a normal war between two countries. However, due to a small episode between Leggio and Aelin, this war was shortened to just one day. That's all. If Leggio had not appeared at that time and fulfilled the agreement, Aelin might have disappeared along with his country. After hearing about his experience, everyone present fell silent, because it was his own doing and there was nothing to comfort him. 10 years had passed, and Aelin had long since repented, even becoming withdrawn for 10 years because of it. This was still quite sympathetic, especially to Yindir, because Yindir's hometown, the island of mermaids, had recently been slaughtered completely. Although Karl helped take revenge, Yindir's mental state was very unstable. She had been hit too hard. However, when she heard that Aelin's background was similar to hers, and that his situation was worse than hers, Yindir chose to comfort Aelin instead, in her own emotions. Chapter 114. Unexpected visitor. Karl's warship was advancing at full speed in the New World. He planned to reach the G5 port for supplies as quickly as possible while testing Virgo to see if he would slip up. However, before that, Karl unexpectedly encountered someone he had always wanted to meet, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon. Since Karl had previously asked Kuma to relay a message expressing his desire to meet Dragon, he never expected Dragon to come so soon. Fortunately, the place where they met was an uninhabited island in the New World. Dragon used his abilities to leave a message for Karl, notifying him where to meet. Karl then instructed Erlen to turn the ship towards the uninhabited island. However, he did not let anyone else disembark, opting to meet Dragon alone. After all, Dragon's identity was extremely sensitive, and he didn't want anyone to know he had contacted Dragon. Even his subordinates were not allowed to know, even if they wouldn't leak information. Meeting Dragon would be very dangerous for them. "It's been a long time, Dragon. I'm sorry about your son, Luffy. At that time, I didn't know your son was Luffy. I only realized it after I captured him. I owe you an apology for that." Karl approached with a smile, immediately expressing several apologies, stating he had no idea about Luffy's identity. He had rehearsed this line in his mind for a long time, and no matter how clever Dragon was, he wouldn't be able to see through the flaws. Moreover, at that time, Luffy wasn't very famous. He had only defeated Crocodile and hadn't yet entered the Devil's Triangle to encounter Moria. Luffy was not widely known then. Although his bounty had reached 100 million, the Navy did not take him seriously, nor did other pirate lords. Additionally, since Dragon had not revealed his background or family, it was normal for Carl to be unaware. You don't need to explain so much to me, I understand. But what do you mean by sending a message through Kuma? Are you planning to join me? Or do you have something else to say? Joining you is impossible, as our ideologies have some trivial conflicts. I don't want to overthrow the entire world. I just want to maintain peace and avoid war. As for why I came to find you, it's to inform you about some intelligence regarding Impel Down. To give you a little help. You want me to help you break into prison? Upon hearing Carl's words, Dragon frowned, while Carl widened his eyes in surprise. He did not expect Dragon to be so direct. Don't say that. I'm a Navy officer. How could I help you break into prison? I just wanted to inform you about the location of the Okama King and some internal situations in Impel Down. Carl shared the intelligence he had about Impel Down with Dragon. He had two reasons for doing this. First, he didn't want the Revolutionary Army to waste manpower in Impel Down, as it would be pointless. Impel Down was filled with notorious criminals, and even if they were released, it was unlikely many would join the Revolutionary Army. Carl pointed out the mistake in Dragon's plan to let the Okama King infiltrate Impel Down from start. The second reason was that he wanted Dragon to owe him a favor, so that if Carl really decided to leave the Navy, he would have a way out. Moreover, the outcome of the Marineford War and Whitebeard's death had become a foregone conclusion. No matter what, Whitebeard had to die at Marineford. It was a death order from Sengoku. When the time came, the defenses of Impel Down would surely be very weak. If Dragon could seize the opportunity, he could definitely rescue Luffy. Dragon agreed. But to be cautious, they exchanged a transponder snail for direct communication. Chapter 115. The Attitude of G5. Another day filled with mist. The weather in the New World is always unpredictable, making it impossible to guess. Just a second ago, it was clear skies, and the next moment, it could be pouring rain. Fortunately, Carl and the others have gotten used to this unpredictable weather and no longer care about it. After 2 days of sailing, they finally arrived at the G5 branch. Since it was on the way, Carl did not plan to let the warship enter the G5 branch, but instead docked outside to prevent any attacks from the other side. Carl then went alone into the G5 branch, intending to resupply. You must be the commander of the G5 branch, Vice Admiral Virgo. Upon arriving at the G5 branch, Carl immediately saw Virgo standing at the entrance. However, after greeting him, Virgo completely ignored Carl. With his sunglasses on, it was hard to see his expression, but through his aura, Carl could tell that he did not like him, and even felt some disgust towards him. After all, Virgo was a subordinate of Don Quixote da Flamingo and a high-ranking member of the Don Quixote family. Carl had captured everyone from the Don Quixote family and even defeated da Flamingo, causing him to lose everything and flee. This made Virgo very angry, but he had to suppress his feelings due to being an undercover agent in the Navy. So, he could only pretend not to know anything and continue working for the Navy. However, he did not expect Carl to come right to him. Moreover, the main point was that Virgo had just received an order from the Celestial Dragons. Vice Admiral Virgo, why aren't you speaking? Didn't I contact you earlier to prepare some supplies for me? Are they ready? I really need them. Ha! Carl casually patted Virgo on the shoulder, and the surrounding Navy personnel quietly moved in, surrounding Carl in the center. Virgo glanced at the hand Carl placed on his shoulder with indifference, then displayed a contemptuous expression and shoved Carl's hand away. Virgo, what do you mean by this? At this moment, Carl felt that something was off with Virgo. More and more Navy personnel from the G5 branch had arrived, blocking all possible exits. There were even quite a few snipers above, aiming at him. With his observation hockey activated, Carl could clearly see that almost all the Navy personnel in the G5 branch had gathered. This situation made Carl understand that Virgo intended to take action against him. Carl, you really think too highly of yourself. Offending anyone is one thing, but to offend the Celestial Dragons. Virgo finally spoke, but his tone was very cold, making his attitude clear from the start. Seeing this, Carl narrowed his eyes, and his conqueror's hockey erupted instantly. Around him, about half of the Navy personnel immediately fell to the ground. Although these Navy personnel were quite strong, their willpower was lacking, and the conqueror's hockey easily knocked out at least half of them. Even for the remaining half, there was not much fighting strength left. Although beads of sweat appeared on Virgo's forehead, he remained expressionless and unperturbed. I can take action against you, but you must not resist. Otherwise, You will immediately become a traitor to the Navy, and I will also issue a bounty and a pursuit order against you." Virgo cracked his neck and clenched his fists, making a crack-crack sound that was very imposing. He then removed his Navy uniform, revealing his muscular body. Armament Haki instantly covered his entire body. He had made his intention clear. He was going to take action against Karl. Is this a personal vendetta? To take revenge for Doflamingo, you choose to use the anger of the celestial dragons against me. But even so, do you really think you might be my opponent? And what do you mean I can't fight back? Karl let out a cold laugh, completely disregarding Virgo's warning, just as Virgo's fist came attacking. Chapter 116. Scheming. Where did you find out about this? With everyone else around them unconscious, only Karl and Virgo from the G5 branch remained awake. Virgo decided to drop the act and reveal his cards. By asking this question, he made clear his identity and stance, indicating that he had accepted the Celestial Dragon's mission because he was indeed against Karl. However, what Virgo did not expect was that Karl knew everything. Moreover, Karl showed no mercy in his actions, completely catching Virgo off guard. You don't need to worry about when I found out. You just need to know that everything you and Don Quixote Doflamingo have done is within my control. It's a pity that Doflamingo managed to escape due to Kaido's interference. Otherwise, he would already be dead. Honestly, Doflamingo is quite foolish to team up with someone like Kaido. Isn't that just asking for death? Hearing Karl's words, Virgo felt a surge of anger. At that moment, he stood up and crushed his sunglasses with his remaining hand, then charged at Karl without hesitation. I won't allow you to say that, young master. D. With a roar, Virgo swung his remaining right fist directly at Karl. In response to Virgo's attack, Karl chuckled lightly and effortlessly dodged it. Accompanied by a flash of black light, Virgo's remaining arm was severed. The burly Virgo did not scream in pain despite losing both arms. He merely knelt on the ground, drenched in sweat, unable to even maintain his haki. Seeing Virgo's current state, Karl chuckled and approached him. Do you have any last words? Hee, even if I die, the young master will not. And you have offended the Celestial Dragons, so you won't live either. No matter what, I am now the commander of the G5 branch. As soon as you make a move against me, your reputation as a traitor will be solidified. Just wait for the triple hunt from Marines, pirates, and Celestial Dragons. The young master will also take revenge for me. Is that so? That is not necessarily true. Hearing Virgo's words, Karl sneered, then took out something that resembled a shell. Do you know what this is? Seeing Karl take out the shell-like object, Virgo tilted his head, unsure of what he intended to do. This thing is called a sound snail, one of the specialties of Skypiea, capable of storing and releasing sound. This sound snail has been in an active state, recording all our voices. Originally, I just happened to take this sound snail from Skypiea. I didn't expect it to come in handy now, which is quite nice. Now, would you like to hear what you said earlier? With that, Karl began to fiddle with the sound snail, playing back the part where Virgo referred to Doflamingo as young master, and he looped it several times before finally satisfied and shutting off the sound snail. How about it? Did you hear what you said? Karl smugly put away the sound snail and patted Virgo's face. Virgo gritted his teeth, glaring with rage, wishing he could jump up and bite Karl to death. You despicable Marine, how dare you scheme against me? What is wrong with scheming against you? If you have the ability, bite me. Wait, are you actually going to bite? Just as Karl mocked Virgo, the latter suddenly erupted with anger. He wasn't really going to bite. He was using all his strength and covering his forehead with haki, attempting to charge and kill Karl in one hit. However, he clearly underestimated Karl's reflexes. The moment he erupted, Karl swiftly slapped Virgo directly. Chapter 117. Sengoku's helplessness just after Karl dealt with the G5 branch. The people from G5 contacted Sengoku and recounted everything that had happened. This left Sengoku feeling both angry and somewhat speechless. He never expected Karl to cause trouble wherever he went. First it was Dressrosa, then Gold City, and now it's the G5 branch. It was as if he was destined to blow things up wherever he went. Calling him a troublemaker would not be an exaggeration. Even Punk Hazard, which Sengoku himself had ordered to patrol, could not escape the fate of being blown up due to Karl's arrival. This left Sengoku at a loss for words. He now doubted whether Karl would accidentally blow up the Navy headquarters if he returned, or if he would stir up some trouble there. Just thinking about it made Sengoku break out in goosebumps. He never expected that this little brat Karl would have a shadow of his former self. You old guy used to be the same way. No matter where you went, there was always news about you. Sengoku glanced at Carp beside him and couldn't help but sigh. Carp blinked, not understanding what Sengoku was talking about. The sound of the transponder snail had not been loud, and since Carp was dozing off at the time, he had heard nothing. Did Carl cause trouble again? Yes. He captured an undercover agent hiding within the Navy, and the person was even the base commander of the G5 branch. The most important thing was that this person was actually an agent planted by Don Quixote Doflamingo in our Navy. This Doflamingo is truly a source of trouble. Haha. This kid Carl is really impressive. I didn't expect him to uncover the undercover agent so quickly. Didn't you say before that the investigation on Doflamingo's side had some strange aspects? Some of the information was not public, and if there were no undercover agents, you wouldn't have been able to know it, right? At that time, you said it was just a coincidence. How does it feel now, getting slapped in the face? Haha. Carp mercilessly mocked. Only because of their good relationship could they tease each other so openly. If it were anyone else, Sengoku wouldn't be so calm. Forget it. Since it has already happened, there's no point in dwelling on it. However, the Celestial Dragons still took action against Carl. And this time Virgo's exposure was due to the Celestial Dragons prompting him to act. So coincidental. Hearing Sengoku's words, Carp was stunned for a second, and Sengoku nodded. Then said, "Get ready to meet with the Gorosei. They are unaware of the undercover situation. Carl has inadvertently managed to extricate himself this time. If they're SA next time, I can't guarantee that Carl will be this lucky again, so I must fight for him to return to headquarters. This is your job. Why should I accompany you to see the Gorosei? I really don't want to meet those 5 old geezers. They're just too annoying." Carp waved his hand, clearly unwilling to go. Just as Sengoku was about to say something, the transponder snail rang suddenly. He took the transponder snail, responded seriously a few times, and then looked at Carp with a bitter smile. "Let us go. The Gorosei specifically called for both of us to meet them, and Tsuru is also coming along." At the same time, Carl and the others had already left the G5 branch. After telling Sengoku about what had happened, they sped towards the Navy headquarters. Virgo had also woken up at this time. He was tightly wrapped up, with all but his head covered, in addition to white gauze. Various chains were also used to wrap him up, one circle after another. Those who didn't know might think he was a pharaoh on Earth from somewhere. Chapter 118, Flame Disaster. In the sky, a giant, toothless wyvern, enveloped in mysterious flames, is soaring freely. Its speed is incredibly fast, covering long distances in the blink of an eye. However, just as it passes over a Navy warship, it suddenly comes to a halt. Is this a Navy warship? Or a Brigadier General ship? The only Brigadier who can sail in the New World is probably the one who made Kaido suffer, right? Thinking of this, Flame Disaster Jin takes a deep look at the warship and then, without hesitation, turns and dives down. Even though I'm here to pick up Kaido from the land of Wano, since I've run into this little brat, I'll teach him a lesson. Jin's eyes are filled with malice. He is very powerful, being the strongest in the Beast Pirates after Kaido. However, he knows very well that Carl's strength is not weak. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to stalemate with Kaido for half an hour. But Jin does not believe that Carl's strength is greater than his own. That's why he chooses to attack Carl's warship. But just as he is about to make his move, a sudden bolt of lightning strikes from the sky. The massive lightning column directly crashes into the ocean, causing huge waves. Jin is engulfed by the lightning column, but in an instant, he breaks free from its grasp and charges out. However, he has no injuries at all, not even having used his haki. Is this the Thunder fruit? It truly deserves its title as the strongest Logia-type devil fruit. Such power, if it were to face the 6 flying fighters, they would probably struggle even without using their full strength. However, this little brat is still far from the 3 admirals of the Navy. Jin sneers contemptuously and charges up again. Just then, a flurry of snow suddenly envelopes him completely. The flames on his body diminish slightly, and he even feels his body stiffening considerably. The covering of ice and snow causes his altitude to drop rapidly, and his flying speed visibly slows down. There's even a Logia-type user. Seeing the blizzard approaching, Jin's pupils constrict sharply. He only knew that Carl had a Thunder fruit user among his subordinates. Due to Enel's flamboyant nature, he likes to call himself the god of thunder and show off his fruit abilities everywhere. This has led to his reputation being only slightly lower than Carl's. As for the others, there is almost no information, even though Niru is also quite flashy. She has no fruit ability, and her displayed strength is quite ordinary. Although she's not weak, she lacks any standout topic. So, information about her is basically zero. Since Niru is like this, Jace, who is not talkative, has basically zero presence. Very few people actively gather information about them. Therefore, when Jace uses his Snow fruit abilities, Jin is so surprised. But surprise aside, the freezing ability and attack power of the Snow fruit are a weakened version of the Ice fruit. It could be considered a lower-tier fruit with limited power. So Jin simply exerts a bit more force, increasing the intensity of the mysterious flames. His speed picks up once again, but at that moment, a sharp slash suddenly arrives. This slash, with the momentum of a swordmaster, rushes towards Jin. In the face of this slash, Jin covers his wings with haki and without hesitation slaps it away. Is that it? The fierce slash is instantly dispersed, prompting Jin to mockingly speak out. But suddenly, a figure silently appears behind Jin. A fist covered in haki, with overwhelming force, crashes down towards Jin. A sneak attack, huh? Jin's observation haki is always active, so he can clearly see everything around him. Chapter 119, Great Defeat. What? The sudden slash came in with incredible sharpness, and Jin completely failed to react, getting hit. This fierce slash left a deep wound on his body. Damn, how could it be so fast? Even with my haki armament, I couldn't defend in time. Jin didn't expect Karl's attack to be so fierce, but his recovery speed was quick. In an instant, his injuries were completely healed. Karl saw this and said nothing, merely floating into the air, casually delivering another slash. Jin did not dare to be careless, covering himself with haki armament, his wings flapping violently, creating a violent shockwave that collided with Karl's slash. Accompanied by a loud explosion, the attacks from both sides canceled each other out, and the two were locked in a stalemate in mid-air, neither of them taking the initiative to strike. Yinzai Jin, I don't think I provoked you, right? Don't be naive, Navy brat. Even if you didn't T-provoke me, so what? We are enemies by nature. You even defeated Jack and humiliated Kaido, tarnishing the reputation of our beast pirates. Today, I just happened to pass by here and ran into you. So I'll teach you what it means to be a Yonko pirate crew. As he spoke, Jin transformed back into his human form, his wings spreading behind him, stabilizing his figure in midair. He drew his long blade, covering it with haki armament, and unleashed a fierce slash that was on par with Karl's, instantly arriving in front of Karl. Facing this slash, Karl didn't even move, just standing there, staring straight at Jin without looking away. When the slash was right in front of Karl, an invisible whirlwind suddenly appeared, instantly shredding the fierce slash to pieces. This was the qualitative change in Karl's abilities after mastering the wind element. Even without using his hands, he could perform operations that he couldn't accomplish before even with both hands. For instance, the ability to instantly create a whirlwind and crush the opponent's attack was something he couldn't do before. After mastering the wind element, such feats were completely trivial for Karl. He could even do it without expending too much physical strength or energy, which wouldn't affect normal combat at all. Yinzai Jin, since we met, don't even think about running. Come back to the Navy headquarters with me obediently. As he spoke, Karl vanished in an instant. Jin's pupils constricted sharply. He decisively activated his observation haki and slashed out to the side. Karl's figure appeared to Jin's left side at the same time. This strike was blocked by Jin, but Karl's attacks continued like a torrential storm, showing no signs of stopping. He could even multitask, creating various air currents to disturb Jin, preventing him from fully defending. Damn, how could he be so strong? Jin never expected that the guest's strength would be even greater than he had imagined. He could only exert all his strength to defend himself. Even so, Karl's fierce dual-wielding style and the abilities brought by the float fruit made Jin suffer immensely. This time, Jin truly understood why he had asked Jack about the battle with Karl, but Jack couldn't say anything, because Karl's attacks left the enemy with no room to maneuver. This kind of torrential assault was something Jin had never experienced before. But prior to this, he was the one attacking enemies in this manner. After all, he was also a swordsman, but now being suppressed like this felt incredibly uncomfortable. Damn bastard, don't underestimate me. Jin roared. The mysterious flames on his body suddenly surged. Karl didn't know what these flames were, so he chose not to take them head-on and retreated instead. Facing the flames that chased after him, Karl directly unleashed his fruit ability, pulling them into the sea. Even if these flames fell into the sea, they would still burn for a while before finally extinguishing. Chapter 120. Jace's past wanna run? Have you asked me first? As Jin was about to escape, Karl controlled all the water tornadoes around him to attack in Jin's direction. This attack had a tremendous momentum, directly affecting the surrounding sea and sky. A thunderstorm arrived, and heavy rain poured down, drenching both Karl and Jin. However, Jin's agility was exceptionally high, and his observation haki was equally strong. When facing the less agile water tornadoes, he could easily dodge them. But with over 10 water tornadoes, if he wanted to avoid them all, He had to exert himself to the fullest, staying completely focused. Carl was also using all his strength, pushing his abilities to the limit. Even so, there were still some flaws in his control over the water tornadoes. Although his current situation resembled the earth-shattering scenes of the past when the Golden Lion fought Roger, he was acutely aware of his current state, which was still a distance away from the peak of the Golden Lion. After all, the Golden Lion was a Yonka-level powerhouse, and Carl was not yet at that level. Because of this, his control over the water tornadoes appeared somewhat stiff. This gave Jean the opportunity to escape. 10 minutes later, Carl retracted his Devil Fruit ability. Once the surrounding water tornadoes lost their wind power, they all returned to the sea, creating massive waves. Carl looked at the heavy rain and casually waved his hand to disperse the clouds. In an instant, sunlight shone back on his face, bringing a hint of warmth. As expected, without the awakening of his Devil Fruit, there was still a bit of a gap in reaching that level. However, with my current strength, using my Devil Fruit ability in conjunction with swordsmanship at sea, I'm almost invincible against other Devil Fruit users. Except for strong individuals at the level of the Yonko and Admirals, as well as pure martial artists, I basically don't have to worry about any threats from others. Hee. The Float Fruit ability can control seawater, which is a natural nemesis for Devil Fruit users. At this point, Carl sneered, as if recalling something. He tidied up his clothes and then returned to his warship. Nilou and the others were overjoyed to see their guest return. While they knew Carl was strong and had witnessed him fighting at full strength, they had never thought that Carl at sea and on land was a completely different concept. When on land, Carl had to limit his abilities to avoid harming civilians. But at sea, it was entirely different. As long as the warship was kept at a distance, he could unleash his Devil Fruit abilities without any concern, creating the spectacle of dozens of water tornadoes. This made Nilou and the others once again realize just how terrifying Carl's strength was. Stop looking at me with those eyes. My strength isn't that impressive. In fact, the former pirate Admiral Golden Lion was stronger than I am now. It's just a pity that this old guy fell into decadence. Otherwise, I wouldn't have benefited from him. You all should get back to what you were doing. Since you've witnessed Jin's strength, it's time for you to train hard. At your command. Upon hearing Carl's words, Nilou and the others immediately returned to the training room. The others also went back to their positions and got busy. Only Jace remained still. Once most people had left, Jace approached Carl and asked, "Major, sir, after your return, will you really be able to coexist peacefully with the celestial dragons? I don't know about that, but I can guarantee that none of you will be implicated. You can rest assured about this." Chapter 121. Encounter with Katakuri. After repelling the flame calamity, Carl showcased his strength even more, which reassured all the crew members. Moreover, Carl laid everything on the table, mentioning that the celestial dragons might continue to target him. He told those who wanted to leave that they could do so once they reached the Navy headquarters. He wouldn't interfere too much with their choices. However, what surprised Carl was that no one, including Indel, chose to leave him. They all wanted to stay with Carl. Nilou even provided a very reasonable explanation. Only by staying on Carl's ship could they continue to grow stronger. Everyone has moments of complacency, but if there's a group of like-minded partners to compete with, training efficiency would significantly increase. More importantly, they didn't want to give up the chance to enter the new world, as only here could they become stronger. It had been over a month since these people set sail, and it was evident that each of them had adapted to life in the new world. Their strength had more than doubled compared to when they first set out to sea. In the past, they would never have believed that they could improve their strength so much in just 1 month. But now not only had they achieved this, they also discovered that they could become even stronger. Plus, Carl treated them well, which made them reluctant to leave. Seeing their strong sense of loyalty, Carl was somewhat moved. However, what surprised him the most was Indel. It was known that Indel was merely someone Carl had rescued. She wasn't a Navy member, nor was she one of Carl's subordinates. Yet, she chose to stand by Carl and had no intention of accepting protection from other Navy members. This left Carl a bit astonished. However, her choice put Carl in a difficult position. He had already made an exception for Enel, allowing him to join his crew as an intern Navy member. But for Indel, Carl couldn't find a good reason to convince Sengoku to let her join his crew. Therefore, Carl couldn't guarantee that Indel would become a Navy member, but he could assure that she would definitely stay by his side. Indel had an idea about this, to become Carl's attendant, which would allow her to be by Carl's side at all times. This bold idea from Indel made Carl swallow hard, especially when she leaned closer to him while saying it. The waves of Indel immediately attracted everyone's attention. And then Carl was ridiculed by Nilou and the other women. Carl initially wanted to refuse Indel, But unfortunately, she was too persistent. Oh no, that is not right. It was her insistence that left Carl with no choice but to agree. Carl and the others continued their journey across the New World, chatting and laughing. At this time, there was still a few days' journey left to the Navy headquarters, so they weren't in a hurry. Carl also heard that the pirate supernovas had landed on the Sabati archipelago. Therefore, he planned to go to the Sabati archipelago first to check out this group of supernovas. Among these supernovas, there were a few individuals that Carl was very interested in, such as Trafalgar D. Waterlaw. This user of the Ope Know Me was one of the people Carl had to recruit. Although he might not necessarily join him, Carl could find opportunities to have him do some things for him. These were things Carl had wanted to do from the beginning, but had found no opportunity to do because he didn't have many trustworthy people. Law was one of the few. His personality ensured that once he recognized Carl, he would never betray him. But to get him to acknowledge himself, Carl needed to put in a little effort. Chapter 122. Confrontation. After hanging up the Den Mushi, Katakuri finally turned his gaze to Carl. However, Carl's expression was somewhat strange. The Den Mushi that Katakuri had just used was still in an active state, but he had not noticed it. This meant that his recent conversation with Katakuri had been completely transmitted to Charlotte Linlin. This made Katakuri feel a bit tricky. Although he wasn't sure if the other party would come, she would definitely send reinforcements. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Katakuri to fend off Carl alone. Katakuri was well aware of this, but he didn't panic. Instead, he stood there, staring directly at Carl without looking away. You don't need to interfere with Doflamingo's matter. I need to take him somewhere to deal with him, and this has nothing to do with your navy. Katakuri's tone is very serious, and his meaning is also very clear. He does not want the Navy to intervene in the matter between him and Doflamingo. However, Carl is very loyal to the Navy. How could he possibly heed the words of a pirate? Since I encountered Doflamingo here, I absolutely cannot let him go. However, at this moment, Carl was focusing all his attention on Katakuri, so he was not yet aware of where Doflamingo was being held. However, it was enough to entrust the task of finding him to Enel and the others. What he needed to do was to hold Katakuri back. Katakuri, let me ask you one last question. Will you hand over Doflamingo or not? He is still useful to Mom, so I can't give him to you. Facing Carl's questioning, Katakuri stepped forward fearlessly, and the two conquerors' haki clashed once again. This time, it directly caused turmoil in the surrounding sea, even dispersing the clouds in the sky. Anilu, Nilu Jace, and Doflamingo are up to you. After drawing him out, just leave the rest to me. Got it. After hearing Carl's command, the three of them jumped up simultaneously and rushed towards Katakuri's cabin. Katakuri wanted to stop them, but was directly blocked by Carl, who was wielding dual blades. Navy, you really don't give any face at all. Katakuri squinted his eyes and took out a trident from his body, aiming it at Carl. Lord Carl, we are here to help you too. Enzo and the others rushed to the side of the deck, ready to jump over to help Carl. However, just as they were about to come over, Carl stopped them. You all stay on the ship and watch out for any sneak attacks. Leave this to me. As he spoke, Carl struck swiftly, knocking out the person next to him who had not been stunned by the Conqueror's haki. Seeing this, Katakuri also instructed his subordinates not to provoke Carl. These individuals were vastly outmatched by Carl and would not stand a chance against him. Approaching him would only lead to their demise. Therefore, Katakuri ordered them to go into the cabin to obstruct those trying to find Doflamingo. After receiving the order, they all rushed inside in a frenzy. After knocking over a few more, Carl was confronted by Katakuri, who blocked his attack. Since you've chosen to stand against us, let me see just how powerful you really are, as the news claims. As he spoke, Katakuri instantly covered his trident with armament haki and thrust it towards Carl. In the face of this swift attack, Carl crossed his twin blades and easily blocked the strike, then countered with a slash that surged forward. This slash, while extremely fast and unexpected, did not cause any harm to Katakuri. Katakuri is a mochi fruit user, possessing the ability to transform himself into mochi. However, his ability is not of the Logia type, but Chapter 124, The Death of Don Quixote, Doflamingo. Since you said so, I will definitely finish this quickly. With that, Carl turned his gaze to Enel and the others, then waved to Enzo. Katakuri will be temporarily left to you four. Hold out for about 10 minutes until I return. Doflamingo is mine. Within 10 minutes, he will be dead. As soon as he finished speaking, Carl dashed towards Doflamingo. Katakuri's observation haki was kept activated. His ability to foresee the future allowed him to see Carl's target, and he immediately went to intercept him. However, his observation haki was not omnipotent. He could only briefly foresee events 1 or 2 seconds into the future, and he needed a specific target to activate his ability. For example, he could only foresee events if he targeted himself or the enemy. Therefore, he completely overlooked Enel and the others. Just as Katakuri was about to intercept Karl, Enel used his speed to instantly appear in front of Katakuri, paralyzing his body. Jess similarly unleashed his Devil Fruit ability, turning Katakuri into a giant snowman. Enzo and Niru gathered their strength and simultaneously attacked him. This strike pushed Katakuri back 2 steps. However, their combined attack did not inflict any damage on Katakuri. Their attacks were completely blocked. Although Katakuri did not foresee Niru and the others' future moves, his observation haki was still top tier, allowing him to predict their attacks and defend in advance. But this meant he had to retract his interception of Karl. Taking advantage of this moment, Karl rushed in front of Doflamingo and forcibly sent him flying. Once in the air, it was Karl's domain. Katakuri had no way to deal with him. The air was currently a territory Katakuri could not enter. Although for strong fighters like them, the moonwalk could be learned with just a glance and mastered after a few uses, they were simply unwilling to learn the Navy's 6 powers. This led to the current awkward situation. Karl had taken Doflamingo to the skies, while Katakuri could only watch helplessly. Moreover, for other strong Navy members were right in front of him. While it would be easy for him to deal with these 4 Navy members, taking about 10 minutes, it would be even easier for Karl to handle Doflamingo. Therefore, Katakuri completely abandoned the idea of fighting. This time, I admit defeat. I underestimated you all. Brew, brew, brew. Brew, brew, brew. Before Katakuri could finish a sentence, the Den Den Mushi rang. After answering, a commanding female voice came from it, invigorating Katakuri. Katakuri, hold off those Navy members. I will be there soon. Understood, Mama. Just those 2 simple sentences, and Katakuri hung up the Den Den Mushi, reigniting his fighting spirit. The voice from the Den Den Mushi was loud enough that Niru and the others heard their conversation. It was evident that the reinforcements arriving here were none other than the captain of the Big Mom Pirates, Charlotte Linlin, one of the 4 emperors. Feeling that things were getting a bit dire, Enel immediately transmitted this news to Karl, who was high up in the sky, through the radio waves. They then focused all their energy to face the formidable foe in front of them. Although they were still not strong enough to face the various signature moves of the 4 Emperors' pirate crews, as Karl had previously said, with 4 people working together, holding out for a while should not be too much a problem. Moreover, such high-intensity battles would help them improve their strength. Thus, they felt somewhat excited and even took the initiative to attack. Seeing this, Katakuri revealed a confident smile. Since Charlotte Linlin had already issued her orders, Katakuri certainly would not take advantage of the situation, but instead, Chapter 125 Big MOM. Damn, that was fast. Just after defeating Don Quixote Doflamingo, Karl saw a massive cake ship appear in his line of sight. Without any hesitation, he activated his powers and sent the water tornadoes towards the cake ship, hoping to buy some time. But just as the water tornadoes appeared around the cake ship, a gigantic figure, stepping on the thundercloud Zeus, holding Napoleon and with hair ablaze, charged directly at him. A supermassive slash completely shattered the water tornadoes, and the momentum continued towards Karl. Faced with this attack, Karl's expression changed drastically, and he crossed his dual blades, instantly covering himself with armament haki. With a loud boom, Karl barely blocked the strike, but his hands trembled slightly, clearly shaken by the immense power. Truly worthy of being one of the 4 emperors, this power was only slightly less than Kaido's. The difference was not that great. However, compared to myself and Katakuri, it was a world of difference. I can't delay. I must escape. Saying this, Karl took advantage of Charlotte Linlin not having arrived yet, flew back, and ambushed Katakuri, sending him flying. Then, he took everyone aboard the ship and flew into the sky. Hold on tight. I'm about to speed up the ship. As soon as he finished speaking, Karl used his powers to instantly lift the entire warship into the air. Katakuri was momentarily dazed. He had almost taken care of Enel and the others, but Karl suddenly appeared and mercilessly kicked him. Moreover, that kick landed right on his face, which made Katakuri quite irritated. Moments later, he saw Charlotte Linlin's figure appear not far away. However, Charlotte Linlin did not approach directly, but exchanged a glance with Katakuri before flying into the air to chase after Karl and the others. Her speed was not slow. Compared to Karl controlling the ship's flight speed, she was completely on par. Seeing his mother take action, Katakuri breathed a sigh of relief and then closed his mouth. Moments later, one of the suite commanders, Cracker, walked over, looking at Katakuri with concern. Big brother Katakuri, are you okay? Is that Navy guy tough? This guy is indeed quite strong. The information we got from Mom about Kaido matches up pretty well with what Jean said. What about Doflamingo? He's dead. His body was sliced in half. We should still be able to find it. Katakuri glanced indifferently at the sea, while Cracker sighed and said, "It seems this collaboration has fallen through. I was actually looking forward to Mom working with Kaido. But with Doflamingo dead, the collaboration between Mom and Kaido will probably end here. No, I think there is still hope." Big brother Katakuri? Cracker was somewhat confused. Seeing his puzzlement, Katakuri explained, "Doflamingo was just an unimportant pawn. What Kaido wants to see is sincerity, and we have shown our sincerity. This collaboration will not fail because of Doflamingo, which is why I'm not concerned about his life or death. However, the only problem after Doflamingo's death is that the control of the underworld may change hands. That's what Mom and Kaido are worried about, because it gives the Navy a chance to grasp the underworld. Kaido and Mom will never allow the Navy to intervene. So we still have a lot to do regarding the underworld. As for this Navy guy, let him be. With Mom's strength, she can't possibly lose." Chapter 126, Chase. Navy Brat. Don't think you can escape. Charlotte Linlin was desperately pursuing, clearly unwilling to let Carl go. Although Charlotte Linlin's intelligence is not high, she can at least understand how great Carl's potential is. If left unchecked, Carl could very well become her most troublesome enemy. Moreover, the main point is that Carl's identity is that of a Navy officer. If Carl were a pirate, Charlotte Linlin would not be so ruthless. But his identity as a Navy officer is something that makes all pirates feel very troubled. His current strength is enough to defeat the signature figures of the Yonko crews. Apart from the red-haired pirates, Carl has had encounters with other pirate crews to varying degrees. Although not everyone is aware of these matters, the Yonko crews receive news very quickly. For example, the news of Katakuri being evenly matched with Carl and the defeat of Fire Calamity, as well as the news that the Phoenix Marco fought Carl to a standstill, has spread within the Yonko crews. However, very few outsiders know about it. The only thing they know is that Carl teamed up with Admiral Kizuru to repel one of the Yonko, Kaido. Now, Carl is clashing with another Yonko, although they have only just engaged for a little over an hour. Carl has utilized his advantages and the strength of his crew to firmly intercept Charlotte Linlin for over an hour, not allowing her to catch up. However, this grand battle between them has already been captured by news birds, even being broadcasted as news live, although the live footage is scarce. Only some relatively affluent areas can receive such live news. However, the Big News mogul Morgan will not miss such a profitable opportunity and will report extensively on this battle. He even gathered hundreds of news birds to take turns broadcasting. As soon as one dies, another will immediately take its place. This way, Carl and Charlotte Linlin's battle is almost exposed to the whole world. The only two people involved know nothing about it, although they both have observation hockey. They are concentrating all their attention on each other. If Carl and the others dare to let their guard down, Charlotte Linlin might catch up in the next second. At that time, the only thing they can do is abandon ship and flee with no other options. If they run slowly, they might even be killed by her. Similarly, Charlotte Linlin cannot afford to be distracted, or she would be knocked into the sea by the fruit abilities of Enel and Jace. She might even be caught in the sea vortex created by Carl and dragged to the ocean floor. In that case, she would be unable to continue the chase. Therefore, Charlotte Linlin must also stay fully focused, without a moment's relaxation. In the sky, the float fruit is the strongest ruler. Even natural-type devil fruits may not be able to compete with the advantages of the float fruit in the air. Not to mention, Charlotte Linlin is relying on the thundercloud Zeus to fly in the air. Elran, how long until we reach Sabati Archipelago? Taking advantage of a moment, Carl asked. Elran looked at the record pointer, then opened the sea chart and calculated for a few seconds before responding. At the current speed, it will take at least 3 hours. But the storm is coming soon, so I estimate it might take longer. At least 3 hours, and that's under the best weather conditions. Carl clicked his tongue, feeling a bit helpless. He was not controlling the flight speed of the warship slowly. In fact, it was even faster than before. However, this is already the closest route to Sabati Archipelago, if they want to go to the sea. Chapter 127, Successfully Escaping Danger Mom. If we keep chasing like this, it might be detrimental to us. Mom, we should retreat. If we continue to pursue, we might fall into the Navy's encirclement. Mom, a storm is coming soon. My speed will drop significantly in bad weather, which is not good for the chase. The three homies took turns persuading Charlotte Linlin, hoping she would give up the pursuit. However, Charlotte Linlin completely ignored their advice and continued to chase, which made the three homies very anxious. They could all see that the longer they dragged it out, the more advantageous it was for Carl. Although Carl might face stamina issues, as long as he could hold on, he would receive reinforcements from the Navy. At that point, their side would be at a disadvantage, which is why the three homies wanted Charlotte Linlin to abandon the chase. Unfortunately, Charlotte Linlin harbored a deep hatred for Carl and wished she could kill him directly. "Shut up. I must catch him. Otherwise, I will never go back." With a rumble of thunder, heavy rain began to fall from the sky. A violent wind suddenly arose, affecting the flying speed of all of them. Seeing this scene, Carl's expression turned somewhat grim, while Charlotte Linlin's expression became fierce. After contemplating for a moment, Carl began to think of ways to send Charlotte Linlin into the sea. Only in this way could he completely rid himself of her pursuit. Just then, Carl suddenly spotted a dark-colored ship with a dragon's head rising from the sea below. Upon seeing the ship, Carl couldn't help but laugh. He then summoned a massive hurricane, charging directly at Charlotte Linlin. At the same time, a blue hurricane appeared from another direction, assisting Carl in attacking Charlotte Linlin. Charlotte Linlin couldn't tolerate Carl daring to confront her directly. She immediately retaliated with a powerful attack. When Carl and Charlotte Linlin collided head-on, he was inevitably sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood. It was clear that in a direct clash, Carl was still outmatched by Charlotte Linlin's strength. This was the gap in power, but Carl was already excited to be able to contend with one of the four emperors. Carl's attack also caused Charlotte Linlin to stagger, especially with Zeus, the Thundercloud homie. Shrinking by more than half, Carl's strike was aimed directly at Zeus. As long as he could destroy Zeus, Charlotte Linlin would lose her flying ability. However, Zeus was one of Charlotte Linlin's strongest homies, and his soul was closely connected to her. As long as Charlotte Linlin was in contact with Zeus, he could instantly recover from injuries. This was also why Carl and the others had been unable to deal with him. This time was no different. Although Carl's attack caused Zeus to shrink significantly, in the next second or two, Carl and the others would be unable to launch effective attacks, only able to watch as Zeus returned to his original size. 1 second was enough for Zeus to recover. But at that moment, a sudden blue hurricane unexpectedly destroyed Zeus. Although this strike was not enough to kill Zeus, it would disable him from recovering for a short period. Charlotte Linlin clearly did not expect that someone would help Carl. However, when she saw the dark-colored dragon-headed ship sailing away not far from the surface of the sea, her expression instantly turned vicious. "Bastards, you're all a bunch of bastards. Don't let me catch you, otherwise you will all." Chapter 128. Information exchange. You didn't see anything just now? Or else don't blame me for being rude. Kazan wasn't too much of a talker. He simply shouldered his bicycle and walked onto Carl's warship, entering the cabin on his own. Carl didn't say anything, just found it somewhat amusing. It's not every day you see Kazan riding a bicycle at sea, especially with his current posture. It was quite funny. This gave Carl a little leverage over Kazan. After a moment, once Carl cleaned himself up and Kazan tidied his clothes, the two finally sat inside the cabin, happily drinking. Kazan was already aware of Charlotte Linlin being sent into the sea, which left him somewhat speechless. However, Carl didn't reveal that it was Dragon who helped him. Instead, he said the storm had come suddenly. Carl used the weather to inflict tons of damage on Raijin Zeus. Along with help from others, they successfully ambushed and sent Charlotte Linlin into the sea. Anyway, everyone else was resting in another room, and Kazan couldn't possibly go around asking each one. A random excuse would suffice. No one would take it seriously, except for Sakazuki. So, it seems your luck is quite good. Speaking of which, this is your second time facing a Yonko directly. How does it feel? Is there a different sensation in fighting a Yonko compared to other pirates? Kazan asked as he reclined on a lounge chair. A smile lingered at the corner of his mouth, clearly appreciating this junior of his. In his view, it was quite rare for someone as young as Carl to have such strength. What's more, Carl had also destroyed the artificial devil fruit factory in Punk Hazard and saved Dressrosa. He even helped the Navy capture a long-standing undercover spy. And finally, he killed the scum Don Quixote da Flamingo. Kazan was very satisfied with what Carl had accomplished. If it were him, due to his position and personality, he probably wouldn't have taken action at all. He might even have turned a blind eye. As for Sakazuki, he would only act according to orders, definitely not doing anything extra. Even if he understood the truth, as long as he couldn't find clear evidence, Sakazuki wouldn't take action. So, Carl's emergence perfectly filled the current vacancy in the Navy. What the Navy lacks now is someone like Carl, who is decisive, has a good head on his shoulders, and isn't weak in strength. Back in the day, Garp was such a presence. Wherever he went, he viewed problems through the lens of justice. He treated everyone equally, which is why his reputation grew larger and larger. However, such a person always gave the current fleet admiral a headache. Garp caused Steelbone Kong a lot of trouble, as he created too many messes. Although what he did was always right, he just skipped some steps and procedures, opting to directly reveal the results. Garp made Steelbone Kong clean up after him quite a bit. Now, Carl's situation is somewhat similar to Garp's. Sengoku, who is at the Navy headquarters, is also feeling the pressure. He has borne a lot for Carl, allowing him to smoothly accomplish what he wanted. But in the end, the results were good. Aside from Carl saving Inti, which drew the displeasure of the Celestial Dragons, everything Carl did was flawless. Even the Gorosei couldn't find fault with it. Especially in the end, when Carl killed Don Quixote Doflamingo, Kazan, after hearing Carl's report, had already passed the information to Sengoku. At that time, Sengoku was in a meeting with the Gorosei and also conveyed the information to them. The Gorosei only had one thing to say. They wanted to see Carl when he returns. As for the Gorosei's reaction to Doflamingo's death, neither Kazan nor Carl knew. But Carl could be certain that the Gorosei would definitely not be angry, and might even be somewhat pleased. Chapter 130. Admiral Peach Rabbit. Admiral Peach Rabbit. Is this person the new superstar? Their abilities seem quite impressive, even you suffered a loss. However, their physical fitness is really too poor. Without the fruit abilities, they wouldn't be worth your personal pursuit. Carl shook his head and kicked Oppo to Peach Rabbit's feet. Looking at the kicked Oppo, Peach Rabbit pouted and somewhat angrily stepped on his chest. Poor Oppo was ruthlessly trampled by the two and couldn't resist because he was already unconscious. Even if he woke up, he wouldn't dare to move, otherwise. It would be a dead end. By the way, Carl, how come you're back? Do you want to come back to the base with me? Those people mention you every day. No need, I just came from over there. I heard them say you personally came to catch a new superstar, so I came. I have other matters to attend to. I came back to see you guys and to handle some personal affairs. I need to meet with the 5 elders and Sengoku. I need to finish my personal matters first, and then we can meet again at the Navy headquarters. All right, when the time comes. I must have a good chat with you. After all, your experiences during this time are more exciting than my years at sea. Peach Rabbit's eyes sparkled, clearly envious of Carl's recent experiences. Carl could only give a bitter smile and touch his nose. To be honest, if he could, he would want to have so many matters. Originally, according to his plan, apart from Dressrosa, he wouldn't have direct conflicts with the other 4 emperors. But plans couldn't keep up with changes. The unexpected came too suddenly. Carl didn't want to become famous, but there was no way. After all, these people had a knack for highlighting him. Let's leave it at that. We'll talk later. Saying this, Carl left without intending to continue the conversation. Watching Carl's departing figure, Peach Rabbit's eyes showed not only affection, but also a hint of disappointment. Really, still the same as before. I don't know when this guy will finally get it. Oomph. With a cold snort, Peach Rabbit turned her attention to the Oppo on the ground. After kicking him hard, she cuffed him with sea-stone handcuffs and ordered the other Navy personnel to drag him back to the Navy branch. Next, she still had to continue capturing other new superstars, sending them one by one to impel down. In the original story, these new superstars had just arrived at the Sabaody archipelago, and the Navy had not noticed them at all. To be precise, they hadn't even bothered with them. The Navy station here in the original story was not Peach Rabbit, but someone else. As for whether it was someone Carl had previously managed in Pizza, Carl couldn't be sure. After all, the person stationed here at that time had basically not appeared because Luffy had already injured a Celestial Dragon. So the Navy Admiral directly came, bringing along Bartolomeo and those pacifists. But now, due to the changes Carl made to the plot here, Pizza was withdrawn and replaced by Peach Rabbit in this position. Although her identity and strength meant she couldn't stay here forever, it was quite unfortunate. The time the new superstars arrived coincided perfectly with Peach Rabbit's duty time. Plus, since they had attacked the Navy before, with Peach Rabbit's personality, she definitely wouldn't let them off. Peach Rabbit was originally a rather lazy person. If this group of pirates hadn't randomly attacked, she wouldn't have targeted these new superstars. If anyone was to blame, it was those who acted rashly against the Navy. If it were Carl, he definitely wouldn't hold back, because among these pirates, everyone except Law deserved to die. Although Law was also a pirate, he was forced into it and hadn't really done anything heinous. The only major action he took was against pirates, which earned him the position of a warlord of the sea. Carl planned to find him and give him a chance to experience some training in Dressrosa, and he also intended to have him become a warlord of the sea. Given his current abilities, Chapter 131. The Unfortunate Supernova's Brigadier General. Your thoughts are quite dangerous. Wanting to cultivate a warlord of the sea. Isn't that considered developing your own power without authorization? From what you've just said, I can tell that you're not really interested in my surgery fruit ability. My ability is just one of the reasons you sought me out. So tell me, Brigadier General, if you don't reveal your true intentions. I'm afraid I won't be able to agree. Although Law was shocked by Carl's Conqueror's Haki, he did not lose his rationality. Just like in the original story, Law remained very rational regardless of the situation, which was also related to his experiences. If it weren't for Doflamingo's words, Law might not have ended up in this scene, becoming who he is now. However, it was also thanks to Doflamingo that Law made such great progress. That's quite good insight. Since you asked, I'll be honest with you. Carl finished his drink and smiled. I'll help you increase your strength and gain a title. And all you need to do is recruit troops for me in the New World. But you cannot do it in my name. It must be in your own name. And Punk Hazard in the New World is a perfect unclaimed territory. You can occupy it, and then request assistance from Dressrosa. They will help you. Upon hearing Carl finally speak his truth, Law understood that this was just part of Carl's plan, and he had not revealed his specific purpose. However, Law wouldn't dwell on that. It was already good that Carl was willing to tell him to do these things. If he pressed further, Law worried that Carl might silence him. After all, knowing everything wasn't necessarily a good thing. Even though Law considered himself very clever, he didn't want to guess Carl's intentions at this moment, simply because he sensed a hint of danger. Law pondered for a moment, stroking his chin before saying, I'm not unwilling to agree. After all, your strength surpasses mine, and you even helped me take revenge. I owe you this favor, and I will definitely find a chance to repay you. But how can you guarantee that the people of Dressrosa will help me? As long as you mention my name, they will definitely assist you. If Rebecca and King Riku want to verify, you can have them contact me through a Den Den Mushi. After all, I saved Dressrosa, and I had made prior arrangements. They won't refuse. Hearing Carl say this, Law nodded, recalling the news from before. He was aware of Doflamingo's takeover of Dressrosa, but at the time, he didn't think much of it. Even when Doflamingo was defeated by Carl, he only felt a sense of relief. As for the situation in Dressrosa, he hadn't paid much attention to it and didn't see many reports. This is the limitation of the first half of the Grand Line. Many news outlets do not report everything in detail. They only highlight what they deem important. For example, the defeat of Doflamingo by Carl and Kaido being repelled by Carl and Kazuru were the only explosive headlines that caught people's attention. They didn't care about anything else. Aren't you afraid I'll betray you? I'm a pirate. You should know that betrayal is commonplace among pirates. Law narrowed his eyes and asked a critical question. Carl shook his head and pointed to his own outfit. If Corazon hadn't died and instead brought you back to the Navy, would you still be a pirate? Aye. Upon hearing Carl's words, Law was left speechless. He had sought the Navy's support, but he never expected that the person he sought help from would be a spy planted by Doflamingo within the Navy. Such a small mistake cost Corazon his life. Chapter 132. Returned to the Navy headquarters that night, Carl and Law had another private conversation. This time, Law agreed very readily. During the day, Carl had already said most of what he needed to say, and with those supernovas basically wiped out by Carl, Law knew that if he didn't agree, he would meet the same fate as them. So without hesitation, he chose to comply. With Carl's help, he coated his ship and, under the cover of night, headed towards Fishman Island. Carl's next goal for Law was simple: to recruit his forces through Dressrosa and then take control of Punk Hazard. Punk Hazard had now become an abandoned island that no one wanted. It was better to occupy this place early on and use it as a temporary base, as it was quite large and had once been a base of operations, making everything particularly convenient. Carl also shared the training methods for armament haki and observation haki with Law. While Law might not learn armament haki quickly, his observation haki would awaken much faster. With the surgical fruit in hand, his room functioned similarly to his observation haki. He could sense everything within that space. As long as he could effectively use this space for his training, awakening his observation haki would be very simple. At the same time Law was being sent off, Drake on the other side was also setting off. They wanted to leave quickly under the cover of night to avoid being caught by Carl. However, just as they set off, they saw Carl appear at the port, which made their hearts tighten. But Carl merely glanced at them indifferently and had no intention of pursuing them. Drake was an undercover agent of the Navy infiltrating the pirate crew. Although he was currently just a pawn and wouldn't have much impact, having such a piece was better than having none at all. Carl had no intention of dealing with him, and instead returned to the branch base in Sabaody. Carl's return made Tontada happy. Other old friends were also delighted. and then Tontada announced that everyone would have a big meal that night. However, they couldn't drink alcohol, as they still had tasks ahead. The celestial dragons would be returning soon, and they had to stay alert without any mistakes. Carl didn't say much upon hearing this, as he was only staying for one night before leaving again. A night passed without incident. The next morning, Carl bid farewell to Tontada and the other old friends and set off towards the Navy headquarters. A few hours later, Carl leisurely flew back to the main hall of the Navy headquarters, made a simple handover with others, and then walked towards the Marshal's office. "Marshal, it's Carl. I'm back." Komein. Upon hearing Sengoku's voice, Carl opened the door and walked in. However, as soon as he entered, he saw that in the Marshal's office, besides Sengoku and the ever-present Garp, all three admirals and Vice Admiral Tsuru were also there. In addition to them, there were even dozens of veteran Navy rear admirals present. Carl also saw Vice Admiral Squirrel, who had brought him to the Navy. "What a coincidence, you're here too. Long time no see, Vice Admiral Squirrel. Are you holding a meeting? It's really been a while, kid. I didn't expect that in just under 3 months, you've grown to this level. It truly surprises me. But this also proves that I was right to support you under Marshal Sengoku." Chapter 133. Shocking words. Admiral Tsuru's shocking words directly startled Carl. He never expected that Tsuru's first reaction upon seeing him would be about Peach Rabbit. Moreover, the main point was that Carl had no idea what was going on. "Peach Rabbit likes me. She's the most popular beauty in the Navy. How could she like me?" Carl was completely confused and didn't know how to respond to this question. He had no idea that Peach Rabbit might like him. Although Peach Rabbit had acted a bit strangely before and even said some odd things, Carl hadn't paid much attention to it. But now, after hearing Admiral Tsuru's words and recalling Peach Rabbit's various reactions, even he, who was usually slow on this front, understood what was happening. "Admiral, please let me explain." "No, wait, let me clarify." Carl began to panic and stumbled over his words. He was sweating profusely. He had never felt this nervous, even when facing the 4 emperors. At that moment, Admiral Tsuru was looking at him with a scrutinizing gaze, which made Carl's heart race. "Ahem, about Peach Rabbit. Let's let these kids handle it themselves. We elders shouldn't meddle in their affairs. Although this kid, Carl, is clever, he seems a bit slow in this area." Sengoku looked at him with a mischievous smile, sending chills down Carl's spine. Garp on the side was laughing so hard he couldn't straighten up. Among the 3 admirals, except for Akainu, the other 2 were also struggling to hold back their laughter, while Akainu remained expressionless, as if he didn't care about anything. "Forget it. Since you have no such intentions, I'll contact Peach Rabbit later and let her give up on this. This kid really thinks he can ask us to help matchmake. With that wooden head of his, what can we do? I don't want to delay this kid's important life matters, so I will properly advise Peach Rabbit." Admiral Tsuru shot Carl a glance, then returned to her seat. Her words left Carl speechless, as he truly had no idea what was going on. Nor did he know that Peach Rabbit might have feelings for him. He was aware that Peach Rabbit had a good impression of him, but he thought it was just because he had saved her once, and that was why she felt grateful towards him. He never imagined that she would actually like him. "Everyone quiet down. Carl, find a place to sit. Next, let's talk about the matter of summoning the warlords. I initially planned to send the Weasel, but the situation is special now, so I intend to have Borsalino replace the Weasel to summon the warlords. Also, one position in the warlords is vacant. Admiral Tsuru, you are responsible for recruiting a new warlord. Is that all right?" "I have no problem. Another trip? How tiring." Admiral Tsuru agreed readily, while Borsalino seemed reluctant to move, clearly unwilling to work overtime. Sengoku frowned, about to scold the 2, when Carl suddenly stood up. "Admiral, leave the summoning of the warlords to me. I can fly as well, and I'm not slow. Plus, my subordinates are quite strong. If they dare to refuse, I can guarantee I'll bring them back. As for recruiting a warlord, I actually have a candidate to recommend, and that is Trafalgar Law." Hearing Carl's words, everyone present turned to look at him simultaneously. Borsalino and Carl exchanged glances, and both laughed. Admiral Tsuru frowned, then opened the file she had been holding and turned to the page for law. Chapter 134. The 5 Elders, the Center of Power. Holy Land, Mary Geos. Under the leadership of Sengoku, Carl arrived at the place where the 5 elders were located. At this moment, the 5 elders were examining Carl with very stern expressions, as if they wanted to see through him completely. Sengoku stood beside Carl, neither bowing nor showing any signs of submission. Carl was the same, showing no fear or emotional fluctuation. Even though the 5 before him were the most powerful individuals in the world, he would not lower his head to them. Moreover, Carl was well aware that they were not the true power holders. Above them was a figure named him, The two sides stared at each other, and the atmosphere was somewhat heavy. Just then, the door was suddenly pushed open, and a man dressed in luxurious clothing, who looked somewhat ugly, appeared, accompanied by a man with a severed arm. This man in black was the one whose arm Carl had previously broken. This lowly scoundrel has finally come. I must kill him myself this time, or I will have others denounce you all at once. This celestial dragon was clearly the one Carl had offended. He was now arrogant, clearly pleased with his identity and power, which made him fearless. The man in black wore a sneer, his eyes filled with disdain. Enough of this nonsense. This matter has passed. It was merely a misunderstanding between you. There is no need to pursue it further. If you keep this up, it will not end well for you. The bald five elder in samurai attire spoke first, but the celestial dragon clearly did not take his words to heart. Humph, I am a celestial dragon. Even if you were the five elders, I have the right to command you. Hearing this, the five elders frowned in unison. His words displeased them. Carl wore an expression of watching show. They say celestial dragons have low intelligence, and seeing this one confirmed it. Even Sengoku beside him could not help but chuckle. It was evident that this celestial dragon was used to being arrogant, even looking down on the five elders. Get out of here quickly. Let this matter go. If you don't leave, your father will come to teach you a lesson. Don't use my father to pressure me. This scoundrel must die. Saying this, the celestial dragon even pulled out a gun, and a man in black also drew a gun aimed at Carl. Their arrogant demeanor made Carl find it somewhat amusing. He then turned his gaze to the five elders. Are the celestial dragons so bold that they can even disregard the five elders? If that is the case, I might as well leave now, Carl said, pretending to walk away. Sengoku was a bit confused, not understanding what Carl meant. But before Sengoku could speak, the five elders spoke again. Have you had enough of this? With a loud shout, the celestial dragon was startled, and Carl also stopped in his tracks, curiously looking at the bearded five elder. His voice was powerful and clearly practiced. Otherwise, it would not have such a deterrent effect. If you continue to cling to this matter, I will immediately convene an emergency meeting to strip you of your celestial dragon identity. How dare you? The celestial dragon was somewhat angry. He did not expect the five elder to speak up for Carl. However, since the five elder had said such words, he did not dare to act rashly. Although he was arrogant, he also understood that being stripped of his celestial dragon status would lead to a terrible fate. He still had that much intelligence. Just wait. I will report to my father and make sure you all pay for this. Chapter 135. A brief respite. Carl, no matter how the celestial dragons treat you, you must not let your emotions show. You should know that I will always stand by your side. Although I dislike those scumbags, they're the ones in power, and it's best to avoid conflict with them if possible. Even if avoidance is not an option, try not to respond to their provocations. After all, they are among the most powerful people in this world. On the way back to the Navy headquarters, Sengoku earnestly advised Carl not to take the celestial dragons to heart. The will of the Gorosei is also quite clear. They will not create a potential enemy for the Navy over such trivial matters concerning the celestial dragons. As long as Carl does not go too far, the Gorosei will turn a blind eye to him, and they will not pay attention to the celestial dragons at all. Not to mention, this time Carl even helped the Gorosei deal with Don Quixote Doflamingo and assisted the Navy in capturing a long-hidden spy. These achievements are enough to draw the attention of the Gorosei. That is why Sengoku urged Carl to stay calm and not pay attention to the celestial dragons. Carl expressed that he understood, and Sengoku was relieved to see Carl being so sensible. Afterward, Carl followed Sengoku back to the Navy headquarters, where he was awarded the rank of Rear Admiral. Carl had accumulated quite a bit of military merit, enough to be directly promoted to Vice Admiral. However, he was still very young, only 20 years old. Becoming a Vice Admiral at such a young age was somewhat against protocol. Even for Akainu and the other two, who were called monsters in their youth, they did not become Navy Vice Admirals until they were over 25. After nearly 5 or 6 years of hard work, they eventually became admirals. Carl now had enough reputation, military achievements, and even strength. However, the only thing he lacked was experience, as he had only been in the Navy for a short time. By now, it had only been 3 months. This level of experience made him becoming a Rear Admiral a special exception. Therefore, Sengoku had to temporarily put up with Carl and let him carry out missions with the rank of Rear Admiral for now. Carl didn't mind much. He didn't care about his rank. Once he had strength, a rank became just a nominal position. After accepting the rank of Rear Admiral, Carl gathered Enel and others for a brief meeting and then gave them a few days off. During these days, they could replenish supplies at the Navy headquarters or relax a bit, as they would be going back to sea in a couple of days. This time, Karl's target was the remaining 6 Shichibukai, so he naturally could not be careless. Regardless of their individual strength, they still had reputations, so preparations had to be made. After giving the instructions, Karl headed towards the rookie training camp at the back of the Navy headquarters. His old friend Pizza was there, and Karl planned to catch up and have a good drink with him. However, when he arrived, he saw Gecko Moria training the new recruits, with Pizza assisting him. Karl? When Pizza saw Karl arrive, he was overjoyed. Although he knew Karl had returned, he also understood that Karl had many things to attend to this time. So he didn't expect Karl to come and see him. Therefore, when Karl actually came over, Pizza was exceptionally excited. Just as he was about to embrace Karl, Gecko Moria suddenly stopped him. It's training time. As an instructor, you cannot leave your post. Gecko Moria, what do you mean by that? Pizza rolled his eyes at Gecko Moria and pushed his hand away, moving in for a big hug with Karl. Chapter 136. Setting sail again, 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Karl basically just took a pure rest. Although the ghost spider had initially caused him some trouble, in Karl's eyes, his strength was truly inadequate. When the ghost spider confronted Karl, he easily defeated him within 10 moves, showing no signs of hesitation. He even knocked him out without sparing any face, presenting him before Sengoku and suggesting that Sengoku educate the guy properly. Sengoku was a bit stunned at the time, but fortunately, he didn't say anything, and Karl wasn't one to hold grudges. However, after this incident, news of the ghost spider being beaten by Karl spread widely. This made the ghost spider feel even more ashamed upon waking up, and he could only take the initiative to go out on patrol. After seeing him leave with his team, Karl didn't say anything. He wouldn't admit that the news of the ghost spider being beaten was something he deliberately spread. Although he didn't hold grudges, it wasn't so easy to offend someone and walk away unscathed. After watching the ghost spider leave in disgrace, Karl had no intention of causing him more trouble, as they were still colleagues after all. There was naturally no need to go to extremes. So, Karl rested for 2 days. After this small episode, Karl's reputation within the Navy was once again elevated. Many recognized the true level of Karl's strength. The ghost spider was an established vice admiral, and Karl's ability to easily defeat him was seen as strength typical of an admiral. Thus, in their eyes, Karl had effectively become a Navy rear admiral with admiral-level strength. However, this notion only circulated among those below the vice admiral rank. Those above the vice admiral rank knew very well that while Karl was indeed strong, he had not yet reached the level of an admiral. However, they did not stop the spread of this misinformation. In Sengoku's view, this kind of information spread was more effective in boosting the Navy's morale than any speech, especially in the current circumstances. Meanwhile, Karl had already left the Navy headquarters with Enel and others, heading towards the Devil's Triangle Sea. Moonlight Moria was Karl's first target, as he was the closest and the easiest to handle. Karl also glanced at the information on the other 7 warlords and found that most of them resided in the first half of the Grand Line. This saved a lot of effort. The only drawback was that when looking for Jinbei, he would have to go to Fishman Island. Jinbei had a good relationship with Ace, and with Whitebeard's past kindness to Jinbei, it wouldn't be easy to persuade him to help the Navy against Whitebeard. Karl made him the last target, and even if he couldn't persuade him, he would capture him and return to the Navy headquarters to report. Allowing him to remain outside would be an unstable factor. So capturing him was the obvious choice. As for Law, Karl had already spoken to him. During these 2 days of rest, Law had arrived at Dressrosa, and the King Riku had confirmed their relationship via Den Den Mushi. Therefore, Law was the least of Karl's worries, if he dared to have any ulterior motives. Karl wouldn't mind teaching him a lesson. Master Karl, we are approaching the Devil's Triangle Sea. Should we lower our altitude? Jess, who had been observing the sea with a telescope, asked. Karl also took a look through the telescope and then smoothly lowered the warship to the sea surface. Although his speed of flying the warship was not fast, it was still faster than sailing on the sea. Chapter 137. Goodbye, Hancock. Who are you people? And why are you here? I am Moria, one of the 7 warlords. Do you know what happens when you offend me? Moria's whole body was trembling. Even his voice shook, but his mouth was still defiant, unwilling to yield. What a waste. You probably can't do anything besides talk. Karl shook his head, feeling somewhat disappointed in this guy. If it weren't for this mission to inform the 7 warlords to gather at the Navy headquarters within 15 days, Karl would have considered getting rid of this disgrace of the 7 warlords right here. Yahaha, this guy is just too weak. I used less than 10 moves, and he can't take it anymore. Compared to the other 7 warlords, this guy is really pathetic. Eneru couldn't help but mock him, while Nilu and others looked at Moria with disdain. Their contempt was evident. At this moment, Moria scanned the surroundings and finally fixed his gaze on Carl, who was wearing a Navy uniform. You are from a Navy, right? What are you planning to do? I am one of the 7 warlords, your ally. Is it against the rules for you to attack me? Or do you intend to tear up the agreement? Moria rushed towards Carl, trying to grab him. But just as he charged, Nilou stepped forward and punched Moria directly in the stomach. Her punch didn't use haki, but even so, Moria spat out a mouthful of bile and knelt down, clutching his stomach. You pirate, don't even think about getting close to Lord Carl. Nilou sneered, her expression filled with disdain. Carl walked over, grabbed Moria by the head, and lifted him up. Moria, I am Rear Admiral Carl of the Navy. I am here to inform you to gather at the Navy headquarters within 15 days. At that time, Admiral Sengoku will discuss how to deal with the Whitebeard pirates with you. This summon is mandatory. You have no choice. If you disagree, I can kill you right now. As he spoke, Carl suddenly unleashed his conqueror as haki. Moria's pupils shrank sharply, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Although Moria didn't possess any haki, he had at least survived in the new world and knew what it was. Carl's display of Conqueror's haki left Moria stunned. However, he quickly regained his senses and hurriedly replied, I agree. I will prepare immediately and will definitely not be absent. That's good. Now get lost. Carl released Moria's head, allowing him to leave. Moria stood up, looking at Carl with a fluctuating expression, and asked suspiciously, I have a question. Speak. Are you the Rear Admiral Carl, who fought with Kaido and escaped from Big Mom? I am, but I am not a Rear Admiral. I am a Commodore. Is there a problem? Carl tilted his head slightly, wanting to see what Moria would do. But at this moment, Moria did nothing. He just showed a look of terror, as if he had seen a ghost, and quickly fled the warship. Seeing Moria's speed in fleeing, Carl couldn't help but shake his head and spit lightly. What a waste. Let's go. Next we're heading to Amazon Lily. I'll show you the beauty of the world's #1 beauty. But I'll warn you in advance, when you meet her, be very careful. Boa Hancock's strength, while not particularly impressive among the 7 warlords, may not even be as strong as Don Quixote da Flamingo. However, her most dangerous aspect is not her strength, but her sweet fruit and her. Chapter 139. Meeting Shanks again. Didn't he do anything to you, did he? Carl, concerned, grabbed Blackfeather's shoulder and spun her around, carefully observing her with observation haki. Once Carl confirmed she was fine, he let out a sigh of relief. Lord Carl, I feel a bit dizzy, Blackfeather said, feeling a little lightheaded from the sudden spin. However, with her physique, she quickly recovered. Lord Carl, I told Hancock everything you said to me before. She is now a little curious about you. How about that? Am I amazing? I wondered why her gaze was so strange. Hearing Blackfeather's words, Carl wiped the sweat from his forehead without answering, instead directing his gaze towards Hancock. Hancock, remember what you said before. Arrive at the Navy headquarters within 15 days, or you'll face the consequences. Erlen, turn around. After saying this, Carl immediately ordered Erlen to turn around and leave. It was nighttime now, and Carl's next target was Mihawk. But he wasn't in a hurry. Hancock, what do you think of this person now? At the port of Amazon Lily, Rayleigh asked Hancock about her opinion of Carl after seeing him turn around and leave. Hancock bit her lip and remained silent, but her eyes no longer held the previous hostility. Instead, there was a hint of strange emotion within. Seeing Hancock like this, Rayleigh couldn't help but sigh. It seems that girl has told you quite a bit. Since you both came from the same place, it shows she is like you. However, she is very free around that little brat Carl, not constrained at all, and is well protected. The news also mentioned that Carl saved the slaves sold by the Celestial Dragons and brought them onto his ship. That girl must be the one whose singing I heard earlier. From this, it's clear that this little brat does not cater to the Celestial Dragons in his attitude or his beliefs. What is the use of saying all this? I'm a pirate, he is in the Navy. We have different stances and will still be enemies. Not necessarily. With his personality, he will eventually leave the Navy, and you might even become friends by then. Absolutely impossible. Hancock firmly denied this judgment, while Rayleigh just smiled without speaking. As a man who accompanied Roger to Laugh-Tale, Rayleigh was naturally well informed. Hancock's little thoughts certainly didn't escape his notice, but he didn't point it out, instead hinting at it with so many words. Hancock's reaction was exactly as Rayleigh had predicted, which amused him. It had been a long time since Hancock had shown such a feminine side. Let us go, Hancock. This is a good opportunity. The Navy is gathering you 7 warlords for a meeting, and we can take this time to do what we need to do. At the same time, Carl had already left Amazon Lily. However, just as he sailed out of the comm belt, he encountered the last person he wanted to see, the red-haired pirates, one of the 4 emperors. How could he be here? Carl didn't expect to run into Shanks here. He was sailing out of the comm belt while Shanks was entering it. Carl had every reason to suspect that Shanks was looking for Rayleigh. However, he didn't confront this suspicion, nor did he intend to engage in a fight with Shanks. Instead, he passed by him. Shanks clearly didn't intend to cause trouble either. He simply sat at the bow of his ship, raised a jug of wine, and greeted Carl, who returned the gesture with a wine cup. A pirate ship and a naval warship passed by each other, without any sparks igniting. But just as the two ships were about to cross paths. Chapter 140, Weibel. I was really scared. I didn't expect to run into Shanks here. It was truly unexpected. After returning to the ship, Carl wasted no time using his abilities to steer the warship away. He didn't want to fight Shanks because he knew he was no match for him. Carl's own strength might be able to hold its own against the Yonko. But what about his crew? Not to mention others. Just Ben Beckman alone could take on everyone else on Carl's side without breaking a sweat. To be safe, Carl decided to leave with his people first. It wasn't just Carl who felt relieved. Everyone else did too. They had been extremely tense when facing a Yonko before, and now encountering another one made them equally anxious. If a fight broke out, even the arrogant Enel knew he wouldn't stand chance. Leaving now was the best choice. At night, everyone took turns resting. Carl received a call from Sengoku through a Den Mushi. Sengoku informed him that Kuma had returned to Dr. Vegapunk's lab and had agreed to the warlord summons. Sengoku made this call to notify Carl not to look for Kuma, saving him some trouble. However, Sengoku then assigned Carl a task to find a person named Edward Weibel. This person was active in the first half of the Grand Line. The latest intel on him was that he was on Kaya Island, and Sengoku wanted Carl to check it out. Sengoku briefly shared some information about Weibel. This Weibel claimed to be Whitebeard's son and had previously ambushed Zifa, killing Zifa students, and was the one responsible for Zifa's lost arm. Sengoku's intention was for Carl to see if he could capture him. If not, it was no big deal. Sengoku was concerned that Carl might not be a match for Weibel's strength. However, Carl didn't say anything and accepted the task, immediately turning the ship toward Kaya Island. The night quickly passed. The next morning, when Carl and the others awoke from their dreams, the ship had already arrived above Kaya Island. What nostalgic place. It was here in the sky that I once beat you up and then brought you to the Navy headquarters. Looking back, everything feels so warm and beautiful. Carl looked up at the sky, reminiscing about the wonderful time he had beating up Enel. Enel couldn't help but shiver for a moment, but dared not speak, fearing Carl's displeasure and another beating. What happened that day was a shadow over Enel's life, especially returning to such a painful place. Enel had lost his usual energy and had become a bit wilted like Ireland. You all wait here. I'll go find someone and be back soon. Carl's observation hockey was always active. He quickly found Weibel. However, he didn't plan to let anyone else help. Over a decade ago, Weibel already had the strength to sever Zifa's arm. Although he relied on a sneak attack and Zifa's asthma attack at the time, it still indicated his tremendous power. After so many years, Weibel's growth must be even more terrifying. Although his strength might not be as fearsome as an admiral's, at the very least, an average vice admiral wouldn't be his opponent. In the original story, Weibel was evaluated as having the power of Whitebeard in his youth. This shows that Weibel's strength is extremely frightening. As for other aspects of his abilities, the original work didn't provide answers. So Carl could only test the waters himself to avoid putting Enel and the others in danger. Not long after, Carl saw the short Miss Bakken in a bar. Standing behind Bakken was the large figure holding a childish knife. Weibel. Chapter 141, Equal Strength. Lord Carl. Just as Carl was in a standoff with Weibel, Nilu and the others appeared not far away, gasping at the shocking scene before them. Enel, sensing the battle on Carl's side through his observation hockey, planned to come to his aid. However, when they arrived, they found the situation exceeded their imagination. Even if Nilu exerted all her strength, she couldn't create such an impact on ground. Although Enel could reach this level, it relied on the powers of his devil fruit. Yet this person before them achieved all this purely through raw strength. This kind of monstrous power left them immensely shocked. Even Nilu felt inferior. You all go back. This guy is not someone you can handle. Let me deal with this alone, Carl shouted, dodging another attack from Weibel. The force of his movement generated a strong wind that pushed Nilu and the others back several meters. Faced with such power, Nina and Enel's expressions were not good. However, they did not rush in. Instead, they listened to Carl and quickly left the area. They all understood that if they stayed, they would only hinder Carl, and only by leaving could he exert his full strength. Their trip here was purely in vain. After seeing them leave, Carl also breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't expect them to be so responsible, arriving immediately upon discovering the battle. It was quite commendable. Unfortunately, Weibel was not someone they could deal with, otherwise he would have called them to join in. To avoid Enel and the others getting hurt, Karl chose not to ask for their help. Weibel's strength was incredibly formidable, only slightly weaker than the four emperors. With such power, if he hit Enel and the others, they would either die or be severely injured. Although fighting such a strong enemy could quickly enhance one's strength, the precondition was to survive. Therefore, for safety's sake, Karl would not agree to have them join the battle. As he said himself, one person here was enough. Although Weibel was powerful, his weaknesses were also very apparent. His observation haki was a weak link in his flying ability, and his speed was relatively slow. While Weibel's speed was already fast compared to other vice admirals, or even Doflamingo, in Karl's eyes, Weibel's current speed couldn't keep up with him at all. After so long of probing, Karl had basically figured out Weibel's strength. His power absolutely reached the level of the four emperors, and his armament haki was also very strong. Although his defense and stamina were not lacking, he was still immortal. Karl's attacks could inflict some damage on his body, but they couldn't deliver a fatal blow. Moreover, Weibel's healing ability was not strong. It was roughly on par with an ordinary person, and injuries wouldn't heal immediately. He simply had perfect control over his own body. He could manipulate his muscles to prevent blood loss, ensuring that his condition wouldn't weaken. Most importantly, after such a long period of probing, Karl confirmed that Weibel's overweight body was entirely muscle, with no fat whatsoever. Even though he appeared very obese, this was merely an illusion created by having too much muscle. In fact, every part of his body was muscle, which explained why his strength was so exaggerated. Karl also discovered something peculiar about his body structure. Weibel's supply of power seemed somewhat disconnected, as if his body wasn't entirely his own. This discovery, combined with the numerous stitches on his body, not only left Karl intrigued. Chapter 142, Kill. At the same time, just as Karl was fighting Weevil, Sengoku also received news about the situation on Gaia Island. However, we learned that Karl was in a deadly struggle with Weevil. He was instantly taken aback. This little brat really has guts, despite the opponent's considerable strength. He dares to confront him head-on, which is quite worrying. I shouldn't have given him this mission. I almost forgot that although this kid is reliable in his tasks, he is also a battle maniac. With such a strong enemy present, how could he possibly hold back? This time I miscalculated and completely overlooked this point. Sengoku rubbed his temples, feeling a bit of a headache. Meanwhile, Admiral Tsuru took a sip of tea and then looked up at Sengoku. Isn't this actually a good thing? The Gorosei originally intended for Weevil to become a warlord of the sea. However, this guy's identity is somewhat sensitive. After all, no one can be sure whether he is really Whitebeard's biological son. His strength is considerable, and his mother, Miss Bakken, is also a profit-driven person. So he's a very good candidate for the warlord position. If it weren't for our strong opposition, he might have already become a warlord. If Karl can really kill Weevil this time, it would not only thwart the Gorosei's plans, but also avenge Zephyr. Yes, Zephyr's life has been incredibly difficult. He became an admiral even earlier than I did, but due to health issues, he developed asthma. Later, while leading troops for training at sea, his asthma flared up, resulting in the loss of an arm, and he couldn't even protect his students. In the end, his wife and son were killed in retaliation by pirates, leading him to become increasingly despondent, which is truly lamentable. At this point, Sengoku couldn't help but sigh, and Admiral Tsuru also shook her head. Then Sengoku walked to the window, looked at the sky outside, and asked, "Do you think Garp would really allow his grandson to be killed? You don't distrust Garp, do you?" "That's not what I mean, but I always have a bad feeling. I can't shake the sense that there might be an unexpected turn in this execution. You're just overthinking it. Since you have nothing to do today, take a good rest. Tomorrow you will have to get busy again." Admiral Tsuru advised Sengoku, and then finished her tea and got up to leave. Sengoku didn't say anything but quietly gazed out the window, not knowing what he was thinking. Time passed. The battle on Boa Island had entered its final phase. Karl used a water vortex, spending an entire day, finally exhausting Weevil's stamina. At this moment, although Weevil could still counterattack, his strength was greatly diminished, and he couldn't destroy the water vortex created by Karl at all. Moreover, the most crucial part was that he couldn't even release his haki now. Although Karl had also expended considerable energy, he still had more than half of his stamina left. Additionally, his armed haki had not been fully consumed. The current situation was that Karl held an absolute advantage. In a state of complete exhaustion, Weevil was no match for Karl. Cross-slash, Karl abandoned the water vortex and directly launched a slash attack at Weevil. Faced with the sudden slash, Weevil saw it and reacted. However, his stamina had already been completely drained, and his body couldn't keep up with the speed of his thoughts. Just as he raised his hand, Carl's sharp slash had already arrived. In an instant, it severed Weevil's head. Choice completed. Reward: Host Strength A. Conqueror's hockey level increased by 1. After killing Weevil, Carl took deep breaths of fresh air and then kicked Weevil's body into the sea to feed the fish. Feeling the boost in his strength, a smile spread across Carl's face, revealing an exaggerated grin. Chapter 143, Persuasion. The news of Carl killing Weevil did not spread. Most people did not know who Weevil was. At this time, Whitebeard was still alive. With him around, although Miss Bakken claimed that Weevil was Whitebeard's son, only a small number of people knew about it. Moreover, Bakken did not dare to offend Whitebeard, so she did not publicize this matter and even paid big news morgans to keep it quiet for the time being. What she wanted was to wait until Whitebeard died and then expose Weevil's identity all at once to attract a large amount of attention and make a fortune. Because anyone with a discerning eye knew that, regardless of who won or lost in this war, Whitebeard was doomed to die. Whitebeard was simply too old and plagued by various diseases, making it impossible for him to contend with so many strong opponents from the Navy headquarters. However, Bakken's plan fell through. Carl killed him and also killed Weevil. This made big news morgans, who also wanted to make a big profit, gnash his teeth in anger. But Carl was unaware of all this. He was currently flying towards the New World. After one night and one day, Carl arrived at Dressrosa. However, he did not stay there long. He just went through the motions, invited Roronoa Zoro to become a warlord of the sea, and then reported the news to Sengoku. After chatting briefly with King Riku and others, Carl hurriedly left. He still needed to go to other places to search for Blackbeard. This guy's whereabouts were erratic. But since he had appeared in the New World before, Carl planned to take a tour in the New World and try his luck. If he still couldn't find him in the end, it wouldn't be too late to give up. Fortunately, his luck was good. Soon, Carl spotted Blackbeard's crew on a primitive island in the New World. Carl and Blackbeard were not on good terms, so when they met for the first time, they almost started a fight. Fortunately, Carl explained his intentions, and Blackbeard did not want to risk a war with the Navy, so they kept it brief and just exchanged a punch. However, that punch sent Blackbeard flying and even destroyed a small hill behind him. After that punch, Blackbeard roughly understood Carl's strength, which made his expression turn grim. Because Carl was an unstable factor, he could easily affect Blackbeard's subsequent plans. Since it's a Navy summons, I certainly won't refuse. But tell me, are you sure you could take down Whitebeard? Blackbeard, Teach laughed proudly, clearly having his own plan to deal with Whitebeard. However, Carl did not say much, only mockingly retorted, I hope you won't end up calling him Dad later. Blackbeard, don't forget to assemble. With that, Carl left directly. His next target was the last warlord of the sea, Jinbei. Blackbeard Teach watched Carl's departing figure, his expression shifting from a grin to anger. Bastard, how dare you look down on me? Once I get the Tremor fruit, I will show you what true strength is. Ha ha ha. Meanwhile, after leaving the island, Carl was unaware of Blackbeard's thoughts. However, as a time traveler, he was very clear about what Blackbeard wanted to do in the Marineford War. Carl needed to keep an eye on him to prevent him from acquiring Whitebeard's devil fruit. Otherwise, Blackbeard's strength would undergo a qualitative change. It would be difficult to deal with him then. The dark fruit itself countered other devil fruit abilities, although Carl was not sure if he could counter Blackbeard. The other abilities that came with the dark fruit could indeed allow Carl. Chapter 145, Advancing to Impel Down. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. After having fun on the Sky Island for 3 days, Carl finally received a call from Sengoku. The moment he answered the Den Mushi, Carl was scolded by Sengoku about the battle results, and Sengoku also said that he would properly teach Carl a lesson when he returned to Navy headquarters. Carl repeatedly agreed, but he seemed distracted, clearly not taking Sengoku's criticism to heart. After reminding Carl a few more times not to act recklessly and impel down or provoke its inhabitants, and to call him if anything happened, Sengoku finally got to the point and allowed Carl to carry out the plan. However, Jinbei had to stay in Impel Down for at least a month, as requested by the Gorosei. Although Carl didn't know what the Gorosei was up to, Jinbei agreed to this demand for the sake of Fishman Island. Everything Jinbei did could affect the future of Fishman Island. It was just a small matter of a month. He didn't mind. However, Carl felt that things were not that simple. So he made a guarantee without permission that he would visit Fishman Island more often within a month after the war ended. This nearly made Sengoku explode with anger again. After all, Carl made decisions without consulting him. Fortunately, Sengoku had slowly gotten used to it, as Carl often acted this way, making it hard for Sengoku not to adapt. It didn't take long. Carl and the others had already arrived inside Impel Down. However, today, Impel Down seemed particularly lively. Through his observation hockey, Carl saw a large group of pirates being escorted. These pirates were remnants of the Straw Hat Pirates. Seeing their appearance, Carl felt something was off and instinctively wanted to rush over to question why they happened to be here. But just as Carl took a step, Magellan followed closely behind and directly blocked Carl's path. His massive frame resembled a mountain, completely obstructing Carl's way. At nearly 5 meters tall, Magellan dwarfed Carl, who was just over 2 meters, comparable to Yao Ming in his past life, but not particularly tall compared to the people in the One Piece world. What do you want? This is Impel Down. Although you are a Navy officer and the most prestigious rising star among them, even I personally admire you. There are rules in Impel Down. You only need to bring Jinbei with me. You are not allowed to wander elsewhere. There's a problem with the Straw Hat Pirates over there. I must go take a look to confirm what the issue is. Issue? Oof. These people were captured by Vice Admiral Ghost Spider. What issue could there be? By the way, you had a conflict with Ghost Spider before, right? That explains it. You don't trust him, but you can rest assured. I have checked the remnants of the Straw Hat Pirates. There are no problems. What I mean is, it's definitely abnormal for them to be captured at this time. There must be a trick involved. Major Carl, you are not in a position to point fingers at me, nor do you have the right to dictate and Impel Down. Although I respect what you've done in the New World and admire your courage to confront the Yonko, this is Impel Down. Even I, Magellan, must abide by the rules here. If you have other requests, I can be reasonable. I have absolute authority over the prisoners. There is no need for you Navy to interfere. Chapter 146, Preparation. At the same time, all members of the Straw Hat Pirates who were imprisoned on the 5th level of Impel Down had gathered together. Zoro and the others had all converged with Luffy and were locked in the same room. Even the women had been imprisoned in this same room. Carl was unaware that they were all locked up together. If he had known, he would have surely scolded the guards for their negligence, which gave the Straw Hat Pirates a great opportunity to escape. What do we act? Nami asked. At that moment, she quickly removed the shackles from them using the props she had prepared in advance and her specially trained skills. However, she couldn't remove the sea stone handcuffs because the keys were made with special craftsmanship. After all, those with devil fruit powers were more dangerous than they were. We can act now. My observation hockey tells me that the Marine Vice Admiral has left. We can move immediately. Sanji opened his eyes and spoke. Finally, we can cause a ruckus, but first, I need to get my weapons back. Zoro snorted and started warming up. The others present also began to prepare. Luffy looked at his companions in confusion because he had no idea what was happening. You guys aren't planning to break out of here, are you? Haha, that would be so much fun. I've never broken out of prison before. It's too bad my brother Ace was taken away. Otherwise, we could have left together. Luffy laughed loudly. Upon hearing Luffy's words, Zoro covered his mouth to prevent him from making noise. Shut up. Don't expose us before we even get to act. Zoro said helplessly, knowing Luffy's personality wouldn't allow him to be quiet. Then Frankie, with a bizarre grin, pulled out a large pile of tools from his body. This was the advantage of being a cyborg. He could use his body as a storage device. This allowed him to prepare a lot of items in advance and bring them into the prison. Additionally, since Frankie had only recently set sail with Luffy, his bounty was not high, and there wasn't much information on him, which made Magellan not take him seriously. This gave Frankie the opportunity to bring some special tools here. Frankie, are you ready over there? If we want to create a disturbance, we should blow up the 6th level first. The people there are not easy to deal with. If we release them, our chances of escaping will be much greater. Robin suggested, and Frankie gave an okay gesture, indicating there were no issues. Haha, is the breakout about to start? Ivankov, are you there? Do you want to come out with us? Woo-woo, Luffy shouted again, only to be covered by Zoro's hand once more. Why do you make things so difficult? Zoro said with some exasperation. Fortunately, he was quick to react, but Sandy's expression was somewhat grim at that moment. My observation hockey tells me that a large number of people are approaching, but they're not guards, and I can't see who they are. Damn it, even though I don't know who it is, we need to be ready for a fight, just in case. Zoro covered his hands with armament hockey, ready to counterattack. Although he was unarmed, he could handle ordinary guards with his skills. Chapter 148, Fierce Battle with Rayleigh. At the same time, in Impel Down, Magellan was deploying his forces. However, the guards in Impel Down were quite limited, making it impossible to defend fully. Therefore, he could only personally guard the main gate of Impel Down, preparing to capture all the criminals in this enclosed environment. However, this meant that other guards could not continue to defend here, or they would risk being accidentally harmed by him. Magellan, Do you need help? After Magellan had set up a temporary battle plan, Jinbei asked. He had heard everything from the side. Since Jinbei's room was not specifically designed for holding criminals, he was actually in a makeshift prison converted from a warehouse next to Magellan. So, he was fully aware of what was happening in Impel Down. Oof, I can handle this myself. No need for your help. You guys stay here and watch him. Don't let him move around freely. Magellan glanced at Jinbei, then found a few people to keep an eye on him, while he himself headed towards the main gate. After Magellan left, the guard closed the door to the room and opened all the ventilation ducts. This was a precaution to prevent the poisonous gas from entering when Magellan used his powers. Their actions were very practiced, clearly indicating they had often been accidentally harmed before. I never expected there would be people daring enough to cause a ruckus and Impel Down. Do they think they're the Golden Lion? Jinbei shook his head, not understanding why anyone would want to escape. It was not only a thankless task, but also dangerous. And Magellan's strength was formidable, not much weaker than that of an admiral. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the qualifications to replace Shiryu in guarding Impel Down. Although Shiryu was imprisoned due to his love for killing, it was also partly due to his strength. If Magellan weren't strong enough, Shiryu wouldn't have been defeated by him. Jinbei then turned his gaze to the surveillance screen not far away. Through the image-transmitting snail, he could clearly see the situation inside Impel Down. The current internal situation of Impel Down was not optimistic. Just as a riot erupted inside Impel Down, the situation on Karl's side was also very severe. Rayleigh and Shanks emerged from their specialized submarine, standing outside. Surrounding them were dozens of Sea King's corpses floating on the surface of the sea. Crimson blood was spreading outwards with the flow of the ocean. Normally, such blood would attract a large number of piranhas kept in this area, as well as the Sea Kings lurking below. However, due to Karl clashing with Shanks and Rayleigh using their Conqueror's Haki, not a single marine creature was present. Even Inter-S abilities could not control them. Haha, what impressive Conqueror's Haki. I didn't expect you to have such Haki at such a young age. That's really impressive. Much stronger than I was back in the day. It's a pity you're with the Navy. Otherwise, I'd definitely recruit you as my partner. Haha. Shanks laughed heartily, but his Conqueror's Haki grew even fiercer. Rayleigh stood beside him, smiling, with his own Conqueror's Haki also being exerted on Karl. At that moment, Karl felt as if he were sitting on a thorn, sweating profusely. Although he had also unleashed his own Conqueror's Haki, the effect was not very good. Karl's Conqueror's Haki had reached a perfect level. If he were to face either Shanks or Rayleigh alone, he wouldn't find it so difficult. But facing both of them at the same time, Karl could only barely protect himself. Chapter 149, Luffy's Escape. Truly worthy of being the right hand of the Pirate King. Such strength allows me to barely resist. Although your power may not be as strong as Kaido and the others, the pressure you give me is far greater than theirs. Karl spoke frankly, with no intention of exaggerating Rayleigh's abilities. Although he was chased around during his battles with Kaido and Charlotte Linlin at that time, he did not possess Weibel's monstrous strength, nor did he have a level power. If he had faced Rayleigh back then, he would have likely collapsed within 10 minutes. The combination of his powerful techniques and decent strength is even more terrifying than pure power. This is also why the Navy is unwilling to provoke Rayleigh. They all know very well that although Rayleigh is old, his strength is still formidable. To take him down, even two admirals cannot guarantee he won't escape. They must deploy all three admirals together to ensure they can kill him. It is precisely because Rayleigh has such strength that Sengoku fears him so much. If Rayleigh were willing, he could even gather a crew and become the fifth emperor of the New World. However, he has no such intentions. He just wants to live a peaceful second half of his life. If it weren't for Luffy, he wouldn't have come to Impel Down to do this. Ha, I'll take that as a compliment. But your current strength seems a bit different from what the news said. Rayleigh squinted, feeling a bit puzzled. He knew very well that Karl's strength was already on par with his own. Although he was not as fast, in other aspects, he was completely not weak. For this reason, Rayleigh and Karl had been fighting for over half an hour without a clear winner. Karl smiled silently, continuing to tremble against Rayleigh. He was very glad that he had made the choice to eliminate Weibel and gain his monstrous strength. Otherwise, he really couldn't be sure that he could hold out against Rayleigh for so long. Now, as long as Karl can improve his other attributes, he would be able to fully reach the level of the four emperors, instead of being stuck in limbo, barely able to compete with opponents of that caliber. It should be about time now. With Shank's strength, even Magellan should be able to handle things. Moreover, there are other criminals inside the prison, and their strength is not weak either. Rayleigh momentarily lost focus, his gaze drifting towards the prison gate not far away. Carl seized this opportunity and directly slashed with his sword, leaving a blood mark on Rayleigh. However, Rayleigh was already on guard and had evaded Carl's strike in advance. But due to his moment of distraction, he still sustained some injury. After fighting for so long, I finally managed to hurt you. Since I could injure you, it means you are still human, not a monster like Kaido. Carl smiled, then used his abilities to prepare for a further attack. Although Rayleigh's strength is strong, his body is not like Kaido's monster-like form. He lacks self-healing abilities and does not have Charlotte Lean's abnormal defensive capabilities. Therefore, Carl knew that as long as he found the right opportunity, he could still injure his opponent. But just as Carl was using his abilities to launch a full-scale attack, the gates of Impel Down suddenly exploded open. Magellan's figure was sent flying out from within. He was covered in injuries and had fainted, looking extremely miserable. Shanks and the members of the Straw Hat Pirates ran at the front, trying to leave as quickly as possible. The other criminals were also scattering and fleeing at this moment. Chapter 150, Carp, Truly Reckless. Facing the attack of the Straw Hat Pirates' remaining members, Carl used his abilities to create a strong wind, instantly pushing them back. Shanks and Rayleigh both moved at the same time, trying to knock Carl down, but neither of them could fly. This meant that they couldn't catch Carl, who was in the air. Luffy was choked by Carl and passed out, to prevent him from moving around while he was injured. However, Carl wasn't afraid of Luffy dying from being choked. As a user of the Gum Gum Fruit, Luffy wouldn't take any damage from being choked without Haki. That's why Carl held him tightly and used all his strength to buy time in the air. Rayleigh and Shanks were also chasing after Carl in the air. Unfortunately, they couldn't fly, and Carl occasionally used Luffy as a shield, making them afraid to use sword energy to attack. This situation put Rayleigh and Shanks in a very passive position. Meanwhile, the unconscious Magellan woke up. Seeing that Carl was holding off Rayleigh and Shanks, he chose to ignore them and started using his poison on the escaping criminals, one after another. However, he was a bit slow to wake up. In that short time, a large number of people had already seized military ships and fled the area. The cross-dresser King Ivankov, at this moment, had taken a large ship with his subordinates, originally intending to escape with the Straw Hats. However, when he finished taking the ship and was approaching the gates of Impel Down, he discovered that Luffy had been captured again. This situation left him in a dilemma, unsure whether to escape or go back to save him. Just then, his treasured Den Den Mushi rang. "Dragon, your son Luffy is in danger." As a pawn planted in Impel Down, Ivankov had maintained contact with Dragon. However, inside Impel Down, the Den Den Mushi signal was blocked. Now that he had contacted Dragon, the first thing he reported was Luffy's situation. Dragon was silent for a long time and finally spoke. "Ivankov, you don't need to worry about Luffy. Come back first. With Carl there, Luffy won die. Plus, he is safer in Impel Down than outside. But no buts, hurry back. That's an order." "I understand, Dragon. I'll return right away." Although Ivankov didn't know why Dragon said that, he thought that if Luffy's father was worried, he had nothing to worry about either. He then directed his subordinates to stay away from Impel Down. Just then, a Navy ship flying the Doghead flag appeared not far away. Upon seeing the Navy ship, Ivankov's eyes widened in disbelief. Then he saw a huge cannonball flying through the air with a whistling sound. Death's gaze. Without hesitation, Ivankov enlarged and blew up the cannonball in front of him. Full speed ahead. "Carp is coming. We must not let him catch us." "Carp." Hearing Ivankov's words, everyone present was shocked. They all knew how powerful Carp was and didn't want to have any conflict with him. Meanwhile, Carp saw Ivankov blocking the cannonball he threw and picked his nose. "Ivankov, huh? Forget it. This guy's a bit disgusting. I won't bother with him." Saying that, Carp shifted his gaze to Carl, who was stalling for time in the air. Suddenly, his pupils constricted, because he saw his grandson Luffy being choked by Carl and being swung around in the sky. "Bastard." Carp was a bit angry and directly stepped on the moonwalk to charge into the sky. Chapter 151, Return. Choose to complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 4 attribute points that can be freely allocated. After resolving the issues at Impel Down and escorting Luffy back inside, Carl's selection task was completed. However, Luffy's capture once again left Carp feeling somewhat displeased. Thus, Carp requested Carl to spar with him. Although it was called sparring, anyone with eyes could see that this was Carp's way of wanting to teach Carl a lesson. So without saying a word, Carl completed the handover procedures and left Impel Down with Enel and the others. Carp wanted to leave as well, but Magellan was very considerate and forcibly kept him there on the grounds that Carp needed to take responsibility for the situation. Although Carp wanted to leave, Magellan used Luffy as leverage, preventing Carp from escaping, which made Carp even more annoyed. However, He had no choice. After all, this was his own grandson who had caused such a mess. If it weren't for Carl's foresight of the danger and his prolonged wait outside, Luffy would have likely escaped long ago. Not just Luffy, but all the criminals in Impel Down would have fled, thanks to Carl's assistance. The losses at Impel Down were not as exaggerated as depicted in the original work. Only about a third of the criminals managed to escape, which could be considered a stroke of luck. However, the losses at Impel Down were still quite significant. The sixth level was almost deserted. The powerful criminals had already escaped, and Magellan needed to take responsibility for this. Magellan had no intention of resisting. Instead, he quietly awaited punishment from the Gorosei. As for Carp, the Gorosei could do nothing to him, but they were determined not to let his grandson off the hook. After a brief discussion, the Gorosei unanimously decided to permanently imprison Luffy, ensuring that he would never be able to leave Impel Down. Furthermore, they placed Carp under house arrest, requiring him to remain in Impel Down. Until the day of execution arrived, Carp had to accept this confinement to prevent others from attempting a prison break. Carp didn't mind this too much, but he felt sorrowful that his grandson would have to spend his entire life in Impel Down. After learning of this, Carl returned to Marine headquarters feeling somewhat helpless, while Sengoku sighed repeatedly. There was nothing to be done. After all, this was Luffy's own doing. The Gorosei did not execute him directly, which was already showing consideration for Carp and Sengoku. If it weren't for their concern that executing Luffy might lead Carp to defect, they would have truly wanted to kill this guy. The reason the Gorosei didn't do this was that Carp was strong enough, and his son was the leader of the Revolutionary Army. If Carp were to defect and join the Revolutionary Army, the consequences would be unimaginable. This was something the Gorosei did not want to see, so they merely opted for Luffy's life imprisonment. This way, Carp would find it hard to justify rebelling against the Marines, and he could only accept it reluctantly. This was still a somewhat acceptable outcome. I really didn't expect that what you said before was all true. Looking back now, I feel that you're really amazing, thinking of everything so thoroughly. I regret not heeding your advice earlier. Had I deployed some troops and Impel Down, as you suggested, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. The prestige that our Marine had just established has now collapsed due to the Impel Down incident. This matter has even severely affected the morale within the Marines, which is truly frustrating. Sengoku strategically rubbed his temples, clearly very troubled by why this was happening now. Carl, on the other hand, looked calm and said nothing, just sitting on the sofa drinking tea. Carl, do you have any other opinions or discoveries to share? This time, no matter what you say, I will listen and ponder carefully. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Carl shook his head, revealing a Chapter 152. Gathering together the next morning. In the Navy's operations meeting room, 6 of the 7 warlords had already arrived. Originally, there should have been 7 people, but because Jinbei was at Impel Down, there were only 6 of them. Ha ha ha. Did you hear? Someone actually tried to escape from Impel Down yesterday. And the craziest part is, that person even asked the legendary pirate Rayleigh and one of the 4 emperors, Shanks, for help. But in the end, they failed. If it weren't for that Navy brat desperately blocking them, and then Vice Admiral Carp showing up at the last minute, they might have actually succeeded. Ha ha ha. When I found out about this yesterday, I literally laughed my head off. I never expected there would be a day when Impel Down could be breached. Their well-planned escape ended up failing, and instead, it benefited those criminals locked in Level 6, as well as the Revolutionary Army. It's just too funny. Ha ha ha. Blackbeard was carefree, mocking the incompetence of Impel Down and the Navy in front of the other 5. He also took the opportunity to ridicule Rayleigh and Shanks. In the eyes of ordinary people, they were both legendary pirates. But even so, they ultimately failed to rescue anyone, turning their actions into a complete joke. However, despite this, it was the Navy that ended up getting hurt. Regardless of whether Rayleigh and Shanks succeeded or not, they could just walk away. But the Navy couldn't. So they had to silently endure all the ridicule coming from elsewhere, and their reputation was once again damaged. Sitting next to him, Mihawk had his legs propped up on the table and said nothing, merely glancing at him indifferently. However, Blackbeard's words made Hancock, sitting opposite him, a bit restless. Can you shut that big mouth of yours, you duck-voice fool? Not only do you look ugly, but your voice is also unbearable. Just sitting here with you makes me feel nauseous. Ha ha ha. Hancock, what are you pretending for? Do you think just because you have the title of Empress, you can point fingers at me? Oof. Looks like my beauty has made you lose your composure and start babbling nonsense. Although the title of Empress was given to me by others, I am indeed a genuine queen. Hancock retorted mercilessly to Blackbeard. But Blackbeard just smiled and did not engage with Hancock further. Because such arguments were meaningless, he was too lazy to waste his breath on it. Kuma glanced at the two of them before continuing to rest quietly, completely ignoring them. Law, on the side, was also quite relaxed. He even imitated Mihawk's posture, propping his feet up on the table. Among those present, he had the least experience, and staying silent was the best attitude. He didn't want to be the one to suffer if he chose the wrong side later. Moreover, the main thing was that he had backing here, so he didn't need to fear these people. Moria, on the other hand, couldn't sit still. He looked around and even wanted to find something to do. However, among the 7 warlords present, the only one he could bully was the less experienced Law. But since they were in the Navy headquarters, if he really acted out, the consequences would be unimaginable. So after some thought, he decided to give up on finding trouble. However, they'd already been waiting here for nearly 2 hours, and no one had come in to hold the meeting. An hour ago, a Navy officer had come over and served them each a cup of tea. And that was it. Chapter 153. Meeting Boa Hancock. Stop messing around. This is not the time to play with you. Get it done. Facing Boa Hancock's attack, Carl countered by grabbing her ankle. Although Hancock's skin was delicate and the sensation transmitted to Carl's hand was quite nice, he had no intention of admiring Hancock's beautiful legs and pushed her back to her position. Hancock wanted to continue her attack, but Carl directly dodged and appeared in front of her, forcefully pressing her head down and pinning her to her seat, rendering her unable to move. Seeing this scene, everyone present was taken aback. They did not expect Carl's strength to be so exaggerated. Hancock became a warlord not only due to her status as a warrior of Amazon Lily, but also because of her own strength. Although she was a woman, her power was not inferior to that of a man. Yet Carl was able to hold her down with one hand, preventing her from getting up, which shocked everyone present. Blackbeard glanced at his wrist, recalling the punch he exchanged with Carl. The force of that punch was still fresh in his memory. Mihawk looked at Carl with curiosity, as if questioning why his strength was so formidable. However, there were many people present, and since Mihawk was not one to speak much, he did not voice his thoughts. "You bastard, let me go." Hancock felt utterly humiliated. Although she knew she was no match for Carl now, she never expected to be so easily defeated by him. In terms of strength, she was completely crushed by Carl. This situation reminded Hancock of Rayleigh's evaluation of Carl back then. "Do you know where this is? Do you know your identity?" Carl released his grip on Hancock and slowly walked to the main seat, sitting down and casually resting his legs on the table. The warlords present did not respond to Carl's question. Law, in order to avoid exposing his relationship with Carl, also remained silent and pretended he had not heard anything. After about 3 minutes of silence, Carl lowered his legs, squinted his eyes, and scanned the room, finally focusing on Blackbeard and Moria behind him. "This is the Navy headquarters. Your identities are merely that of warlords. In other words, you are still a bunch of pirates. If anyone dares to act arrogantly here, I have every right to revoke your warlord status and issue a bounty on you. So you all better behave, you worthless scum of the sea. You have no right to act tough in front of me." As soon as he finished speaking, Conqueror's Haki erupted with a roar, sweeping over everyone present. Carl didn't even spare Law, doing this to hide their relationship. However, during this time, Law had also grown quite a bit. At least now, when facing Carl's Conqueror's Haki, he was a bit more composed than before. But compared to everyone else present, he still fell short. Even Moria, the shame of the warlords, having been in the New World for many years and having seen much Conqueror's Haki, had developed a certain resistance, so he did not react too much. However, Carl's attitude clearly indicated that the Navy headquarters did not welcome them, the warlords. If they dared to cause trouble here, death would be their welcome. Chapter 154. Prelude to War. Time flows like a fleeting shadow, disappearing from the palm of one's hand in the blink of an eye. Before long, the day of declaration of war has arrived. The sky is filled with haze, with not a hint of sunlight in sight. This gloomy weather, combined with the solemn and serious atmosphere of the Navy headquarters, creates a palpable air of tension. All the Navy personnel are on high alert, waiting for the Whitebeard pirates to deliver themselves to their doom. Similarly, the execution platform is ready. Once noon arrives, Ace will be executed. Garp has also been released from confinement and has come to the execution platform, standing alongside Sengoku. The 3 admirals sit in their designated seats below the execution platform, quietly awaiting the arrival of the enemy. The vice admirals are positioned even lower. The dozens of them stand together, forming an ironclad defense. Below them are the 6 warlords of the sea. Although the warlords have a significant reputation, the Navy remains cautious of them. As they are all pirates, and cannot be fully trusted to work for the Navy. Beyond the warlords, there is a dense line of Navy defenses. A rough glance shows that the number of Navy soldiers has already exceeded 100,000. With such numbers, it is almost impossible for a single pirate crew to break through. But the enemy they face now is Whitebeard. He is known as the strongest man in the world. No one dares to slack off, and no one dares to underestimate the opponent. All Navy personnel are fully alert and ready to engage in battle. Carl, however, is not among them. He stands off to the side, waiting for the right moment to strike. This time, Carl has two targets. One is to kill Whitebeard, and the other is to prevent Blackbeard from becoming a dual fruit user. If possible, he even wants to kill Blackbeard here directly. But whether he can achieve this depends on luck. He is not sure if he can do it. The battlefield situation changes rapidly, and no one can guarantee that their plans will succeed. Gradually, the sky becomes even darker, and the atmosphere of the Navy headquarters grows increasingly oppressive with the changing weather. All the Navy personnel, including the admirals, are waiting for Whitebeard to arrive, eager to settle the score. Even Sengoku is frowning, holding a den mushi, ready to issue orders at any moment. However, the atmosphere among the warlords is much more relaxed. Each of them comes with a mindset of taking it easy. When the time comes, they just need to find a captain from the Whitebeard pirates and hold them off without getting too deeply involved in the battle. However, given their uneven strengths, it is still somewhat challenging for Law and Moria to find a captain-level opponent to take it easy against. The two of them will mostly remain at the edge of the battlefield. Especially for Moria, he may not even be Law's match right now. The day has finally come. Ace, do you have anything else you want to say? On the execution platform, Garp walks behind Ace and asks in a casual tone. Ace glances back at his grandfather, who raised him, and then asks, "How is Luffy? I heard he failed to escape from prison." "Don't worry, that brat has a strong survival instinct." "That's good. That kid always makes people worry. Now that I hear he is fine, I can relax. Thank you for buying me so much time. I feel like I've lived enough, and you don't need to help me anymore." Ace smiles, a smile very similar to Garp's. Seeing this, Garp does not say anything but turns around, forcibly holding back his tears. Ace, witnessing this scene, also turns away, suppressing the tears that are about to fall. Sengoku, seeing the situation between the grandfather and grandson, shakes his head helplessly. Chapter 155 war erupts. After this special phone bug was dialed, there was no sound on the other end, and the call was directly hung up. Subsequently, the phone bug in Carl's hand rapidly withered, eventually turning into a puddle of mud, leaving only a shell behind. Carl casually crushed the shell and raised his hands high. At that moment, a massive shadow appeared above Marineford. Two gigantic shadows, resembling islands, emerged before everyone's eyes. Whether it was the Navy or the Seven Warlords, even Sengoku and Garp were taken aback by the sight before them. "What the hell is that?" Moria exclaimed, having never seen anyone capable of making something as large as an island float in the air. However, others appear to be deep in thought, their minds racing. Particularly Blackbeard Teach, whose expression was very grim, even somewhat sinister, as if he was pondering something. This little brat has obtained the power reminiscent of the Golden Lion. This is truly troublesome. The three admirals reacted with equal intensity. At this moment, even Akainu was somewhat unsettled by the scene. Is this kid planning to destroy Marineford? Where did he get these two island-like things from? Akainu's face was extremely unpleasant. If Carl wasn't on his side, he would have rushed forward to deal with him directly. Kazan remained silent, recalling what he had seen before regarding Carl's abilities. At that time, Carl's abilities were not so exaggerated, but that didn't account for the fact that he had been hiding his strength then. Therefore, Kazan's reaction was the most subdued. Kizura couldn't help but marvel, and then said, "I wondered why two island-like things suddenly appeared in the sky these past few days. I even reported it to Admiral Sengoku, and he told me not to worry about it. Turns out this is what it's for. Truly impressive, Carl. Every time I see this kid, he gives me different surprises. It's quite exaggerated and a bit frightening." The expressions of the three admirals varied. However, Sengoku and Garp remained much calmer. Carl using this move was, on one hand, to showcase his strength, not inferior to that of the Golden Lion in his prime. On the other hand, it was to better restrict the Whitebeard pirates, which was why Sengoku agreed to let Carl use such an exaggerated technique. However, when the two of them saw the islands in the sky again, it was as if they were witnessing the Golden Lion controlling the floating islands to smash down on people. This situation left them both feeling quite nostalgic. Time passed quickly. The once great figures of the past were now reduced to just a handful, especially the abilities of the Golden Lion, which few in this era even knew about. Now that Karl was once again using the Golden Lion's powers, and even able to carry them forward, it was undoubtedly something Sengoku and the others were eager to see. After all, Karl was part of the Navy and currently the only notable figure among the new generation of the Navy. Go ahead and do it. Since you've already decided to do so, let us see what you really want to achieve. Sengoku muttered to himself, but his fists were clenched tightly, clearly feeling a bit anxious. The line reported to him that Whitebeard had not yet appeared, and Karl using this technique now was clearly a preparation for Whitebeard. Admiral Sengoku, we detected an unidentified object moving rapidly underwater. They have breached our defenses. It's a pirate ship. It's Whitebeard's pirate ship. Chapter 156. Confronting the Immortal Bird. This choice came at the perfect time. Karl's lips curled up slightly. Then he paused in midair, stabilizing his position. Although his attack was easily countered by Whitebeard, he also gauged the approximate strength of Whitebeard. Moreover, the damage to the island would definitely affect the opponent's speed, thus giving Sengoku more time to deploy. As for this choice, Karl had no options, so he directly chose 3. The first option goes without saying. He certainly wouldn't let the opponent go due to his stance, especially since they had past grievances. As for the second option, killing Ace would be simpler, but the cost would be significant, and the Maramara Nomi was really quite ordinary. Although the Maramara Nomi is a Logia-type fruit, Karl didn't regard that ability highly at all. Only the third choice was what Karl truly desired, which was the power of the Gura Nomi. As long as he completed the task of killing Whitebeard, Karl could obtain the powers of the Gura Nomi, thereby completely thwarting Blackbeard's plans. So Karl chose the third option without hesitation or thought. But just as he was about to continue his assault on Whitebeard, Marco suddenly shot into the sky and kicked at Karl. You bastard. Last time we didn't settle the score. This time I will definitely not let you off. Facing Marco's attack, Karl countered with a swift slash. However, Marco didn't dodge his slash at all, charging head-on. Although his body was cut deeply, thanks to his fruit ability, Karl's attack, even with Haki, couldn't harm him. Then Karl and Marco collided directly, causing a violent tremor. The mist in the sky even dissipated a bit due to the shockwaves from their battle. Your strength has increased so much. Marco kicked at Karl's dual swords, but failed to knock them away. This left him somewhat incredulous. Back in Gold City, Marco's strength and speed were clearly greater than Karl's. But the current situation was completely different. At this moment, although Karl's speed was still inferior to Marco's, his strength was definitely superior. After a brief exchange, Karl estimated Marco's strength to be between B and A-. As for speed, it was definitely above B. And as for stamina, he didn't need to mention it. With the power of the Phoenix Fruit, his stamina was absolutely on par with Kaido. If it weren't for the fact that his strength and speed had not yet reached their peak, he might have already become a Yonko-level powerhouse. However, even so, Karl did not dare to be careless. Although Marco's strength was not strong enough to inflict effective damage on him, he was definitely a troublesome opponent due to his fruit ability and various strong physical attributes. Even a Marine Admiral or a Yonko would find it difficult to defeat Marco in a short time. What a bothersome ability, a body that basically doesn't get injured, combined with flying speed that matches mine, really makes him quite difficult to deal with. Karl's expression was serious as he stared intently at Marco, searching for weakness. He now understood how much effort it took for Garp to leave scars on Marco in the original story. Without S-level strength or above, it was absolutely impossible to injure Marco's main body. Just as Karl was contemplating how to shake off Marco, Marco was equally on guard, preventing Karl from continuing his attack on Whitebeard. Right now, the combat power of the Navy and Whitebeard was very uneven. The Navy's combat power was quite strong, while Whitebeard's side had various captains. Chapter 157, Outburst. It's truly terrifying. Kazan actually plans to attack Whitebeard. His audacity rivals that of the little brat Karl. Borsalino's tone dripped with sarcasm, and his expression was lewd, making it clear he was enjoying the show. Sakazuki glanced at Borsalino, but said nothing, instead focusing on how Whitebeard would counter Kazan's attack. At the same time, Kazan and Whitebeard had already clashed twice, with Whitebeard gaining the upper hand each time. So Kazan chose to engage in close combat, only to be pierced through by Whitebeard. Although Whitebeard's attack was covered by armament Haki, Kazan utilized observation Haki to elementalize his body in advance. When Whitebeard's attack came, he simply made that part of his body disappear. This was a maneuver only possible with a Logia-type Devil Fruit, allowing him to eliminate a part of his body to evade an enemy attack. Kazan used this technique to avoid Whitebeard's assault and successfully grasped his Naginata, the S-Gyoku, Ice Age. With a light exhale from Kazan, Whitebeard instantly turned into an ice sculpture. Furthermore, to permanently freeze Whitebeard, Kazan maximized his fruit's ability, increasing the ice layer's thickness by dozens of times. From the outside, it was impossible to see Whitebeard's human form. From a distance, it looked like a massive ice column. Whitebeard's subordinates were shocked at the sight. Joza charged forward to attack Kazan. However, Kazan had already anticipated his attack, elementalizing in advance to dodge Jozu's full force. But at that moment, Whitebeard's body suddenly trembled. All the ice shattered in an instant, and Whitebeard threw a punch into the air. As the air cracked, the tremendous shockwave hit Kazan, forcing him to elementalize to evade the attack. Even so, Kazan still suffered some injury. His strength lay in freezing and low temperatures, but speed was not his forte. Although Whitebeard's speed was slow, the vibrations he released were anything but slow. Coupled with Kazan's carelessness, he ended up injured. My sons, the Navy headquarters is within reach. Occupy this place. For Ace, charge. With Whitebeard's command, all his subordinates rushed forward together. Everyone pay attention. Proceed according to the original plan. Understood. On Sengoku's side, orders were also given to start intercepting the incoming pirates. Kazan returned to the land, not participating in the chaos. Although joining the battle directly would yield better results, if he acted now, he would likely face Whitebeard head-on. Kazan was inherently lazy and less necessary. He certainly didn't want to confront a powerhouse like Whitebeard directly. But at that moment, one of the 7 warlords, Mihawk, stepped forward and drew his black sword. Yuru. Ha 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 ha. Are you planning to make a move too, Mihawk? I just want to see how far I am from being the world's strongest. As he spoke, Mihawk casually swung his sword, unleashing a massive azure sword aura that sliced through the clouds in the sky and even created a huge crack in the ground. This strike was indiscriminate, hitting both allies and enemies. Anyone caught would either be maimed or killed instantly. This situation irritated both Whitebeard and Sengoku. However, Sengoku said nothing because that's just how the 7 warlords were. They didn't care if their battle's aftermath harmed their comrades. Whitebeard remained unmoved in the face of this slash, even showing a smile. Just as the slash was less than 10 meters away from the Moby Dick, Jozu fully diamondized. Chapter 158, The Real War. You still have no shame, huh? But I'm here, and I want to see who is stronger, Whitebeard or Kaido. Although Borsalino has always been clocking in and out, deep down, he actually wants to see how much of a gap there is between him and Whitebeard. The 3 admirals rarely have the opportunity to fight against the 4 emperors or enemies of the same level. They have a rough understanding of their own strength, but they're not quite sure if there's a gap between them and the 4 emperors. Only Borsalino has fought Kaido once before, in collaboration with Carr. It was this encounter that made Borsalino realize that in terms of pure power, he is completely inferior to a monster like Kaido. However, in terms of speed, Borsalino completely outclassed him. Therefore, he also wants to see if Whitebeard is like Kaido, another extremely exaggerated monster. Borsalino jumped up and hovered in midair, crossing his hands as 2 yellow light points flickered continuously from his palms. Data no Kagami. Accompanied by Borsalino's light shout, dense lasers were rapidly released from his hands. This wide-range attack directly blocked all paths for the pirates to advance, and Borsalino gradually pushed this move forward, ultimately aiming directly at Whitebeard. But at that moment, a giant bird engulfed in blue flames appeared above Whitebeard, blocking Borsalino's attack. Truly terrifying, the Phoenix Marco. What as terrifying as you, right? Yellow Monkey. Marco, utilizing his fruit abilities, not only blocked Borsalino's attack, but even rushed to his front and sent him flying. In an instant, Borsalino transformed into a flash of yellow light, rushing to his own front door, shattering it. Upon seeing this, Carr covered his face with one hand, completely at a loss for words. Even the nearby Sakazuki's expression turned somewhat grim. He then stood up, threw off his navy cloak, activated his fruit ability, and angrily unleashed several punches into the sky. Meteor Volcano. Accompanied by Sakazuki's roar, a rain of flaming meteors fell from the sky. The power of these flaming meteors was not weaker than Borsalino's Yada no Kagami, and their coverage area was even broader. Moreover, the most important thing was that his attack directly melted the ice layer created by Kazan. This left Carr even more speechless. What are you trying to achieve with this move? Not only did it not injure anyone, but it also melted the ice layer. Are you stupid? Hearing the guest's words, Sakazuki saw Whitebeard simply wave his hand lightly, creating massive vibrations that destroyed all the flaming meteors. The flames that weren't destroyed fell onto the ice layer, helping Whitebeard melt the thick ice. Seeing this scene, Sakazuki's face turned green. He was so focused on attacking Whitebeard that he completely forgot that the ice layer was still controlling the Moby Dick, preventing it from advancing. Now, Whitebeard's ship had no obstacles, especially since Borsalino had broken through the most important door. Plus, Kazan was also being held back by Jozu. Now, no one could stop Whitebeard's ship from entering the Navy port. Oof, I will deal with him personally. Sakazuki clearly realized his mistake, then snorted coldly and flew down using Jeppo. The Navy also began to attack the pirates, but Whitebeard and others relied on their formidable strength to forcibly carve out a path. All the Navy retreated, raising their defenses. Chapter 159. Carp's Choice. All the Navy rushed towards the Whitebeard pirates, trying to take them all down. However, the Whitebeard pirates were not to be underestimated. Their strength was equally formidable and could completely counter the Navy's officers and soldiers. Moreover, the key point was that 2 of the 3 admirals were already held back. Kazan was restrained by Jozu, while Borsalino was held up by Marco. They had no chance to approach Whitebeard. However, Sakazuki charged straight at Whitebeard, determined to eliminate anyone in his way. Even if it was a captain-level figure, they could not stop his momentum. Seeing this mad dog charging at Whitebeard, Marco and the others were immediately shocked. They wanted to defend, but they couldn't. Just as they restrained the enemy was also restraining them, making it impossible to provide support. But just when Sakazuki confidently charged forward, aiming to kill Whitebeard, Whitebeard suddenly revealed a smile and stood up from the ground. He unleashed a punch infused with armament haki and his devil fruit powers, directly striking at Sakazuki's face. The powerful punch instantly tore through the air, sending Sakazuki flying hundreds of meters and even penetrating the Navy base behind him. The force of this punch was unmatched, knocking a Navy admiral away and leaving everyone in shock. Who do you think I am? I'm Whitebeard. Cool-a-la-la-la-la. Accompanied by a loud laugh. The momentum of the Whitebeard pirates surged, but no one noticed that a trace of blood flowed from the corner of Whitebeard's mouth. Just now, he had indeed aggravated an old injury, and his body could not exert much force. He had to forcefully use his strength to knock Sakazuki away, which led to his body suffering another injury. However, he didn't mind, as Whitebeard had already decided to stay here in exchange for Ace's life. This was something he had thought about early on, but had not mentioned to anyone. Whitebeard, Godi, great eruption. Just when everyone thought Sakazuki was done for, a hot and fierce lava erupted from afar. Seeing this scene, Whitebeard's mouth curled up as he threw another punch. 2 powerful forces transformed into red and white lights, directly enveloping the entire battlefield of Marineford. The aftermath of their battle even affected the fights of others. Some who were too close to the 2 were directly evaporated by the battle shockwaves, leaving no bones behind. Such an exaggerated situation made all the Navy and pirates keep their distance from the battlefield of Whitebeard and Sakazuki. If anyone below the rank of Rear Admiral dared to step into their battlefield, it would be a suicidal act. Truly worthy of you, Sakazuki. Your vitality is tenacious. If I were hit directly in the face, even if I didn't die, I'd be severely injured. At least for a dozen minutes, I wouldn't have such strong combat power. Indeed, a monster is a monster. I'm still far behind. Carl sighed, feeling that everyone in this world was a monster, and he was truly lagging behind. However, the speaker had no intention, but the listener had a mind. Standing on the execution platform, Sengoku, who was only a few dozen meters away from Carl, fully heard Carl's mutterings. So when he heard Carl's words, he didn't know how to retort. A small monster calling those who had already grown into monsters sounded quite strange. Sengoku murmured, and Carp glanced at Sengoku before shaking his head. So what if they're monsters? Everyone will eventually grow old. We of this generation are getting old. Even Whitebeard, who was called a monster in our time, is also old now. It's best to leave this era to the young people. It's time for us old folks to retire. Carp sighed, clearly having heard. Chapter 160, Reinforcements. The war has entered a heated phase. The battlefield is now in a chaotic state, with the Navy completely bloodthirsty, charging recklessly regardless of casualties. Many do not even hear Sengoku's orders. The pirates are even more frantic, desperate to save Ace. Although Sengoku has ordered Ace's execution, Ace is still alive due to the snipers on Whitebeard's side. Instead, the 2 executioners were shot by snipers and severely injured, falling into a coma. Seeing this, Sengoku wanted to personally execute Ace, but after getting a glare from Garp, he abandoned that thought. If the executioner were to carry out Ace's execution, Garp could find some comfort in that, slightly hypnotizing himself. However, if Sengoku took action, he would likely turn against Sengoku on the spot. Therefore, Sengoku had no choice but to wait and call back two executioners to the execution platform to carry out the execution. At first, Sengoku gave a look to Carl, signaling him to come for the execution. However, Carl pretended not to see anything and directly plunged in the battlefield, slaughtering the pirates and blocking a large number of them from advancing. He also caused some trouble for the 7 warlords. Carl had no intention of doing anything that offered no benefit to him. It was more important for him to disrupt Blackbeard and prevent him from getting close to Whitebeard. So, he focused solely on one thing: to keep an eye on Blackbeard until the battle between Whitebeard and Akainu was over, ensuring Blackbeard couldn't approach the battlefield. This situation left Blackbeard feeling very frustrated, but he had no one to complain to. Although he was well aware that Carl was deliberately targeting him, he had no evidence. Carl's abilities allowed for wide-area attacks, which could easily lead to accidental injuries. Thus, Blackbeard had to swallow this grievance and couldn't retaliate against Carl's targeting. He was in a miserable state, firmly targeted by Carl. Given his identity, he couldn't act against Carl. Otherwise, Carl would have a reason to deal with him. This is what made Blackbeard feel extremely frustrated. After being targeted for so long, Blackbeard decided to disengage from the battle and sat aside, doing nothing. Carl noticed and laughed, then continued to clear out the pirates while keeping an eye on Blackbeard. Aside from Blackbeard, Moria's situation was also grim. Although he was one of the 7 warlords, he was the weakest among them, barely able to hold off a vice-captain. It was truly pitiful. Even Law could barely contend with a captain-level figure. However, thanks to his strange abilities, the opponent was hesitant to attack, where Law would not have been able to stop a captain-level opponent. As for the remaining 3, they were all just idly sitting around, showing no serious intent to fight. Mihawk and Vista seemed to be battling fiercely, but in reality, neither was using their full strength. Hancock attacked casually, hitting anyone she encountered without distinguishing friend from foe. Kuma was even more absurd. He simply found a nice spot and started reading. As long as no one disturbed him, he couldn't be bothered to lift a finger. Fortunately, their battlefield wasn't crucial, as long as they could delay Whitebeard's forces a bit. It was enough for Sengoku. The fighting on the front lines was incredibly intense. The battle between the 3 admirals and the Whitebeard pirates was exceptionally lively. Their clash could be described as world-destroying. Lasers, frost, and lava erupted one after another, causing immense suffering for the Whitebeard pirates. However, apart from Akainu, who was fighting with all his might against Whitebeard, the other 2 admirals didn't use their full strength at all. After a battle, they hardly had any injuries, while Akainu, who exerted himself fully, was covered in wounds. This situation sufficiently indicated their attitude towards this war. Chapter 161, Whitebeard's Choice. Kula-la-la-la. Although I don't know what's going on, since Ace has already been rescued, there's no need for us to continue fighting here. Listen up, everyone, return to the ship. Retreat immediately. Roar. With Whitebeard's order given, everyone quickly began to retreat. The Marines wanted to pursue, but they were stopped by Whitebeard and the captains who were covering their escape. At this moment, everyone in the Whitebeard pirates looked very relaxed and happy because Ace had been rescued. Although they did not understand why Dragon saved Ace, since he did. He must have his reasons. Moreover, Whitebeard believed that Dragon would not harm Ace, so the other pirates also followed orders and began to retreat. However, in stark contrast to the atmosphere on Whitebeard's side was that of the Marines. They clearly had the opportunity to execute, but no one wanted to offend Carp. So they could only wait for a new executioner to carry out the execution order. As a result, they wasted almost 5 minutes, during which Dragon and Luffy appeared and directly rescued Ace. And the main question was, why was Luffy here? He should have been on the 6th level of Impel Down. Sengoku glared fiercely at Carp. Carp, you need to explain this to me. Ha, I don't know anything about Dragon and Luffy. Who could have imagined this? Luffy's inexplicable appearance, along with Ace being rescued, made Carp's expression much more relaxed. However, his eyes also revealed confusion. Although he didn't know why Luffy was rescued, he really wanted to praise his son. Well done. Damn it. Once this is over, I want to see how you explain this. Everyone, listen up. Attack Whitebeard with all your might. Even if the others escape, we cannot let Whitebeard leave here. Understood. With Sengoku's command given, all the Marines shifted their attack targets and opened fire on Whitebeard. The 3 admirals were also restrained and couldn't make any progress. Sengoku and Carp exchanged glances and charged at Whitebeard, attacking him simultaneously. Kuda-la-la-la-la, bring-giton. Facing the attacks from Sengoku and Carp, Whitebeard remained fearless and instantly activated his Devil Fruit powers. In an instant, it was as if an earthquake had erupted and Marineford shook violently. The entire Marine headquarters collapsed. and all the surrounding buildings gradually fell. Even the air around them was affected, creating a violent sense of shock. Kulalalala. Everyone, Hiri, Andritrit. Leave this to me. Whitebeard roared and leaped up, directly moving to the front lines of the battlefield, facing the three admirals, Karp and Sengoku alone. Then Whitebeard swung his great sword, drawing a line in the air that divided a large area from the ground. That area was filled with members of the Whitebeard pirates, with only a few unfortunate Marines left looking helpless. Old man, Marco, and the others were stunned by Whitebeard's actions. Even if they were optimistic, they could see that Whitebeard had already made up his mind to die. Listen up, everyone. Don't cry for me, and don't be sad for me. I am a remnant of the old era, and the new era has no ship that can carry me. The road ahead still needs you young people to walk on your own. This world will always belong to the young. Kula-la-la-la-la. Old man. Whitebeard's smile contrasted sharply with the cries of Marco and the others behind him. Chapter 162. The Last Moments of Whitebeard Teach. Why did you do this? Whitebeard did not immediately strike back, but instead asked this question. Clearly, Whitebeard still held a shred of sentiment and wanted to give Teach a chance. He could not understand why Teach had endured for so many years, nor could he comprehend why he would turn against his own brother, whom he treated like family. How could a mere dark fruit lead to brothers becoming enemies? Yearning for family, Whitebeard did not grasp Teach's method of restraint, nor did he understand Teach's immense ambition. Thus, he fell in a Teach trap and was pierced through the abdomen by a single move. Ha ha ha. This is the last time I call you old man. Go to hell, Whitebeard. Teach suddenly erupted. Whitebeard steadied himself, preparing to counterattack. But at that moment, his hidden illness suddenly flared up. Faced with Blackbeard's lethal strike, Whitebeard wanted to resist, but he simply could not. Just when Whitebeard thought he was doomed, a sudden slash forced Blackbeard back. The ground within a kilometer radius lifted into the air without any warning, soaring into the sky in an instant. Whitebeard looked at the suddenly rising ground, and then turned his gaze to Carl not far away. Aside from the initial attack, Carl had mostly been watching the show. Many people present unconsciously overlooked Carl. Even Blackbeard, who was about to succeed, forgot that Carl had been lurking nearby, ready to pounce. Ha! After watching for so long, are you finally going to make a move, little brat? Carl said, I actually want to duel with you, but you're just too strong. So I can only take advantage of your weakness. But let's be honest, dying in my hands is better than dying at the hands of that traitor, right? Besides, Teach has a grudge against me, so I can promise to personally take him down after you die. Carl approached Whitebeard, speaking earnestly. With his current strength, taking down Teach was not a problem, but now was not the time, as he needed to kill Whitebeard first to gain the power of the Tremor fruit. Ha! Such a confident little brat. Then come on, I want to go easy on you. Whitebeard grinned and took the first shot. He knew that his body could not hold out for long. But even so, Whitebeard chose to give it his all, determined to kill Carl. Although he initially found Carl very annoying, as time went on and Carl's actions became more evident, Whitebeard increasingly admired him. From a purely personal standpoint, Whitebeard did not wish to be enemies with Carl. However, their factions were different, which meant that Carl posed a significant threat to pirates, and even to his sons. Therefore, Whitebeard had to exert his last strength here, hoping to eliminate Carl. But Carl was also very aware of Whitebeard's thoughts. Facing the fierce attacks from his opponent, Carl had no sense of luck. Every strike was made with full effort in an attempt to block Whitebeard. However, Whitebeard's attacks were incredibly sharp, each one capable of affecting the surrounding kilometer of space. Moreover, the most crucial point was that Whitebeard's power was also extremely exaggerated. With Carl's current A-level strength, he was already struggling to withstand a punch from Whitebeard that did not utilize his Devil Fruit ability. Not to mention the power boost Whitebeard would receive after using his Devil Fruit ability. It could be said that in a direct confrontation, Carl was completely suppressed by Whitebeard and could not get close to him at all. However, after a short period of fighting, Carl noticed that due to his age, Whitebeard was quite lacking in stamina and speed. This allowed Carl to find his weakness and immediately launch targeted attacks. Carl utilized his agility, hovering in midair and constantly flickering. His attacks never ceased. This way, he could exhaust Whitebeard, even if Whitebeard's strength was enough to affect a kilometer radius. Through the use of his own Devil Fruit ability and speed, Carl could keep pressing forward. Chapter 163. The war is over. The storm connecting heaven and earth continues to sweep across the land. However, at the same time, the shocking power within the storm continues to erupt. The commotion generated by the two forces causes the surrounding sea to feel completely suffocated, and even the sky shows violent changes. Extreme weather begins to appear, with gloom hanging over Marineford and lightning flashing incessantly. Some of the falling lightning has already struck the buildings of Marineford, causing unimaginable damage. The battle between Carl and Whitebeard directly created this thunderstorm, forcing the Navy personnel to take cover. However, their battle is nearing its end. At this point, Carl has exhausted all his strength and is somewhat physically drained. This is the second time after fighting Kaido that he has pushed his fruit ability to the limit, even depleting all his stamina. It can be said that Carl could faint at any moment. He is now purely relying on his willpower to hold on. However, the situation on Whitebeard's side is also not good. Due to illness and hidden injuries, Whitebeard's stamina is equally insufficient, far inferior to a young man like Carl. Thus, every time he uses his fruit ability, he suffers a backlash from his internal injuries. In fact, every time he utilizes his power, he shortens his lifespan. Moreover, he has gone through various exhausting battles, which ultimately forced him into a desperate situation by Carl. Yet, in such a dire circumstance, Whitebeard still proves to the Navy who the strongest man in the world is. Whitebeard's power remains formidable. If it weren't for Carl's ability to keep Whitebeard's tremors within a certain range, Marineford would have been utterly destroyed by now. However, the cost of this has been the complete depletion of Carl's stamina, barely allowing him to match the already weakened Whitebeard. Truly worthy of being the strongest man in the world, even on the brink of death, he can still instill fear. It's a pity you are not in your prime. Otherwise, I would indeed want to challenge you. Although Carl is now physically drained, it does not affect his ability to speak. Whitebeard, on the other hand, grins, revealing a smile. At this moment, Whitebeard is at the end of his strength, and forcing a smile takes almost all of his energy. Yet even so, he maintains his fruit ability without any sign of weakness. Suddenly, Carl's vision blurs as the hurricane connecting heaven and earth instantly dissipates. He can no longer maintain his ability and falls from the sky. Sengoku, seeing this, is the first to rush into the air to catch Carl. He then ascends into the air, wanting to take over Carl's fight against Whitebeard. However, when he sees Whitebeard standing on the floating land with his eyes closed, he breathes a sigh of relief. It seems he is dead. Kal Vispa softly, using the last bit of his strength to bring the land down to the ground before he can no longer hold on and faints. However, just before he loses consciousness, the system's voice also sounds. Choice completed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Shock fruit. No side effects. Dual wielding level upgraded to a level. 3 days later, Carl wakes up, Sir all over in the tent. Beside him, Cat Demon and Black Feather are wrapped in bandages, lying by his bedside. They both sleep peacefully, a ray of sunlight streaming in from outside the tent and falling on their faces. The whole scene looks very beautiful. Thank you for your hard work. Carl sees the bandages on them and knows that Cat Demon and Black Feather put in a lot of effort during this war. Although his crew members hardly appeared on the front lines, they performed exceptionally well on the side battlefields. Even someone as arrogant as Enel participated very seriously in this war. Carl observed the battlefield very closely at that time. Almost everyone was focused and in position. Chapter 164. 3 months have passed since the Marineford War. Whitebeard's body was buried by the Navy in a secret place. Blackbeard Teach has withdrawn from the Shichibukai, emerging in the New World and becoming a double fruit user. He killed fellow Shichibukai, Gecko Moria, and obtained the Shadow fruit, becoming a double fruit user, relying on the power of the double fruits, as well as the combination of the Dark fruit and the Shadow fruit. Blackbeard can even create shadow armies out of thin air to assist him in attacking enemies. He has used this power to gradually consume a large territory that originally belonged to Whitebeard. Every time Marco and the others try to confront Blackbeard, they're always evaded. This situation has led to Blackbeard's reputation growing larger in the New World. In contrast, the second generation of the Whitebeard pirates has begun to decline. Although Ace has been rescued, and Marco has become the new captain of the Whitebeard pirates, their strength is no longer what it used to be, and they no longer qualify as one of the 4 emperors. Now, the division of power in the New World is represented by 3 emperors and 2 commanders. The 3 emperors are undoubtedly Kaido, Shanks, and Charlotte Linlin. The 2 commanders are the double fruit user Blackbeard Teach and Marco. This is the title given to them by the outside world, and the reason is simple. They possess strength comparable to that of the admirals. While they may not necessarily be able to defeat an admiral, at the very least, an admiral cannot easily subdue them. However, despite the high praise from the outside world, pirates still challenge them to make a name for themselves. The movements among the pirates have been relatively limited, mostly revolving around the animosity between Marco and Blackbeard. There haven't been any significant news from others. On the contrary, the Navy has seen explosive news. Sengoku has officially resigned as Admiral of the Navy and stepped back from the front lines. The new Admiral of the Navy is Akainu. However, at the same time, Admiral Akiji announced his resignation and left the Navy headquarters. Before this, the two had a fierce battle over the position of Admiral. This battle directly turned Punk Hazard into an island of ice and fire, altering the entire island's weather. Now, Punk Hazard has become an island surrounded by ice on one side and engulfed in flames on the other. The environment can be described as extremely harsh. This unprecedented battle lasted for 10 days and nights before finally coming to an end. The outcome of the battle was clearly a victory for Akainu. But outsiders do not know that it was a very hard-fought victory for him. His magma fruit, while possessing an extremely high temperature and being one of the strongest among Logia-type devil fruits, faced Akiji's mastery of the ice fruit, which surpassed common understanding. Additionally, Akiji excels at extinguishing fires, so Akainu's battle was not easy. Otherwise, they wouldn't have fought for 10 days and nights. Ultimately, Akainu won by a narrow margin, thanks to his monstrous recovery ability. Karl was present throughout the entire battle and saw everything clearly without missing a detail. If Akiji's power is considered monstrous, then Akainu is a monster among monsters. He not only has an extremely high attack intensity, but also a recovery ability that far exceeds Akiji's. Based on Karl's estimates, Akainu's stamina certainly reaches S level, while his strength is at least A level. This is why his power and recovery ability are so exaggerated. However, Akiji's stamina clearly did not reach S level. At most, it was a level. Nevertheless, Akiji's physical attributes, according to Karl's observation, appear to be very balanced. Chapter 165, Waiting, Can you all be a little quieter? When Sakazuki arrives, if you keep making noise, you'll definitely get a good scolding. Karl waved his hand, trying to quiet them down. However, Nilu showed a look of disdain, flicking her golden short hair, and then clenched her fists. Let him curse all he wants. What does it have to do with me? Dressed in a sharp navy uniform, with her ear-length golden hair, she looked heroic and had the demeanor of a female general. She had also reached the rank of Rear Admiral. Not just her, both Enel and Enzo had also been promoted to Rear Admiral. Furthermore, not only the three of them, but the others had also been promoted to Brigadier General, becoming the backbone of the Navy. However, Inter did not have a military rank because she was not part of the Navy. She was just following Karl as a subordinate. This made her status somewhat ambiguous. Moreover, since there were many issues during the time of Sengoku, Sakazuki was too lazy to worry about these matters, so Inter did not join the Navy. She just followed Karl, acting as his little follower. Inter had no complaints about this. In her view, it was enough for her to be with Karl. As for other matters, she wasn't too concerned. Laughter continued in the marshal's office. Karl looked at Nilu and the others with a helpless smile and did not stop them. Then, Karl opened his personal attributes, attribute panel. Name, Karl Strength. S Agility. B Spirit. B Stamina. B Ability. Military Boxing. C Flow Fruit. Awakened. Armament Hockey. Mastery. Observation Hockey. Perfect. Conqueror's Hockey. Perfect. Dual Sword Style. A. Wind Element Mastery. C. Monster Strength. A. Quake Fruit. During the Marineford War, Karl completed the third option, obtaining the Quake Fruit and a random ability upgrade by 1 level as a reward. With 2 Devil Fruits, his strength had reached a qualitative leap. Moreover, the ability he upgraded was his swordsmanship. As a result, Karl's strength had stabilized at the Admiral level. However, even so, he had only just reached the entry level of Admiral rank. But Karl did not waste the 3 months. While Enel and the others were training and on missions, Karl focused on training, except for a few unavoidable tasks. He was engaged in training and significantly improved his overall strength. He could even skillfully use the Quake Fruit's abilities and raise his power level to S rank. More importantly, the Flow Fruit had also successfully awakened. The only regret was that Karl could not openly use the Quake Fruit. He could only use it mixed with the abilities of the Flow Fruit. Otherwise, his understanding of the Quake Fruit could have reached a higher level. However, even so, he felt content. His current strength had already reached that of Whitebeard when he was severely injured and on the brink of death. This power was enough to rival the 4 emperors and even stand on equal footing with Kaido and the admirals. If Karl could take another step forward, it was highly likely that he could recreate Whitebeard's peak power from back then. It is worth noting that the peak Whitebeard was the true, strongest man in the world. Even Garp, Sengoku, and Roger could only match him 50-50. The peak periods of these individuals definitely far exceeded the current strength of the four emperors and admirals. Otherwise, they wouldn't be called legends of their generation. If Karl advanced further, he could reach that level, but he still needed a little more time. In just a short time. Chapter 166. Promotion to Admiral. Me? Admiral? Is there a bonus? Upon hearing Sakazuki's words, Karl was not immediately concerned about his position, but rather about whether there would be a bonus. For some reasons, the gold he obtained from the Sky Island was discovered by Sengoku. While Sengoku did not expose Karl, he used this situation to threaten Karl and took away nearly 1/3 of the gold. Although Karl could go back to the Sky Island to retrieve more money anytime, he couldn't do it too frequently or it would raise suspicions. Therefore, Karl was very concerned about his salary now. However, what left Karl speechless was that Sengoku, who was no longer a fleet admiral, had completely let himself go, traveling around with Garp and showing none of his former authority. You brat. Being an admiral is a commendation, an honor. How can you ask me if there's a bonus? Sakazuki-senpai, just tell me if there's one. No need for so many words. Karl picked his nose with a dead fish look in his eyes, which left Sakazuki feeling quite helpless. The current Karl was becoming more and more like the former Garp. Although his reputation had not yet reached Garp's level, his strength was already very close, and he shared a similar sense of justice. This made it difficult for Sakazuki to be angry with Karl. Yes. That's great. Remember to send someone to notify me when it's time to collect the money. Karl clapped his hands and appeared very excited. Nilou and the others were also very excited because they all knew that Karl never spent the money on himself, but used it for everyone. The more money they had, the better they could remodel their warships. This was ultimately Karl's purpose for wanting money. You really leave me speechless. I have talked with those 5 old geezers for so long just to make an exception and promote you from Rear Admiral to Admiral. If it weren't for the fact that the Navy is really short on personnel right now, with your qualifications, you would need at least 3 more years to become an admiral. Yet the thing you care most about is the bonus, which truly disappoints me. Sakazuki-senpai, I've recently been wanting to remodel my warship and happen to be short on cash, so please don't mind. Karl waved his hand, and Sakazuki sighed, calming down before speaking again. Let's not mention this anymore. I will announce your promotion to Admiral to the entire Navy today. However, due to special circumstances, I won't hold a promotion ceremony for you, because you will be going out to carry out a special mission today. I don't care about the promotion ceremony. Just tell me what the mission is. Karl waved his hand, indicating that he didn't mind. Sakazuki breathed a sigh of relief, and then explained the mission. The mission was very simple. Karl was to spread a message. That is, world conscription. Although this mission was an order announced by Sakazuki to recruit soldiers from all over the world, Karl did not expect that Sakazuki would let him go find people to promote it, which left him somewhat puzzled. Karl, I know you have a close relationship with the Golden Emperor. Through him, you can spread the message of world conscription quickly across the globe. Although we in the Navy can also do it, starting tomorrow, I am preparing to relocate the Navy headquarters to the G1 division in the New World. So I don't have the energy to do these things right now. Starting tomorrow? Hearing Sengoku's words, Karl was taken aback for a moment, furrowing his brow. He did not expect Sakazuki. Chapter 167. Mission. Are you kidding me? You gave me so many tasks. Is there overtime pay? Is there a subsidy? Karl didn't care how many tasks there were. The only thing he cared about was whether there was a bonus. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to take his crew to the New World to enjoy the good life. Without money, it would be difficult to get to Zolo to do anything. That's why Karl made these demands. However, his words caused Sakazuki's veins to bulge, and he couldn't help but roar out in anger. You little brat. When did you become so greedy for money? All the expenses this time will be reimbursed by the headquarters, and there will also be a bonus. Are you satisfied now? Satisfied, very satisfied. Hee hee. Hearing Sakazuki's hysterical roar, Karl smiled and made an okay gesture. Then Karl seriously discussed the details of world conscription and the standards for recruiting the 7 warlords with Sakazuki. Although both Sakazuki and Karl disliked the 7 warlords and even planned to abolish the system, the Gorosei completely disagreed. They still insisted that the 7 warlords were an important weapon against the current 3 emperors. However, they clearly did not see how the 7 warlords performed during the Marineford War. If any of them had come to watch, they wouldn't hold the same view. After all, this time during the Marineford War, without someone like Buggy, naturally there was no live broadcast. Subsequently, Karl and Sakazuki continued to finalize the candidates for the 7 warlords, ultimately choosing the seemingly harmless Buggy and the big eater, Jewelry Bonnie. Buggy was harmless and had gathered a portion of followers in Impel Down, forming his own Buggy Express company. Although his influence was far from the vastness of his previous life, relying on his luck, he still became one of the new powers in the New World. As for Bonnie, at that time, she had escaped from Trafalgar Law for some unknown reason. Trafalgar Law did not defend himself, simply accepting the punishment and being transferred to the G5 branch in the New World. However, with so many matters at hand, Carl didn't pay much attention, and the Navy didn't pursue her. It must be said that this generation of supernovas had very good luck. Except for a few people killed by Carl, the others had all escaped from Impel Down. Even all members of the Straw Hat Pirates had made it out. However, ever since their jailbreak, there had been no news from the Straw Hat Pirates. Even Ace had vanished, and there was no trace of him among the remnants of the Whitebeard Pirates. During this period, all of them had gone silent, and no one knew where they had gone. Are you decided, Sakazuki-senpai? Are we going with Buggy and Bonnie? That's right, just those two. After Carl and Sakazuki concluded their discussions, they ultimately decided on these two. After all, these two were currently the least harmful candidates. Buggy had influence, but he lacked corresponding strength. The whole Buggy Express was like a high-rise built of bubbles, liable to collapse at any moment. Bonnie had a high bounty, but she was not a bad person and even enjoyed the trope of a beautiful woman saving a hero. Moreover, she had no ambitions and naturally hadn't formed her own faction, so Sakazuki felt very at ease with her. However, aside from that, Carl always felt that Sakazuki had other thoughts about her. Because in the original story, after Bonnie was captured by Blackbeard, Sakazuki rushed to the scene to rescue her immediately. He even said something along the lines of it being terrifying if she were to escape. Blackbeard Teach even wanted to make her his woman, knowing that Blackbeard was a notorious pirate. Chapter 168, Rescue Bonnie 10 days later. In a certain sea area of the New World, Carl, along with his crew and warship, flew in the air searching for Bonnie's location. Today was their first day out of the Navy headquarters. Although Sakazuki had been urging them, Carl's warship was undergoing renovations during this time, and he couldn't push the shipwrights any faster. Sakazuki was also quite helpless, having to wait for Carl's ship to be ready. Currently, the Navy headquarters did not have any spare ships for Carl to take. Moreover, the blueprints that Carl designed were incomprehensible to most people. Yet he insisted that the shipwrights modify the ship according to his ideas. This led to a significant waste of time and unnecessary expenses. He wasn't asking Sakazuki for those funds without reason. After spending 10 days, the shipwright finally expedited the modifications to his ship, and now Carl was finally able to set sail. However, this 10-day delay had caused many issues, and Carl needed to hurry. The first task now was to find Bonnie and have her take over the position of Warlord of the Sea. Currently, the Warlords of the Sea included Jinbei, Mihawk, Kuma, Hancock, and Law. Moria had been killed by Teach, who also withdrew from the Warlords of the Sea and established himself in the New World. Lord Carl spotted Bonnie. She was on the island below, but someone was chasing her from behind. Someone was chasing her? Hearing Enel's words, Carl immediately activated his observation hockey. Although they were flying at an altitude of over 1,000 meters, Carl and Enel's observation hockey had a very wide coverage area. A mere few kilometers was nothing to worry about. It turned out to be that guy Blackbeard. He actually captured her through his observation hockey. Carl saw Bonnie being caught by Blackbeard Teach, who was trying to persuade Bonnie to become his woman. Carl heard Teach's words clearly, but had no interest in discussing the other party's privacy. So, Carl directly lowered the warship, and, in the blink of an eye, they arrived above Blackbeard and his crew. Long time no see, Blackbeard. I heard you've withdrawn from the Warlords of the Sea, killed Moria, and even repelled Marco. That's quite impressive. I just wonder how much you've improved compared to your former self. Carl leisurely approached Teach. Enel and the others followed behind Carl, forcing Blackbeard and his crew to retreat. Although Enel and the others still needed to grow, the strength of Enel Nilu and Enzo had already reached the level of a vice admiral. Even Jess's strength was barely reaching that level. The strength of the other members hovered around the Commodore level. Additionally, the four main combat personnel had awakened their observation hockey and armament hockey. Their strength was already considerable, posing a certain threat to the members of the Blackbeard Pirates. Therefore, they dared not act rashly and could only wait for their captain's orders. Long time no see, Admiral White Eagle. It's been a while. I hope you're doing well. White Eagle was the title given to Carl after his promotion to Admiral, which he personally did not like. But it was the will of the Five Elders and Sakazuki. White represents the peace dove of the world government, symbolizing peace. Eagle reflects Carl's decisive and aggressive style of action, hence the title. However, Carl was not fond of this title. With the spread of news from the Navy, Carl was promoted to Chapter 169, Thousand Paths Transformation. On a certain unknown island, a company called Buggy Express was thriving. However, today, a naval warship descended from the sky and landed directly at the entrance of Buggy Express, startling everyone there. Some hot-tempered individuals even wanted to take action against the warship. But when they saw who disembarked from the ship, they immediately wilted, not even daring to catch their breath. For the person who stepped off the ship was none other than the new admiral, White Hawk Carl. Quickly inform Lord Buggy that a naval admiral has arrived. Buggy's subordinates trembled in fear, not daring to speak loudly. Even when notifying someone, they did so quietly, as if they were thieves. The people around who were transporting goods also stopped and nervously looked toward Carl. Continue your work. I'm here to see Buggy. It's none of your concern. As Carl spoke, they finally breathed a sigh of relief and resumed their tasks. Carl walked alone into Buggy Express. He didn't let Enel and the others disembark because it was entirely unnecessary. He was here just to have Buggy sign a document and didn't want to waste too much time. Moreover, the goods transported by Buggy Express didn't contain any contraband or slaves. This company, after all, was a legitimate one registered on the other side of the world government. Perhaps Buggy was secretly involved in some smuggling to earn extra money, but at least the visible goods were acceptable, which was also why Sakazuki chose him to be one of the 7 warlords. Buggy was very perceptive, knowing what should and shouldn't be done, and what could be done openly and what had to be done secretly. It was precisely because of this ability that he managed to grow the company to such a scale in just a few months. Even Carl had to admire him. White, Lord White Hawk, you have arrived. I will prepare a room for you and a grand feast to welcome you. Buggy floated out from inside, respectfully welcoming Carl. However, his floating appearance looked very much like a clown, quite comical. Especially with his feet still on the ground, the scene appeared even more ridiculous. This was Buggy's ability. The chop fruit. Thousand Paths Transformation. Buggy, is it? I heard that you and Shanks were once crew members of Roger's ship and even fought against the young Whitebeard. Is that true? Upon hearing Carl's words, Buggy was taken aback. He wanted to respond, but didn't know how, as what Carl said was true. However, the subordinates beside him suddenly became respectful upon hearing Carl's words. They hadn't expected their leader to have such glorious achievements. Although they already knew that Carl and Shanks were both trainee pirates of the Roger Pirates, most of them were unaware that Buggy had fought against Whitebeard. While that battle had been little more than them just going through the motions, it still held significance. Since you're so strong, how about we spar a bit? Let me see your true strength. Just as Buggy was unsure how to deflect the situation, Carl suddenly said this, causing Buggy to shiver in fear. Every hair on his body stood on end. Then, Carl unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, knocking out nearly half of the people around them, leaving only a small number to witness this moment. Buggy also felt the Conqueror's Haki. Although he was weak, he had once been an intern on Roger's ship. While the Haki affected him, he had long since stopped fainting from it. The subordinates around him saw that Buggy was not affected and even noticed him slightly leaning forward, his body trembling continuously. This made him, Chapter 170, meeting Teslo again after leaving the Buggy Express Company. Carl reported the successful recruitment of the 7 warlords to Sakazuki. Sakazuki was very satisfied with Carl's efficiency, as he completed everything in just one day. Next, Carl's destination was the Golden City. Carl briefly discussed the draft for promoting the world conscription information with Sakazuki before hanging up the transponder snail. Time flew by, and a night passed. Since the Golden City is a ship, although it is quite large, it is still sailing. The Golden City has already navigated deep into the New World. This area is considered both the safest and the most dangerous. It used to belong to Whitebeard, but he has passed away. The remnants of Whitebeard, led by Marco, are completely incapable of reclaiming their territory. However, Blackbeard has not fully taken control of these lands, resulting in a chaotic place where pirates compete for dominance. Even Teslo wants to get a piece of the action here. That is why it took Carl an entire night to reach the location of the Golden City. It is just too far away. At normal flying speed, it would take 3 days and 2 nights to reach here from the new Marine base. This shows just how distant it really is. As with the previous occasions, do not casually touch the golden sand here. As for other places, feel free to play around. I'll 1T interfere. If you don't want to play, just rest well on the ship or continue training. If there is anything, just call my transponder snail. After giving these instructions, Carl left the warship and flew towards the Golden Building. Although Mr. Tanaka wanted to lead the way, Carl had been here once before and was already familiar with the route. So, he quickly flew with Tanaka to the Golden Building. The speed was so fast that after Tanaka got off, he immediately felt nauseous and vomited. Such poor physical condition. Seeing Tanaka's reaction, Carl couldn't help but shake his head, then entered the building and arrived at Tezulo's room. "Long time no see, Mr. Carl. It's been about 4 to 5 months since we last met. And you've become a vice admiral of the White Eagle. What a surprise," Tezulo exclaimed. "When you came here last time, you were just a rear admiral. Time really flies, making one reflect." Tezulo was filled with emotion. Although he had made a lot of money now, his strength had not improved much, and he had even returned to being controlled by the Celestial Dragons. Due to what happened with Carl last time, the Celestial Dragons sent 3 CP0 agents this time, just in case. But what about Carl? In just a few months, he not only gained fame, but also made a qualitative leap in strength, even becoming a Marine Admiral. Codename White Eagle. Such a fierce reputation is something Tezulo could never emulate because he is afraid of death. Not bad. I've been doing well during this time. However, for me, gaining fame isn't necessarily a good thing, Carl said as he sat on the sofa and had Tanaka pour him a glass of wine. Everything seemed to return to the way it was when Carl first came here. Tezulo stared at Carl in silence. Carl also sipped his wine without any intention of speaking. Tanaka stood nearby, shivering. After a moment, Tezulo could no longer bear the silence and took the initiative to speak. "Mr. Carl, I have a question. Did you really kill Whitebeard with your own hands? How is that possible? Whitebeard is so strong. Of course, I couldn't kill him myself," Carl casually replied. But his words left Tezulo stunned. Chapter 171, A Laugh. Personal issues? Since it's a personal issue, can't you solve it privately? Why bother me? I'm not anyone to you. There's no need for me to help you with this. Whatever the cost is, I'm not afraid of your high demands. At most, I can bring my men to investigate you, and I could still make a good profit. Hearing Carl's words, Tezulo's mouth twitched. He never expected Carl's line of thinking to be so peculiar. Generally, if someone encounters such a problem, they would definitely ask curiously, or at least wait for Tezulo to finish speaking before making a decision. But Carl directly refused, even saying such things that left Tezulo speechless, because at first glance, Carl's words didn't seem unreasonable. "All right, Lord Carl, to be honest, this matter is not just my personal issue. If you don't help me solve it, my Golden City won't be able to continue operating. What is going on? Is it that serious?" Hearing Tezulo's words, Carl was also stunned, and his curiosity was piqued. Although Carl didn't intend to help Tezulo, that didn't stop him from wanting to hear the story. Tezulo saw the curious expression on Carl's face, sighed, and then placed a person's information in front of Carl. This person is called a Laugh. He is a gambler, and he has never lost a game here. If he continues to win, the customers here will be dissatisfied, and today happens to be the day CP0 is coming for an inspection. He has won against all of CP0, so you understand why I say this, right? So it's him. Upon seeing a Laugh's photo, Carl nodded, instantly understanding why Tezulo would say such things. Although a Laugh is blind, his observation haki is very strong. Moreover, as a gambler, even without using observation haki, his skills allow him to win every bet. Even if Tezulo sends people to cause trouble or set traps, a Laugh can easily resolve them. What is more, he is a superhuman type, gravity fruit user, and has exceptionally strong observation haki. This means that any cheating methods would be rendered completely ineffective in front of him. While Tezulo is at a loss, a Laugh is profiting immensely. However, such situations have occurred before. Even if someone keeps winning, Tezulo wouldn't mind, because this would stir the resentment of other gamblers, making them think they could also win. This is commonly known as if he can do it, so can I? But in reality, they really can't. Without a Laugh's strength and skills, their attempts would only end up giving money to Tezulo. So he has no aversion to a Laugh. But the fact that a Laugh won against CP0 is something those CP0 members cannot tolerate. They even want to take action against a Laugh. However, with a Laugh's admiral level strength, those mere CP0 members are no match for him and are naturally defeated in an instant. However, a Laugh adheres to a sense of justice and would not easily kill those people, especially when CP0 identifies themselves. A Laugh would never take the initiative to harm their lives. But it is precisely because of his style that Tezulo received the order to eliminate a Laugh. Otherwise, CP0 would immediately confiscate the heavenly gold. This would mean that Tezulo's recent revenue would go down the drain, and he would not only gain nothing, but potentially incur significant losses. That is why he feels so helpless. How about this? I'll take this person with me. And regarding the matter I entrusted to you, you will help me do it now. Carl patted Tezulo on the shoulder, then activated his observation haki, heading toward the Laugh's location. Chapter 172. Sparring. Didn't you see that we're having a great time here? Who do you think you are, daring to disturb us? White General White Eagle. You're here. I didn't see your true identity. Please don't take offense. The administrator in charge of this table was initially a bit angry when he heard someone wanted to call Yixiao away. However, when he saw that the visitor was Carl, he immediately gasped and stuttered. Fortunately, he quickly got his tongue in order and performed an awkward bow to Carl. The others, upon hearing his words, gasped in shock and quickly retreated several meters. Some even abandoned the money on the table, fearing that being too close to Carl would offend him. The rumors about Carl at sea all portray him as decisive and ruthless, with a strong sense of justice and a fierce hatred for evil. Although his righteous actions have been publicized by the Navy, aside from ordinary people and those at the top, the others who are not doing well or are somewhat mediocre do not care about Carl's acts of justice. They only know that Carl would never show mercy to scoundrels like them. After all, Carl rarely captures people. He generally beats his enemies to death. It's that simple. One could say that anyone who has committed a crime would have a certain fear of Carl. Therefore, their expressions when they looked at Yixiao were filled with sympathy and mockery. Some even speculated that Yixiao must have done something heinous for Carl to chase him here. General White Eagle, is it? May I ask what you want with me? I don't remember doing anything heinous. If I had to say, it would be that I fought off a few CP0 members who tried to rob me a couple of days ago. You actually fought CP0? My God. Upon hearing Fujitora's words, everyone at the table gasped again, retreating several more meters, even moving to other tables. They looked at Fujitora with incredulous expressions, unable to imagine that this person, who had been winning but seemed honest and simple, could be so violent and unafraid of CP0's power, daring to attack them. This led them to speculate that Carl must have come for this matter. Although CP0 is not a celestial dragon, at certain times, CP0 embodies the authority of the celestial dragons. Here, they hold supreme power, disregarding strength. No one dares to provoke them. Carl scanned the crowd around him, revealing a disdainful expression. He felt no need to explain anything to these people, as they were not even in the same world as him, or even Yixiao. So there was no need for further conversation. If this weren't Golden City, the special casino allowed by the world, Carl would have already captured them all. Why would he allow these criminals to roam freely here? Therefore, Carl directly unleashed his Conqueror's Haki, stunning those around him. As for those who remained conscious, Carl had no intention of troubling them. He then shifted his gaze to Yixiao. Mr. Yixiao, shall we step outside to chat? Sure, but before that, please allow me to exchange these chips first. Yixiao went to the exchange window and only converted a portion of his money for daily expenses. As for the remaining tens of millions of berries, he didn't take a single one. Seeing his actions, the people present were astonished. And even Carl couldn't understand why he didn't want that money. It seemed Yixiao noticed Carl's confusion and smiled as he began to explain. Chapter 173. Recruitment Order. You want me to join the Navy and become an admiral? What on earth is the Navy doing? Yixiao was completely confused and had no idea what Carl was talking about. However, Carl did not explain. Instead, he casually released a sharp sword energy that directly charged towards Yixiao. Faced with this sword energy capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones, Yixiao did not take it lightly and immediately used his ability to forcefully shatter the attack. Yixiao's expression then became serious. Taking a deep breath, he swung his knife several times at Carl. Gravity blade, fierce tiger, boom. At once, numerous deep craters appeared around Carl, and even he felt a tremendous sense of pressure. This invisible attack left Carl unable to defend for a moment. Although he could foresee it with Kinbunchika Haki, he did not expect the gravity to come so swiftly. But soon, Carl used his ability to shake the surrounding space apart. However, he did not directly show the power of the Gura no Mi. Instead, he used the power of the Fuwa no Mi as cover to activate the Gura no Mi's ability. It must be said that Whitebeard's Gura no Mi is very useful when facing gravity suppression. Just a slight activation of the tremor can break this gravity suppression, making it almost like a superior fruit to the gravity fruit. But Carl activating the Fuwa no Mi does not achieve this effect. Even the surrounding air is similarly suppressed. From this perspective, the gravity fruit appears to be a superior fruit to the Fuwa no Mi. At the same time, the Fuwa no Mi also has the effect of restraining the gravity fruit. This discovery left Carl unsure whether to laugh or cry. Fortunately, both the Gura no Mi and the Fuwa no Mi are in Carl's possession. Otherwise, he would not be this relaxed. Truly worthy of being the admiral who killed Whitebeard, his strength is not to be underestimated. After testing each other, it was time to show some real skills, right? How about a decisive move to determine the victor? As long as you can satisfy me, I will tell you why I sought you out. Karl's tone was very arrogant, making Yi Xiao somewhat displeased. However, there was nothing he could do. After all, Karl was the youngest admiral in Navy history and also quite powerful. Yi Xiao couldn't afford to ignore him, and he was eager to know why the Navy was looking for him. If it was to capture him, Karl would have already made his move instead of engaging him under the pretext of sparring. It was obvious he was testing Yi Xiao's strength. Thinking of this, Yi Xiao stepped on the ground of Golden City and directly drew his knife to release his fruit ability. Moments later, a massive meteorite engulfed in flames appeared above Golden City. Seeing this, all the tourists in Golden City were shocked and immediately fled the area. While this meteorite wouldn't silence Golden City, it could definitely destroy a small area. Just then, Tianzhong arrived on the scene, and upon seeing the meteorite above him, he was startled and nearly fainted. He never expected Yi Xiao to have the ability to summon meteorites. It was simply terrifying. Not just him, even Taizolo, who was sitting in his office at that moment, saw the meteorite in the sky and couldn't help but gasp in shock. Are they kidding me? However, while others were in shock, Karl was not affected at all. He merely clapped his hands and returned Kuraki and Sakura to their sheaths. White Eagle. Chapter 174. Lifelong friends, Mr. Tanaka. Is this what you witnessed with your own eyes? Lord Taisolo, this is indeed what I saw with my own eyes and heard with my own ears. General White Eagle came here to recruit Yi Xiao to join the Navy. Huh, I really didn't expect that a gambler could actually become a general. But this shows that the Navy is truly out of options. Taisolo sat in his office with a calm expression, revealing no thoughts. On the other hand, Tanaka was trembling with fear. He wasn't worried about Taisolo, but rather that CP0 would learn about this news and take action against Taisolo. After all, they had issued orders for Taisolo to deal with Yi Xiao, or else he would have to pay the heavenly gold. Not to mention that Taisolo was unwilling. Even Tanaka didn't want to. Part of that heavenly gold included his own money, so of course, Tanaka wouldn't be willing. Lord Taisolo, I have a plan. I wonder if you would be willing to hear it. At this moment, one of Taisolo's confidants, Bakera, spoke up. Bakera, what is your plan? My idea is to divert the disaster. Since Yi Xiao was taken away by the Navy, we can simply inform CP0 about this matter. Then I will use a small trick to focus CP0's attention entirely on General White Eagle, which would make us much safer. You have a plan? With Karl's character, he will leave here soon, at the latest tonight. Are you sure you can shift CP0's attention to them in such a short time? Taisolo clasped his hands under his chin, his eyes filled with doubt. Bakera then took out a gold coin and tossed it in his hand. After a moment, the coin landed in Bakera's palm, showing heads. Bakera then smiled knowingly, swaying his graceful figure as he walked out of the room. Lord Taisolo, rest assured, I already have a plan. Meanwhile, Karl and Yi Xiao were drinking heavily in a bar. Some time had passed since their sparring session. The crisis brought by the meteorite had shocked everyone in Golden City, but did not affect their enjoyment of food and drink. The bar was still bustling with business. Karl and Yi Xiao were like lifelong friends, continuously drinking and chatting. Their views and ideologies, even their sense of justice, were somewhat similar. Though not 100% in agreement, they were at least aligned to about 50 or 60%. Yi Xiao had not encountered someone he could talk to so happily in a long time. Therefore, he completely let down his guard and chatted freely with Karl. Their conversation revolved around criticizing the current world and why there were so many desperate criminals and pirates. Even though their surroundings were full of outlaws, Karl and Yi Xiao had the strength to completely ignore their gazes. Additionally, since Karl was wearing a Navy uniform, even if he was facing away from them and not revealing his face, these people were still quite timid. Mocking and slandering the Navy was one thing, but when they actually faced such desperate individuals, they were quicker to back down than anyone. Haha, I really didn't expect that at my age. I would still meet someone like you to chat with. It feels really comfortable to talk with you. I also feel pretty good chatting with you. Ultimately, it's because our views are close. Even our understanding of justice is similar. If it were Sakazuki here, he wouldn't be chatting with you about this. He would be thinking about how to sink this ship instead. Chapter 175. Arrogant CP0? They have a grudge against me, so I can't be bothered to talk to them. I also don't intend to communicate with these people. Karl and Yi Xiao simultaneously moved and left directly. Bakala, seeing this, was not angry but simply made way. She knew she couldn't stop these two, so she chose not to, but instead left it to the CP0 personnel to handle. She herself arranged the cups and filled them with wine. Although she was well aware that the 6 of them would not sit down to talk, there still needed to be a sense of ceremony. Bakala, this is none of your business. Get out, one of the CP0 members said in a hoarse voice. Upon hearing this, Bakala elegantly bowed and then turned to leave. Carl and Yixiao initially wanted to leave, but they were blocked by 4 CP0 members. Among these 4, Carl felt that the person on the far left looked somewhat familiar, but he couldn't think of who the others were. All 4 CP0 members were now wearing masks and wide white robes that covered them. In such a situation, unless they were particularly familiar, Carl wouldn't be able to discern who they were even using his observation hockey. Admiral White Eagle, I have a question for you. What is your relationship with Yixiao? The hoarse-voiced man continued, looking like he was the leader of the group. I just met Mr. Carl today. If you want to take revenge on me, just target me alone. Mr. Carl has nothing to do with that. That matter? What matter? Carl was confused, while Yixiao scratched the back of his head innocently and then leaned toward Carl's ear, laughing as he spoke. I won their money, they were unhappy. So they came looking for trouble, and then I beat them up, so now they are targeting me. So was this matter? It's just a beating. Is it necessary to make such a fuss? At the time, they were beaten in the sewage ditch. They had all taken a bath and filled their bellies with water. Carl. Hearing Yixiao say this made Carl feel the urge to hit him. If the roles were reversed, he certainly wouldn't let the other side off the hook, so it wasn't surprising that CP0 was relentless. Admiral White Eagle, since you just met him, you should leave here quickly. We don't want to get involved with you. But sir, didn't we previously say? You useless fool. Shut up. After the hoarse-voiced man finished speaking, another man tried to add something but was directly shouted back. Then Carl saw that the person was glaring at him with a look full of hatred, which suddenly reminded him of someone. Are you the connection I beat up? As Carl's words fell, the scene fell into a very cold silence. The man who was shouted at could only glare at Carl with hatred but dared not speak. The hoarse-voiced man shook his head and stepped forward, using his nearly 3-meter height advantage to look down at Carl. Carl, you're just a Navy officer. No matter how strong your abilities are, you belong to the world's subordinates. Since you are the world's subordinates, we CP0 naturally have the right to command you. So I now order you to leave immediately. Do you have that qualification? Seeing the other party finally revealing their true colors, Carl sneered and said dismissively. The previously polite attitude of CP0 made him somewhat uncomfortable. Now this arrogant, condescending CP0 was the real CP0. Do you want to interfere with our mission? His voice became increasingly hoarse, and his aura grew stronger. Chapter 176, The Summons of the 5 Elders. Mr. Carl, are we really okay doing this? Although Yixiao was brought out by Carl, he still felt a bit uneasy. Carl's actions had completely offended CP0. Yixiao had not yet become a general, so he was hesitant. But Carl was different. He not only had fame and status, but more importantly, his strength was still intact. Therefore, he had the confidence to offend the other party and ensure that they could not retaliate. Haha, don't worry, Yixiao, there's definitely no problem. Carl waved his hand and took Yixiao back to the ship. Originally, Carl's plan was to let Yixiao report to the Navy headquarters by himself, which would save Carl a lot of trouble. However, now that the CP0 incident had occurred, Carl had to take responsibility and send Yixiao to the Navy headquarters to confer the rank of general upon him. As for CP0, Carl didn't care what they were thinking. The situation within the Navy was concerning. If CP0 continued to control the Navy's recruitment, the Navy would truly become a shell of its former self. At that time, it would all be CP0's people, and even Sakazuki might have to resign. Carl then notified Enel and the others to prepare for the return journey. Using his ability, he lifted the warship into the air and headed towards the Navy's new base. Truly worthy of the float fruit. It was so convenient. Yixiao couldn't help but exclaim as he saw Carl control the warship flying up. Carl glanced at him and casually said, "You don't need to envy me. Your gravity fruit can do the same, right? Ha ha ha, you saw through me." Yixiao awkwardly scratched his head, then sat down on the ground, completely unconcerned about his image. Carl also sat down on the ground, while the cat demon and Black Feather understood and brought over some snacks and drinks, continuing to drink. Just then, Endur cautiously walked out, holding a transponder snail. Mr. Carl, this is a call from Admiral Sakazuki. Endur's voice was soft and tearful, clearly frightened by Sakazuki. Give it to me. Carl gently took the transponder snail and patted Endur's head. Senior Sakazuki, is there something you need? Even if there is, you shouldn't scare Endur. Oof. Don't change the subject. Tell me, did you kill a CP0? Yes, but what does that have to do with me? He obstructed me from carrying out my mission. which is a crime of obstructing public duty. I had the right to execute him. Carl, do you know that this matter has already reached the five elders? They wanted to call you back and question you about why you did this. Sakazuki's tone was very unfriendly, clearly angry about Carl killing CP0. However, Carl did not expect that CP0 had the ability to directly contact the five elders. This meant that someone among them had significant power. This person could at least communicate with the upper echelons of the celestial dragons, or even speak directly with the five elders. In this case, things might become quite troublesome. Even Carl had to treat this matter with caution. I understand, just don't yell at me. I'll bring Ishao back now, and I'll be there in 2 or 3 days. Come back as soon as possible, but you did the right thing. After you return, I will go with you to meet the five elders and plead for you. We are the Navy and cannot be restrained by mere CP0. Otherwise, our Navy would have long ceased to exist. Senior Sakazuki, you've learned from Senior Sengoku too, huh? You made rapid progress. Congratulations. Ha ha ha. You brat. Don't waste my time with nonsense. Chapter 177, Meeting Alone. Mary Geos. The peak of power. Carl has arrived here once again, but this time he is alone. Last time, Sengoku was here and Carl could confidently leave matters to him. Sakazuki originally planned to be with Carl, but due to the world conscription issue, he was harshly reprimanded by the five elders. Subsequently, he was forcibly expelled from Mary Geos. The five elders made it clear that they wanted him to clean up the mess and manage the entire Navy properly. The five elders were not fools. After Sakazuki's explanation, they understood the benefits of world conscription. Therefore, they decided not to say much, but to let him return directly to manage the Navy, forbidding him from causing any further trouble. This led to Carl arriving at Mary Geos alone, just missing the ship that Sakazuki took back. However, even facing the five elders alone, Carl was not afraid. Even if the other side wanted to back CP0, he could always leave the Navy. After all, he was not worried about where to go. The situation on Law's side was not optimistic, as he had not recruited too many people, but if Carl joined, the outcome would be completely different. Plus, he had Dressrosa as a loyal ally. So Carl felt confident and was not afraid of what the five elders would do to him. In fact, the five elders truly did not dare to take action against Carl. Putting aside Carl's strength and identity, his current reputation in the Navy was arguably the third highest after Garp and Sengoku. Now, Garp and Sengoku were in a semi-retired state, and the previous Marineford War had left the Navy severely undermanned. If they were to punish Carl, it would indeed be a suicidal act. The five elders exchanged glances, staring at each other, with no one daring to speak. No one wanted to drive away a high-end combat force for the sake of a mere CP0, especially since that CP0 was just a minor character. He relied on his sister, marrying a celestial dragon to gain his current status. Otherwise, he would have spent his life as a bodyguard, never becoming a CP0 agent. So, did you call me here for something or not? If not, I will leave right now. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward, and since the five elders did not speak first, Carl was unsure of their intentions. Ultimately, it was Carl who broke the silence and voiced his doubts. The five elders glanced at each other and realized that remaining silent was indeed not appropriate. Ahem, Admiral Carl. The main reason we called you here is to remind you not to have such a bad temper. Although CP0 was in the wrong this time, you also had your faults. They interfered with your mission, and you could have completely ignored them and reported to Sakazuki or directly to us, the five elders. If everyone were to act like you and deal lethally with unreasonable CP0, they would be very dissatisfied. So I hope you can learn from this lesson and avoid a repeat. The bearded five elder spoke gently, and his demeanor clearly showed that he did not want to offend Carl. If it were any other Navy personnel, even Admiral Kazuru, they would not have been so harmonious. This was simply because they were currently short-staffed, and Carl's reputation had reached its peak after defeating Whitebeard. Chapter 179, The General Meeting. Goitzolo, what made you think of contacting me? Are you saying that Blackbeard has already started to act, preparing to take over Whitebeard's territory? All right, I understand the situation. You don't need to get involved. Let him take his time. When that sheep is fat enough, I will naturally take action. So you don't have to worry about it. All right, that's enough. I will keep an eye on this matter, and you take care of your safety. Without giving Taizuo Luo a chance to speak, Carl directly hung up the phone bug and rubbed his temples. Didn't he expect Taizuo Luo to take the initiative to curry favor? What happened to all that pride? What happened to starting his own business and not relying on others? Now he wants to flatter and cling to someone, but it seems he is not doing it right, which is quite frustrating for Carl. However, this news is also quite important for the Navy. So Carl immediately passed this information to Sakazuki for him to handle. Carl didn't want to get involved in this mess. Carl, did the Gorosei give you a hard time? After Carl finished reporting the intelligence, Sakazuki suddenly said this, leaving Carl somewhat puzzled. You actually care about people? My God, that's amazing. Carl's tone was very comical, and his expression was exaggerated, resembling a certain celebrity. Seeing Carl's funny expression, Sakazuki's face turned green. Beside him, Borsalino, who had just taken a sip of water, sprayed it all out. However, Fujitora, who couldn't see anything, felt confused, but Carl's tone was amusing. Plus, with Borsalino's reaction, he could roughly guess what was going on and started laughing as well. Carl, be serious. All right, Senior Sakazuki, I'm just joking. Is it necessary to be so serious? Carl shrugged and then sat down next to Fujitora. At this time, Fujitora had already become a general and obtained his own rank. It was a special period. Everything was simplified, and even the awarding ceremony was greatly simplified. This led to Carl missing the awarding ceremony again, which made him a bit helpless. How does General Fujitora feel? It's okay. I didn't expect becoming a general would be this easy, so I don't feel much. Fujitora honestly spoke the truth, which made Borsalino next to him spray out again. Sakazuki's face turned even greener. He looked at Carl and Fujitora, feeling like he was watching two clowns and wished he could kick them both out. But there were still important matters to attend to, so he restrained his anger and seriously asked Carl, answer me. What did the Gorosei say to you? This is very important. Actually, they didn't say much. Seeing Sakazuki's serious expression, this time Carl didn't joke around but directly recounted what the Gorosei had said before. Although the Navy is subordinate to the world government and under the jurisdiction of the Gorosei, Sakazuki does not fully belong to the Gorosei faction. His working style aligns very well with what the Gorosei likes, which makes them think Sakazuki is easy to control. But in reality, this is not the case. It's just that Sakazuki takes obeying orders as his duty, so he executes all orders without complaint. However, after he became the marshal, he realized that the Gorosei did not value the Navy, and he was merely there. Chapter 180. Individual tasks cleaning up the first half of the Grand Line and the evils of the Four Seas. This is truly the style of a marshal. Yahaha. Enel laughed heartily, looking very excited. Next to him, Nilu was also trembling with excitement. However, Enzo was not as thrilled, because this task would separate all of them for training. Although this was a task accepted by Carl, the main purpose was still to let Enel and the others gain experience. If they continued to stay under Carl's wing, their current strength would be their limit. Even Carl must find ways to make them experience more battles to improve their strength. The task this time was simple, to clean up the pirates within a year. There were no specific targets for this mission. Even if you just found a place to take a nap, I wouldn't mind. However, the premise is that after a year, when you return to the headquarters, I must see your growth. Otherwise, you should understand the consequences. Hearing Carl's words, Enel and the others shuddered and nodded like chicks pecking at rice. Seeing them so obedient, Carl also showed a relieved expression and then assigned tasks. The first half of the Grand Line was entrusted to Nilu and Enzo. With their Vice Admiral level strength, they were more than capable of suppressing the first half of the Grand Line. Enel was responsible for the Sabaody Archipelago. Due to the relocation of the Navy headquarters, the Sabaody Archipelago had completely become a lawless zone. All the pirates and slave traders were reveling in this. Someone needed to teach them a lesson. Enel was just right for this responsibility, and his strength had surpassed the Vice Admiral level, reaching the Quasi-Admiral level. This level of strength even surpassed Nilu, who had always been on par with him. It must be said that with the enhancement of the Rumble Rumble fruit, along with Haki, the increase in strength was indeed terrifying. He was the most suitable to be in charge of the security of the Sabaody Archipelago. However, there was also a problem. The celestial dragons frequently appeared in the Sabaody Archipelago. So, Carl wisely assigned Erlen to work with him. At critical times, Erlen could dissuade Enel. Even if he didn't listen, Erlen could report to Carl. At that time, Carl would handle it. Then there was Jess. He was also in the Sabaody Archipelago, but he was not responsible for dealing with the criminals and pirates there. Carl's task for him was simple, to be ready to support other areas at any time. After all, he was a snow fruit user. Although his flying speed was not as fast as Carl and Enel, it was still decent. As long as he wanted, he could fly from Sabaody to Reverse Mountain in less than 2 days. So, Carl was very assured to assign this task to him. Moreover, he could assist Erlen in stopping the impulsive Enel, ensuring he wouldn't cause unnecessary trouble. Finally, there were the cat demon, Black Feather, and Intil. Carl chose to take all three of them to travel the four seas, while also letting them learn more knowledge. The main reason was that Carl wanted the cat demon to learn more cooking techniques, so she could make better dishes and snacks. Although this distribution seemed a bit strange, they didn't team mind. After all, the pirates in the four seas were too weak. They might not even want to deal with them. So Carl had to take responsibility himself. He could also help Erlen clear out the Vinsmoke family. Erlen was very touched by this and expressed that he would absolutely be loyal to Carl and never betray him. Chapter 181. Battle Peach Maru. After receiving the approval from Sakazuki, Carl followed a special ship to a unique, unnamed island. This was the place where Vegapunk conducted his research. This place had no name, and most of the people here also had no names. Only a few guards stationed here, and those qualified to conduct research with Vegapunk were deemed worthy of their original names. The world government's purpose in doing this was simple: to maintain the mystery of this place, discouraging outsiders from entering easily. More importantly, this also helped prevent the leakage of confidential information. If someone tried to capture the researchers here, they would be at a loss when asked for code names, as they wouldn't know who the people here were. Except for Vegapunk. However, as a key protected individual, Vegapunk could not be easily captured either. As for the other people, the world government did not care about their lives. In such a strange and unique place, even Carl, upon learning about the situation here, couldn't he help but feel a chill. He never expected this place to be so bizarre. It truly surprised him. Carl muttered to himself while following the guide. The guide looked odd as well. He walked stiffly, couldn't he speak, and his facial expressions were very rigid, resembling a corpse. However, Carl could clearly sense a normal human life force emanating from him. So he was not dead, but very much alive. As for why he was like this, Carl couldn't figure it out. Afterward, Carl followed this person for quite a while, during which his presence attracted a lot of attention. Most of the people here were very curious about Carl, as he was the youngest admiral in the Navy. Becoming an admiral in just half a year was something no one had ever achieved before, and no one even dared to think about it. But now Carl had done it. As someone without a background, recruited from outside, he had risen to the rank of admiral in just half a year, becoming the best goal for everyone to strive for. One could say that Carl himself had become the best motivational figure. Now many Navy personnel and world government staff were fantasizing about being Carl too. They worked hard and trained diligently, hoping to become stronger and more useful. But little did they know that their efforts would not earn them favor from the higher-ups, as they were just ordinary people. Carl followed the guide to the deepest part. Although he had been watched for nearly 10 minutes, he didn't mind. However, the winding path was frustrating, as they had gone in circles for several kilometers. That was what left Carl speechless. "Hey, ISNT, that Admiral Whitehawk. What brings you here?" Suddenly, a voice made Carl stop and turn around. "Are you Battle Peach Maru?" Upon seeing the familiar figure, Carl immediately recalled that this was Vegapunk's exclusive bodyguard, Battle Peach Maru. There was no way to mistake him. His physique was too distinctive. He claimed to be the strongest man in defense, with strength surpassing that of an average vice admiral, reaching the quasi-admiral level. However, he didn't make many appearances, and the only thing disclosed about his identity was that he was Vegapunk's exclusive bodyguard. He could even control the pacifistas and had carried out attacks. Other than that, not much else was described. I didn't expect the famous Admiral Whitehawk to recognize me. Did the old man mention me? Yes, Borisolino sometimes brings you up, saying you are one of the most. Chapter 182. Deep conversation with Vegapunk. Got it. Sabaody, you can leave first. I'll take my leave now. You two have a good chat. Just call me if you need anything outside. Sabaody glanced at Carl, then at Vegapunk, before leaving the spacious laboratory. After he left, Vegapunk turned around and took off his glasses. "It's not appropriate to touch each other in the lab, so I won't shake your hand. Please find a place to sit." Navy Carl. Vegapunk's voice was neither humble nor overbearing. It was impossible to detect any emotion. His tone was calm and seemed gentle, but upon closer inspection, it had nothing to do with warmth. Looking at the dry and somewhat thin man before him, Carl had originally thought Vegapunk would be someone with great authority and pride. However, he didn't expect Vegapunk to appear so ordinary at first glance, completely different from the rumors. "Hello, Dr. Vegapunk. I'm Admiral Carl of the Navy. It's truly an honor to meet you. But if shaking hands is inconvenient, let's skip the formalities. My purpose here is simple. The first thing is to give you some information, and the second is to ask you for a small favor. I want to use this information in exchange for keeping Kuma's memories from being erased." "You're talking about Bartholomew Kuma, one of the 7 warlords of the sea?" "That's right." Carl nodded, and Vegapunk rubbed his chin while looking at the information Carl handed over. He didn't directly refuse or agree, but instead observed the information to see what it was worth. Soon, Vegapunk discovered that much of the content in the information exceeded his understanding. Although most of the information only contained the final product, with none of the intermediate research data, just seeing the end result left Vegapunk utterly shocked. Because if he could accomplish what was described in this information, he was confident he could change the world. Where did you get this? Vegapunk suppressed his inner astonishment and asked Carl. Carl smiled slightly, leaning back in his chair. I stumbled upon it after taking down a group of small pirates in the New World. It was among a pile of things they were using to prop up a table. You mean to say that such important information was used by a bunch of pirates to prop up a table? Hearing Carl's words, Vegapunk finally showed a hint of emotional fluctuation, his eyes filled with anger. He was furious to learn that this information had been used as a table prop. At this moment, Carl pretended to be very distressed and spoke in a deep voice. Yes, not only that, but I also saw a lot of data, unfortunately. It was either torn apart or burned to ashes. They actually used such important information to start a fire. Can you imagine that? When I saw this, I wished I could resurrect those people just to kill them again. Too bad I don't have the ability to resurrect. Otherwise, I would really do it. Seeing Carl's flawless performance, Vegapunk examined him up and down, finding no flaws. Finally, he sighed and placed the information on the table. What a pity. If you could obtain the complete information, not only would I agree to preserve Kuma's memories, but I would even agree to do whatever you ask. Right now, this information looks good, but in reality, it doesn't help me much. However, it doesn't matter. Your willingness to hand this over shows that you understand how important this is. I promise you I'll keep a backup of Kuma's memories, but I won't directly inject. Chapter 183. Return and Set Sail. I really didn't expect that as a researcher, I could have such a good conversation with you, a naval admiral. Hearing your words has suddenly opened up my mind. If I really can create these things, I owe you a huge favor, Carl. Rest assured, when the time comes, no matter what conditions you have, I will agree. Vegapunk was extremely excited. Carl's ideas had enlightened him, and he had even thought about how to create these Terminators. Although he couldn't guarantee that these Terminators would have their own complete thoughts, it was all up to human effort. As long as Vegapunk's mind doesn't decline, he will always find a way. And the most important thing is, aren't there still pacifists around? Plus, since the bear has already been modified, if Carl's ideas are correct, Vegapunk can completely put the bear's thoughts back in and turn it into a complete Terminator. Although the firepower of Terminators is not as good as that of pacifists, the strongest aspect of Terminators is still their self-evolution capability. This has been reflected in many aspects of the movies. Moreover, among these technologies, Terminators can only be considered the most basic type. There are other technologies, such as weapons that ordinary people can use to become powerful, as well as some special props. There are even wormhole technologies and the like, all of which Vegapunk can research. Vegapunk was now so excited that he was practically dancing around, as if he wouldn't get tired at all. However, Carl was feeling a bit fatigued. He glanced at the time and realized that he had been here talking with Vegapunk for 3 days and 3 nights. Although they were getting more and more into the conversation, Carl didn't expect it to last this long. This completely exceeded his plans, but at least it didn't delay anything. It just gave him a headache. I'm a bit tired. As long as you're happy, remember to notify me if you can really develop it. Haha, don't worry. As long as I succeed, I will definitely notify you at the first opportunity. In that case, I'll take my leave. Carl yawned and then left the laboratory. Vegapunk remained in a state of excitement and was already prepared to start his research. Seeing this, Carl couldn't help but smirk and comment. Truly, you're something else. You don't get tired at all. I advise you to take a break with your skinny frame. It's easy to have a sudden heart attack. I'm used to it. For people like us, staying up for 5 or 6 days without rest is normal. But you're right, my mind is quite chaotic right now. Even though I have many ideas, I need to organize them first. Following Carl's suggestion, Vegapunk stopped his research, sat in a chair, closed his eyes, and began to feign sleep. Seeing this, Carl shook his head and decided not to bother with him anymore. If Vegapunk really had a sudden heart attack, it was none of his business. Carl then quietly left the place. Outside, Chopper was still sound asleep, even drooling. Chopper, wake up. Is it time to eat? Hearing the voice, Chopper's first reaction was to think about food, but upon opening his eyes and seeing Carl, he widened them in surprise. You finally decided to come out? What do you mean by decided to come out? That phrase is quite ambiguous. Who knows why you were chatting so happily with the doctor? I was listening from his side. Chapter 186. Tense Hancock. After enjoying a hearty meal, Hancock ordered the tables to be cleared away. Carl sat nearby sipping tea, while Until and the others remained quietly beside him, not saying a word. Although Hancock was one of the 7 warlords, she was also a pirate. Drinking on enemy territory was unwise. So the 3 of them refrained from alcohol to avoid getting drunk. However, Carl didn't mind. His jug of wine was barely enough to drink. Later, he simply used his powers to conjure another jug, which even startled Hancock. She almost thought Carl had brought another one with him. Fortunately, when she saw that it was wine, she felt much more at ease. Although she was a woman, as the Empress, her tolerance for alcohol was quite high. To be precise, in the world of One Piece, every strong individual had a high alcohol tolerance. This was somewhat related to their physical constitution. The stronger the individual, the faster their metabolism, and they naturally sobered up quickly. Even if one drank alcohol with every meal 3 times a day, they wouldn't get too drunk and could remain alert all times. Unless that person was like Kaido, who couldn't go a meal without alcohol and drank constantly every minute. And Kaido didn't just drink. He treated alcohol like water. Although this way of drinking didn't pose much of a problem for his body, he would definitely get drunk. However, even so, with his formidable physical constitution, as long as he stopped drinking for a short time, he could quickly sober up. The physique of strong individuals was indeed quite abnormal. Carl, though not as abnormal in constitution, was not far off. With his current physical attributes, perhaps after completing a few choices, he could reach the level of monsters like Kaido and Big Mom in terms of physical capability. Admiral White Hawk, Hancock said, her forehead beaded with sweat. Hancock, we don't need to be so formal. Just look at how we were drinking earlier, calling each other brothers. Why the sudden change to Admiral now? Just call me by my name. I want to get angry. After all, we are old acquaintances. Carl's words caused Hancock to sweat even more. Previously, under the influence of alcohol, she had the courage to call him by name, but now that she was sober, she regained her rationality and had to be cautious. Carl was unpredictable. Although he wouldn't indiscriminately kill innocents, Hancock's identity as a pirate made her wary. She could ensure that Carl wouldn't harm others, but she couldn't guarantee her own safety. After some consideration, she chose to play it safe. Admiral White Hawk, could you tell me your purpose for coming here? She asked. Your sudden visit to Amazon Lily is quite unsettling. If you need anything, perhaps I can help. How boring. But fine. Since you and Blackfeather have been in the same place, I won't hold it against you. However, I really don't have any specific purpose for being here. I'm just on a routine patrol, so you don't need to worry. Upon hearing Carl's words, Hancock's heart tightened, but she quickly relaxed. He had known about her identity long ago, and she was well aware of it herself. However, being suddenly reminded of it still left her feeling anxious. But when she heard that Carl was just on a normal patrol, she let out a sigh of relief. Carl noticed this scene, but didn't say anything. Sister Hancock, you don't need to be nervous. Lord Carl isn't a monster and want to eat you. He treats me very well. Otherwise, I would have been captured by the Celestial Dragons long ago. Me too. I almost got captured by the Celestial Dragons as well. If it weren't for Lord Carl rescuing me, I would probably have become a slave by now. Fortunately, there were no other people around. Only Blackfeather and Until could hear them. Otherwise, Hancock's past as a slave to the Celestial Dragons would have been exposed. Chapter 187. Choice Hancock. Even if you don't say anything, I can roughly guess. Before I arrived at the comm belt, I encountered my Hawk. Although he didn't mention who he was looking for, he told me he came to drink. So, do you think there are other people who can drink with my Hawk besides Shanks and Rayleigh? Plus, considering the relationship between Rayleigh, Shanks, and Luffy, as well as the fact that Dragon is Luffy's father and Ace and Luffy are brothers, it becomes quite easy to guess. They are either all here or only some of them are here. Just by mentioning a few people, I can probably get it right. But looking at your reaction now, I don't even need to guess. They must be here. Carl spoke confidently and presented his analysis, while Hancock's expression changed slightly. She knew that Carl's mind was very sharp and adept at seeing through various schemes. However, she didn't expect that Carl could deduce so much just from Mihawk's irrelevant words. This made Hancock break into a cold sweat. She was now very glad that she had listened to Rayleigh a couple of days ago and didn't directly confront Carl, driving him away from the comm belt. Otherwise, Hancock couldn't even imagine what her current situation would be. Admiral Whitebeard. I've said it before. Just call me Carl. To be honest, I really hate the name Whitebeard. It's one thing if others call me that, but if someone I'm familiar with does, I might just flip out. Hancock instinctively swallowed when she heard Carl's words, and then wanted to say that she wasn't his acquaintance. The words were on the tip of her tongue, but she just couldn't bring herself to say them. If she really offended Carl, the consequences would be unimaginable. Mr. Carl? That sounds much better. Just get to the point. I still need to find Rayleigh to catch up later. Although I don't know where they are now. With my observation hockey, It shouldn't take me long to find him. Seeing Carl's confident expression confirmed to Hancock that he really would do it. Rayleigh and the others were currently on a deserted island not far from Amazon Lily. Carl wouldn't even need to spend much time finding them. Hancock understood that continuing to hide would serve no purpose. It would be better to be straightforward. This way, Carl might have a better impression of her. Thinking of this, Hancock gritted her teeth, made a decision, then stood up and said, "Since you've already guessed, there's no point in hiding it any longer. Follow me. I'll take you to them. However, before that, you need to agree to one condition. You say it first, and I'll decide whether to agree or not." Carl remained calm and did not directly agree, as he needed to be cautious. What if Hancock's condition was not beneficial to him? Hancock saw that Carl appeared relaxed, but was still keeping his guard up against her, which made her realize that he was still impeccable. "My condition is simple. You cannot harm Rayleigh and the others, or anyone from Amazon Lily. No problem, but only this time. If we meet again, it might not be the same. You should really keep your little schemes to yourself. They won't work on me." Carl smirked slightly, as if agreeing to Hancock's condition. Hancock then let out a sigh of relief. Although her little scheme was exposed, she didn't mind. As long as Carl wouldn't harm Rayleigh and the others this time, that was enough. However, Hancock's worries were clearly unnecessary. Carl had no intention of attacking Rayleigh. According to his calculations, Shanks should also be here besides Rayleigh. Chapter 188, Rayleigh and Shanks. Divine level choice has been triggered. Choice 1. Annihilate the entire island. Eliminate all pirates on the island, and receive freely distributable attribute points, 10 points. Freely distributable skill points, 5 points. Choice 2. Win over Shanks and Rayleigh. Teach Luffy, Sabo, and Ace, and obtain the title of Benevolence and Righteousness, along with a random sea-level ability. Note, title attributes of Benevolence and Righteousness. Everyone has to give you face. If one is not enough, then come 2. Choice 3. Capture Luffy, Ace, and Sabo, and imprison the 3 of them back and impel down, randomly obtaining an S-level ability and a random attribute increase by 1 level. Upon seeing these 3 options, Carl's mouth twitched crazily, almost turning into a grotesque expression. All 3 rewards were very appealing. He wanted them all. Unfortunately, none of the options seemed particularly great, and after some consideration, only the second and third choices had a possibility of completion. As for the first one, Carl could destroy the island. But with his current strength, he really couldn't kill Rayleigh and Shanks as practice. As for the others, he wasn't worried because they collectively weren't his opponents. The only slight trouble was Marco, but that wasn't a big issue. Even so, Carl immediately discarded the first choice. Shanks and Rayleigh had good personalities and might become his allies in the future. Killing them now would be a huge loss. Plus, it would give Shanks some face. Regarding the second and third choices, Carl was a bit conflicted because he had no idea how to choose. The second option required him to bury the hatchet and teach the 3 brothers Luffy, but he could just give them a casual lesson, which was easy. However, he was also unsure about the completion criteria for winning over Rayleigh and Shanks. As for the third choice, to be honest, if Carl continued to throw the 3 brothers back into Impel Down, he would not only offend Shanks and Rayleigh, but even Dragon and the retired Carp would come looking for trouble with him. After careful consideration, Carl ultimately chose the second option. With countless thoughts swirling in his mind, Carl appeared to ponder for a long time. But in the outside world, only a little over 10 seconds had passed. When Shanks and Rayleigh arrived on the ship and saw Carl, who had been in a daze for over 10 seconds, they didn't know what he was up to, so they didn't act recklessly. Hancock, seizing the somewhat strange atmosphere where neither side had moved, approached Rayleigh's side. The 3 from Black Feather, seeing the imposing Rayleigh and Shanks, were slightly scared and directly hid behind Carl. Seeing that the 3 of them were a bit afraid of him, Shanks also showed a somewhat apologetic smile. However, this smile only made him look scarier. The 3 from Black Feather didn't even dare to peek out, all retreating back. This scene left Shanks feeling quite disheartened, while Rayleigh beside him was struggling to hold back laughter. Shanks looked at Hancock beside him, pointed to his own nose, and asked, "Hancock, am I ugly? Or do I look scary right now?" Shanks believed he wasn't very ugly. In fact, many people told him he was very handsome, exuding a strong manly charm. "Don't be so vain. How many young girls would like a guy like you?" Seeing him so narcissistic, Hancock couldn't help but roll her eyes at him, then turned her curious gaze back to Carl. Meanwhile, Carl had finished his choice and shifted his focus back to Rayleigh and Shanks, although he had been making a choice earlier. Chapter 190. The shock of everyone. What a great talent. In less than a minute, under my pressure, he completely mastered the Conqueror's Haki and even improved some of his Devil Fruit abilities. It seems your teaching standards are not that great. It's a waste that you are all veterans. Yet teaching someone is still such a hassle. Carl started to complain, and Rayleigh and Shanks exchanged awkward glances. They were clearly pirates, yet they were being schooled by the Navy. And now they were being told that their training methods were wrong, and that they hadn't brought out the potential of the other party. This situation seemed quite bizarre. After all, they were supposed to be in opposition. Is it really okay for the Navy to come over and train pirates? Not only Shanks and Rayleigh, but even Sabo, Marco, and others looked confused, completely unsure of what Carl was trying to do. What exactly is your purpose for coming here? Due to Carl's antics, Rayleigh couldn't figure out what Carl was up to. Originally, he and Shanks were prepared for a fight. With their strength, even if they couldn't defeat Carl, they could at least injure him. However, they were wary of Carl's devil fruit ability. As long as he activated it, everyone on the island would be in danger. Carl could lift the entire island into the air at any moment and then drop it into the sea. In that case, anyone who couldn't fly would be doomed. This was also the reason why Rayleigh and Shanks didn't dare to act recklessly. Carl understood their concerns, which is why he acted so recklessly and even dared to mock them. Uncle Rayleigh, don't be so nervous. I've already said my purpose for coming here is for those three. Although your own strength is strong, your teaching level is really too poor. So you plan to take action to teach them? What kind of logic is that? Marco still found it hard to believe, but Carl ignored him and directly approached Luffy. Monkey D. Luffy, do you remember me? Haha, how could I forget you? If it weren't for you, I would have been out of prison long ago. Luffy, carefree as always, smiled at Carl without any personal feelings involved. He was just that kind of person, completely forgiving and never holding grudges. Even in the original story, he was like this. He completely put aside the things Carl had tricked him about and didn't bring them up at all. Carl also smiled freely, then informed Luffy about the direction for developing his abilities. There was no need for Carl to help with hockey, but he could use his foresight from having read the original story to assist him in developing Gear 4th. Right now, Luffy had only learned Gear 3rd and still needed to shrink for a period after using it. So, Carl explained the principles of Gear 4th and shared some training methods he had analyzed with Luffy, then left him to figure it out. Finally, Carl turned his attention to the cautious Sabo and asked, do you want to learn the 6 powers? What exactly do you want to do? Nothing much. I just want to know if you want the 6 powers. If you do, I can provide you with a complete training method. But I have one requirement. Until I'm no longer with the Navy, do not expose my contact with you and Dragon. Otherwise, we may never be able to cooperate. When facing Luffy, Carl was all smiles. But when facing Sabo, it was different. After all, Sabo was the second in command of the Revolutionary Army. If Carl wanted to collaborate with the Revolutionary Army in the future, he would need to contact Dragon through Sabo. Right now, Dragon was very busy. He had to accelerate the expansion of his forces while the Navy was understaffed. Once his forces were sufficiently expanded, Sabo would have to finish his training and return to the Revolutionary Army. So, his time here was limited. Chapter 191, Give Me Some Face. Attribute panel. Name, Carl Strength. S Agility. B Spirit. B Stamina. B Title. Benevolent Ability. Military Boxing. C Float Fruit. Awakened. Armament Hockey. Mastered. Observation Hockey. Perfect. Conqueror's Hockey. Perfect. Dual Blade Style. A Wind Element Mastery. C Super Strength. A Tremor Fruit. Give Me Some Face. C. After taking a quick look at his attribute panel, Carl nodded in satisfaction. Now, in addition to gaining a new skill, he also had a title slot, but unfortunately, there was only one title in it. Although the previous choices had given him several title rewards to choose from, those options were truly disappointing, and so far, Carl only had this one title. However, this title and the newly acquired ability were somewhat novel. It seemed he needed to find someone to experiment with. In his past life, people said that Shanks had the face fruit, and everyone had to give him face. But now, shouldn't it be time for someone else to take on that role? With a sinister smile, Carl approached Zoro, who was training nearby. Zoro, give me some face. How about joining the Navy with me? Sure, why not? Zoro nodded without hesitation, which surprised Carl. Are you really planning to join the Navy with me? For your sake, I'm willing to become a Navy, Zoro said earnestly, while Carl swallowed hard, feeling that things were getting serious. If this ability, combined with the title, could succeed, it could even change someone's basic thinking. That would be terrifying. Give me some face. Forget about what just happened. Just disregard it. After some thought, Carl chose not to mess with Zoro and return him to normal. This ability could only be used twice on one character within a day, and it had a 50% failure rate, so he had to be cautious. What are you doing here? Zoro, regaining his composure, looked seriously at Carl while holding his sword, Wad Ikamanji. Although they had partied and drunk together the night before, Zoro didn't really consider Carl one of his own. After all, Carl was in the Navy, and the only people he was close to were Rayleigh and Shanks. Zoro was very aware of this, so he didn't dare to let his guard down. It's nothing, you don't need to worry. I just came to take a stroll. Carl walked around Zoro and found Sanji. This time, he was a bit more cautious and didn't say anything too serious to Sanji. He just asked him to give him some face and dress as a woman. It turned out to be successful, but when he wanted to undo the ability, he found that it had failed. Sanji didn't revert to his original state. Instead, he happily went off in women's clothing. Seeing this scene, Carl felt a bit of sting in his eyes, but said nothing. As long as he returned to normal, he just hoped Sanji wouldn't do anything drastic. Subsequently, Carl used the ability on others, and a combination of skills and titles almost made his success rate exceed 80%. After so many trials, only Luffy and Sanji had failed twice. Everything else was successful. With this, Carl immediately felt how exaggerated this ability was when paired with his title. This was a blatant change of the other person's thinking, causing them to completely succumb, as long as Carl's requests did not endanger their lives. After a successful activation, even Rayleigh and Shanks would not be able to stop it. Chapter 192. Germa 66 in the North Sea, within the territory of an unknown kingdom. A group of royal guards was defending against an attack. Strangely, the attackers from Germa 66 all looked exactly the same. Even their height and other characteristics were identical. It was clear that they were not normal people. Your Majesty, what should we do? Germa 66 is not something we can fight against. Their clones are too strong. One official trembled, his voice shaking. On the other side, two ministers remained silent, shaking even more than the previous official. Do we have any chance of survival? With a sigh, the king returned to his throne, closed his eyes, as if he had already resigned himself to his fate, completely devoid of any thoughts of resistance. Your Majesty, how about we try to surrender? Even if we lose our kingdom, it's better than losing our lives. One official suggested, but the old king smiled sadly and shook his head. Germa 66 never leaves survivors. The only outcome for a nation targeted by them is total annihilation. The old king said these chilling words, and the minister fell silent, trembling uncontrollably. I can't take it anymore. I want to run. I don't want to die here. Suddenly, one minister could no longer bear it, collapsing mentally and running towards the exit, trying to escape. Seeing him flee, the old king and the remaining two ministers exchanged sympathetic glances. Another one dead. The old king felt no sadness, but rather a sense of calm. This scene had been repeating since Germa 66 attacked his kingdom. Originally, there were over 50 people in the hall, including the king himself. But now, only the three of them remained. The others either went mad and committed suicide or tried to escape, only to be killed by the clones. Without exception, no one could escape. As long as you were a citizen of this kingdom, whether a civilian or an official, whether old, weak, women, or children, you would all be killed. Germa 66 seemed to revel in the joy of war. They had been waging it for 3 days, but had yet to attack the royal palace. Logically, Germa 66 could have breached the city by now, but they chose not to, continuing to slaughter those outside the kingdom instead. They wanted everyone in this nation to fall into complete despair. This was also Germa 66's consistent style. When facing strong enemies, they might go all out. But when facing weaker foes, they would toy with them, plunging them into utter hopelessness and causing the entire nation to collapse. Finally, Germa 66 would finish the job, exterminating all survivors here, with not even the civilians spared. Germa 66 was a special kind of nation. Their existence resembled that of mercenaries, so they needed neither citizens nor territory. What they aimed to do was fulfill the commissions of other nations, eliminating all enemies without leaving a single one behind. Your Majesty, it seems we can only resign ourselves to fate. No nation has ever escaped their sanctions once targeted by Germa 66. The minister sat down on the ground with a sorrowful expression, completely disregarding his image. The minister who had been silent stopped trembling, drawing his blade and plunging it straight into the ground. Rest assured, my lords, I will never let your Majesty and you die before me. General, it's good that you have this intention, but what use is it? It's just a matter of dying sooner or later. The minister continued to look despondent, for he saw no hope at all. Chapter 193, What a Big Face. Meanwhile, on the warship of Germa 66, the ruler of the Vinsmoke family, Judge, stared in disbelief at Carl, who had suddenly appeared here. In such a small place as the North Sea, not many people knew Carl's appearance. Otherwise, the old king wouldn't have looked so shocked after hearing Carl's name. His name spread faster than his appearance. However, as the top power in the North Sea, Judge certainly knew what Carl looked like. So when he arrived here, Judge immediately informed his children to return quickly. He didn't know what Carl was here for, But he understood that Karl's way of doing things was the complete opposite of his own. Admiral White Eagle, what brings you here? Judge spoke softly, fearing to offend Karl. Although he was the overlord of the North Sea, capable of holding his own even in the Grand Line and the New World, he also knew that no matter how strong Germa 66 was, they were no match for the Navy. Faced with an admiral, he naturally couldn't be negligent. What is your reason for attacking this country? A commission? Or did they offend you? Or are you just bored and starting a war? Upon hearing Karl's question, Judge immediately understood that Karl was here to pick a fight. Admiral White Eagle, you jest. I came to destroy this country because I accepted a commission. The king of this country offended someone he shouldn't have. So they commissioned me to eliminate this country. And that's your reason for slaughtering innocent civilians? Karl's conqueror's haki was instantly unleashed. Judge felt the pressure of this conqueror's haki and gasped, trembling all over. He had encountered too many instances of conqueror's haki, but he had only felt such a presence from the four emperors. Admiral White Eagle, you misunderstand. This is the client's intention. Germa 66 takes full responsibility for commissions, so that gives you the right to slaughter civilians? To kill these innocent people, is it? It seemed this was the attitude of Germa 66. And Karl had nothing more to say. With a cold sneer, he continued to apply pressure with his conqueror's haki, making Judge's expression even more unpleasant. Kid Karl, you can't lay a hand on me. Even if you're an admiral, you can't break the Navy's rules. Germa 66 is a member of the world government. We start wars, and neither the Navy nor the world government has the right to interfere. Judge was getting anxious. He saw that Karl really intended to take action and urgently blurted out this rule. He even neglected to use respectful titles for Karl. After all, the relationship between both sides was already poor, and Judge didn't care if he offended Karl. After all, he was a member of the world government, and as long as Karl was still with the Navy, he would never be able to make a move against him. Mr. Judge, I understand what you mean, and I haven't forgotten the Navy's rules. But could you do me a favor and stop the attack, recall the clones and your children, so we can have a good talk? With his words, he activated his ability. After hearing Karl's words, Judge inexplicably nodded and then announced the end of the war, ordering everyone to withdraw. But once he did all this, he immediately regained his composure, his eyes filled with fear. You actually, Judge, give me another favor. Shut your mouth and kneel before me. His ability successfully activated again, and Judge obediently closed his mouth and knelt down. The nearby Until gasped, her eyes filled with disbelief. Lord Karl, when did your influence become so great? Haha, it's always been great. Karl rubbed Until's head. Chapter 194. The Downfall of Innsmouth. Ahem, you must be Reiju, right? Do you still know Iron? Eiran. Hearing Karl's words, Reiju paused for a second. Then her expression slightly changed, and her eyes showed some variation. It seems you still remember him. How does it feel to be deceived? If I remember correctly, he said you were on your first mission at that time, which is why you felt guilty and saved him, right? Reiju didn't speak, but her struggling expression had already betrayed her. Reiju now seemed much more mature, but she might never forget what happened with Iron. Everyone has their first time, and those first experiences are unforgettable. Reiju is no exception. Since you don't want to talk, you don't have to. Anyway, I don't plan to let you go. Karl sneered and continued looking at the sea. Due to Inter's abilities, there are now an overwhelming number of Sea Kings, even occupying all the surrounding seas. This situation is something Karl has never seen before. Without exception, all of Germa's 60 SXS warships have been destroyed, and Karl didn't even lift a finger. Now Germa 66 only has the 5 of them left. Karl, you little brat. What do you want to do? Do you know that as a navy, attacking the member countries of the world violates military regulations? Now, Gaji can speak, but he can only shout, not daring to attack Karl. He is afraid of dying. If he strikes first, Karl could easily kill him. Gaji, I didn't attack. It was the Sea Kings that destroyed your warships, and it has nothing to do with me. As for your children, if they hadn't tried to attack me, they would have been knocked out by me. You and that bastard. Hearing Karl's words, Gaji trembled with anger but felt utterly helpless. In a world of one piece, individual strength outweighs everything. No matter how great Gaji's background is or how many troops he commands, as long as his personal strength doesn't catch up, he will never stand at the top of this world. That's why Karl can act so recklessly, completely disregarding his opponent. And it was indeed the Sea Kings that destroyed his fleet. Karl really didn't lift a finger and wasn't lying. Inter, go notify Black Feather and Cat Demon. They can come back now. Oh, and have the king here and his ministers come over. I have something to say. Understood. Hearing Karl's words, Inter stopped singing dispersed the Sea Kings, and then hopped toward the palace. Carl looked at the despondent Gaji, his eyes revealing a hint of disdain. Lord Carl, you're targeting us must be for revenge for Iron, right? What is he to you? Reiju suddenly spoke up, and Carl turned to look at her. At this moment, Reiju struck a seductive pose, her face flushed, her eyes shyly blooming, and she exuded a charming aura. However, although she looked alluring, it was all an act, lacking that natural charm. If Hancock were here, her every move could captivate anyone. Unfortunately, whether it's Hancock or Reiju, their allure has no effect on Carl at all. At most, it would make him a bit awkward, and then that would be it. When it's time to strike, he will still strike, regardless of whether the opponent is male or female. Seduction 1T work on me. If you knew my story, you would understand clearly that I even dare to hit Hancock. So how could I be tempted by you? However, you guessed half right. I am indeed avenging Iron. He was my subordinate. Chapter 195. Unexpected. Joy Erlin must have seen it. The Vinsmoke family has been completely wiped out. Not a single one of them was left alive. Although I didn't take action myself, due to the principles of the Navy, they are dead now, so you can rest assured. Carl used a transponder snail to show Erlin the bodies of everyone from the Vinsmoke family, including the one he hated the most, Reiju. After seeing this scene, Erlin nodded, tears unconsciously sliding down his cheeks. Thank you, Lord Carl. Haha, no need to be polite. Since you've seen it, I'll hang up now. If any Navy or CP members ask you about the Vinsmoke family, remember to keep your mouth shut. Their deaths were due to their defeat in war, and they were ultimately killed, which has nothing to do with us in the Navy. I understand, Lord Carl. I won't say anything recklessly. Erlin nodded, and Carl then closed the transponder snail. He was relatively at ease with Erlin. This guy had always been resolute and was not easily influenced by Conqueror's haki or Hancock's charms. It was basically impossible to extract anything from him. Not to mention that with Enel and Jess around on Sabati Archipelago, Erlin would be in no danger at all. All right, the matter here has come to a close. Don't forget my request. I'm not asking for anything from you. I just need you to spread the word that I helped you settle the war. Of course, make it sound better. Don't say I opposed the Vinsmoke family and chose to help you. I'm just fulfilling my duty as a Navy officer. Unable to bear seeing the war. And then they were ambushed by Sea Kings. Just say it like that. After Carl had crafted the reasoning, he passed it on to the old king to relay the modified version of the events. A few days later, a message spread throughout the North Sea. Germa 66 initiated the war. Carl, unable to bear seeing numerous civilians slaughtered, chose to mediate the grievances between the two sides. But at that moment, the Sea Kings appeared out of nowhere and destroyed all fleets and soldiers of Germa 66. Even the ruler of the Vinsmoke family was severely injured and ultimately died from his wounds. The same went for the others. This news seemed so absurd. Yet, Germa 66 had indeed vanished without trace. Moreover, there were indeed signs of Sea King's activity at that time, and Carl really hadn't taken action. At most, he had just taught a lesson to those who wanted to take action against him. Thus, Carl's reputation began to spread in the North Sea, and even portraits of him started to circulate throughout the North Sea, thanks to his influence. As for how the Vinsmoke family members died, no one cared anymore. Subsequently, Carl traveled around the North Sea, experiencing various events and visiting all the islands and palaces here. Due to his identity and strength, no one dared to refuse him. Even those who revered the celestial dragons did not dare to offend Carl. So, without exception, these people were all made to like him through his abilities. After spending more than half a year traveling across the four seas, Carl helped many people solve numerous problems and wiped out a good number of pirates. The fame of Admiral Carl grew wider and wider, becoming more and more known, especially his portraits, which were selling like crazy across the four seas. This was also something Carl intentionally authorized the newspapers to sell. This then attracted the attention of big newsmorgans. The portraits were not expensive, but he made a profit from selling in bulk. Big newsmorgans, as one of the powers in the underground world of the New World, was the biggest news outlet. Chapter 196. The Cat Demon's hometown Beihai, an unnamed small island. This is also the hometown of the Cat Demon. Here, the Cat Demon and Heiyu transform into beastmen and play freely. Many animals here possess spirituality. They may lack human intelligence, but they have human emotions. Since the Cat Demon grew up here, most of the animals still remember her. When she returned, many little animals cheered and even offered her food. This situation truly stunned Carl and the others. Surrounded by the animals, the Cat Demon walked toward the deep mountains, and Heiyu curiously followed her in. Carl and Intier did not follow but rested outside. Thanks to the Cat Demon's presence, neither of them was attacked. Instead, some small animals brought them fruits to eat. I never expected that after all these years in the East Sea, I would not know about such a place, Carl sighed. He had crossed over to the East Sea's Boya town, but he had hardly been out to sea, only later joining the Navy with General Squirrel. Additionally, his knowledge of the East Sea was limited to the original comic, so he naturally had no idea there was such a magical place in the East Sea. I can feel that the little animals here are very joyful, but they also have some sadness, Intier noted. Her gifted ability allows her to sense the emotions of animals and convey her own emotions to them. However, this ability does not include humans. Otherwise, her abilities would be several times more exaggerated. It was precisely because of this gifted ability that after consuming the music fruit, Intier gained the ability to control animals other than humans. However, she had always lived by the sea, and even when she went to sea with Carl, she had not encountered many other creatures, so she naturally thought she could only control marine life. It was not until today, seeing so many terrestrial creatures, that she realized her abilities extended beyond marine animals to land creatures as well. Intier, you might try to communicate with them. I feel like something is not quite right here, Carl suggested. Although things seem fine, if everything were completely normal, these animals wouldn't have any sadness. Okay, I understand. I'll try my best. Intier nodded and attempted to communicate. However, she could only convey her words unilaterally, and she could not understand what the animals were trying to express. A monkey that had gained intelligence was wildly gesturing, picking up branches and waving them about, or striking a strange pose, tilting its head and closing one eye. This situation left Intier utterly confused. She could only helplessly seek assistance from Carl to see if he could understand. When Carl arrived, the monkey continued its gestures. After observing several times, Carl frowned and asked, "Is someone here to harm you?" "Woo woo woo. Ew, ew, ew. Whoa, whoa, whoa." Hearing Carl's words, the monkey's eyes widened, and it began pounding its chest, clearly excited. "I understand now. There are hunters after them. Although this is unclaimed land, this is still the cat demon's hometown, and we cannot stand by and do nothing." Although the cat demon had not mentioned her origins, she had said that this was where she grew up. Based on Carl's speculation, it was very likely that she had been raised by these animals in this wildlife-filled place. Chapter 197. The cat demon's background. After leaving the magical animal island, Carl waved goodbye to the animals. It must be said that sometimes, compared to humans, animals are more emotionally attached. Although they only spent a day and a night on the island, they formed friendships with these animals. Subsequently, Carl, in his capacity as a general, ordered the surrounding navy to protect the area. Although the navy was somewhat reluctant, they had to obey Carl's orders. Once these matters were settled, the cat demon felt much more at ease. "Thank you so much, Lord Carl." "Meow. No need to thank me. It's what I should do. But speaking of which, why did you grow up on this island? If you don't want to talk about it, that is fine too. You can tell me when you feel like it. I'm just a bit curious." Carl casually brought it up and then didn't press further. The cat demon was somewhat conflicted, but she didn't immediately stop Carl. Instead, she went to the kitchen to make some snacks to calm herself down. During dinner that night, the cat demon found Carl, who was stargazing and was a bit shy. However, she didn't notice that Indur and Heyu were quietly watching everything from behind. "Lord Carl, meow. Is there something you need? I have something to say to you, meow. Just say it." With that shy attitude, one would think I did something to you. Carl stood up and found the cat demon in a shy posture, feeling both amused and helpless. Just then, he turned around and spotted Heyu and Indur peeking out. "What are you two doing?" "Meow." Carl's sudden question startled the cat demon, who turned around to see Heyu and Indur emerging from the cabin, looking apologetic. "You can't do that." "Meow. Sorry, we were just a bit curious." Indur scratched her head, feeling a bit embarrassed, while Heyu simply hugged the cat demon and buried her head in his chest. When the cat demon finally broke free, her face was flushed, and her breath was somewhat unstable. Indur, seeing this, mimicked Heyu and hugged the cat demon as well, even encouraging her to rub against her. And since Indur was a bit plumper than Heyu, it made the cat demon stiffen, her tail trembling behind her. Carl didn't stop them. Instead, he watched the scene with interest. "The lilies of my hometown seem to be blooming again." "Lord Carl, what did you say?" "I said if you don't let go soon, she'll suffocate." "Ah, sorry, I forgot I'm bigger than Heyu." Indur immediately released her embrace, and the cat demon looked completely flushed, appearing a bit dazed. Heyu, on the side, wore a stern face, looking at Indur with a resentful expression while patting his own chest. "Oof, whatever you have, I'll have one day." Carl watched the three of them, smiling without speaking. This kind of situation often happened over the year, and their bond grew rapidly because of it. Carl could smell the fragrance of lilies every day, which was very refreshing. Cat Demon, if you have something to say it now, under the moonlit sky. Even if it's a confession. I'll consider it for a moment before firmly rejecting you. Carl's lips curled up slightly, and with the bright moonlight, his smile was more charming than usual. However, Endur and Heiyu both simultaneously raised their middle fingers at him, casting him disdainful looks. Chapter 198. Return to the Navy Headquarters, New World. Navy Headquarters. Carl returned to the Navy Headquarters with all his crew to report back. A year's time had allowed them all to grow. Although Carl's strength did not increase much, his reputation, under the hype of Big News Morgan, had already surpassed that of the older generation of the Navy. He had truly become the idol of all young people in the pirate world. Even because of him, some young Navy members began to actively participate in recruitment, striving to become honorable sailors. With more people wanting to join the Navy, the number of pirates decreased, and the sea became much calmer. Sakazuki was extremely satisfied. He initially thought he would have to prepare for chaos. But who would have known that Carl, through a stroke of luck, had solved the two major problems facing the Navy at present? The first was the issue of world recruitment. The second was the problem of pirates. In the end, it was just a few news stories, a few portraits and promotional posters that elevated Carl to become the new benchmark. Young people even pushed him to become their idol, enthusiastically learning from him and naturally signing up to become part of the Navy. Especially at the beginning, each Navy branch's recruitment office was overflowing with applicants. When Sakazuki learned about this, his face was as bright as a blooming flower. Although there weren't as many people signing up to join the Navy now as there were initially, the number of applicants was still continuously increasing, far beyond Sakazuki's expectations. All of this was thanks to Carl. So when Carl came to report back to the marshal's office, a rare smile appeared on Sakazuki's face. It was likely only Carl could make this stoic man show such an awkward smile. Sakazuki-senpai, I'm back to report. Here's some tasks I have completed, along with the pirates and criminals my subordinates have killed. You can take a look and see if there are any omissions or false information. Carl placed a stack of documents on Sakazuki's desk. However, Sakazuki paid no attention to these. He was now smiling, his gaze fixed intently on Carl. Very good. Really very good. Truly outstanding. Sakazuki-senpai, what do you mean? I should tell you in advance. Although we are both single, I prefer women. You bastard. What nonsense are you talking about? Upon hearing Carl's words, Sakazuki almost choked. However, he wasn't angry. He just regained his composure, and even that ugly smile disappeared. Let's talk about what you've done during this time, and briefly report on your subordinates as well. Yes, sir. Carl briefly reported on what he had done over the past year, as well as what Enel had accomplished during that year. Although Carl didn't fully understand what they had done, he was still able to summarize their military achievements through the documents. Sakazuki was very satisfied with this and decided to promote all of them by one rank. This way, they could have their own warships, lead their own troops, and no longer have to follow Carl all the time. However, even so, some individual strengths were not enough to lead troops. For example, the Cat Demon, Black Feather, and Aelin. Although their ranks were sufficient, their strength was simply not enough. They relied purely on their intelligence and other aspects to be promoted. Therefore, their promotion would stop there, and they would not have further advancements. After Sakazuki clarified this, Carl expressed his understanding. Without sufficient strength, one cannot assume a higher position. Chapter 199. Each person's growth after not seeing each other for a year. Anilu and the others have made significant improvements. In order to verify their current strength, Carl engaged in combat with each of them. As expected, Carl won every match. However, during the tests, Carl did not use his full power. Instead, he matched his strength according to the power they displayed. After an afternoon of testing, Carl finished and displayed a fatherly smile of satisfaction. First up was Anilu. He had improved the most. While he still hadn't reached the level of a vice admiral, given a few more years, he could definitely reach that level. His observation hockey had reached a top-notch level, and his development of the Rumble Rumble fruit was nearly perfect, although he still lacked some precision. Next was his armament hockey. While it had improved, the progress was minimal. It was akin to a child who has just learned to walk trying to run, but failing to do so. Moreover, his physical combat skills were still poor, and his physical fitness wasn't great either. These shortcomings held him back from reaching the level of a vice admiral. Taking Carl himself as an example, whether it was his fruit ability, physical fitness, or swordsmanship, each aspect alone was enough to rival a vice admiral. Anilu could only compare with a vice admiral in terms of fruit ability. He still had gaps in other areas. If Carl were to fight him for real, Anilu could at most last a day before being defeated by Carl. Therefore, Carl ordered him to focus on training. Anilu accepted this advice humbly, but whether he would continue training was beyond Carl's control, as he planned to grant Anilu full authority to lead his own team. Enzo and Niru were in similar situations. One had reached a bottleneck in swordsmanship, while the other had hit a wall in physical combat. Their strength was slightly inferior to Anilu's, but they had surpassed most captains. They were currently in an awkward position, neither here nor there. Their armament hockey was quite good, but they struggled with observation hockey. So, Carl advised them to temporarily set aside physical and armament hockey training to focus on developing their observation hockey. They both accepted this suggestion gladly, and Carl then allowed them to lead their own teams and choose their own expeditions. Carl then turned his attention to Jess. His strength hadn't improved much, but there was some progress. His armament hockey didn't advance significantly, but his fruit ability was more fluid. If the Snow Fruit's ability is used well, it could reach the level of Kazan. Therefore, his potential is considerable, but Jess's innate talent is quite average. To elevate his strength to the level of a captain within a year is already commendable. Finally, there was Ireland. He started out weak, only knowing a bit of the Navy's 6 styles for self-preservation. Now, he has learned armament hockey, but he doesn't know observation hockey. He has fully mastered the Navy's 6 styles, but his strength is still quite ordinary, not reaching captain level, yet he is stronger than most majors. Such strength may not guarantee safety in the first half of the Grand Line. Coupled with his introverted personality, he is not suited to lead troops. So, Carl planned to keep him close. As for Cat Demon and Black Feather, there was no need to mention them. They continued to follow Carl. After all, during this past year, Chapter 200, Choice. Punk Hazard, the Island of Ice and Fire. This is an island with a very harsh environment. However, the environment here was transformed into this state due to a duel between 2 admirals of the Navy. Before their duel, Punk Hazard was a picturesque island with beautiful scenery. Today, Carl came to Punk Hazard to meet someone. Law, I'm here. Are you coming out, or should I come in? Carl controlled his warship, hovering above the castle of Punk Hazard, conversing with Law on the other end of the Den Mushi. His purpose for coming here was twofold. First, to see Law, and second, because Law and Buggy had gotten themselves into trouble that needed his assistance. It was just right that Carl was preparing to patrol the New World during this time, so he had a reason to intervene. Lord Carl, please wait a moment. I'll be right out. Upon learning that Carl had arrived at Punk Hazard, Law immediately teleported out of the castle. Carl was surprised to see him appear before him without any trace. You've developed your fruit ability quite well. Your teleportation is flawless. I didn't even notice it. This ability would be hard to guard against without the foresight of observation hockey. Carl didn't expect that Law's use of his position to teleport would truly be without any warning. This situation made Carl see a great potential in Law. He was still young, and as long as he was given a little more time, his future achievements would definitely not be inferior to those of the admirals or the Yonko. Lord Carl, you flatter me. This little ability of mine is merely a trick compared to your strength. It's nothing to brag about, Law said humbly, rubbing his nose. Carl nodded, not paying much attention to his flattery. So what trouble did you and Buggy get into that you felt the need to call me? Lord Carl, the situation is like this. Law briefly explained the matter. Essentially, Buggy had offended Baroque Works and was then retaliated against by them. The result was obvious. Buggy was no match for Baroque Works, but he couldn't back down. Therefore, he needed Law's help, as Buggy himself absolutely couldn't take action. Otherwise, those subordinates who followed him merely out of imagination would definitely flee at this time, spreading the word that Buggy was a fraud. At that point, Buggy would be utterly disgraced, even losing his warlord title. So he sought Law's help to deal with Baroque Works people. With the intention of helping, Law went and easily defeated Baroque Works members, but he didn't kill them. This was because Law didn't want to completely offend Baroque Works and their boss, Crocodile. However, neither he nor Buggy expected that Crocodile would personally come to their door and engage in a battle with Law. Without exception, Law was defeated. Afterwards, Crocodile intended to take action against Buggy. But just at that moment, Shanks happened to pass by and greeted Buggy, although he didn't take action against Crocodile. Crocodile, seeing that Shanks knew Buggy, also understood that it wouldn't be good to act now, so he let them go. One must say, Buggy's luck was quite good. If Shanks hadn't passed by in time, they would probably have died at Crocodile's hands. Thus, Law and Buggy saved their lives. However, they both knew that Crocodile would come back, which is why Law sought Carl's help to deal with him. After hearing this, Carl was somewhat speechless. He had to admit that Buggy's luck was indeed extraordinary. It was hard to believe that such a coincidence with Shanks passing by would occur. But this is the power of Buggy, the lucky one. He is always protected by various lucky auras, always able to turn danger into safety. Chapter 201 Crocodile, New World. On a nameless island. There is no country, no ordinary people on this island. Only one seemingly unremarkable but slowly rising organization. That is Baroque Works. Baroque Works was founded by Crocodile. Initially, they were an organization that sold information and accepted commissions, located in the first half of the Grand Line. However, after being careless and defeated by Monkey D. Luffy, he was imprisoned. After several twists and turns, he and his subordinates were locked up in the 6th level of Impel Down. Later, when Luffy and others were preparing to escape, he had already escaped. With his experience of escaping from Impel Down, many people wanted to follow him, and even Blackbeard sought him out to recruit him. However, Crocodile, a man who dared to confront Whitebeard, naturally would not fear a second-rate character like Blackbeard. So the two fought to a standstill. It must be said that Crocodile's reputation for being evenly matched is not unfounded. Even when facing a dual devil fruit user like Blackbeard, he could still hold his own. However, the main reason was that he had the geographical advantage. The location of Baroque Works was in a desert. This desert is one of the few large desert islands in the New World. Due to the harsh environment and unpredictable climate, sandstorms often occur here. Ordinary people cannot survive in this place, leaving only some special creatures that can endure it. But Crocodile had a natural advantage here. He chose this location for Baroque Works to establish a solid foothold. Otherwise, if he had chosen another place, he would not have been confident in facing Blackbeard, Kaido, or Charlotte Linlin. He had a certain understanding of his own strength and would not blindly expand his influence. If it hadn't been for the conflict between their mission and Buggy's delivery mission, he wouldn't have bothered to deal with such trivial matters. However, he thought Buggy was just a clown, and even though he had the title of warlord, he wouldn't be able to protect himself. He just didn't expect that the person who had dealt with Buggy would attract Law. Since both Buggy and Law are warlords, it is quite normal for them to meet. And Crocodile didn't think there would be any connection between the two. But the outcome was different. Law's appearance made Crocodile realize that this matter was not so simple. However, he didn't take it to heart, as Law was still very young, and even if he had decent strength, he was not a match for this seasoned veteran. But just when he defeated Law, thinking he could eliminate them, passing Shanks left him completely stunned. It was because of Shanks' passing that he learned that Shanks and Buggy were actually old acquaintances. Although Crocodile was not afraid of the Four Emperors, he had just fought a fierce battle with Law. Continuing to fight Shanks would undoubtedly lead to his defeat. So he did not hesitate to give Shanks some face and withdrew. As for whether he would take action against Law and Buggy afterward, that was another matter. Now Crocodile was sitting in his office, contemplating this matter. If he did not take action against Law and Buggy, the two of them would definitely target his organization. However, if he truly did take action against them, he had already missed the best opportunity, and they would definitely be prepared to face him. After the last failure caused by underestimating Luffy, Crocodile had become much more cautious. Even when facing defeated foes, he could not look down on them. It's really troublesome. The strength of these people in the New World is not weak, relying solely on these useless subordinates. Chapter 203 Intense Battle. Is this it? The renowned Desert King, Crocodile, is at this level now? It's really quite laughable. If this is all you've got, you might as well take yourself out before you dirty my hands. After easily countering Crocodile's move once again, Carl began to doubt his strength. He didn't feel strong himself. Rather, he felt he had overestimated Crocodile. Even if the opponent's strength wasn't at the admiral level, it should at least be stronger than an average vice admiral. In fact, his strength should be quite similar to the current Enel. Moreover, Carl calculated that his fruit ability would restrain Crocodile. He just didn't expect it to be this effective. Most of the abilities of the Sansan fruit were completely restricted. This resulted in Crocodile having very few moves available to him. He just happened to be bad at martial arts, which made Carl think he was truly weak. But in reality, Crocodile was not weak at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to fight Blackbeard to a standstill. Don't underestimate me, you little brat. Desert Sword. Accompanied by a roar, a massive blade suddenly appeared. However, this sand blade was still no match for Carl. Compared to the previous ones, this sand blade was just a bit stronger. But Carl used his slashing attack combined with his fruit ability to directly nullify the opponent's move. Then, with a few more slashing waves, Carl instantly pushed Crocodile back, leaving him unable to resist. TCH, one annoying little brat. After the earlier probing, Crocodile realized that his abilities were completely restrained by Carl. Generally speaking, Logia-type devil fruits rarely have weaknesses other than the hierarchy of the fruits. But unfortunately, the Sansan fruit was one such devil fruit that appeared very powerful but had many flaws. The Sansan fruit is afraid of water, strong winds, and even some substances that have no moisture and cannot be turned to sand. Against these things, Crocodile's abilities could not function at all. Coincidentally, Carl's float fruit could control strong winds. Moreover, more importantly, Carl had not yet used the Tremor fruit's ability. If he weren't reserving it for emergencies, he could have easily used both fruit abilities to take out Crocodile and eliminate the threat. But doing so would likely expose his dual fruit abilities, which would be difficult to explain to the 5 elders later. The timing wasn't right. The power he wanted hadn't developed yet, so he naturally couldn't reveal his strongest trump card. However, even so, with his current strength, Carl was more than capable of killing Crocodile. As an admiral of the Navy, he had the confidence to back it up. Crocodile, I'm in a hurry, so I won't play with you. Lion's Might, Imperial Domain. Carl's gaze sharpened as he unleashed one of his strongest moves, launching a fierce attack on Crocodile. Facing the swirling yellow sand and the colossal dragon tornado connecting heaven and earth, Crocodile was somewhat dumbfounded. The ability to control yellow sand and desert tornadoes should be his specialty. Yet the tornado created by Carl was several times stronger than the ones he could produce. In the face of such a situation, Crocodile knew that if he continued to hide his strength, he would truly die. Desert Great Sword, accompanied by a roar. All the surrounding yellow sand was mobilized, forming one massive sword after another, aimed at Carl. Chapter 204, Full Firepower. Ha, your insight is truly impressive. I didn't expect you to guess it. Even that Blackbeard guy couldn't figure out where I got this venom from. However, this stuff, besides Magellan's venom, also includes some of my own research blended together. This is the only way to store it steadily in a special container, but I don't have much of this venom. If it weren't for facing strong enemies like you, I wouldn't even bring it out. Crocodile grinned and charged at Carl. He didn't even use Haki, relying entirely on his venom to fight. This situation made Carl feel a bit tricky. He didn't expect that after one failure, Crocodile would become so shameless. He wasn't like this in the original work. However, this also made Carl feel relieved. If he had chosen to keep him and turn him into one of his own, he probably would have come up with a lot of these disgusting things. Carl strongly disliked using poison. If you were Magellan, having eaten the poison fruit, that would be one thing. But someone like him who openly fought using poison and even looked proud of it, Carl simply couldn't accept. Facing Crocodile's fierce attacks, Carl kept dodging, avoiding direct contact with him. Magellan's toxins could only be neutralized by Magellan himself. Carl didn't know where Crocodile got the antidote, but even if he really had it, it might not necessarily work. To avoid unnecessary injuries, Carl tried to avoid these toxins as much as possible. Even he had to be careful facing such toxins. After all, he wasn't a monster like Kaido or Charlotte Linlin. The troublesome toxins wouldn't affect them. Although Carl had a strong physique, he was still human. Toxins could still cause him some harm, especially Magellan's toxins, which were extremely poisonous. So Carl had to dodge. Even while Crocodile was fighting, he was also being cautious to avoid getting the venom on himself. However, as the user of a Logia-type devil fruit, as long as he maintained his elemental form, the venom wouldn't harm him. This was also the reason for his confidence. Navy brat, are you scared too? If you leave now, we'll let bygones be bygones, as if nothing happened. But if you continue to linger, don't blame me. I'm sure you know very well the power of this venom. Crocodile maintained his offensive, and Carl struck back at the right moment. But each time he was forced back by the splattered venom. As a result, Carl's attacks were interrupted before they could even reach Crocodile. If he used long-range slashes, Crocodile's elementalization and observation Haki were not to be underestimated. As for the abilities provided by the float fruit, in such an environment, they completely overlapped with the Sansan fruit. So the two of them could completely dismantle each other's wide-range moves. The fruit abilities basically wouldn't have much effect. What they needed to do now was to finish this battle. Crocodile, stop dreaming. I will never let you go. You may not even know who you are provoking, but I won't tell you. So just go to hell with your questions. Lion's Might, 1,000 cuts. Carl exerted all his strength and unleashed the maximum slash toward Crocodile. Faced with this slash capable of splitting the heavens and the earth, Crocodile showed no hesitation and directly elementalized his entire body to evade. But even so, the piercing. Chapter 205, A-Class Ability. With a tremor in his body, Crocodile immediately fell to the ground, unable to get up. Carl also found it rather dull. After activating his dual devil fruit abilities, there was no suspense at all. Within just 2 moves, Crocodile was instantly defeated. The gap in strength between the two was simply too large. Moreover, Crocodile's strength was even slightly weaker than Enel's. Overall, Crocodile was stronger than an average Marine vice admiral. But compared to other quasi-admiral level powerhouses, he ranked at the very bottom. Without using the Tremor fruit, Carl already possessed admiral level strength, though he too ranked at the bottom of that level. However, he was a genuine admiral, and defeating Crocodile was merely a matter of time. Once he activated his dual devil fruit abilities, his powers surged to a level that even he couldn't clearly define. This level of strength was something he had only seen in figures like Garp, Sengoku, and even Whitebeard. Thus, once he activated his dual devil fruit powers, he would undoubtedly be one of the top powerhouses in the world. Using the dual devil fruits for the first time in battle, the effect was truly unexpected. Although Crocodile was simply too weak, his strength, when placed in the New World, was comparable to that of Don Quixote Doflamingo. When Carl previously viewed such strength, it seemed acceptable. Not overly impressive, but in hindsight, it truly fell short. Carl didn't expect that his evaluation of Crocodile would still be considerably high. He really didn't anticipate that Crocodile would be this weak. However, upon reflection, it made sense. If Crocodile's strength were strong, he wouldn't have been defeated by Luffy before. Although that time was due to his underestimating Luffy. No matter how the original author tried to add lore later, it couldn't change the fact of his weakness. After all, the Sansan fruit had too many weaknesses, and Crocodile was not skilled in physical combat. Being instantaneously defeated by Carl's dual devil fruit abilities was understandable. After killing Crocodile, Carl completed the selection task, and a random A-class ability appeared before him. However, this time, the system did not directly extract it, but allowed Carl to activate himself. This way, Carl could choose to keep it or use this randomly drawn ability right away. He decided to go back, take a shower, change clothes, and pray a bit. That way, he hoped he could become lucky. Knowing his unfortunate luck, Carl chose to go back first. Before that, he needed to clean up the remaining personnel from Baroque Works. The fight between Carl and Crocodile lasted less than an hour. Those people couldn't have run far. Carl caught up with several ships in no time and sank them one by one. Even if they tried to escape in different directions, they would still be sunk by Carl. All these individuals were part of Baroque Works, and none of them were innocent. They were all desperate individuals looking to make money. Calling them pirates was a compliment. Furthermore, all the core members of Baroque Works, including the ones previously rescued by Crocodile, also did not escape Carl's retribution. After cleaning up these individuals, Carl first went to find Buggy, ostensibly to warn him, but in reality, to let him develop in peace. Buggy expressed his understanding and tearfully accepted the resources that originally belonged to Baroque Works. Finally, Carl also visited Law, informing him that the situation had been resolved. However, Carl's purpose in finding him was still related to the toxin issue. When Carl killed Crocodile, he deliberately preserved. Chapter 206. News of the 7-star sword attribute panel name. Carl's strength. S agility. B spirit. B stamina. B title. Benevolent and righteous abilities. Military fist. C. Float fruit awakened. Armament Haki mastered. Observation Haki perfect. Conqueror's Haki perfect. Dual swordsmanship. Wind element mastery. C. Super strength. A. Tremor fruit. Give me face. C. Zanpakuto. A. As Carl flew in the air, he studied his personal attributes. His main focus was to gather information about the Zanpakuto. During his time at the Navy headquarters, Carl spent nearly half a month asking other naval swordsmen if they had heard any legends about the 7-star sword, or if they had any impressions of some sentient weapons. However, after questioning more than a dozen Navy vice admirals, including Fujitora, none of them knew what the hell the 7-star sword was. They only knew about the Ghost Cutter when it came to sentient weapons, and had not heard of any others. According to their words, if one could train their weapon into a black blade, it would also gain sentience. Although the sentience would be weaker and not as murderous as the Ghost Cutter, it would still be sufficient and could enhance the swordsman's strength. The former dragon, Slayer swordsman, Ryoma, wielded the black blade, Chiyoshue, which was a weapon with sentience. However, no one knew where this weapon was now. Although Carl knew it was on Moria's ship, Moria was already dead, and it was uncertain if his ship still existed. As for the remains of the dragon slayer Ryoma, they had probably long since vanished. And Chiyoshue was likely now Shiryu's weapon. As for the other black blade, it was Hawkeye Mihawk's weapon, the black blade Yuru. This sword was indeed a true black blade, but it was clearly not Carl's style to kill Mihawk just for a sword. Moreover, Mihawk had the potential to become one of his own. In the end, after exhausting all his options, Carl had no choice but to head to the comm belt to find Zoro and ask him about the 7-star sword. To save time, Carl flew at full speed and soon arrived at the training grounds where Zoro was located. His arrival immediately caught Rayleigh's attention. At this moment, there were only Rayleigh, Luffy, and Zoro on the island. Even Sanji was not there, having gone who knows where. Marco and the others, along with Ace, had returned to the New World to fight against Blackbeard but suffered a crushing defeat. They had now gone into hiding. Ace occasionally emerged to attract some attention, but quickly disappeared again. Sabo surely could not stay here to train, and after leaving, he likely returned to the Revolutionary Army to continue working for Dragon. As for Shanks, he had no use staying here, so he naturally returned to the New World for comfort. This meant that the only ones left on the island to train were Luffy and Zoro. As for Sanji, Carl was unaware of where he had gone and was not interested in why he left. Rayleigh-senpai, it's been a long time. Huh, what are you doing here again? Rayleigh's expression darkened upon seeing Carl, wanting to chase him away immediately. However, after thinking it over, he felt that he couldn't handle driving Carl away by himself. So he let him land. Rayleigh-senpai, you don't need to worry. I'm here to ask questions today. If someone can provide me with information, I will offer a generous reward. Questions? What questions could you possibly have that you need to ask as pirates? Doesn't the Navy have a database? Rayleigh remained cautious. Chapter 207. Seven Jade Orbs leaving the doldrums. Carl flew towards the location of the Seven-Star Sword. However, according to the information provided by Zoro, the Seven-Star Sword had been destroyed, with only a remnant soul sealed within a stone tablet. The 7 orbs of the Seven-Star Sword were also sealed within, entrusted to a special person for safekeeping. Although the Seven-Star Sword had been destroyed, its main core remained in the form of the 7 orbs. As long as these orbs existed, the Seven-Star Sword would always exist. Therefore, Carl planned to obtain these 7 orbs and then merge the Withered Wood and Sakura 10 he held. Finally, he would entrust them to a master craftsman from Wano to forge a new weapon. Although it was somewhat troublesome, sacrifices had to be made to unlock the ability of the Zanpakuto. However, according to Zoro's information, only once every 100 years, during a red full moon, would the Seven-Star Sword, filled with demonic energy, be summoned, awakening its evil powers. But this was merely a legend. The sword was here, and its appearance was entirely unrelated to the red full moon. It was just that during a red full moon, its power would burst forth, leading people to mistakenly believe that the Seven-Star Sword could only be summoned at that time. In reality, as long as one could obtain the sword, it could break free from its seal anywhere, otherwise it wouldn't have been sealed by those people in the first place. After all, no sword from the Gitch series was as sinister as the Seven-Star Sword. Compared to the fact that all users of Gitch met a tragic end, those who wielded the Seven-Star Sword would all become puppets. That was truly cruel. Is this Asuka Island? It looks no different. I can't sense any evil energy with my observation haki. Indeed, legends are just legends. Even if the weapon truly has an evil nature that can control humans, it is simply too weak. Carl sneered dismissively, then quickly found the place where he had fought before based on the information given by Zoro. It was a massive altar, now reduced to ruins. Various cuts and scars from swords and knives were clearly visible around. Evidently, the traces of the battle from a year ago involving Zoro and others had not yet been erased. Who are you? This is not a place for outsiders. Hurry and leave. Suddenly, a child in a Navy uniform appeared behind Carl. Due to certain reasons, Carl was dressed in plain clothes at the moment and was not wearing the uniform of a Navy admiral. Additionally, his hair was casually let down, so he was naturally not recognized by the other party. Kid, are you from the Navy? Oomph. Look down on people, huh? I am from the Navy, so I command you to leave here immediately. It's dangerous. The child was small, but had a strong sense of responsibility. He was right. It was indeed somewhat dangerous here, as Carl's observation haki had sensed a strange aura beneath the ground. This was likely the remnant of the Seven-Star Sword and the aura emitted by the 7 Jade Orbs. Little buddy, let me take you away from here first. I have something to do, and it wouldn't be good if you got hurt. Carl reached out to ruffle the little Navy boy's hair and then took off into the air with him. The boy covered his eyes in fear, realizing he was really flying. Seeing his adorable expression, Carl didn't mock him, but instead set him down on the ground and casually gave him a method for practicing the moonwalk technique. This is for you, as a kind reminder to take revenge on me. If you practice it well, you can also fly. Really? The little boy asked nervously. He had already realized that Carl was no ordinary person, as ordinary people couldn't fly. Don't worry, this technique is called the Navy 6 Styles. What I gave you is just one of them, the moonwalk. Chapter 208. The submissive evil thought, a red full moon? Is this your doing? Carl's expression changed slightly. Although the legend says a red full moon occurs only once every 100 years, it seems that as long as the evil thought of the Seven-Star Sword breaks free from its seal, the red full moon will appear. Then Carl felt that under the reflection of the red full moon, this evil thought was continuously growing stronger. Moreover, there were numerous resentful thoughts on Osaka Island, constantly converging onto the 7 jade orbs. This eerie situation was something Carl had never encountered before. Without any hesitation, he unleashed his conqueror's haki with all his might, suppressing all the evil thoughts and resentments. It must be said that Conqueror's Haki is very effective against such formless evil thoughts. However, even so, these evil thoughts were still trying to merge with the 7 jade orbs. Carl had no idea what would happen if they merged, but it definitely wouldn't be good. Without any hesitation, Carl flew into the sky, quickly leaving the island. As Carl departed, the red full moon in the sky gradually disappeared, soon returning to its normal color. However, behind Carl, a large patch of black mist appeared, chasing after him. These were the resentful thoughts that wanted to merge with the jade orbs. Since you want to merge, then I'll let you merge. I want to see what kind of tricks you can pull. Since he couldn't shake off these bizarre things, Carl directly threw the 7 jade orbs into the air. Strangely, the 7 jade orbs floated in the air in such an eerie manner without Carl using any abilities. Then Carl witnessed a shocking scene. The 7 jade orbs gradually gathered into a human shape under the backdrop of the black mist. 1 orb at the head, 2 orbs at the chest and abdomen, and the remaining 4 orbs at the limbs. This situation was very strange. Carl had no idea what this thing before him was. Are you the evil thought of the 7-star sword? Are you a ghost or a spirit? The evil thought did not speak. It pointed to its own head with a hand formed from black mist, then pointed at Carl. Afterwards, it knelt on one knee, lowered its head, and held its hands in the air, presenting a submissive posture. It knew it could not be Carl's opponent, nor could it control him. So it wisely chose to surrender and yield to Carl. This kind of behavior indicated that it truly had some intelligence. However, this was not what Carl wanted. A weapon with intelligence was not necessarily a good thing. But since things had come to this, as long as it was genuinely submissive and did not plan to cause trouble, Carl could accept it. Ahem, if you intend to submit to me, just nod your head. Although it assumed a submissive posture, Carl decided to test it first. To his surprise, the entity actually lowered its hands and nodded. However, it did not rise, but maintained its kneeling position. If that's the case, you will follow me from now on, but I need to make it clear. I need to reforge a suitable weapon, and you will also need to be melted down. I will personally oversee it. If you have any objections, you can refuse to submit to me now. Upon hearing Carl's words, the evil thought trembled all over, then shook its head to indicate it dared not. After seeing this scene, Carl let out a long sigh of relief, but he was still not completely at ease. Nevertheless, he put away the 7 jade orbs, disguised himself, and flew towards the Land of Harmony. After a few days, Carl arrived in the Land of Harmony at a famous blacksmith shop. The master craftsman had closed his forge for many years, but when Carl found him and mentioned reforging the withered wood and Sakura 10, he guessed Carl's identity. However, he did not intend to. Chapter 209, Surprise Attack. Master Kaido, wake up. Master Kaido, we are not your enemies. We are your subordinates. Boss, please wake up quickly, or this street will turn into ruins. Damn it, Brother Gene. How can we stop the boss from continuing his drunken antics? I have an idea. Why don't we throw the boss into the sea? He'll naturally sober up. Jin's suggestion immediately brightened everyone's eyes, but their expressions quickly dimmed again. They knew that doing so carried great risks. A moment's inattention could get them burned to death by Kaido's breath. As for the consequences of throwing Kaido into the water, they were not worried. Although Kaido's emotions were unpredictable and volatile, it was not the first time he had been thrown into the water by his crew. Every time he got drunk before, it was Gene who led Queen and Jack, along with the Flying Six, to do it. However, they were much closer to the sea back then, and now they were far away. If they were to do this, they had to be prepared to deal with Kaido's dragon breath, because even Gene wouldn't dare to guarantee that he could be immune to Kaido's breath. Boss, look over there. It seems someone is flying over. Just as they hesitated, a man flew through the air, wielding twin swords, and instantly arrived behind Kaido. Without any hesitation, the man executed a cross slash, knocking Kaido down from the sky. The massive slash, carrying immense momentum, penetrated Kaido's body, shattering his bones and disrupting his muscles. But even so, Kaido's exaggerated recovery ability allowed him to heal the wound in an instant. It was Admiral White Eagle, seeing the person who suddenly appeared here. Gene immediately recognized Carl. Without waiting for Carl to make a second move, he rushed up to try to stop him. He had fought Carl once before and was deeply impressed. So when Carl appeared, it was also the first time he recognized him. As for Jack, the fool, he still hadn't realized who the person in the sky was. His brain capacity was not large, and although he had heard of Admiral White Eagle, he couldn't recall it at that moment. However, seeing his brother Gene rush forward, he naturally couldn't fall behind. Queen transformed into a Brontosaurus and charged towards Carl in midair. The Flying Six and the massive Beast King also rushed up, wanting to surround and attack Carl. Facing the siege of dozens of beast pirates, Carl had no need to hold back. He instantly unleashed his fruit abilities, creating a massive storm. Wind, blade, tornado. In the storm, Carl mixed in fast slashes, instantly taking down the Flying Six. Among them, two unfortunate ones had their heads severed by Carl's blade, dead beyond recovery. The Beast King was also wiped out without a single survivor. Against the beast pirates, Carl had no reason to go easy. However, his wind blades did not deal very high damage, and the All-Stars easily blocked Carl's attacks. But soon after, Queen's and Jack's pupils suddenly contracted. Two invisible, sharp slashes instantly penetrated their bodies, wreaking havoc on their internal organs. These two lost their fighting ability in that moment. However, the same attack was also delivered to Gene. But Jin's strength was significantly greater than Jack's and Queen's. He covered his whole body with armament haki and barely blocked Carl's strike. However, the massive wounds on his body indicated that he was not unscathed. Navy, why are you here? At this moment, Kaido was still unconscious from being knocked out and had not sobered up. Gene had to buy time to prevent Carl from seizing the opportunity to kill Kaido. Chapter 210. Smooth escape. If you have the ability, don't run. Gene chased after him, wanted to keep Carl. As long as Kaido woke up, Carl would definitely not escape. If Jack hadn't been killed, he wouldn't be so agitated. But Jack was already dead, and as one of the calamities, Gene had always regarded him as a younger brother. Although their relationship was one of superior and subordinate, Gene had a good relationship with Jack. So when Jack died, the first to be enraged was Gene. As for Quinn, he wasn't as angry. He just felt somewhat embarrassed, because Jack's strength was too weak and he was brainless, which led to him being killed instantly. Moreover, Jack's observation haki was indeed too poor. If his observation haki had been a bit stronger, he could have predicted Carl's attack and used armament haki to defend. Unfortunately, he died because of his own overconfidence. If it weren't for his confidence, believing his body was impervious, he wouldn't have been killed by Carl. At most, he would just have been left disabled. Unfortunately, it was too late to say anything now. Jack was dead. Even if Kaido woke up, it would be of no use. All they could hope for was for Kaido to wake up quickly and for Quinn to keep Carl there. Otherwise, their beast pirates would truly become a joke. By then, the news would be everywhere. The Marine Admiral daringly entered the Tiger's den, knocked out Kaido, enraged the Calamities, killed the Drought Calamity, and finally escaped successfully. Once such news was released, the reputation of their beast pirates would plummet instantly. Who knows what would happen then? Hurry, drink. Drink with me. Kaido returned to his human form, groggily sat up, and opened a gourd to pour himself a drink. Upon seeing that Kaido had woken up, Quinn was overjoyed and immediately recounted what had happened earlier. Kaido, still dazed, looked at the wreckage around him, as well as the heavily injured Quinn and the fallen 6 flying swords. Then he saw the 2 corpses of the 6 flying swords and all the corpses of the Beastmasters. Finally, his gaze landed on the dismembered body of Jack. Jack! Ugh! How could you be dead? Who killed you? I will avenge you. Whoa. Seeing Jack dead, Kaido burst into tears, his conqueror's haki uncontrollably spilling out in all directions. Quinn, witnessing this, wiped the cold sweat from his brow and then revealed the identity of the murderer. Meanwhile, Gene, who was covered in injuries, also flew back. He tried his best. Even at his fastest speed, he couldn't catch up to Carl and was even injured. This situation made Kaido even more furious. In an instant, he transformed into a dragon and angrily flew in the direction Carl had left. Marine brat, I want you to pay with your life. Watching Kaido fly away, Gene widened his eyes and opened his mouth to say something. But in the end, he couldn't catch up with Kaido's speed and didn't say anything. Lord Kaido, you're chasing the wrong way. He turned around and ran midway. Hearing Gene's words, Quinn also widened his eyes and then sighed helplessly. It was likely that once Kaido returned, Wano would be in trouble again. Meanwhile, because of his fast flying speed and the feint, Carl successfully shook off Gene and let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, he was controlling a small boat, quickly flying through the sky. He needed to return to the Marine headquarters as fast as possible because he knew Kaido's drunkenness would wear off soon. By then, if Kaido caught up, It would be hard to deal with him, and Karl still had to protect the swordsmith. If he died, the task of forging the sword would be impossible to complete. Chapter 211, Demon Sword. Kid, are you really planning to melt these two swords, the Withered Wood and Sakura-ten? These two blades are exquisite treasures of the world. One of the great knives of the 21 works. If you just melt them down like this, I would feel heartbroken, let alone you. The old swordsmith was heartbroken, feeling that Karl was indeed a bit wasteful. However, Karl shook his head and revealed a smile. There's no helping it. I need a stronger weapon. Although the Withered Wood and Sakura-ten are not bad, they lack spirituality. That's why I need the Jade Bead from the Seven-Star Sword to help enhance the power of these two swords. That said, the old man still feels a bit pain. The swordsmith said this, but his body honestly started to move. He knew that reforging two famous swords was a privilege that ordinary swordsmiths would never have. Even he had only forged a few famous swords in his lifetime, which were then passed on and excelled by their users. As for the swordsmiths, no one would remember their names. From now on, you have to be here with me every day. Otherwise, I won't be able to suppress the evil nature of these 7 jade beads. And after a while, I will also need your blood to forge the sword, as this is your exclusive weapon, and only in this way can you form a special bond with it. Don't worry, I will be here during this time and won't go anywhere else. You can rest assured and let me forge the sword. Karl patted the swordsmith on the shoulder, laughed heartily, and then sat aside to enjoy the swordsmith's performance. The swordsmith showed an excited smile, then stripped off his upper clothes, revealing his muscular physique. Let's get to work now. I haven't been this excited in a long time. It's been so long since I reopened the furnace, and now I get to reforge 2 famous swords. It's really interesting. Ha 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 ha. Accompanied by the swordsmith's loud laughter, he began his actions. Karl was watching him from the side, helping to suppress the evil nature of the 7 jade beads. As long as Karl was there, the 7 jade beads wouldn't dare to cause trouble. But once Karl left, they would venture outside. Although he didn't do anything, every time they appeared, it was at night. Many Navy personnel on night patrol would see ghostly figures appear. Over time, the news of hauntings at the naval headquarters spread. Later, Karl learned about this and scolded the 7 jade beads for their evil thoughts, after which they quieted down considerably. However, the news of hauntings still spread like wildfire and could not be contained. The current naval headquarters was already in a state of panic, and some even suggested inviting a feng shui master to see what place was haunted. However, those who said such things were directly thrown into logistics by Sakazuki. Even if the other party was a veteran, Sakazuki showed no mercy. Sakazuki had always dealt harshly with those who disturbed military morale. However, he was also curious about what kind of ghostly entity could silently infiltrate the naval headquarters without being discovered. But after searching for a long time, Sakazuki still couldn't find it. After all, Karl had already scolded it to stop causing trouble. Thus a month passed. The ghostly figures only appeared for a while at the beginning, and when they stopped appearing later, the rumors of hauntings slowly dissipated, and Sakazuki also forgot about it. Meanwhile, the steps of forging the sword had reached the final stage. During this month, aside from staying here, Karl also ran around quite a bit. The goal was to obtain better materials to forge his own Zampakit. The 7 jade beads were also melted into the new sword, and the evil thoughts naturally entered this new blade. Chapter 212 Hades. Is your name is Hades? Buzz. Buzz. Hades trembled in the water, but this time the emotion it expressed was excitement. It was obvious that it liked this name. It was going to be called Hades. I never expected you would be named Hades. After all, Hades is the king of the underworld in mythology. Karl chuckled bitterly, never imagining that this fellow would have the audacity to directly adopt the name Hades. This name wasn't chosen by Karl, nor was it Hades' own intention. One interesting aspect of Zampakit is that its name is predestined by fate. Even the Zampakit itself may not know its own name. It must be comprehended by the user. As long as a Zampakit has a name, it can possess a certain power that aligns with the user's innermost feelings to change its form. So Karl was also very curious about what form Hades would take. He picked up Hades and swung it a few times, feeling it was very easy to handle. It was much more comfortable than when he used Kuroki and Sakura. However, after swinging it for a while, he still hadn't discovered what the release incantation for Hades was, nor did he know what its abilities were. Kid, be careful. This sword has just taken shape. You mustn't hurt yourself, or else the wound will never heal. The wound won't heal. Hearing the blacksmith's words, Karl was somewhat curious. The blacksmith sighed and then revealed his wrist. There was a very small wound there, but even though it was tiny, such a wound usually heals within a day or two. However, This wound had clearly been there for a long time and still had not healed. Although I'm not sure about the specific abilities of this sword, its ability to prevent wounds from healing is truly insidious. If I'd cut deeper back then, it wouldn't have just been a scrape, but I could have bled to death. Well, that's all I know. The specific use of this sword, you'll have to explore slowly on your own. But I advise you not to use it on your own people. You'll regret it too late. With that, the blacksmith left, preparing to return to his room to rest. It took a month to forge a sword, expending all his energy. For an ordinary blacksmith, that would be too slow. But for forging Hades, this demonic sword, this time was quite fast. After all, he was a master blacksmith, having forged several famous swords. Moreover, since this sword was based on Kuroki and Sakura, it naturally took less time than simply creating a famous sword. It was precisely because of this that Hades could be born in a month. You really surprised me. It turns out your ability can prevent wounds from healing. I just wonder if you have any other abilities. Hades trembled slightly, indicating some excitement, even wanting to cut someone. Upon sensing this emotion, Carl couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. If you want to cut someone, just wait a bit. After I set sail, I'll take you to cut pirates. Hearing this, Hades trembled slightly, indicating its protest. Carl sighed, then placed it back into its sheath. This sheath was deliberately crafted by the old blacksmith, specifically designed to hold this sword. If it were another sheath, it probably wouldn't last 2 days before being destroyed by the sword's malevolence. After all, Hades was a demonic sword, unprecedented and filled with overwhelming evil energy. Otherwise, it wouldn't have immediately wanted to go with Carl to cut people. Truly worthy of being a demonic sword. Chapter 213 for Zephyr. The people accompanying Sakazuki were none other than Sengoku and Garp. However, Carl was somewhat curious as to why Sakazuki would bring these two old men over. As for Borisolino and Smoker, they were still out on missions and had not returned. Ha ha ha, it's been a long time since I've seen you, Kid Carl. It's only been a little over a year, almost 2, and you've become stronger again. And this demon sword of yours is really fierce. Even I don't dare to touch it, fearing it might bite me. Sengoku, wearing a navy coat and holding a donut, was eating while teasing Carl. Without the pressure of the admiral position, Sengoku had returned to his true nature and was no longer so serious. Beside him, Garp was pinching his nose, clearly not planning to sit around. Cough cough, you two semi-retired old geezers, it's time for you to play your part. I've been researching the matter of revoking the Shichibukai for a long time, and I've now found a reason to act against them. As long as you two are willing to help and talk to the Gorosei, Carl, and I can immediately set our plan in motion. Why do I have to be involved? Carl looked confused. He did not expect Sakazuki to call him over for this matter. To be honest, he didn't want to get involved with the Shichibukai at all, as it offered him no benefits. After all, the current Shichibukai were very harmonious, and none of them were causing trouble or engaging in plundering. So Carl had no reason to take action against them. Carl, don't speak yet. Once the Shichibukai can really be revoked, that's when you'll be of use. Right now, you're just here to listen to the plan. It might come in handy in the future. All right, you guys talk. I'll just watch. Hearing Sakazuki say this, Carl helplessly shrugged, then half lay back in his chair, motionless, like a turtle. Seeing him like this, Sakazuki was frustrated but could only coldly snort and ignore Carl. Ha ha, this kid is getting more and more interesting. Garp watched Carl, constantly slapping his thigh, clearly amused. Sengoku nearby was also covering his mouth, stifling a laugh. Sakazuki, how does it feel to be an admiral? Isn't it hard to lead the team? Oof. It's not hard to lead. The Navy now is stronger than ever. You two retired old geezers should just persuade the Gorosei to abolish the Shichibukai system. Only then will the sea be truly balanced. The Shichibukai system will always be a blunder. That should be something you, as an admiral, should say. What use is it for us two old men to say it? Sengoku raised an eyebrow at Garp, clearly signaling him not to agree. Garp understood Sengoku's meaning well and remained silent, munching on senbei. Anyway, this mess was all Sakazuki's responsibility. No matter what they did, it wouldn't benefit them and might even affect their retirement life. Naturally, they didn't want to get involved in this muddy water. Senior Garp, Senior Sengoku, this matter really requires both of you. Otherwise, I fear I won't be able to stop Zephyr. What do you mean? Hearing Sakazuki's words, Sengoku and Garp both froze. They were well aware of Zephyr's hatred towards pirates becoming Shichibukai, but they hadn't seen him in a while, so they were uncertain about Zephyr's current situation. Chapter 214, Uninvited Guest. The meeting soon came to an end. Garp and Sengoku both agreed to Akainu's request and were willing to persuade the Gorosei to abolish the warlords of the sea system. Akainu followed them to negotiate with the Gorosei, while Carl stayed at the Navy headquarters to prevent any intruders. However, at this time, who would dare to cause trouble at the Navy headquarters? Carl did not believe that anyone would be bold enough to create a scene now. So he was not concerned and spent a leisurely vacation at the headquarters during the days they were negotiating with the Gorosei. He even made a trip back to the Sabaody archipelago. Although it was quite a distance from the Navy headquarters to the Sabaody archipelago, Carl could make a round trip in 3 hours at a normal speed. If he flew at his fastest, he could do it in an hour. However, Carl did not go often. He only visited occasionally to intimidate the pirates and human traffickers, reminding them not to be too arrogant because the Navy was watching over the area. A few days later, Carl received good news. The warlords of the sea system could finally be abolished. After 10 days of persistent negotiation, Akainu, Sengoku, and Carp had successfully persuaded the Gorosei. However, they also paid a certain price for it. Sengoku would take over Zephyr's position to continue training new recruits for the Navy. Carp would be responsible for the security of the upcoming World Conference to prevent any intrusions. Akainu was also ordered to comply with CP0's arrangements in the future. The costs for Carp and Sengoku were not too significant, but Akainu's price was quite steep. Akainu knew very well what kind of organization CP0 was. Complying with their arrangements would be akin to handing over the lives of the entire Navy. However, he did not refuse outright, but agreed for the time being, as it was a delaying tactic. Whether he would follow CP0's arrangements in the future depended on what orders they issued. If the orders were detrimental to the Navy, Akainu would refuse CP0's arrangements, even if it meant defying the Gorosei. After nearly 2 years as admiral, Akainu had developed a sense of responsibility. At least he now understood how Sengoku had worked hard to protect all of them. What Akainu needed to do now was not much different from what Sengoku did before. After informing Carl about these matters, Akainu notified Carl that he could go carry out the mission to eliminate the warlords of the sea. The order to abolish the warlords would be announced in the newspapers today. Carl did not say much about this and began to pack his things in preparation for departure. However, just as Carl was about to set off, a violent tremor suddenly shook the Navy headquarters. It felt like an earthquake, causing the entire island to sway. What was happening outside? Sensing that something was off, Carl activated his observation haki to observe the outside. He soon discovered that the Navy personnel outside were in a state of panic. Additionally, there was a tall figure standing in the center of the Navy's square. There was also a massive humanoid crater there. This was clearly the enormous pit created by him. Damn it, how did that bastard Kaido get here? As soon as Carl's observation haki sensed the presence of the figure, he immediately recognized who it was. It was Kaido, one of the current 4 emperors, known as the strongest creature. Carl, you little Navy brat, get out here. I want to avenge Jack, Kaido roared, and his innate intimidation combined with his conqueror's haki made the surrounding Navy personnel too afraid to approach him. However, the Navy's vice admirals were not affected. Those elite vice admirals rushed forward, trying to stop Kaido from causing destruction here. Chapter 216, Ghost Slash. Option 1. Escape from this place and let Kaido destroy the Navy headquarters. Gaining the title of avoiding weakness by strengthening strength. Option 2. Kill Kaido before others return and gain Kaido's physical qualities and recovery ability. Option 3. Delay for time, wait for support, and gain freely distributable attribute points, freely distributable skill points. As Carl fought against Kaido, he analyzed the feasibility of these 3 options. However, when he glanced at the 3 choices, he couldn't help but curse, because among these 3 options, only the third one was a choice that a normal person could make. The first one didn't even need to be considered. It could be discarded outright. After all, Carl wasn't that kind of person. As for the second option, Carl really wanted to choose it because the reward was simply too generous, but the conditions were also extremely harsh. He didn't believe he could kill Kaido in just 2 or 3 hours. It was practically impossible. So, with no other choice, Carl directly selected the third option, to hold on until Sakazuki and the others returned. This way, he could receive a reward, albeit a small one, but a mosquito's leg is still meat. A little something is better than nothing. You little Navy brat, you dare to be distracted while fighting me. Seeking death. Thunderous 8 trigrams. In a fit of rage, Kaido swung his tail directly at Carl. Although Thunderous 8 trigrams could unleash its power only when combined with the Kanabo. A true master could use any part of their body as a weapon, even when empty-handed. Kaido was clearly such a master. His tail, accompanied by a howling sound, came rushing toward Carl. The speed was so fast that it left Carl somewhat shocked. Being distracted during a battle of this level was a big taboo. Armed color haki covered Hades, and Carl held his sword with both hands, slashing down with force. The blade collided with the tail. A sharp airflow erupted in the air, producing a deafening wail. The clash of their attacks caused an explosion of airflow. The shockwave from the explosion was comparable to being hit head-on by hundreds of Navy cannonballs. The buildings surrounding the Navy Square were all reduced to ruins in the aftermath of their battle. The remaining Navy personnel retreated further and further, quickly leaving the entire square to the two of them. Originally, these vice admirals wanted to rely on their strength to observe the battle here. Some even hoped to see if they could intervene and sneak attack Kaido. However, upon witnessing the current situation, they realized they couldn't intervene at all. The battle between Carl and Kaido grew increasingly intense and alarming. Their fight was straightforward, with no flashy moves, just a direct hard clash. Even the effects of flying sword energy and howling winds were largely omitted. Although Kaido would occasionally unleash a breath attack, it had no effect on Carl. Thus, their battle became purely about collisions. This made it even more shocking. After all, not everyone could gain an advantage over Kaido physically, but Carl had clearly done it. He slightly suppressed Kaido in terms of strength. It was this small gap that prevented Kaido from hurting Carl. On the other hand, due to his massive size, Kaido had already accumulated several wounds from Carl's attacks. The places struck by the demon sword Hades left behind incurable scars. However, Kaido's recovery ability was also extremely abnormal. The power brought by Hades had not fully taken effect against his recovery ability. The injuries on Kaido's body were slowly healing. But even if he wanted to completely recover from his injuries, it would take some time. Chapter 217. The Immortal Kaido. Lord Carl, is Kaido dead? A Navy soldier approached cautiously, his eyes filled with curiosity. Although he was terrified, he still wanted to know if Carl had actually killed Kaido. Everyone get away from here. Do not come over. Kaido is not dead yet. What? Hearing Carl's words, everyone present was stunned, and Feng Fei ran back. Those injured who couldn't escape were carried further away for treatment. Kaido's recent strike was simply too exaggerated, flattening the entire surrounding area. The area they were in was a massive square, occupying about 1/5 of the Navy headquarters. This large open space was left by Sakazuki as a precaution. However, no one expected that such an open space would now come into play. Although the surroundings looked like a disaster, and the Navy personnel were injured, none were unscathed. However, the number of buildings destroyed around them was no more than 10. Such losses were already quite minimal. If this had happened in Marineford, Kaido's recent strike would have probably affected even the headquarters building. Someone, throw me the Sea Prism stone handcuffs, Carl shouted, and the nearby Ghost Spider, upon hearing this, exerted all his strength to throw over a huge Sea Prism stone handcuff. Carl grabbed the chain of the Sea Prism stone handcuff. The chain here was not made of Sea Prism stone, so it didn't matter even if a Devil Fruit user touched it. However, Carl's ability had been modified by the system to eliminate side effects. Therefore, even if he touched the Sea Prism stone, he would not be affected. But to avoid revealing this trump card, Carl chose to pretend for a while. Without any hesitation, Carl used his ability to control the massive Sea Prism stone handcuff, placing it on Kaido's 2 claws. At the same time, Carl frowned as he saw the massive cut across Kaido's abdomen. Although Kaido was unconscious at this moment, this strike had deeply injured his internal organs. However, Carl could clearly see that the organs and bones inside Kaido's body were rapidly healing. But the external wounds, affected by Hades, were healing very slowly. This was also the reason why Kaido had fallen into a coma. What monster? Just as Carl was lost in thought, Kaido suddenly opened his eyes. He felt weak and powerless, then transformed back into his human form. Seeing the massive Sea Prism stone handcuff on his hands, his expression immediately turned to one of anger. Navy brat. Accompanied by a roar, Kaido unleashed an astonishing amount of strength, forcibly tearing the chain of the Sea Prism stone handcuff apart. The Sea Prism stone creaked in his hands, but remained undamaged. Seeing this, Carl wasted no time and struck Kaido again. Ghost Slash, accompanied by Hades Tremor. A strike identical to the previous one came slicing through the air once more. In an instant, the surrounding space dimmed due to Carl's strike. Between heaven and earth, it seemed that only a shade of black remained. As this shade of black appeared in front of Kaido, the world regained its appearance. Kaido fell to the ground again, and his abdomen bore another scar that crossed over the previous wound. However, this time, due to Hades' demonic power being exhausted, its effect was somewhat diminished. After all, it was a finishing move, and while Carl's own power quickly recovered after consumption, Hades' demonic power could only support its release once. Although Hades was a cursed sword, it had only fought Kaido once so far and had not killed many. The amount of demonic power it stored was simply too little, which led to this situation. Chapter 2:18. Finally, someone has arrived. The howling wind echoed, and the space was eerily silent. The battle between Kaido and Carl was still intense, but strangely, their fight was remarkably quiet. It was as if they were not fighting, but rather having tea and chatting. However, seeing the blood spurting from Kaido and Carl's somewhat grim expression made it clear. The two were indeed fighting with all their might. The shockwaves from their battle even affected the nearby sea, creating massive waves. Yet it was peculiar. Not a sound from their fight reached the outside, and none of the Navy personnel present knew what was going on. If anyone dared to approach, they would discover an invisible barrier in the area where Carl and Kaido were fighting. This barrier prevented the shockwaves from their battle from spreading, as well as blocking the transmission of sound. However, this barrier did not stop others from entering. If someone wanted to help, they could enter the battlefield at any time to assist Carl in his fight against Kaido. But this barrier blocked sound and the shockwaves, which was why nothing could be heard outside. This was also for their own good. If the shockwaves were allowed to spread, the Navy headquarters would likely be destroyed by Kaido, just like Marineford. Therefore, he created a thin vacuum layer and an air wall to stop the spread of sound and battle shockwaves. This way, he could focus entirely on fighting Kaido without worrying about the outside. Although maintaining the vacuum wall required some of Carl's energy, it did not significantly affect him. After all, Kaido was a brute. Even if he managed to catch Carl off guard, he wouldn't be able to inflict serious injuries. His strength was not as great as Carl's, but his speed was comparable. His only pride lay in his monstrous recovery ability and tireless stamina. That was what made Kaido the most terrifying. No one knew whether his recovery ability was a passive skill granted by his Devil Fruit ability. Regardless of whether it was or not, his monstrous recovery was enough to exhaust others. If Carl were to use the Tremor Fruit, he could defeat Kaido with a bit of time. However, he was struggling to think of a way to kill Kaido. His recovery was simply too abnormal to truly kill him. He would either need to use Hades Bankai to amplify his abilities 100-fold or rely on Vegapunk to create gene drugs to limit Kaido's recovery. Otherwise, he truly was an immortal being that no one could kill. Navy Brat. D. Dragon's Breath. Scythe Windblade. Countless invisible sighs whizzed past Carl. These wind blades were extremely fast and sharp. Anyone hit by them, even with armament haki protecting them, could easily get injured. However, Carl possessed observation haki and was also very fast himself. Under the Dragon's Breath, he maneuvered effortlessly. After all, this was not the first time he faced the Scythe Windblade. They had been fighting for over an hour, and Kaido's moves were limited and repetitive. After all, his inherent strength meant he didn't need many flashy skills. Thus, his skills were few but practical. If other Navy admirals were here, although they could delay Kaido for over an hour, given their strength, they would undoubtedly suffer heavy casualties. To be honest, if Carl hadn't killed Jack earlier, Kaido wouldn't have come after him. Ultimately, this was still his fault. Chapter 219. Steamed or braised? Carl boy, we're back. Shockwave. Is this the Beast Kaido? Take this punch from me. Beast Kaido, I announce in the name of the Admiral. You are under arrest. Hellhound. Sengoku, Garp. And Akainu flew directly from the warship to the battlefield of Carl and Kaido. Without any hesitation, Sengoku instantly transformed into the Golden Buddha, unleashing a shockwave that struck Kaido, making him tremble all over. Garp's iron fist landed squarely on Kaido's face, crushing it inward. Even with his armament haki for defense, Kaido couldn't withstand Garp's iron fist. Taking advantage of the chaos, Akainu used Hellhound, piercing through Kaido's abdomen and leaving a massive wound. But soon, the wound and the organs and bones inside began to regenerate right in front of Akainu. This scene amazed him. However, Carl charged in without mercy and delivered a ghost slash. In an instant, the world darkened. A black flash swept across, and Kaido's body crashed heavily to the ground, further sinking the already 10-meter deep plaza by another 2 to 3 meters. Phew, you finally arrived. If you hadn't come back, I wouldn't have known if I could continue to entangle with him. Carl let out a sigh of relief. Akainu's strength is that of standard admiral, and Sengoku and Garp go without saying. Their powers are among the top in the world. Although Carl's strength is not bad, without using the Tremor Fruit, he could only barely match Kaido. Not to mention, he has already exhausted too much stamina compared to Kaido. If no one helped him and the battle continued, Carl could guarantee that he would definitely lose in 10 days. After all, he doesn't have a monstrous stamina like Kaido to last 10 days without rest. Not everyone has the monstrous physique of Kaido and Akainu. Even Kazan, who battled Akainu for 10 days, ultimately fell due to exhaustion. Choose to complete, gain freely assignable attribute points, freely assignable skill points. After Akainu and the others returned, Carl's system task was also completed. However, he was not in a hurry to allocate his attribute and skill points. The most important thing now is to deal with this menace in front of him. It's not a good thing to leave Kaido here. He must be dealt with. But how to handle him is another question. During this time, Kaido struggled again, but was once again subdued by Sengoku, Akainu, and Garp. Sengoku's power, combined with Akainu's magma, forcibly suppressed Kaido, preventing him from getting up. Plus, Garp's punch, even against Kaido, was enough to knock him down, although he couldn't inflict fatal damage. It clearly indicated that Garp's power is also at a high level, perhaps even stronger. After all, above levels, there's also a level attribute. Carl learned from the system that at least 5 freely assignable attribute points are needed to level up. So Carl wanted to know, what exactly is the scenery of level power? Carl boy, how do you suggest we deal with him? Sengoku asked. Carl was taken aback. He didn't expect Sengoku would ask him, so he instinctively replied, steamed? Or maybe braised, but I prefer barbecued. Hearing Carl's words, Sengoku was stunned, and Garp laughed out loud. Even Akainu, usually so serious, looked at Carl with a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Chapter 220. The aggrieved Kaido. After hearing Carl's words, Kaido's expression changed repeatedly. The faces of Akainu and the others were similarly grim. Although they had been away from Marine headquarters for some time, they never expected that during this period, someone would actually attack the Marine headquarters. Letting Carl hold back was originally a precaution, but who would have thought that Kaido would really come? And judging by Kaido's expression, he was clearly in the know. He had long known that Akainu and the others had gone to Mariehua to meet with the Gorosei. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have rushed over at this time. It's a pity that he was still a bit late. If it were a day or two earlier, the entire Marine headquarters would have been reduced to rubble. Moreover, the plan to abolish the warlord system would have been interrupted by Kaido's arrival. Fortunately, their luck was good. The warlord system was successfully abolished, and Kaido's arrival coincided perfectly with their return. This means that the spy could not possibly be someone from Mariehua, and could only be someone from Marine headquarters. It seems that the world conscription has mixed in some other people as well. The current military strength is sufficient. It's time to conduct a sweep and see if any members of other forces have infiltrated. Akainu snorted coldly, clearly planning to clean up the internal members of the Marines. During the world conscription, anyone could join. As long as you joined the Marines, you were given a position and trained. Therefore, all sorts of people could potentially sneak in. Members of the Yonko pirate crews, or even the Revolutionary Army, might have infiltrated the Marines to gather intelligence. The Kaido in front of them was a living example. Therefore, Akainu had to conduct a thorough cleanup of the Marines. Although it might not necessarily root out the spies, at least it could eliminate some ill-intentioned individuals. Marine brat. Don't expect me to tell you anything. Do as you please. If you really can kill me, to be honest, I would even thank you. Ha 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 ha. Carl's face-saving ability has failed for the first time. Kaido laughed heartily. He was so arrogant and tough. He relied on his recovery ability and completely looked down on everyone. Except for Garp. After all, Garp's punches really hurt, and even Kaido couldn't take it. A casual punch could lead to shattered bones. To be honest, no one wants to be enemies with such a person. Even a proud monster like Kaido would not easily provoke Garp. Just like when Whitebeard was still around, no one dared to provoke him easily. Even after being taught a lesson a few times, Kaido also learned to be afraid, because he really couldn't win, and losing was quite frustrating. How should this guy be dealt with? Killing him is impossible, and if we lock him up, he will escape in no time. What should we do? Garp casually asked, and the people present fell into deep thought once again. However, soon Carl thought of an idea and revealed a sinister smile. Find a ship, then look for several large iron chains with a diameter of at least half a meter. They must be the hardest and most resilient type. Then, put sea stone shackles on his neck, hands, waist, and legs. The last and most important step is to knock him out, throw him onto that warship, and then I will throw him into Blackbeard's territory. When the two meet, what will happen? It's up to them. Upon hearing Carl's words, Akainu's eyes flashed with a fierce expression. This time, I'll follow your plan. I'll arrange it right away. Saying this, Akainu stepped on the moonwalk and flew out of the pit. Chapter 221. The abolished warlord system. Early the next morning, Carl accepted his mission and began taking action against the warlords. However, Buggy, Bonnie, and Law were assigned to Enel and the others to handle. Carl was responsible for Boa Hancock, Jinbe, and Mihawk. As for Kuma, he had now been transformed into a pacifist, although he still held the title of warlord. He had become a product of the world government, so Carl no longer needed to deal with him. Carl did not comment on this, leaving Bonnie's situation to be handled freely by Sakazuki. He tasked Enel and the others with capturing Bonnie alive and bringing her back to the Navy headquarters. Even if they couldn't bring her back, they were instructed not to kill her. As for Law and Buggy, Sakazuki did not give specific orders, but only told Enel and the others to resolve them. After all, the Navy's current strength was limited, and it was not suitable to make a big deal out of dealing with them. Moreover, both Buggy and Law had their own factions, and Sakazuki was very aware of their secret alliance. Based on this, Sakazuki aimed to avoid excessive losses to the Navy's active forces, hence the ambiguous orders. Even if they failed, there would be no punishment for the mission. As for Carl, Sakazuki did not set clear standards, considering that Boa Hancock was the empress of a nation. Jinbe was also a warrior from Fishman Island, and Mihawk's identity was a mystery, with strength comparable to that of an admiral. Relying on Carl to deal with these three was indeed challenging. It wasn't that Carl couldn't handle them, but rather their identities posed a problem. If Jinbe were to die, Fishman Island would be completely finished. Although Sakazuki lacked compassion, he held no prejudice against Fishmen. The same went for Hancock. If the Empress were to die, Amazon Lily would likely become a haven for human traffickers. Although Amazon Lily was located in a windless zone, those who valued money over life would always find a way to enter. As for Mihawk, his strength was genuinely formidable. Sakazuki was uncertain whether Carl alone could capture him. Sakazuki would not forcibly require them to complete this task, but the face-saving aspect had to be acceptable. Carl was experienced in this regard and naturally knew how to handle it. Finally, regarding the news of the abolition of the warlord system, this news had already spread when Carl fought against Kaido yesterday. After a night of fermentation, every warlord had basically received this news report. However, compared to this news, the second news report from last night was truly explosive. Kaido, a lone wolf, infiltrated the Navy headquarters and tore apart the monsters, fighting Admiral Whitebeard to a standstill for an entire day. In the end, it was Sakazuki, Sengoku, and Garp who returned and combined with Admiral Whitebeard. They managed to subdue Kaido. A few brief sentences conveyed everything that had happened that day, even overshadowing the news of the warlords' abolition. It must be said that compared to the warlords, the news of the four emperors and admirals was more sought after. After all, they represented the pinnacle of combat power in this world. Previously, there was Whitebeard, who died in Marineford, which was shocking enough. Now, another Beast Kaido had battled with the Navy admirals for an entire day without a clear victor. This showed the world that the Navy remained the world as hegemon. But Beast Kaido, true to his title, was the strongest creature in this world. One admiral, one fleet admiral, one naval hero, and one semi-retired fleet admiral. Chapter 222, Shaki's Bar in Sabaody Archipelago. Once again, Carl arrived at the Sabaody Archipelago. He had always enjoyed causing trouble here, making the pirates and human traffickers think twice about lingering too long. The current Sabaody was completely different from the 2 years later depicted in the original story. At this time, the archipelago was quite peaceful, and even the Navy patrols seemed rather indifferent. After all, with an admiral visiting frequently, no one dared to cause trouble. Even if the Celestial Dragons caused a scene, Carl would unhesitatingly teach them a lesson. Given Carl's current status, as long as he didn't kill any Celestial Dragons, the Gorosei and the high-ranking Celestial Dragons wouldn't dare to take action against him. Carl's attitude towards the Celestial Dragons was already well known. This was similar to Garp, who also looked down on the Celestial Dragons and even dared to criticize them openly. However, the Celestial Dragons only scolded Garp a bit and then let it go. Carl's situation was basically the same as Garp's. The Celestial Dragons didn't want to provoke trouble, so they left him alone. As long as guests didn't seriously harm or injure the Celestial Dragons, they couldn't be bothered to report it. Thus, Carl became a powerful figure in the Sabaody Archipelago, with no one daring to mess with him, including the Celestial Dragons. Carl first docked the Navy warship at the Navy base's port in Sabaody, then dismissed the sailors, allowing them to act freely. However, he warned them not to act recklessly, simply because there were Celestial Dragons on the island. Upon arriving, Carl had already seen the ships of the Celestial Dragons docked at other port locations. If they angered the Celestial Dragons while Carl was around, he could handle it. But if he wasn't there, they would be in trouble. These sailors were seasoned veterans and understood the tyranny of the celestial dragons. So they naturally followed Carl's advice and stayed at the Navy branch. Carl then contacted Jinbei while heading toward Shaki's bar. He had arranged to meet Jinbei there. But Carl had arrived a bit earlier. Jinbei was likely still elsewhere. So, Carl needed to contact him first. As for Shaki's bar, it had been reopened for quite some time, at least a month or two ago. Rayleigh also returned from time to time, but he primarily stayed in the Calm Belt to train Luffy and the others. Now, it was just Shaki alone in the bar. Fortunately, under Carl's protection, Sabaody was very safe, and no one dared to cause trouble. Otherwise, with just Shaki there, it would be difficult for her to defend the small bar. The bar kept its usual rules, but this time it was 2 bottles. Carl immediately sat down at the closest spot to Shaki and called out to her. The surrounding crowd included pirates, travelers, and merchants. When they heard someone calling for Shaki, they felt a bit annoyed and turned to look. However, when they saw that it was Carl, they quickly turned their heads away, not daring to look any longer. There was no helping it. A person's reputation precedes them. As soon as Carl appeared in these places, most people didn't dare to trouble him. This was the deterrence brought by an admiral. You're still in the mood to drink? Didn't yesterday's battle with Kaido hurt you? Shaki shot Carl a glance, then prepared 2 bottles of alcohol and 2 glasses, setting them in front of him. Chapter 223, Meeting Jinbei again. Haha. Of course someone is coming over. Otherwise, why would I go through all this trouble to come here? Carl took a sip of his drink, then activated his observation haki, revealing a smile. He was already on his way and would arrive in a few minutes. Is that so? What is this person to you? An enemy? Hearing Carl's words, Shaki was taken aback. She had originally thought Carl would be entertaining some old friends or other notable figures. The sudden mention of enemy left her a bit confused. The only people who had a decent relationship with Carl among the opposing camp were Shanks and Rayleigh. As for others, even Marco and his crew were not on good terms with Carl. Just not fighting upon meeting was already a good outcome, and it was impossible for them to drink together. Even when they held a banquet before, it was Carl, Rayleigh, and Shanks who were together. Marco on the side could only seethe in silence, not daring to say more than a few words. So Shaki was now very curious about who Carl was waiting for. Moments later, a blue figure appeared before Shaki. Upon seeing this familiar silhouette, Shaki immediately recalled the news about the disbandment of the Warlords of the Sea. This realization struck her. She and T expected that Carl's purpose for coming here was to meet Jinbei. In other words, the Navy was really going to take action against the Warlords? Shaki exclaimed, and Carl nodded without denying it, but he also didn't verbally confirm it. Jinbei, come over for a drink. I have something to discuss with you. Boss lady, could you clear the place for me? I need a quiet space to talk. Sure. Shaki nodded and began to clear the area. The people didn't want to provoke Carl, so they naturally left. As for the unfinished drinks, Shaki allowed them to take those with them. Jinbei watched as the others left, then approached Carl and sat down without any reservations, pouring himself a drink. After downing the drink, Jinbei placed the cup on the table and looked seriously at the relaxed Carl. General White Eagle, what is it you want to see me about? Couldn't it be said anywhere? If you want to take action against me, you can do it anytime, anywhere. Must it be at a designated location? Jinbei held no resentment towards Carl because he knew this was not Carl's intention, but rather an order from Sakazuki. Jinbei understood that Carl's actions against the warlords were unavoidable. However, he did not harbor any ill will towards Carl, as it was Carl who had helped him when he was in a dilemma. Furthermore, it was Carl who had assisted in managing the chaotic Fishman Island. Most importantly, the bastard who had been harassing Shirahoshi was also dealt with by Carl. After Jinbei came out of Impel Down, he not only was not targeted by the world government and the Navy, but he also gained an unusually peaceful Fishman Island. Therefore, Jinbei only felt gratitude towards Carl and had little resentment. Even when the warlord system was disbanded, Carl was the first to inform him, allowing him to prepare. For this alone, Carl had already shown great kindness, and Jinbei naturally had no reason to resent him. However, Jinbei's current mood was not good, entirely due to matters concerning Fishman Island. Once the warlord identity disappeared, Fishman Island would surely be overrun by human traffickers. At that time, Jinbei would have to get busy again, which was why he looked a bit displeased. Chapter 224, Sparring after finishing their drinks. Carl and Jinbei arrived at a deserted area in Sabaody. Shaki, wanted to join in, also came along. To be honest, Shaki was also curious to see how much Carl's strength had grown. He had fought Kaido for a long time without a clear victor. Such strength definitely matched the image of an admiral. After all, with fame comes controversy. Although Carl was well known, there were still some who believed he was too young and lacked the strength of an admiral. The battle with Kaido yesterday had silenced those critics, delivering a resounding slap to their faces. Because of this event, Carl's reputation had been significantly elevated once again. "Are you ready, Jinbei?" "I'm going in," Carl said, instantly appearing in front of Jinbei and throwing a punch. Facing Carl's fierce punch, Jinbei retaliated with his own fist. Fishman karate. With Jinbei's furious roar, their fists collided, causing a huge explosion. Shaki, watching the clash from the side, was taken aback. She hadn't expected that Carl, even without a sword and just using his fists, could unleash such powerful strength. It was truly astonishing. However, even more surprising was Jinbei. Seizing the moment when Carl's fists met his, he immediately grabbed Carl's wrist and executed a shoulder throw without hesitation. Unfortunately, this was not the ocean, and the shoulder throw here couldn't exert its maximum power. It could at most display about 70% of its strength. Nevertheless, even so, Carl was still thrown away by Jinbei's immense strength. This demonstrated that Jinbei's power was formidable. As a fishman, he possessed strength that surpassed that of other fishmen. This was also his capital for protecting Fishman Island. After all, in the original story, he had once used his sheer strength to block Charlotte Linling's pursuit and even threw her into the sea. His monstrous strength was exaggerated, and it was quite normal for Carl to be thrown away, especially since he was caught off guard and hadn't to use his full strength. "Carl, you should draw your sword. Your martial arts are not weak, but if you only use martial arts, I cannot determine a victor. So please draw your sword. What I want to see is your strongest power, not the current half-hearted effort." Jinbei assumed the stance of Fishman karate and began to gather his strength. He did not want to be underestimated. Even though he was well aware that when Carl was unarmed, he had a slight chance of winning. As soon as Carl drew his sword, he would have no chance at all. But even so, Jinbei still did not intend to take this opportunity to defeat Carl, as doing so would bring him no benefits. Even if Carl would not be angry about it, he would not do it. This was the Sea Knight Jinbei. Whatever he wanted to do, he would act according to his own heart. That was why he asked Carl to draw his sword. It was a sign of respect for Carl, and he also hoped that Carl could respect him in return. "Jinbei, you misunderstand me. It's not that I don't respect you or look down on you, but if I draw my sword, I will hurt you. After all, this cursed sword of mine is meant for killing enemies, not for harming my friends. Is it really that sinister?" Hearing Carl's words, Shaki became a bit curious, while Jinbei frowned and looked at the sword at Carl's waist. He was not a sword master, so he couldn't perceive it very precisely. However, he could still sense that the sword at Carl's waist was indeed a cursed sword. As for how cursed it was, he couldn't tell. Shaki's strength was even weaker. She could only tell that Carl's sword was not an ordinary item, with an aura somewhat similar to that of the ghostly blade, but different in some aspects. As for anything else, she couldn't discern, which was why she had such doubts. Chapter 225. Entering the deep sea, Hades' abilities were thus displayed before Jinbei and Shaki. Although revealing One's abilities might not be ideal, he had already fought Kaido. Although Kaido was still bound at the moment, he would definitely break free and warn his subordinates not to confront Carl's demon blade head-on. After all, he had suffered a loss like this before. The first time he faced Hades, even Kaido was taken aback. If it weren't for his incredible recovery ability, he might have been defeated by Carl. However, despite this, Jinbei did not intend to miss such an opportunity. He chose to continue sparring with Carl. Thus, Carl had no choice but to use his power to persuade Jinbei to give up to avoid hurting him. Carl unleashed the Demon Slash, directly erasing the surrounding area. Through this void, one could even see the sea below. Upon seeing this, Jinbei understood that he really was not Carl's opponent. The gap in strength between the two was indeed quite significant. If Carl used this move against him, Jinbei would not be able to withstand it. Even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. This made Jinbei realize the disparity between them. Jinbei no longer lingered and graciously admitted defeat. Then Carl asked Jinbei to prepare a small boat as he was going to Fishman Island to meet King Neptune. Jinbei nodded and went to prepare. Carl then returned to the Navy branch, instructing the other Navy personnel to stay behind, as he would be at Fishman Island for a few days. This made the Navy a bit dissatisfied because they wanted to go too. After all, there were many mermaids on Fishman Island, and they all wanted to see how beautiful the legendary mermaids really were. However, Carl did not allow them to go. Instead, he ordered them to remain there and not go anywhere. Under Carl's orders, the Navy personnel had no choice but to stay behind, grumbling while interacting with other Navy members or playing cards. Carl did not impose too many restrictions on them. As long as they did not cause trouble and did not encounter the celestial dragons, there was nothing to worry about. Then Carl took Endur away from the Navy branch and headed to the port. Jinbei had already prepared the boat. As soon as Carl spoke, they could set sail. Lord Carl, are we going to Fishman Island? I'm so excited. Although Carl had been to Fishman Island many times, it was Endur's first time. However, it had been over a year since Carl last visited Fishman Island, and even he felt a bit excited. After all, he could see mermaids, and being a man, he naturally felt thrilled. Endur, I have a few purposes for coming here. One of which is to let you communicate more with the ultra-large sea kings in the deep sea. You can use your abilities without worry. If they dare to attack you, I won't hold back. I understand, Lord Carl. You will definitely protect me, right? Of course. If I don't protect you, then who will? I hope you don't go too far. Even I can't provoke the ultra-large sea kings. If they get angry, even the entire Fishman Island could be overturned. So you both should be careful. Even Conqueror's Haki might not always be effective. Not to mention, both of you are devil fruit users, which is inherently risky in the sea, especially near the ultra-large sea kings. If you fall into the deep sea, even I might not be able to save you. Jinbei said earnestly, clearly worried about the safety of Carl and Endur. Endur shrank back slightly. Chapter 226, Driving Away the Sea King's Brother Carl. They are so scary. Endur clung to Carl's side, gently tugging at the hem of his clothes, looking very frightened. She was so scared that she even changed how she addressed Carl. Whenever Endur gets nervous, she calls Carl brother, which he has grown accustomed to. However, he did not expect that mere sea kings would dare to intimidate Endur. A bunch of beasts, get lost. The Conqueror's Haki erupted violently. The sea kings that had been drawn in by the song suddenly had their pupils contract and immediately left the area, not daring to stay any longer. Moments later, only a few gigantic sea kings remained, still lingering without leaving. From their size and outline, it was clear that they were very old and gigantic sea kings. Although they feared Carl's Conqueror's Haki, they did not leave immediately, as if they had something else to do. Endur, it seems they have something to say to you. Can you understand them? To me? After about 90% of those sea kings had left, she started to calm down. Upon hearing Carl's words, Endur tentatively used her ability, trying to communicate with them. However, she could not understand the responses from the gigantic sea kings at all. Brother Carl, I can't understand what they are saying, but their emotions are really fierce. I'm scared. The emotions conveyed by these sea kings were very aggressive, which was why Endur felt somewhat afraid. Previously, no matter what, those sea kings had not shown her such fierce emotions. This was also Endur's first time facing such a situation. She had no idea what to do. Thus, she instinctively sought help from Carl, as he was the only one present who could assist her. As for Jinbei, Endur was not familiar with him, so she naturally would not expect help from him. Old man knows what they are saying. Although I only understand part of it, I grasp their inquiry. These gigantic sea kings are questioning why Endur possesses the ability of a king. The ability of a king? Could it refer to the sea king? The old man wasn't sure, but interpreting it this way made sense. Jinbei shook his head, unable to confirm what the gigantic sea kings were saying. Although the fishmen are also underwater creatures and can live in the deep sea, their primary language is still that of humans. They can communicate with fish and also interact with sea kings. However, with these gigantic sea kings, they could not fully communicate. In summary, these gigantic sea kings resembled another type of race, completely incomparable to the fishmen. Brother Carl, what is the sea king? Endur asked softly. Carl patted Endur's head and answered gently. The Sea King is one of the three ancient weapons, alongside the Underworld King and the Three Kings. However, to be precise, the Sea King is not a type of weapon, but rather a person. I know who it is, but I cannot say. After all, this concerns the survival of Fishman Island, so I must protect this secret. At this point, Carl glanced at Jinbei. Jinbei expressed his gratitude to Carl. Currently, only 3 people know about Shirahoshi being the Sea King. Her father, King Neptune, the pirate Jinbei, and Carl. They have mutually agreed not to disclose this secret until Shirahoshi grows up. Carl is a person who keeps his promises. Even in front of Endur, he must keep it. Chapter 227, Fishman Island. After driving away all the Sea Kings, Jinbei finally brought Carl and Antillin to Fishman Island. However, it was Until who first stepped onto the ground of Fishman Island. She was filled with curiosity about the place, bouncing around to observe everything with envy in her eyes. They're all mermaids. The environment here is so beautiful. Since they landed in an area of the Mermaid Street, there were many mermaids around. If they had arrived at Fishman Street, they would probably have seen fishmen like Jinbei, robust and burly. After all, there is a significant aesthetic difference between mermaids and fishmen. This side is like a beautiful scenic area, while the other side has a more eclectic style with no scenery to see at all. At this moment, Intil was looking around in every direction, thoroughly enjoying herself. When the mermaids saw humans, they quickly hid, fearing they would be captured and sold. Although Fishman Island had the protection of Carl and Jinbei, there were still human traffickers who would take risks to capture mermaids for auction. Whether sold to celestial dragons or other nobles, a single successful transaction could provide enough money for these desperate criminals to live on for a lifetime. With Carl and Jinbei's protection, mermaids were a rare and valuable resource, even scarcer than human girls, leading to skyrocketing prices. While these slave traders had never succeeded, as they were either stopped by Jinbei or caught by Carl during auctions were not held every day, only 5 or 6 times a month. Carl would just need to choose the right time to go. Therefore, they would never succeed. As for the human girls being traded, Carl would naturally take any he could. However, their trading locations were mostly outside of the Shampoo Islands. Carl felt somewhat powerless about this, at least for now. Although it had been a while since he last visited, the scenery here hadn't changed much. After ensuring the ship was ready, Carl finally disembarked. With Jinbei following him and smiling as he said, "I have discussed with King Neptune about improving the environment here and also the conditions in Fishman Street. But he has always disagreed, saying it is unnecessary to burden the people and waste resources, especially since our wealth in Fishman Island is limited." Jinbei sighed. The current situation in Fishman Island was indeed quite difficult. Even King Neptune did not dare to casually hold banquets for fear of waste. Life was tough, and the fishmen sighed. "Look, it's Master Jinbei back. And Master Carl too. Master Carl has come. Master Carl, I declare you. I want to marry you. Master Carl." Oh, the mermaids, upon seeing Intil, were still timid and very scared. But when they saw Carl, their eyes lit up with excitement, eager to rush over and claim him for themselves. There was no helping it. During the month when Jinbei was away, Fishman Island relied entirely on Carl's protection. Moreover, the number of fishmen he had saved was not less than 200, earning him the respect and love of the fishmen. Coupled with his handsome looks and being just over 20 years old, he was especially adored by many mermaids, some even wanting to have his children. This situation made Carl a bit embarrassed. Seeing Carl so popular, Intil felt a little jealous. She then walked up to Carl and linked her arm with his. "Carl, brother, has nothing to do with you. Please keep your distance." Chapter 228 Discussion. Carl placed the hands of Intil and White Star together, intending for them to get to know each other better. Slowly, Carl let go of his own hand, but the two women stared at each other, showing no intention of releasing their grip. This surprised Carl, but he also decided to see how long they would keep this up. Jinbei and King Neptune were equally curious. Due to certain reasons, White Star had very little contact with the outside world, which led to her somewhat soft and timid personality. She easily became frightened at the slightest disturbance. However, White Star's softness did not equate to weakness. Inheriting the bloodline of King Neptune and Queen Odoheim, she was naturally not weak. When it came to being tough, she could be tougher than anyone else, but she didn't often possess courage. This was entirely due to the mischief of the fishmen with the target fruit ability. Fortunately, that person had been dealt with by Carl. Otherwise, White Star would have continued to suffer. Thus, her holding on to someone else's hand and not letting go was a first-time occurrence. "Miss Human, your name is Intil, right? I sense a very reassuring aura from you, although I can't quite understand what it is. But I feel like this aura can calm my heart. It's really amazing," White Star said with confusion. Intil blinked her lovely big eyes, equally puzzled. "I sense a strange sense of peace from you as well. It's quite odd. Carl, brother, did you feel that strange aura from her?" Intil asked Carl, who was nearby. Carl shook his head, indicating that he didn't feel anything. However, this made Carl understand why White Star did not show any fear towards Intil. The problem lay here. As for why this was happening, no one could explain it clearly for now. However, Carl had an idea. It was very likely that White Star's yet-to-be-awakened ability resonated with Intil's innate talent. Since you two have already met, why not go inside and have a good chat to strengthen your bond? King Neptune and I still have things to discuss, so we want to stay with you. Saying this, Carl gave King Neptune a look. King Neptune nodded, signaling to his subordinates to take Princess White Star and Intil to the side hall. Afterward, King Neptune brought Carl and Jinbei to the center of the main hall. "Mr. Carl, is there something important you want to tell me? It concerns the life and death of Fishman Island." "So serious?" King Neptune's expression immediately turned serious. Jinbei sighed beside him and then informed King Neptune about the abolition of the Shichibukai system. This made the king of Fishman Island feel hopeless. But soon Jinbei added that they still had a chance to become a member of the world government. King Neptune hesitated about this, and Jinbei's tone wasn't too optimistic. They both did not want Fishman Island to become a vassal of the world government. After all, the Celestial Dragons planned to capture fishmen every day and make them their slaves. Carl, however, had a plan to have his people stationed here. After all, Law and Buggy were looking for a place to set up their base. However, if they were to station themselves on Fishman Island, the nature of the situation would change, and other fishmen might not agree. After all, both Law and Buggy were pirates, and if they came to guard Fishman Island, it would alter its essence. Thus, Carl needed to consult King Neptune and Jinbei for their opinions. Chapter 229. Goodbye Vegapunk. After finalizing the plan, Carl left Fishman Island early the next morning, flying towards the island where Vegapunk was located. Indul was temporarily left on Fishman Island. Carl only wanted to have a chat with Vegapunk about the pacifists, which would take long. Naturally, there was no need for her to come along. Staying on Fishman Island to bond with Shirahoshi would be much easier than following Carl around aimlessly. Based on his memories from his last visit, Carl spent over 2 hours finally locating this inconspicuous little island that didn't appear on the map. When Carl came here before, he had taken a boat with someone guiding him. Since he was in a hurry when leaving, he hadn't observed it closely. Now, flying in the air, Carl carefully examined the island and found it to be quite small. The size of this island was even smaller than Moria's terrifying 3-masted ship. Moreover, from above, it was densely covered with greenery and steep cliffs, hardly drawing anyone's attention. The world government's research facility, Vegapunk's location, was hidden in such an inconspicuous and secretive place. If Carl hadn't visited once, he would never have thought that such an unremarkable location could be Vegapunk's research facility upon returning. Vegapunk, it's your old friend Carl. I have a personal matter to discuss with you. Can we chat? Carl shouted at the steep cliff in front of him. This was the entrance to the research facility. Carl hadn't paid attention before, but upon closer inspection, the entrance blended seamlessly with the surrounding environment, showing no flaws whatsoever. Even with observation hockey, if one hadn't trained it to a near-perceptive level, no one would notice anything unusual here. Moreover, the main point was that most people wouldn't pay much attention to the situation on such a non-threatening little island. The research lab was located deep underground, and there were plenty of disguised surveillance devices outside. They certainly knew how to evade pirates. Additionally, right next to this island was a naval branch and a CP Organization S substation. With the Navy headquarters having moved to the New World, this island was effectively surrounded. If any pirates came here, they would find themselves caught in a double encirclement by the Navy and the CP Organization. Thus, no pirate would come here looking for trouble. With a click, the door Carl had entered earlier suddenly opened. The same stiff, zombie-like bald man came out to greet Carl. Upon seeing Carl, a spark lit up his eyes, a look that hadn't been there before. He waved at Carl, signaling him to follow, and then led the way ahead. Carl followed, and the door behind him closed automatically. It was the familiar, winding path. After navigating many twists and turns, Carl finally arrived at Vegapunk's laboratory. This time, the speed was faster than the last. After all, Carl had been here once before, and even without a guide, he could find Vegapunk on his own. More importantly, the man who had been transformed by the experiments was noticeably more agile now. At least in terms of walking, he had returned to a normal state. However, if he walked too quickly, it was still evident that his body was somewhat stiff. Moreover, he still couldn't speak, which was a bit of a pity, otherwise. Carl would have liked to ask him what he was feeling now. Chapter 230. Mad Scientist. Back to Earth? When Carl saw this choice, he was already stunned. He did not expect the system to present this option. However, in his previous life, Carl was an orphan and lived a solitary life with no girlfriend, with no attachments. He found that staying in this world was better than going back. So, Carl chose option 2, to first obtain attribute points and skill points. Although it was only 1 point each, even a small mosquito is still meat. And as for the time control device, who says you must accept the choice task to create it? Naturally, Carl wouldn't be foolish enough to choose option 3, which had no rewards. As for the first option, Carl directly ignored it. He couldn't even be bothered to think about it, because it was completely unnecessary. Choice completed. Obtained freely allocatable attribute points, 1 point. Freely allocatable skill points, 1 point. This choice was indeed quite ridiculous, but it was a turning point. If Carl had really chosen the first option or had impulsively encouraged Vegapunk to create a time machine, he couldn't guarantee what would happen next. Furthermore, regarding Gundams, while they're indeed powerful, after killing Vegapunk, how would he maintain a Gundam? That was a problem. Plus, Carl didn't know how to pilot a Gundam at all. So, the first option was of no use at all. Afterwards, Carl continued to chat with Vegapunk about those wild ideas. Along the way, Carl also learned that the current Pacifista were much stronger than before. You could say that each Pacifista's strength was no weaker than that of a Marine Headquarters Brigadier General. In fact, a Brigadier General might not even be able to handle a single Pacifista. Such Pacifista could easily take on any pirate with a bounty under 500 million berries. Even if the opponent could use Haki, they could still be eliminated by the Pacifista. However, this meant that Pacifista could not be mass-produced and could only be kept as a trump card. Vegapunk and the others spent over a year building only about 30 of these types, which was far from enough. So, the Pacifista frequently used by the Marines were still the same as in the original story. After all, only these mass-produced models could work well with the Navy, though they were significantly weaker in terms of power. These types of Pacifista could handle bounties below 300 million without Haki, and their Devil Fruit abilities were not very strong. The 4 Pacifista Vegapunk allocated to Carl were of this mass-produced type. As for the high-spec Pacifista, they were entirely under the control of the Gorosei. Not to mention that Vegapunk had no authority to mobilize them. Even Akainu did not have this right. Carl said nothing about this, only silently muttering a few blessings for the Gorosei's parents in his heart. Then, Carl chatted with Vegapunk about the situation regarding liquid robots. Vegapunk excitedly talked about this. However, this Terminator was only a research project and had not fully taken shape. The most important thing was that this Terminator was Kuma himself. The current Kuma retained his self-awareness, as this was the only way to become a Terminator. However, as a machine, he was still not very flexible and could not achieve self-evolution. But a Kuma with retained consciousness could. Although he didn't understand how to evolve, his survival instinct would drive him to keep his body alive. Vegapunk stimulated Kuma in this way, which allowed him to complete his evolution and become a liquid Terminator. However, the experiment was not yet complete, and Vegapunk still needed to work hard. However, Carl felt a bit sorry for Kuma because Chapter 231 Trouble arrives. After leaving the island where Fishman Island was located, Carl returned to Chambord that afternoon and then contacted Jinbei to take himself and 4 pacifists down. However, instead of Jinbei, Carl ended up waiting for the Fishman guard captain. Lord Carl, the ship is ready. Please come with me to Fishman Island as soon as possible. We've run into trouble. Trouble? Hearing the words, Carl furrowed his brows and didn't think much, immediately boarding the ship to head to Fishman Island. When he contacted Jinbei earlier, the latter hadn't said anything and had just hung up the transponder snail. This had already left Carl somewhat puzzled, and now the situation was even more confusing. With Jinbei here, what trouble could Fishman Island possibly have? Even if a giant sea king went berserk with Shirahoshi here, there would be nothing to fear, unless the world government planned to take action against Fishman Island. But that would benefit them at all, while Carl was guessing randomly. The captain had already taken him back to Fishman Island. Lord Carl, please follow me. The captain looked somewhat anxious, and Carl didn't say anything, but quickly followed. The 4 pacifists were also floating in the air due to Carl's ability, accompanying him. Moments later, Carl arrived at the Dragon Palace and saw a man sitting arrogantly on King Neptune's throne. Upon seeing this scene, Carl was stunned. He knew that he had never done this before, although he could sit on the throne. Doing so would mean he was no longer Carl. Jinbei remained silent beside him, but his eyes were already filled with killing intent. If it weren't for the concerns about the other party's identity, he would have acted long ago. King Neptune felt somewhat frustrated, but upon seeing Carl, he finally relaxed, even straightening his back. How could the Navy be here? Have you decided to refuse Mama's good intentions? The unknown man began to shout. Carl did not recognize this person, but the symbols on him and his tone indicated that the person behind him was Charlotte Linlin, the captain of the Big Mom Pirates. People from the Big Mom Pirates, huh? Since that's the case, I want to hold back. As he spoke, Carl directly moved in and grabbed the other's neck, but he didn't kill him outright. If he killed the person here, it would bring a Yonko as an enemy to Fishman Island. This was exactly what Jinbei had been worried about, and Carl understood very well why he didn't act. Thus, Carl also refrained from directly killing the person to avoid Fishman Island being affected and instead took out the transponder snail from the person. Hello, how are the desserts on Fishman Island coming along? My tea party is about to start, and everything must be completed within 3 months. Charlotte Linlin, how about I deliver your desserts to you? You're not my son. Who the hell are you? Ha. It has been long since we last met, and you've already forgotten me, you old hag. You little Navy brat. Upon hearing Carl address her as old hag, Charlotte Linlin instantly reacted, realizing who he was. After all, among so many enemies, Only Carl had called her that. She certainly remembered very clearly because she loathed those words. You little Navy brat. What have you done to my son? If you let him go, we 1T hold it against you. All I wanted the desserts from Fishman Island, which has nothing to do with you Navy folks. Charlotte Linlin was clearly somewhat intimidated. News of Kaido's fierce battle with Carl had already reached her ears. Chapter 232 Interlude Tribute Panel Name. Carl's Strength. S Agility. B Spirit. B Stamina. A Title. Benevolent and Just Ability. Military Fist. C. Flutter Fruit. Awakened. Armament Hockey. Perfect. Observation Hockey. Perfect. Conqueror's Hockey. Perfect. Dual Sword Style. Wind Element Mastery. C. Super Strength. A. Tremor Fruit. Gimme a Favor. C. Zanpakuto. Shirkai Hades. Remaining Skill Points. 3 remaining Attribute Points. 0 foot after dealing with the matters on Fishman Island. Carl first allocated 1 attribute point obtained from completing a selection task to Stamina, raising it to A. As for skill points, Carl decided to save them and wait until he accumulated 5 before making a decision. After raising his Stamina to A, Carl felt a surge of power throughout his body, as if he had energy but didn't know how to use it. Most importantly, after testing a few moves, he discovered that his stamina recovery speed had doubled compared to before. Moreover, his injury recovery speed was also significantly faster than before. However, it was still only a bit faster, far from the monstrous recovery speed of Kaido. Carl had some doubts, wondering if Kaido's recovery speed might not even reach S-level attributes. He likely needed S-level attributes to achieve such recovery speed. Carl was still far from that level and didn't expect much. After familiarizing himself with his current strength, Carl stayed on Fishman Island for a few days before leaving. After all, he was only here to put on a show and had no real need to take action against Fishman Island, so it was only natural that the mission to defeat Jinbei failed. When Carl reported the mission, he was naturally scolded by Sakazuki. However, Sakazuki's scolding was somewhat powerless, clearly just for show and not intending for Carl to actually take down Jinbei and destroy Fishman Island. Furthermore, Sakazuki didn't mention what the next mission should be, just telling him to observe. As for how to observe, that depended entirely on Carl's own performance. Returning to Sabaody Archipelago, Carl and Inter went to the Navy branch, preparing to take care of other matters before heading to Amazon Lily. However, upon returning to the Navy branch, Carl saw the latest news. 2 days ago, one of the 4 emperors, Kaido, fought against another one of the 4 emperors, Blackbeard, destroying an entire island. The final outcome was that Kaido was knocked into the sea and went missing, while Blackbeard suffered the heavy cost of losing an island to achieve a Pyrrhic victory. The news also described that the two had battled for a day and night, and if it weren't for Blackbeard sacrificing an entire island to pull Kaido into the black hole he created, Kaido would not have fallen into the sea and lost track. Such a victory was clearly not what Blackbeard wanted. After all, he paid the price of an island. Such a cost was indeed tragic, as Blackbeard's base was directly lost. However, Kaido was in an even worse situation. After previously going to hunt down Carl and getting held back by him, ultimately falling to the hands of the Navy, he now encountered Blackbeard. Originally, he had a chance to regain his face, but unfortunately, Blackbeard's abilities were particularly effective against fruit users. Even Kaido couldn't escape the constraints of the dark fruit. Additionally, in order to win, he sacrificed an entire island to create a massive black hole. Kaido, who preferred to hold back in battles, losing to his opponent unexpectedly was quite normal. The news of the battle between the 2 emperors sparked discussions among others, especially regarding Blackbeard. Chapter 233, Return to Amazon Lily. After spending several days, Carl finally brought his warship to the familiar doldrums, the familiar Amazon Lily, and the familiar port location. Boa Hancock stood at the port, looking somewhat displeased. Over the past year, Carl had visited Amazon Lily far too many times. Each time he came, it was merely under the guise of patrolling, just wandering around without doing anything else. If Hancock weren't somewhat clear-headed, knowing that Carl was from the Navy, she might have treated him like a pirate. However, even so, Hancock's expression was still somewhat unnatural. After the abolishment of the Shichibukai system, Hancock was well aware of the Navy's purpose for coming here. But she never expected that the one coming to subjugate her would be Carl. What's the point? She might as well just surrender. Hancock thought this, but it was just a thought. If she really surrendered, the Amazon warriors behind her would suffer. For the sake of her people, Hancock absolutely could not surrender. Originally, Hancock had already prepared to face the Navy. If it were any other Navy vice admiral coming, she and her subordinates would have been fully capable of fighting back. There was no need to worry that a few warships could flatten Amazon Lily. But Carl was completely different. The power disparity between them was like heaven and earth. In fact, Carl didn't even need to lift a finger. Just a flick of his finger could lead to the destruction of Amazon Lily. After all, he had been here many times and could easily manipulate the island. If he wanted the entire island to take off, it would just take a word from Carl. Gradually, Carl steered the warship to the port. He disembarked with Inter and walked up to Hancock, while the other Navy personnel didn't even get a chance to make an appearance. To prevent them from being influenced by Hancock's beauty, Carl strictly forbade them from seeing her. He simply locked the cabin door. So now the warship was essentially empty, with no one aboard. Long time no see. Hancock, have you missed me? Miss you? Even if I die, I would never miss you. Hancock felt a bit angry upon hearing Carl's words, but her expression resembled more of a tsundere demeanor. After all, not everyone dared to speak to Carl in such a tone. However, even so, Carl wouldn't take it personally. His purpose for coming here wasn't truly to subjugate Hancock. He was just here to discuss terms. Hancock, you don't need to be so angry. I'm not here to subjugate you, so there's no need to be nervous. I'm here to discuss terms with you. Are you interested in hearing? Huh? Do you think that just because I say I'm not interested, you won't talk? Hancock rolled her eyes and continued. Let us hear it. I want to see what you want to do, but I may not agree. Hancock knew that she was not Carl's match, but she also had her pride. This pride wouldn't allow her to lower herself. If it weren't for being the Empress and needing to protect others on Amazon Lily, she wouldn't even bother with Carl. My terms are quite simple. Spend more time in the New World and support Law and Buggy. I'll tell you directly, both Buggy and Trafalgar Law are my people. Our goal is simple, to build up strength and strike when the time is right. You, a Navy Admiral, are still out there expanding your influence? If this gets out, even if you're a Navy Admiral, you probably won't last in the Navy anymore. Hancock looked at Carl with great interest, wanting to know why he was doing this. Chapter 234. Crikana Island. Is it really necessary to be this excited? Carl smiled, grasping Hancock's ankle and directly using his ability to fill her with goodwill. At that moment, Hancock felt her heart racing and her face burning, as if she had a fever. Moreover, after her ankle was held by Carl, she felt completely weak and had no thought of resisting at all. Hancock suddenly realized something was off. It seemed she had actually started to like Carl. Although Hancock had never believed she would like Carl, the current situation appeared to be her more genuine reaction. However, she didn't understand that it was Carl's ability that had increased her goodwill towards him. The effect of Carl's ability was not permanent, and even with goodwill, there was a time limit. However, this time limit was relatively long, and even when the ability wore off, there would still be some residual effects. Moreover, since Hancock had already been filled with goodwill before, being filled again would naturally lead to sudden feelings. To the Amazon warriors, the behavior of the two now looked like flirting. Some even took pictures with their cameras. Endure, pouting, returned to the ship, not even willing to glance at Carl. I'm not messing with you anymore. I have things to do. Since you've agreed, I'll help you inform Law and Buggy. After things calm down a bit, you can go find them in the New World. You don't need to do anything, but I want to see news of the three-party alliance. Saying this, Carl ruffled Hancock's hair, who was still in shock, before leaving. To be honest, he had wanted to ruffle Hancock's smooth black hair for a long time. Now, he had satisfied a bit of his mischievous desire. Hancock watched Carl leave, and after a moment, she realized she had been subjected to a head pat. This made her feel somewhat embarrassed, and she became a bit flustered. Your Majesty, what shall we do next? What can we do? Prepare for the wedding. Huh? Wedding? Huh? What wedding? I meant preparing the ship. We need to set off for the New World. Hancock's thoughts had become a bit chaotic, and she spoke incoherently, accidentally revealing her inner thoughts. This kept her face flushed, which she couldn't seem to get rid of. How embarrassing. With a boost of goodwill and the final head pat, Hancock had completely succumbed. After all, she had had some feelings for Carl before. It was just that now, with Carl's ability, those feelings had erupted. However, she was a bit different from the original story. At least she could still maintain her rationality now. Unlike in the original, when she lost most of her sense upon seeing Luffy. The other Amazon warriors, seeing Hancock's appearance, whispered and giggled. From a distance, Giroliosa, who had been observing, sighed. Women don't stay single for long. But it's better to like someone like Carl than to remain single or fall for someone else. Giroliosa was more realistic and not as impulsive as Hancock. From a long-term perspective, Carl was indeed the best husband candidate for the Amazon Lilies. He was young, handsome, powerful, and influential. His reputation was even catching up to that of the former Navy hero, Garp. Such a person was still not even 30 years old. The future is promising, unimaginable. Meanwhile, Carl was unaware of Hancock's current thoughts. Chapter 236. the pinnacle of swordsmanship. In an instant, sword light burst forth, blade energy surged. Hades and the Black Sword, Knight, clashed with each other, releasing a dazzling brilliance. Mihawk's sword techniques were grand and imposing, yet not piercing. Every move he made showcased a strong personal style. And most importantly, his speed of attack was completely inconsistent with the size of the Black Sword Knight. This is the strongest aspect of Mihawk. He had already reached a realm where heavy burdens felt light. In his hands, the Black Sword Knight moved like a light wooden stick, dancing swiftly. Yet there was not a trace of heaviness. The overall flow was smooth and graceful, leaving no openings to exploit. However, Karl was not weak either. Although Karl's sword techniques were pieced together from various systems, over the past 2 years, having gone through numerous battles, he had already integrated and mastered his swordsmanship. Now, even facing Mihawk, he could still hold his own without using his Devil Fruit abilities. Coupled with his own S-class strength, it was Mihawk who should be the most nervous. Karl's sword techniques emphasized 3 words: fast, accurate, and ruthless. Faced with Mihawk's grand, but not swift, and piercing sword techniques, Karl could only rely on these 3 points to contend with him. After all, this was purely a swordsmanship competition. If Karl were to use his Devil Fruit abilities first, it would imply that he was weaker in swordsmanship than Mihawk. To prove that his swordsmanship was not inferior, Karl did not plan to use his Devil Fruit abilities for the time being. That's why he aimed to unleash his sword techniques to their fullest. This was a state he had never experienced before. In this state, Karl's eyes gradually became fervent, and even Hades produced a faint sound of blade ringing. Seeing this scene, Mihawk also showed a rare slight smile, his lips curving upward as he revealed an excited grin. This is exhilarating. The first time I met you, you were just an inconspicuous little marine. The second time we met, you had already developed considerable strength, but unfortunately, our duel was abruptly interrupted. Now this time, no one will disturb us. Let me see how far you, this little marine, have grown. Ha 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 ha. Mihawk, a person who is usually extremely serious and unsmiling, actually laughed out loud at this moment. Anyone could see that he was very excited. As the world's greatest swordsman, he had held this position for a long time. Although every now and then, someone would challenge his status, very few could truly excite Mihawk. Thus, he was so thrilled to face Karl, because there are really not many strong swordsmanship practitioners nowadays, although there are still quite a few swordsmanship masters like Rayleigh and others. They are from an older generation and are not interested in challenging Mihawk to become the world's #1. More importantly, Mihawk himself could not challenge them either. This is why Mihawk seems so lonely. Mihawk, I admit your swordsmanship is indeed strong, but I'm not just skilled in swordsmanship. I am a marine, and I have no intention of competing with you for the title of the world's greatest swordsman. Next, I will fight you with all my strength as a marine. Dracul Mihawk. As soon as he finished speaking, Karl flew into the air, using his advantage to create a storm of scythe winds. Facing the all-out Karl, his gaze was sharp, his strongest spirit rising, and without a word, he unleashed a sword chi that soared into the sky. This strike instantly tore through all the storms, annihilating the scythe wind blades as well. Karl had no choice but to create the storm again, slashing out a. Chapter 237. The battle ends. Hades and the Black Blade, Knight, were both trembling. The battle between Karl and Mihawk was still ongoing. As one of the supreme great swords, the Black Blade, Knight, possessed extraordinary power. At the same time, it was a Black Blade that had a certain level of spirit. Combined with the Black Blade, Knight, Mihawk's swordsmanship was executed flawlessly, with no apparent flaws to be found. However, Hades on Karl's side was equally formidable. Although Hades was just a newly forged demon sword, its own abilities and other aspects were not significantly inferior to the Black Blade, Knight. More importantly, the malevolence of Hades far exceeded that of an ordinary demon sword. This malevolence was much more dangerous than the spiritual energy of the Black Blade, Knight. Coupled with his abilities and Karl's swordsmanship, Mihawk did not dare to let himself get injured. Otherwise, the result would likely leave a permanent scar on him. Although Karl's demon sword had only been forged for about half a month, during this time, Karl had frequently been cleaning up pirates. Those pirates who managed to survive and were not dealt with by Karl began to spread the news about Karl's demon sword. Good news doesn't leave the house, but bad news travels 1,000 miles. The information about Karl's demon sword, which could not heal wounds upon seeing a person, spread quickly. Of course, Mihawk was aware of this information. Therefore, during the battle with Karl, he deliberately avoided Karl's attacks. However, even so, Mihawk's own attack rhythm did not break. The Demon Sword had certain limitations against top-tier fighters, but it was merely a bit tricky. They had faced all kinds of enemies, so as long as they were cautious, Hades' abilities were not too difficult to handle. Thus, the battle between Mihawk and Karl continued from day to night. Both of them became excited, causing the entire island to be filled with their sword energy. Even the trees here were nearly destroyed by the aftermath of their battle, with almost 1/10 being obliterated. This led to the human imitators retreating to the corners of the island, trembling in fear. Endur, on the other hand, led the Navy back to the warship, temporarily leaving the island. Once it was completely safe, she stood at a high point, observing the battle between the two with a telescope. Such a level of battle was not something they could interfere with. Watching from a distance was the safest option. As night fell and the sun dipped below the horizon, Karl and Mihawk stopped their battle simultaneously, smiling at each other. In this battle, neither of them had emerged victorious. However, Mihawk had exhausted all his strength, while Karl still retained some energy. His Float fruit had not been fully utilized, and he had not used the Quake fruit's abilities even once. It could be said that Karl had only exerted about 70% of his strength in this battle and matched Mihawk evenly. However, after this battle, Karl had roughly figured out Mihawk's physical attributes. His attributes were quite balanced, mostly at the A and A levels, especially his agility, although at the A level, it felt like he could break into the S level within a year or so. For some reason, Mihawk had not stopped training himself. He was well aware that he had not truly reached the pinnacle of the world. Especially after Karl's emergence, Mihawk felt a sense of pressure, so he naturally continued to enhance his strength. But at their level, each improvement was very slow, so although Mihawk's swordsmanship had advanced somewhat during this time, his other aspects had not increased much. On the contrary, Karl's strength had undergone a qualitative change. Mihawk had fought with Karl once before the Marineford War and was well aware of his transformation. Thus, Mihawk was very surprised by Karl. Chapter 238, Sudden Incident. In the end, Karl managed to extort a few bottles of good wine from Mihawk. This made Mihawk feel a pang of heartache, causing his poker face to vanish. Mihawk has always been a solitary figure, typically taking on the role of a pirate hunter to make ends meet. When the Seven Warlords system was in place, he lived quite comfortably. However, after the system was abolished, Mihawk had to return to a more frugal lifestyle. But this didn't affect him much, as he still lived alone and only needed to worry about feeding himself. It was just that he truly felt the loss of those few bottles of wine, as they were aged and he had planned to save them for a while longer. That night, Karl took advantage of the darkness and left Claycana Island with his crew. His next task was to return to the Navy headquarters and report on the situation. However, he was bound to face some scolding for being out at sea for so long without resolving a single former Seven Warlord. Karl was worried about how Sakazuki would react. After all, they had already reached a consensus on this matter. Karl then took control of the warship and headed straight for the Navy headquarters, while he and the other Navy members returned to their cabins for a good night's sleep. However, the next morning, Karl was awakened by the sound of a transponder snail. "Karl, where are you right now?" "Sakazuki-senpai, I'm currently over the skies of Mariewa, and we'll be back soon. You don't need to come back yet. I need you to find Fiesta immediately and have him cancel the so-called Pirate Expo and arrest him." Sakazuki continued, "And be careful." According to reliable information, Douglas Bullet, known as the Devil's descendant and a former member of the Roger Pirates, is on that island. I've already informed Ichao and Polisolino, and you are closer to the situation than they are, so go check it out. If things go south, I will have to activate the demon-slaying order. Is it really that serious? Karl was shocked to hear Sakazuki's words. He didn't expect that capturing a mere pirate would require activating the demon-slaying order. Sakazuki snorted coldly and continued. The demon-slaying order targets not just Bullet, but all pirates on the island. This time, we must catch all those pirates in one sweep. As for Fiesta, you can handle that as you see fit, but the Pirate Expo must not succeed. Otherwise, it would be the greatest insult to our Navy. Sakazuki was clearly very angry. Otherwise, he wouldn't have issued such serious orders to Karl. "I understand, leave it to me." Karl nodded, and Sakazuki then informed him of the location of the Pirate Expo. After obtaining the location, Karl turned the ship's head towards the direction of the expo. Karl then casually mentioned the situation regarding the hunt for the Seven Warlords. Surprisingly, Sakazuki didn't get angry, but instead sighed helplessly. He then said that the situation on Enel's side was similar. As for Bonnie, there was no need to mention. Under Sakazuki's orders, Enel and the others had not pursued them at all. As for Law and Buggy, Enel hadn't had the chance to take action either, because Jinbei and Hancock had appeared in the New World to help resist the Navy. Karl was quite surprised. He didn't expect Hancock to arrive in the New World so quickly. It had only been 3 or 4 days since he left Amazon Lily, and they had already reached the New World. Moreover, Jinbei had actually helped. It was worth noting that Carl hadn't asked Jinbei for help, but his willingness to assist was enough to show that he had already allied himself with Carl. Chapter 239, Pirate Expo. It's really strange. It feels like something is off here. Erky, have you noticed? The atmosphere is very unusual. Although the expo is a carnival for pirates, I can't shake the feeling that there's a conspiracy at play. We need to be careful, Bonnie said while munching on a giant chicken leg. Her ability to speak clearly while eating is just like Luffy's. Erky smiled, clasped his hands together, glanced at the lowly form of Bonnie, and casually said, "Aside from the two of us, the supernovas Drake and Apu are also here. It seems like those two have formed an alliance. But I wonder how strong they are now." On the other side, that seems to be the Straw Hat crew who caused a ruckus in Impel Down. I heard that the 3 main forces of the Straw Hat crew have bounties over 200 million, especially their captain, whose bounty has reached 400 million, not to be underestimated. I know all that. No need to remind me. I wonder if the second Whitebeard pirates will show up. They've been silent since they were defeated by Blackbeard. If I hadn't heard news that they would appear at the expo, I wouldn't bother coming. Bonnie snorted. Clearly her goal for being here was to find Marco and the others. As for this pirate expo, she wasn't interested at all. On the other hand, Erky was full of interest in the expo. It was obvious from his excited expression as he looked around with a smile. "Erky, look over there. That person wearing a mask who keeps looking at us. Doesn't he seem familiar?" Suddenly, Bonnie asked. Erky followed her gaze and spotted a man in casual clothes wearing a fox mask, who was occasionally glancing back at him. His gaze was mostly on the Straw Hat crew, but he did look a bit familiar. Maybe it's someone we know. Should we go check it out? Let's go together. The two exchanged glances and walked over. Meanwhile, Carl, who was observing the surroundings, suddenly noticed that Bonnie and Erky were actually walking towards him. He hadn't expected this. Originally, he had no intention of dealing with those two, as he was only here for Fiesta and Barrett. Other pirates were not his mission targets, so capturing them was naturally not Carl's responsibility. But now that they were walking over, Carl felt a bit helpless. "Hey, do we know each other?" The lowly form of Bonnie boldly patted Carl's thigh. Erky stood by with a smile, looking quite amusing. "I'm not saying you two, but is it really necessary for you to rush over here to meet your doom?" Carl said helplessly in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Erky and Bonnie's eyes widened in surprise. But before they could even say Carl's name, he instantly knocked them down to the ground. "Be quieter. My goal here ISNTU. And by the way, I can tell you that the Demon Slayer order will arrive soon. If you run now, you might still have time. That is all I have to say. Whether you live or die next is up to you." After warning the two, Carl vanished without drawing anyone's attention. He completed all of this in less than 3 seconds, and no one would suspect his identity. To outsiders, it merely looked like these two had provoked a formidable enemy they shouldn't have. Therefore, the surrounding pirates only watched with a sense of schadenfreude. But Chapter 240 Warning. Under the high tower of the Pirate Expo, there's an extremely secret base here, and Fiesta is watching everything. In front of him, there are numerous surveillance screens. From here, everything on the island can be seen. Moreover, the defenses are extremely tight, and no one can escape his surveillance or successfully invade here. However, Fiesta never expected that after Carl's observation hockey covered the entire island, finding his location would be a piece of cake. "Admiral White Eagle, let's have a good talk. Isn't it a bit uncivilized to resort to violence right away? After all, we're in a new era now. We're all civilized people. If we can resolve things through conversation, it's better not to resort to fighting." Cold sweat broke out on Fiesta's forehead. He never anticipated that Carl would suddenly appear in front of him. Carl's appearance was very abrupt. Fiesta's guards didn't even have time to trigger the alarm before Carl took them down directly. This also clearly shows the gap between a naval admiral and these small fry. "Fiesta, you're a smart man, so I think you should know very well why I'm here. Of course, you Navy, isn't it all for the treasure of Pirate King Roger? Such things aren't important to me at all, and I can tell you right now where this treasure is located." Fiesta's desire to survive was very strong. Although he didn't care about his own life or death, the Pirate Expo hadn't started yet, and the feast belonging to the pirates and Barrett hadn't unfolded. He certainly wouldn't allow himself to die here before the feast began. As for what would happen after the feast started, he didn't care at all. "Fiesta, it seems you underestimate me. Although the Navy is very interested in that thing, I personally have no interest in it all. Moreover, I know very well what the so-called treasure you mentioned is, so such things hold no temptation for me." Carl chuckled lightly, completely unconcerned with Fiesta's shocked expression. He casually picked up an unused cup, poured himself a drink, and quietly sat down to savor it slowly. There is still one day left until the Pirate Expo begins. It's only the invitation period now, and he is in no hurry to deal with Festa. After all, many pirates have yet to arrive, and the Navy is not fully prepared. If he acted now, it would allow those pirates to escape. Although Carl is not a bloodthirsty person, over 90 of the pirates here are ruthless scum of the seas. Therefore, Carl doesn't mind waiting for Poliucelino and a smile to arrive and catch them all at once. Although Carl could also turn the entire island upside down, with the Demon Slaughter Order being so useful, why should he exert himself? It will be a loss for no gain. So he just needs to focus on his own duties. The only tricky problem is that Barrett fellow, who is a bit difficult to deal with. This is really interesting. You say you're not here for the treasure. So what are you doing here? Are you here to capture me? Or to capture other pirates? I can't believe there's anything here besides Roger's treasure that would warrant the Navy sending an admiral to spy for information. Festa, your perspective is still too narrow. Carl sighed, using his ability to levitate the cup in the air and slowly make it float towards Festa. Festa looked at the floating cup, feeling somewhat puzzled. At the same time, Carl explained, what you call treasure is nothing more than the record of Laugh-Tale. Chapter 241, The Pirate Expo. Opening. Lord Smoker, is it really okay for us to be here like this? As Navy officers mingling with pirates, won't we be recognized? Dasky pushed up her glasses, a bit worried about being identified. She was dressed in a very refreshing and cool outfit. On top, she wore a simple short-sleeved inner shirt paired with a cropped jacket that exposed her waist. Below, she had on fitted three-quarter pants that fully showcased her long legs. Coupled with her high heels, her beauty was undeniable. The only downside to Dasky's outfit was her messy ponytail. If she had straight black hair instead, her charm would increase dramatically. With us looking like this, no one would think we are Navy officers, so you can rest assured, Smoker was not as anxious as Dasky. He casually lounged in a chair, two cigars in his mouth, with his legs propped up on the table, completely unconcerned about his image. His carefree demeanor, combined with his denim outfit and flamboyant sunglasses, made it impossible to tell he was a Navy officer. Due to certain reasons, Smoker was still just a rear admiral in the Navy headquarters. After all, Luffy was captured by Carl at Impel Down. Smoker only followed Luffy's lead and managed to capture Crocodile, which did not contribute much to his reputation. As a result, his rank did not rise significantly. After Luffy entered Impel Down, he lost his goal. However, because of this, he became more focused on his own training. After all, the shocks from Carl and Enel were too great for Smoker. Being hailed as a genius from the start, Smoker was naturally quite proud. It wasn't until he heard about Carl and Enel from the news that he realized he was far from a genius. No matter how talented he was, could he compare to these monsters? So, he went into hiding for a while to undergo rigorous training. It was only now that he set sail again to gather intelligence at the Pirate Expo. Lord Smoker, look, someone is coming towards us. But he is wearing a mask, and doesn't he have any obvious features, so I can't tell which pirate he is. However, his figure seems somewhat familiar. Anyone who looks familiar to me must be a famous pirate. He is wearing a mask, which surely means he has some secrets. Why don't we go and test him? Dasky adjusted her glasses and asked. Smoker frowned, looking at the person with a strange expression. After a moment, he finally relaxed and stood up, saying, this person is not a pirate. Let us go greet him. Not a pirate? Dasky was a bit surprised. She and T expected the person appearing here to not be a pirate. However, after thinking about it, she realized that neither she nor Smoker were pirates. So it made sense if the other party wasn't T1 either. But when they approached Carl and were led to a secluded corner by him, they finally saw Carl's true identity. However, Smoker had already guessed Carl's identity and was not too surprised. Dasky gasped and quickly covered her mouth, afraid of drawing attention. She and T expected Carl to appear here. White. What do you mean by white? Are you saying goodbye to me, or treating me like senior bye? I want T fall down flat. Carl rolled his eyes, somewhat speechless. Dasky tended to stutter when she was nervous, something Smoker was already used to, but it was the first time Carl saw her in such a cute manner. Hello, Admiral White Eagle. After being teased by Carl, Dasky found him so approachable that she calmed down, although she was still a bit nervous. Chapter 242. Dominant Carl, what a bastard. I knew that this guy Fiesta wouldn't be honest, but I didn't expect him to be this dishonest. Carl saw the big screens around him and immediately used his abilities to destroy them all. Then he threw away his mask. Since his identity was already exposed, there was no need to continue hiding it. On the other side, Smoker had a smile on his face, clearly a bit excited. Facing such a challenge for the first time, Smoker could finally test his strength to see how much he had grown. However, Dasky looked very scared. Her strength was not weak, but she hadn't experienced too many life and death battles. Dasky had been protected too well by Smoker, and she didn't seem very strong, but in reality, she was not weak. Pirates around me. Don't you want to participate in this pirate expo and find Roger's treasure? I can tell you clearly that this treasure is real. And we, the Navy, are here for it. Since you all want the treasure, come on. Come and kill me, and your wishes will come true. Carl looked at the eager pirates around him and sneered, directly unleashing his conqueror's haki with a roar, drawing everyone's attention to himself. This way, those desperate outlaws would definitely come looking for him, and the pressure on Dasky and Smoker would be significantly reduced. After all, it was he who had led the two of them into this mess, so naturally, he had to take responsibility for them. However, the pirates around were simply too weak. At least half of them couldn't withstand Carl's conqueror's haki and collapsed to the ground, unconscious. As for the other pirates, they were filled with tension and horror, losing the excitement they had just moments ago. Just one use of Conqueror's haki had taken out more than half of them. Such strength was truly exaggerated. They didn't dare to take this risk. What a bunch of trash, scum of the sea. Bah! Carl spat lightly and continued to taunt. You scum are just a waste of air. Dying will wasteland too. You might as well jump into the sea and feed the fish. Bastard, you're looking for death. Everyone attack together and kill him. Even if he's an admiral of the Navy, so what? We have the numbers. Each of us is a big pirate with a bounty over 100 million. Are we afraid of him? Brothers, let's go. With our numbers, we can definitely take him down. That's right. With so many of us, once we kill him, we can come back and fight for Roger's treasure. I don't know who shouted first, but all the pirates instantly became furious and rushed toward Carl. Seeing these people charging at him, Carl smiled and said to Smoker and Dasky, you two go find Fiesta first, and then contact Sakazuki to send reinforcements as soon as possible. As for these people, leave them to me. I will find a way to ensure that none of them can escape. As he spoke, Carl immediately created a storm, sending all the enemies in front of him flying. However, after he sent this wave of enemies flying, hundreds more pirates continued to swarm in. They charged at him recklessly, completely disregarding the gap in strength between themselves and Carl. Seeing this, Smoker and Dasky nodded and then broke through from another direction. Their strength was not weak. After all, Smoker was a smoke fruit user. A Logia-type devil fruit ability was much more useful in group battles than in one-on-one fights. Plus, with Dasky assisting from the side to prevent anyone from ambushing Smoker, they were in a good position. Chapter 243, Flying Islands. The island really flew up? No wonder it's the White Eagle General. He is probably much stronger now than the former Golden Lion. Bonnie sighed as she looked at the clouds beside her and the sponge in the distance to the west, feeling a bit speechless. At this moment, she had returned to her mature form, radiant and full of spirit. Next to her, Urij still wore a smile, but his hands were holding a massive iron rod. Should we go and challenge him? To be honest, I'm really curious about the General's strength. Urij, if you want to court death, don't drag me into it. The White Eagle General is notoriously vengeful. He has killed us before just because he didn't want to reveal his identity. But now, he doesn't care anymore, and if we go over, we're really just asking for death. Bonnie shot a glare at Urij. The big guy put down the iron rod and scratched the back of his head. Haha, I feel like even if I went, I wouldn't die. If he wanted to kill us, he would have done it the first time we met. Just like when he killed Kid and the others. It was clean and without mercy. That is true, but it's best we don't go. Who knows what his standards for killing pirates are? Bonnie nodded, agreeing that Urij had a point. However, for safety, she didn't plan to go. Seeing that she was willing to go, Urij sat down on the ground, his smile unchanged. At the same time, 3 people walked out from the clouds. 2 of them had similar builds, both somewhat small, while the other person was quite large. Carl's criteria for behavior are simple. As long as you've committed crimes of burning, killing, and looting, you're on his hit list. But you two just went out to seek excitement. Basically, Haven T killed many people, nor robbed much. At most, you've offended some local powers and attacked the Navy, leading to a bounty on your heads. And neither of you has a record of killing Navy personnel. Given his personality, he would probably just dismember you and then imprison you and impel down for life. The man who looked like a pineapple spoke up. This person was exactly who Bonnie was looking for. Marco, TCH. I have to say, this guy's talent is really strong. 2 years ago, when he fought me, he barely held his ground relying on his fruit S advantage. But now, his strength is completely above mine. I can't imagine how much this monster can grow. The second speaker was named Fire Fist Ace. He is the second in command of the White Beard Pirates today. As for the other one, He is naturally the current third-in-command, Diamond Jozu. Our ship was swallowed by a sea vortex, Jozu said in a deep voice, instantly freezing the atmosphere. However, Marco waved his hand, indicating not to mind. It was just a small ship. Fortunately, only the three of us came this time. Otherwise, if we had driven Dad S. Moby Dick and got swallowed by the sea vortex, that would have been a big loss, Marco said with some relief, and Ace nodded, feeling similarly relieved. Then the three of them turned their attention to Bonnie and Urich. Don't look at us. We too came over after robbing another pirate ship. Our purpose for coming here was to join you, so we naturally don't need our own ship. For some reasons, both Urich and Bonnie as pirate crews had already disbanded. That's why they came together. They both wanted to rejoin a pirate crew, but being captain themselves in such a turbulent new world could easily get them drowned by the tides of the times. So they planned to. Chapter 244. Capturing the Straw Hat Crew. While other pirates were shocked at why the island was flying, the fearless Straw Hat Crew directly confronted Carl, eager to engage in a decisive battle. Unfortunately, even with all three main fighters, along with General Frankie and the Giant Chopper, they were no match for Carl. The five of them surrounded Carl and unleashed their strongest powers. However, it was a pity that everyone except Luffy and Zoro was taken out by Carl in one move. Even General Frankie was dismantled by Carl in a single strike, unable to even recover. If Frankie wanted to restore General Frankie, he would have to create a new one, as this one was completely scrapped. As for Chopper, after he transformed into his giant form, he too was defeated by Carl in one move and lost consciousness. If he hadn't shrunk back down and had Brook catch him, he might have fallen to his death. Sanji was also no match for Carl. His observation haki was decent, and he had learned one of the Navy's 6 powers, the moonwalk. However, his armament haki was too weak to withstand Carl's power. Thus, he was taken out by Carl without any suspense. As for Nami, Usopp, and Robin, Carl didn't see them anywhere. Clearly, they hadn't even made it onto the island and were likely still on their pirate ship. Otherwise, Carl's observation haki would have detected their presence long ago. Speaking of which, are you annoying Straw Hat Pirates serious? I'm here to take care of business, and I'm too lazy to deal with you. Yet you ungrateful lot come over to provoke me. Do you really think I have no temper? Carl's Conqueror's haki erupted violently as he flew in the air, gathering a fierce storm around him that swept outwards. Zoro was below, ready to coordinate with Luffy to attack Carl. After their brief skirmish, he knew he was no match for Carl. Moreover, Carl was right. He wasn't Zoro's target. If it hadn't been for Luffy wanting to fight Carl, Zoro would have already taken him away. At the same time, Luffy was getting excited. His Conqueror's haki also erupted, clashing with Carl's Conqueror's haki, creating a violent explosion that dispersed the surrounding air. However, Luffy's expression changed slightly. It was clear he had lost in the earlier clash of Conqueror's haki. No matter your intentions, I'll send you flying first. King Kong gun, 3-sword style, 3,000 worlds. Seeing Luffy unleash his ultimate move, Zoro couldn't fall behind and leapt up to slash at Carl in the air. The two of them simultaneously released their strongest attacks, aiming to defeat Carl and bring the island back down to the sea. But their seemingly fierce attacks were full of flaws in Carl's eyes and posed no threat at all. In that case, I'll let you know what true despair is. Demon Slash. Carl lightly swung his sword. In an instant, the world changed color. All the colors around were absorbed by Hades. The sharp slash created a rift in space ahead. This strike defeated both Luffy and Zoro without any suspense, leaving them with massive wounds and even causing their consciousness to slip into darkness. The two of them fell freely from the sky, and if no one intervened. Chapter 245. Searching for the Devil's Descendants. Frankie, hurry and take Luffy and the others away. Leave this to me, Sanji said firmly, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Yo-ho-ho-ho. Just the two of us is enough to handle this, although we're not a match for Admiral White Eagle. But stalling for a while is no problem. Brook also spoke up. The two of them were determined to hold off Carl. You mustn't die, Frankie shouted, dragging 3 people with him, his legs transforming into wheels as he tried to leave. But at that moment, Carl suddenly used his ability to lift a piece of land around them into the air. Frankie couldn't escape. Even Brook and Sanji didn't expect that Carl could use his ability this way. I think you misunderstood something. Luffy is the son of Dragon and the grandson of Garp. How could I possibly kill him? I have a decent relationship with Dragon, and Admiral Garp is my senior. Of course, I wouldn't kill Luffy. I'm here just to persuade you to leave quickly. It will become very dangerous here soon. You want to let us go? Upon hearing Carl's words, Sanji was stunned. He and Brook exchanged glances, completely baffled as to why Carl would do this. Of course, I want you to leave. I can only say that you are very lucky to have encountered me. If you had run into other admirals, they wouldn't be as easy to talk to as I am." Carl shrugged, then used his ability to slowly lift the piece of land they were on. But at that moment, a fierce flame surged from behind Carl. Facing the sudden flames, Carl released a wind wall with one hand, blocking all the flames. "Fire Fist, Ace? You really arrived just in time." Seeing the familiar figure, Carl raised an eyebrow. Although he had known Ace would be here, he didn't expect him to jump out like this. "Hurry and let my brother go, or I won't let you off easily." "Fire Fist!" Ace shouted angrily, unleashing another Fire Fist. However, Carl still maintained the wind wall with one hand, once again blocking Ace's attack. What a bastard. His fruit ability is simply too restraining against me. Ace's expression was serious, his brow furrowed. At that moment, Marco also rushed over. "Ace, calm down. I observed earlier. Your brother is fine, just unconscious." Ace didn't speak, but his expression clearly relaxed a bit. After seeing Marco, Carl raised an eyebrow and casually tossed the piece of land he had just lifted to him. "Here, take this. The straw hats are in your hands now. I have other business to attend to. You can choose to leave or stay and watch. I can't be bothered to care about you." With that, Carl flew straight into the sky, activating his observation hockey to search for Barrett's location. Ace wanted to chase after him, but was held back by Marco's arm. "Ace, we came here for Roger's treasure. There's no need to clash with an admiral. Besides, Luffy's wound isn't deep. I can treat it simply, so you don't need to worry." "Thanks. Haha, we're all brothers. Why be so polite?" Marco laughed heartily, then used his ability to heal Luffy's injuries. He also healed Zoro's injuries in passing. However, both of them were tainted by Hades' demonic energy. Although they didn't trigger Hades' ability, being corrupted by demonic power meant they couldn't recover their spirits so quickly. They would need to sleep for at least a while to fully wake up. "Is your purpose for coming here also?" Chapter 246. I tell you, it's really hard to find him. Where on earth is that guy Barrett hiding? After casually dealing with the pirates that rushed in to surround him, Carl continued to search for Barrett's location. He even went to Fiesta's location to question him about where Barrett was. Fiesta unhesitatingly handed over the snail phone, but there was no one on the other end when Carl called. Fiesta claimed he didn't know what was going on either. Carl didn't make it difficult for him, but instead instructed Smoker and Tashigi to leave the area first. Although he didn't know where Barrett was, Carl had a premonition that this central area would soon become a battlefield. It would be very dangerous for Smoker and Tashigi to stay here. Choice completed. Congratulations, host. You have obtained assignable free attribute points. Assignable free skill points. After receiving the task reward, Carl smiled slightly and opened the attribute panel, directly allocating the attribute points to agility. This way, his speed would become faster, giving him more confidence in dealing with Barrett. However, the current problem was still that he couldn't find Barrett. That was quite awkward. Fortunately, he had 5 skill points available. Originally, Carl planned to save these 5 skill points to upgrade Hades later, making it stronger. However, it seemed that if it didn't upgrade his observation hockey, he might really take a long time to find Barrett. Opening observation hockey not only required mental strength, but also consumed physical strength continuously. Moreover, maintaining the ability to float the entire island in the air also required a certain amount of physical strength. Not to mention, there were so many pirates around, charging in fearlessly. This led to Carl constantly consuming his physical strength. Although he recovered quickly, his stamina was still within human limits, so there would naturally be consumption. Unlike Kaido, who didn't need to consider physical strength issues at all. After some contemplation, Carl ultimately chose to allocate the 5 skill points to the already perfect observation hockey. As a result, the level of observation hockey directly increased from perfect to transcendent. At the same time, the system's voice sounded. System notification. Observation hockey has been upgraded from perfect to beyond limits, reaching the level cap and cannot be further upgraded. The coverage range of observation hockey has doubled, awakening future sight and complete transparency effects. As soon as the system voice fell, the attribute panel opened automatically. Attribute panel name: Carl Strength, Agility, Mental, Stamina, Title, Benevolent Abilities, Military Body Fist, Float Fruit, Awakened, Armament Hockey, Perfect, Observation Hockey, Transcendent, Conqueror's Hockey, Perfect, Dual Sword Style, Mastery of Wind Element, Super Strength, Tremor Fruit, Gimme Some Face, Zangetsu, Shirkai Hades. Remaining assignable skill points. Remaining assignable attribute points. This is Carl's current personal attributes. Moreover, the level of observation hockey had indeed become transcendent. This novel power was something Carl was experiencing for the first time, so he planned to experiment with it first. Then he used the surrounding pirates as subjects for testing his new ability. First, he tried Future Sight to see how far into the future he could see. With that said, Carl activated Future Sight, commonly known as the ability to briefly foresee the future with observation haki. As soon as he activated the ability, a pirate appeared in his mind, intending to use his ability to dig underground to ambush him from behind. This situation caused Carl's expression to change slightly, and then he stomped down hard on the ground. Chapter 247. Mutual Testing. What a coincidence. I was planning to come down to find you, and here you are coming up. As Carl saw Barret charging into the sky, he also rushed up, casually unleashing a sky splitter slash. Ha ha ha, this is good. Seeing the sword energy rushing towards him, Barret clenched his right hand and suddenly threw a punch. Although there was no place to exert force in the air, he still delivered such an exaggerated blow relying on his strong physique. He didn't even use haki, yet with just the power of his body, he shattered Carl's sword energy. However, his body was not invulnerable. His fist had already sustained some injuries, causing Barret to frown. He didn't expect that he would be injured facing Carl's casual strike. What Barret didn't know was that Carl's attack looked very casual. However, the power combined with the ability of the float fruit released a slash capable of cutting through everything. Even diamonds could be easily sliced by Carl's sword energy. Not to mention, this strike also incorporated a portion of Hades' demonic power. This made Carl's sword energy even sharper. Barret was able to withstand it with his physical body, which surprised Carl even more. As expected of a former Rogers crewmate, such an abnormal physique is truly exaggerated. But even so, do you dare to act so arrogantly in front of my Hades? Carl smirked slightly and flashed to Barret's front. He covered Hades with haki, slashing downwards towards Barret's face. Barret's reaction speed was very fast. He instantly concentrated haki on his right hand to block Carl's strike. However, Carl's power was immense, and since Barret couldn't leverage his strength in the air, he was undoubtedly sent crashing into the ground by Carl. So tough. The flowing cherry haki at this level of strength is something everyone seems to know. It looks like I need to find time to learn it properly. Up until now, Carl hadn't learned flowing cherry haki either. It wasn't because of a lack of talent, but rather due to his own laziness and lack of time. So he only understood the training method of flowing cherry, but hadn't actually studied it. However, when he saw that flowing cherry haki could further increase defense, he realized that if he didn't learn it, the effectiveness of Hades against the four emperors might be greatly diminished. It was the same when he fought Kaido before, and now against Barret as well. Ha ha ha, such powerful strength, such a powerful demon sword. If I really got hit, this injury might never heal. Barret stood up from the ground and scathed, smiling as he looked at Carl in the sky. At this moment, there was a very shallow wound on his right wrist. This wound was merely a superficial cut, with no blood even flowing out. Generally speaking, such a wound would heal in less than a minute for an ordinary person. However, the wound on Barret's wrist still looked the same, with no signs of healing at all. Such abilities matched perfectly with the information Barret had gathered. Before formulating this plan, he had collected a large amount of data on the Navy and pirates. This included information on Blackbeard and Carl, because both of them were the fastest rising newcomers in the past 2 years. However, Carl was a Navy admiral, while Blackbeard Teach was a pirate who even became the new Four Emperor. So Barret's target was Blackbeard, but he didn't expect that before Blackbeard arrived, the Navy admiral would come first. Barret, Carl dropped from the sky, instantly closing the distance to strike with all his might. Barret didn't dare to clash head-on. Instead, he dodged. Chapter 248, Final Form. What a troublesome mecha. If it weren't for my ability to see its weak points, I wouldn't know how to fight without engaging in combat first. Carl murmured softly, but his movements did not stop. Although Barret is very difficult to deal with, he still has a way to counter his opponent. However, what he needs to do now is to destroy the mecha. If he can't destroy this mecha, Barret will never be harmed. This is the most overpowered aspect of Barret. But Barret is clearly aware of his strengths and will not let Carl succeed. His armed haki is incredibly powerful, having reached an extreme level. As for his observation haki, while not weak, it is also not very strong. It can only be described as average. Nevertheless, even so, it's sufficient for combat. As for the Conqueror's haki, it is basically useless in this fight. The levels of their Conqueror's haki are basically equal, and they can cancel each other out. As a result, neither of them can use Conqueror's haki to weaken the other's strength. Therefore, Carl will not release his Conqueror's haki to waste his stamina unnecessarily. What he needs to do now is to deal with Barrett's mecha. However, Carl is well aware that aside from this mecha, Barrett's fruit ability has already awakened. He can even create a larger giant. If he doesn't take care of his opponent now, it will be even harder to deal with a larger giant when it appears. The onlookers seem to need to find an opportunity to clear the scene, otherwise, he won't be able to use the Tremor fruit either. Carl doesn't want to reveal his Tremor fruit ability yet, so he must find a chance to clear the area. However, there aren't many opportunities right now. He can only continue to engage in close combat with Barrett. Carl is already using all his strength, and so is Barrett. However, under Carl's rapid offensive, the mecha has already developed cracks. This situation surprised Barrett. He did not expect that Carl's strength and swordsmanship were even stronger than the intelligence he had gathered. Truly worthy of being the youngest admiral of the Navy, you are indeed a genuine monster. But even so, you cannot be my opponent. If we're talking about monsters, I am the real monster. Next, I will let all of you know what true despair is. Large Bolt, Mirje. With Barrett's furious roar, his fruit ability instantly swept across the entire island. All the weapons and some iron objects on the island were absorbed by Barrett's fruit ability and gathered onto his body. This is the effect that can be achieved after the awakening of the merged fruit. And most importantly, this island has gathered so many pirates. And there are quite a few houses. All of these were completely covered by the torrent of the awakened merged fruit. Even Carl had to fly into the air to completely avoid this steel torrent. What an exaggerated fruit ability. This will indeed be difficult to resolve. Carl frowned and used his observation hockey's ability to see, beginning to search for the enemy's flaws. However, his expression became increasingly serious. After searching for a long time, Carl couldn't find a single flaw, which made him feel very troubled. Truly worthy of being a monster on par with the four emperors. Such a big guy actually has no weak points at all, which is simply too exaggerated. No wonder Sakazuki wants to use the Demon Slayer order to deal with this guy. If it were an ordinary person, even the four emperors and other admirals wouldn't necessarily win against this big guy. Chapter 249. Clearing the field with a roar from Barrett. The entire steel monster was covered in a layer of flowing armament hockey. This is the flowing cherry hockey, a higher level application of armament hockey. After mastering this hockey, Barrett could flow his armament hockey at any time, making it more agile, and he could even project it outward. This kind of power made Carl feel a bit of a headache. Given the current situation, if he didn't use the Quake fruit, he really had no way to defeat the opponent. At the same time, Barrett was controlling the giant hand of the monster, attacking Carl. However, at this moment, the monster stood over 100 meters tall, extremely gigantic. Even just one of its hands exceeded the height of an adult giant race. If hit by a single slap, even Kaido might struggle to withstand it, let alone Carl. However, a huge size means longer reaction time. As a result, Barrett's attack speed slowed down considerably, giving Carl the opportunity to counterattack. So Carl easily dodged Barrett's giant hand, and then used his ability to create a storm, charging towards his opponent. Carl knew that when Barrett used flowing cherry hockey, he couldn't engage in close combat at all. Therefore, in this battle, he could only rely on pure devil fruit power. With a howl of the wind, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky, and the surrounding earth surged into a massive dragon. These originally belonged to the Golden Lion's techniques, but after Carl's modification, they became cooler and more powerful. A giant dragon suited Carl's identity. A lion's head was just too weak. Not only that, Carl also used his fruit abilities to create several water tornadoes, attacking Barrett. The sky was filled with lightning striking towards Barrett, and the storm and earth-formed giant dragons came fiercely. The oppressive feeling brought by the water tornadoes made Barrett's brow furrow. At this moment, Carl had unleashed all his firepower, maximizing the capabilities of the float fruit. If there hadn't been any islands around, he might have directly controlled an island to smash into Barrett's face. In the face of such widespread attacks, the combined giant beast created by Barrett consumed them all. This also caused him to become somewhat unsteady, looking like he would fall over very soon. Such large-scale techniques are generally difficult to hit opponents of the same level. So besides the water, tornadoes, and storms, Carl rarely used other techniques. But against Barrett's combined giant, he could act without restraint, because the opponent could consume all the techniques Carl released without missing a single one. This meant that no matter what technique Carl used, it could directly hit Barrett. The opponent was simply too big. Dodging was a problem in itself, so Barrett could only take it head-on. However, the giant he created had an incredibly exaggerated body hardness, and Barrett's own armament hockey was also very powerful. Such strong armament hockey was unmatched even by Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. The last time Carl saw such armament hockey was from Whitebeard. At that time, Whitebeard used flowing cherry hockey and the Quake Fruit's ability to destroy the two small islands Carl had hurled at him with a single strike. Later, when Whitebeard fought Carl, he also released such powerful armament hockey. But sadly, after using it once, his life began to accelerate toward its end, so he could no longer use it afterward. Since then, Carl had not seen such powerful armament hockey again. Carl might have it, but Carl had never really fought him, so he didn't. Chapter 250, a battle that could impact the world order. Hearing Ishiao's words, Carl didn't know what to say. However, it was partly his fault for not keeping an eye on Feista, which led to the current situation. No one would have expected Feista to recklessly announce the start of the Pirate Expo, even daring to place a bounty on the Navy. One must admit this guy had guts, the kind that didn't fear death. Ishiao, you continue to handle the crowd control. I'll take care of things here. If it really gets out of hand, I'll come to you for help. The fervor in Carl's eyes didn't fade. Due to the overwhelming number of people around, he needed to buy a little more time. Only after clearing the area could he unleash his full power. Ishiao didn't know Carl's plan. He simply nodded and began directing Navy soldiers to clear the area. However, the Navy soldiers were not quick in their efforts. Through his observation hockey, Ishiao sensed that Carl had already rushed in to engage in battle with Barrett. To avoid interfering with their fight, Ishiao chose to step in personally to deal with these pirates. With him present, these pirates were no match at all and were quickly captured and brought back to the warship. Once they had all been apprehended, even the demon-slaying order would be unnecessary. By then, when Carl needed support, they could all join forces to take down Barrett. Enemies like this absolutely could not be left alive in this world. Otherwise, no one knew what kind of impact he would cause next. At the same time, while Ishiao was clearing the area, the Straw Hat crew and Marco had already arrived on the Thousand Sunny. They were continuously fending off the Navy, trying to capture them. Ace even used Fire Fist on the sea, creating a dazzling flame that floated on the water, blocking the Navy ship's interception. Marco also personally took to the skies to intercept the cannon fire. Unlike other pirate crews, the Straw Hat crew easily broke through the Navy's encirclement and sailed away. Ishiao, through his observation hockey, saw this scene but did not intervene. He was well aware of Luffy and Ace's identities, and both of their strengths were formidable. Moreover, there were also Marco and Jozu on the ship. If he were to act, he would be facing everyone's combined assault. Although Ishiao was very confident in his own strength, he wasn't sure he could take on all of them. After all, apart from them, Zoro, Bonnie, and Urki were also not weak.